Heavy rain, typhoons, tsunamis, thunderstorms, the disappearance of geomagnetism, zombies, monsters, supernatural abilities, and so forth. Congratulations to all for unlocking the main storyline of the apocalypse. A grand reshuffle of the world is upon us. The forthcoming path of survival relies on fate, luck, and oneself. While others are still screaming in panic, the survival enthusiast Sue Duo has already busily stocked her granary. Meat, eggs, milk, an array of canned goods, various dried rations, weapons, and tools all are amply gathered. With the multifaceted cube space in her possession, she is prepared to transport all supplies away. Yet, why is it that, despite her meticulous preparations, she finds herself facing Chapter 1, a warning message: in 3 minutes, those around you will transform into zombies. As soon as the message was sent, the overhead lights flickered, sending a jolt of fear through her. Her colleague, Sister Lou, could not help but glance up. Oh, how strange. When was the last time our K-City had a power outage? What's happening? Sue Duo, a 22-year-old intern at an internet company, was accustomed to overtime. It was 6 in the evening, and the early winter night had already enveloped everything in darkness, hinting at impending rain. The branches outside swayed, casting eerie shadows reminiscent of monstrous figures from dark fairy tales, clawing to drag one into the abyss. Though Sue Duo was quite brave, the sight of Sister Lou turning to look at her with a pale face and stiff pupils startled her. She glanced down to see the tips of Lou's nails turning a sickly hue. Sister Lou, noticing Sue Duo's daze, inquired with concern, Duo, what are you lost in thought about? Be careful, or the director might reprimand you again." The putrid stench that wafted into her nostrils nearly made Sue Duo retch, prompting her to stand abruptly. Her other colleagues turned to look, puzzled by her sudden distress. Without a word, she grabbed her bag and rushed out, her pallor evident. Sister Lou, bewildered, questioned, "What's wrong? Why the sudden discomfort? Young people these days are so pampered. I was bitten by a dog yesterday, and still came to work after my rabies shot. Just be careful or the director might fire you." By the time Sue Duo heard the last remark, she was already at the office door. "If I get fired, so be it. I quit." Her heart raced. Upon exiting the building, she checked her phone. 2 minutes had elapsed since she received the message. Thankfully, the company was situated on the 3rd floor. After a moment of contemplation, she hastened down the stairs. In unstable electrical conditions, one should avoid elevators. Being trapped inside would be disastrous. One would become a mere can of meat. Sue Duo raced down the steps, and just as she reached the ground floor, a piercing scream echoed from above, causing the passers-by to gasp in shock, all turning their eyes skyward. "What the hell? That scared me. What's going on? Is someone about to jump due to work stress? Yikes, that's terrifying. Let's get out of here." Sue Duo trembled at the sound of the scream, glancing at her phone, which read exactly 3 minutes. She dared not look up as she swiped her card to exit the software park. She no longer felt safe on public transport. No new messages arrived, and the signal was intermittent. Wishing to alert her friends of the impending danger, she found herself unable to send a single message. She was certain that something was amiss in the world. At that moment, the winds and rain began to gather ominously. She rode her bike swiftly, relieved to see that the pedestrians appeared normal. 20 minutes later, she finally reached her community, feeling a semblance of relief. Without delay, she entered the largest supermarket at the community entrance, grabbed a shopping cart, and began her extensive shopping spree. Milk, bread, instant noodles, chocolate, and various high-sugar, high-calorie beverages filled her cart. Sue Duo's mind remained in a daze, her nerves taut, as her instincts for survival guided her every move. After filling her cart to the brim, Aunt Wong, a staff member at the supermarket, suddenly expressed concern. "Young lady, what's wrong? You don't seem well. Feeling down? Why aren't you working overtime today?" Sue Duo was a familiar face to the supermarket staff, often shopping after late shifts. Yes, I'm feeling a bit off, so I'm planning to indulge in a feast." Only then did Sue Duo feel as if she had awakened, forcing a smile as she spoke to Aunt Wong. "By the way, don't you offer delivery services? Could you help me send 10 cases of bottled water to the 8th floor of Building A? Just leave them by the elevator." Aunt Wong readily agreed but raised an eyebrow. Why would a young lady need so much bottled water? How long will it last? Upon hearing this, Aunt Wong sighed. The pressure on young people these days is immense. "All right, I'll ring you up shortly. But why indulge in junk food? Feeling down doesn't justify binge eating, it's harmful to your stomach. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained from mentioning the impending zombie apocalypse. After all, she lacked sufficient evidence to substantiate her claims about the world's impending doom. Thus, she silently followed Aunt Wang to complete her purchase. The kind woman even helped her pack everything neatly and escorted her to the elevator. With her emergency supplies and 10 cases of bottled water in tow, Su Duo ascended the stairs. As the elevator doors closed, she could still hear the security guard chatting with Aunt Wang. "Hey, Wang Jie, delivering again? Why is this young lady buying so much stuff?" She was fired and feels down. Starting tomorrow, she'll be job hunting. Young people under pressure tend to shop excessively, unlike us older generations who've lived through hardship. Ha ha ha. Indeed. Completely exhausted, Su Duo collapsed onto the sofa, the glaring overhead light causing her to shut her eyes and breathe deeply, planning to categorize the goods piled at the door. Later, however, as she closed her eyes, an unsettling sensation washed over her. It felt as if a hallucination had suddenly appeared behind her eyelids. She could envision a cubia cube with countless facets, spinning rapidly. Su Duo gasped, nearly retching, as the dizzying sight overwhelmed her. Chapter 2. The multifaceted space. She was no novice to the internet and was familiar with online novels, often associated with apocalyptic themes and storage spaces. After some experimentation, she discovered that this cube was indeed a storage space. This realization brought her both joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from acquiring a vast storage area, while the sorrow arose from the undeniable fact that the world was spiraling into chaos. As her senses returned, the cube ceased its rotation, as if the initial spinning was merely a ceremonial startup. Now, the cube space stood quietly in her consciousness, peaceful and still. Finally, Su Duo regained her composure. The dizziness dissipated. She approached the window, observing the people below strolling about, blissfully unaware of the impending calamity. They went about their evening routines as usual. Some hurried home from work, while others took leisurely walks with family after dinner. Occasional delivery drivers weaved through the crowd. The streetlights cast a warm glow over them, creating an illusion of happiness on what was once an ordinary night, leaving Su Duo uncertain if she would ever witness such a scene. Again, her mind remained taut, and she drew the curtains, carefully stowing away all the supplies at her door into the storage space, which she could access with ease. Turning to the room on the right side of her entrance, she opened the door to a storage room containing 3 large shelves and a substantial freezer. Thanks to a previous pandemic that had led to food shortages during the community lockdown, Su Duo, an avid survival enthusiast, had stockpiled provisions. After the pandemic, her desire to hoard supplies only intensified. Thus, there exists a remarkably secure granary, stocked with canned goods boasting a shelf life of up to 10 years, comprising no less than 20 boxes of assorted cans, encompassing both meat and vegetables. In addition, there are 10 boxes of various flavors of compressed biscuits, 10 boxes of high-calorie energy bars, along with 5 bags of 50 pounds of rice, and an array of instant noodles, powders, and self-heating meals, not to mention 10 boxes of bottled water on standby. As for perishables like milk and vegetables, she replenishes them occasionally. The large refrigerator in the kitchen remains well-stocked. The storage room contains a selection of condiments, with 3 boxes of salt and several of each type, such as soy sauce and vinegar. Moreover, there are survival supplies, including a comprehensive survival backpack filled with handy tools and a ration of food for one. Attached to the exterior of the backpack are a chainsaw, a battle axe, and a dagger. 3 boxes of gasoline are also stored, primarily for powering a home generator in case of a power outage. Additionally, there are several large boxes of medical supplies such as hemostatics, anti-inflammatories, analgesics, bandaging materials, both for internal and external use. Along with vitamins, these provisions have been gathered by her for personal amusement, yet now, standing before this storeroom, her emotions are complex. She never anticipated their practical utility. Swiftly, she transferred these items into her dimensional space, feeling the connection between this space and herself. The reason she could confidently store her entire wealth within this realm lies in this very sensation, a sense of bloodline connection. At least while she remains alive, these items will persist, accessible solely to her, which provides her with a profound sense of security. She planned to designate one compartment for water, estimating that one face of the space is approximately 200 cubic units, while this cube-like space encompasses countless faces. She lost count. Suddenly, a wave of reassurance washed over her. Choosing not to descend again for supplies, she recognized that night is invariably more perilous than day. She resolved to observe the unfolding events. Thus, she prepared to dine, turning towards the kitchen. Employed at an internet company, she enjoyed the advantage of alternating weekends off, allowing her to prepare some pre-made meals to store in the freezer. Now, she only needed to microwave her food for 3 minutes. Before her, a steaming bowl of eggplant and shredded pork rice appeared. She also washed a small bowl of fruit, selecting large blueberries known for their eye protective properties. Finally, she set her meal upon the coffee table in the living room and turned on the television. Despite the modern trend among youth to favor projectors, she still preferred the television, as it evoked memories of watching shows with her grandparents, instilling a sense of comfort. She tuned into the local news channel that her family often watched together. Welcome to the latest daily news, reported by our correspondent, Xiaowei. According to Citizen Reports, a rabies outbreak occurred at the Fast Internet Company, located on the 3rd floor of Building B in the Software Park Phase 2. The individual involved is a young woman who was bitten by her colleague, Liu, who received a rabies vaccination just last night. Unfortunately, the onset was alarmingly rapid. Upon hearing this, she paused mid-bite, eyes widening as she looked up. The female reporter, wearing a look of regret, announced this news, subsequently raising the issue of dog-walking leashes. Thus, the events that transpired just after 6 o'clock in the evening promptly made it to the news. As a result, when colleague A screamed, Liu had bitten her, drawing blood, and then violently tore a chunk of flesh from her. Colleague B, who was filming, was also startled into screaming, and the footage became a shaky recording of a frantic escape, filled with blurred images, as bystanders' initial curiosity transformed into panic. Many netizens have claimed this is a zombie bite, but in reality, it is merely a rumor Liu has sharper teeth, which caused the injury. To prevent public panic, please refrain from spreading unfounded rumors. After the host concluded the reporter's remarks with a smile, she began to deliver the closing statements. Unable to continue eating, she immediately cast her phone's screen within the community. Piercing screams and hoarse roars echoed, mingled with cries for help and the barking of dogs. Many residents, gripped by fear, dared not draw back their curtains, securing their doors and windows tightly, preparing for an extended confinement. They resolved to stockpile supplies when the opportunity arose, recognizing that sometimes self-preservation required restraint. When the power went out, she remained unperturbed, methodically storing her semi-finished meals in a safe space, ready to retrieve them when electricity returned. Exhausted, she soon succumbed to slumber on her sofa, only to be roused the next day by her phone ringing a call from the property management. "Is this Ms. Su?" Last night, a new strain of rabies virus unexpectedly emerged in K-City. It spreads rapidly and manifests quickly. We have received directives from above that, effective immediately, no one is permitted to go outside without authorization. The entire city was brought to a standstill. Schools were closed. Much like the survival guides for apocalyptic scenarios suggested, the lockdown commenced. Sue was fatigued but resigned after a night of turmoil. She adjusted her mindset, feigning surprise before assuring the caller of her compliance. The representative expressed gratitude for her cooperation and hurried off to inform others. Messages circulated within the community group, yet due to the obstinacy of certain individuals, many had to be contacted directly, significantly increasing the workload. Previous lockdowns had provided some experience, and provisions would be distributed timely as long as residents remained indoors. However, panic erupted among many, fueled by the haunting screams from the previous night. Consequently, the group chat was silenced, muffling all voices. Signal reception fluctuated, and the television frequently stuttered, broadcasting news in fits and starts. Key phrases emerged: typhoon, geomagnetic storm, earthquake, tsunami, volcanic eruption. Coastal regions worldwide were on high alert, preparing to confront the impending super typhoon. Beginning today, geomagnetic storms were predicted to occur frequently, prompting researchers to devise countermeasures while broadcasting safety protocols for residents to heed. Simultaneously, volcanic activity was detected both underwater and on land, signaling an imminent threat of eruptions. In a crescendo of urgency, broadcasts warned that humanity faced the greatest disaster in history, potentially leading to a mass extinction akin to that of the dinosaurs. The United Nations urged all of humanity to unite in the face of this existential crisis. As Sue absorbed this grim message, tears welled in her eyes, gazing at the sun outside. The days of yore seemed irretrievably lost. Suddenly, anguished cries and wails of despair erupted within the community. The number of those succumbing to despair surged. Steeling herself, Sue focused on managing her supplies, aware that thorough preparation was paramount. In the ensuing days, a cascade of bad news followed, with intermittent signals preventing timely dissemination of information regarding the calamities. The horrors of imagination eclipsed reality, as the residents of K-City, cooped up in their homes, became increasingly tense, leading to a tragic rise in suicides under the unbearable pressure. The climate began to exhibit erratic behavior within the span of 3 days. Several drastic changes occurred, with temperature fluctuations reaching 30 degrees, causing a plunge in stability. Illnesses became rampant. Chapter 4. The transformation into a little zombie in a community where resources were exchanged. Sue Duo remained cautious and refrained from participating. When others wandered the hallways, she stayed indoors, diligently avoiding contact. The internet connection was intermittent, causing any messages she sent to vanish into the void, much like her sinking heart. Meanwhile, she began chronicling her experiences in a diary. On the first day of the zombie outbreak, the authorities were making efforts to manage the situation, keeping it within controllable limits. However, the influx of vehicles into the community had increased significantly, with numerous individuals clad in protective gear bustling about downstairs. The second day brought a drastic drop in temperature, with the morning sweltering and the evening becoming unbearably cold. Thankfully, essential services remained intact, and timely heating provided them some relief. By the third day, issues with water sources began to emerge, and the infection spread uncontrollably. To make matters worse, power outages became increasingly prolonged. Sue Duo had scarcely slept over these 3 days, managing to cook most of her food, but she soon became hesitant to consume anything with a scent. After the third day, food supplies dwindled, with no deliveries reaching the community. The chaos below escalated, and the area grew desolate, devoid of vehicles. By the 6th day, the water began to emit an unpleasant odor, prompting residents to avoid drinking tap water. In the afternoon, some could no longer contain their curiosity and expressed a desire to venture outside to assess the situation. Despite warnings from those on higher floors urging them to stay inside, the bold few disregarded the advice, driven to the brink of madness by the surreal events of the past days. Just as they prepared to leave, a figure in protective gear appeared, bringing a momentary sense of relief. They waved frantically, even expressing their frustrations, exclaiming that they feared they would perish from hunger or thirst. The atmosphere was charged with urgency, as they demanded the volunteers address the contaminated water issue. Sue Duo observed their rudeness towards the volunteers, but her heart sank further when she noticed the protective figure's erratic movements, extinguishing any flicker of hope she harbored. With a heavy heart, she drew the curtains and sat against the wall, retrieving her diary to record the date, November 6, 2029. The volunteer medical personnel had succumbed, and the community was on the verge of chaos. The absence of official intervention signified only one thing: they could not come. The situation was indeed dire. Soon, terrified screams erupted from below, as those preparing to exit the community realized the volunteer had succumbed to the rabies virus. The residents upstairs, gripped by fear, hastily secured their doors. Sue Duo found herself shedding tears, but she understood there was little she could do. The manual for surviving the apocalypse had predicted the collapse of order to the day. After drying her tears, she resolved to rely on herself for survival. The absence of official order made a significant difference. That night, the community was filled with screams, the sounds of heavy objects crashing, and animal-like growls from below. Others began to scramble for supplies, and panic reigned. When she could access the community chat, despair dominated the messages, but she endeavored to shield herself from the negativity, seeking to maintain her composure. The greatest threat was mental collapse. As an ordinary person, Sue Duo felt she had displayed considerable strength. Moreover, She had her space to rely on. Without it, she might have succumbed to despair. In contrast to others' anxieties about food and water, she felt relatively secure. Hence, when someone knocked on her door, she made no sound, confident in her provisions. Days passed, and the water and electricity were completely cut off, leaving the community devoid of life. The zombies below wandered aimlessly, scratching at doors, but their initial strength was insufficient to break through. As long as she remained indoors, she felt safe. However, the desperation among survivors intensified, leading to repeated attempts to breach her door. Neighbors whispered about her sturdy entrance, claiming they exerted all their effort to no avail. Little did they know that should they succeed in breaking in, Su Duo would unleash her chainsaw. Though terrified, she was not without the will to resist. Thankfully, her door was indeed robust, a worthy investment of over 10,000 on a security door. Yet, even without human contact, Su Duo felt an unsettling transformation. Her mind began to slow, her body grew sluggish, and her tongue faltered. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, she reluctantly acknowledged her transformation into a zombie, lying in bed for a full 10 days in frustration. Why should she become a zombie at the onset of this catastrophe? What purpose did her designated space serve? It was infuriating. She could no longer articulate her thoughts, only uttering incoherent sounds, which only fueled her frustration. However, when she discovered that her movements had regained some agility, she managed to rise from her bed, albeit her tongue remained uncooperative. Perhaps it was the prolonged silence or psychological factors at play. Su Duo, still grappling with her speech, could only mumble incomprehensibly, her cheeks puffed in irritation. Sitting cross-legged on her bed, she pondered for a long time before remembering to write in her diary. Yet, she soon realized her cognitive abilities had not fully returned, thoughts taking longer to form, which only deepened her frustration. Ultimately, she found herself capable of surviving without food, which brought her to tears. At the very beginning of the apocalypse, she had stockpiled provisions, but now as a zombie, she could no longer consume them. Su Duo felt a wave of despair wash over her, realizing that zombies do not shed tears, prompting her to silently close her mouth and chew on her food, tasting barely a fraction of its flavor, a chilling reminder of her plight. As she lay in her room, engulfed in frustration, over a month had passed since the apocalypse began. Su Duo remained oblivious to the outside world, her community now utterly desolate, with an increasing number of zombies, some even capable of climbing walls. Survivors were still present. She could hear them scavenging for supplies during the day, and on several occasions, they attempted to pry her door open, but to no avail. Indifferent to their efforts, she resigned herself to her fate, having ceased to be human. Just as she prepared to languish in her state, on the morning of the 26th day of the apocalypse, the previously tranquil K-City was stirred by the sounds of cannon fire. Finally, a rescue operation was underway. Chapter 5. The little corpse's fear. Many Duo gently pressed her hand against her heart, only to find it devoid of a heartbeat. Tears streamed down her face as despair engulfed her. No one could save her. For the other survivors, the arrival of rescue teams ignited a flicker of hope. Yet for many Duo it signified the approach of her end. She abruptly accepted this reality with a strange calmness, curling up on her bed, envisioning herself as a mushroom growing in a dark corner. Suddenly, the sound of cannon fire erupted from downstairs, and many survivors above erupted in cheers. Time passed uncertainly. The effort to purge her floor commenced, accompanied by the distant sounds of battle. In a daze, she heard a familiar voice announce, "The purge of Building A, 7th floor, has been completed." At the sound of the word completed, many Duo trembled, engulfed by fear. Was her demise imminent? She felt utterly helpless, wishing to weep. But as a zombie, tears eluded her. Footsteps resonated steadily through the walls, and then came the sharp crack of gunfire. A zombie's roar echoed from the neighboring unit. The voice, casual yet clear, carried an unmistakable familiarity. Many Duo, who had been huddled in despair, lifted her head in confusion. "It won't take long. At most half an hour to wrap this up. Old Wang has sent the vehicles to collect the survivors." TSK, why is this door so difficult to open? Upon hearing this, many duo shivered, disregarding the familiarity of the voice. If she were to perish, so be it. Just as she contemplated letting out a cry, she remembered the man had once complained about the annoying screams of the neighboring zombie, and she quickly covered her mouth, trembling in silence as she awaited her fate. Indeed, she lacked the courage to end her own existence. It seemed more dignified to await her demise, sparing herself a more grotesque end, for she was no longer human. As this thought settled in her mind, she felt a chill of resignation. However, when the door was suddenly kicked open, her entire being shuddered. Stunned by the force, how could anyone kick her door open? Damn, this door was truly difficult to breach. Huh? Was this place uninhabited? It appeared remarkably tidy, akin to a model home. Yet, the intruder did not pause in their search. Many duo continued to play dead, trembling in anticipation of the final judgment. She could hear the footsteps bypassing the storage room and kitchen, heading directly toward her room, each step sending a jolt through her nerves. The tension was nearly unbearable. Bang! The door to her room swung open. Many duo remained curled up, feigning death, even contemplating burrowing into the nearby blanket. Just as she wondered what the intruder was mumbling about, they swiftly approached and yanked her up, startling her into a fit of tremors, eyes tightly shut in her act of death. Then she heard the intruder speak in a tone laced with curiosity. "Little class leader?" The familiar lilt in their voice, casual yet tinged with surprise at this unexpected reunion, compelled many duo to open her eyes. To her astonishment, she found herself staring into a handsome face, their eyes locking in mutual surprise. Before either could utter a word, a voice crackled through the earpiece. "Who? Little class leader? Chinga, have you lost your mind? Are you obsessed with the little class leader?" Impatiently, Chin Luo switched off the earpiece, scrutinizing the little zombie before him, hesitantly inquiring, "Many duo? No way. How have you not changed at all over the years?" Still the same face. Many duo felt a wave of confusion wash over her, her sluggish mind slowly recognizing who he was. Meeting an old classmate again was a complex affair. He still bore that foolish expression. Observing Chin Luo in his combat gear, she noted how he had grown taller, his youthful features now more refined. Handsome enough to captivate a throng of young girls, no wonder he had been both the school heartthrob and bully. As class leader, she had often fretted over this very matter with her desk mate. She longed to greet him with a nonchalant hello, but instead found herself stammering incoherently. Thus, she opted for silence. Chin Luo, resembling an oversized dog, regarded her with curiosity. After years apart, the once timid middle school class leader had transformed, and upon closer inspection, he noticed the subtle differences, such as her icy demeanor. He could not help but frown. In the next moment, he reached for her neck, pressing gently to find no pulse. Many duo nearly panicked, fearing he might strangle her, only to realize he was merely checking for her heartbeat. A bittersweet sensation washed over her. Her former underachiever desk mate had risen to become part of an elite special forces team. How impressive! Surely their middle school teacher, Mr. Lee, would feel a sense of pride. "Hey, weren't you supposed to be the clever one? How did you not survive the initial phase?" Chin Luo remarked, a hint of disappointment lacing his tone, though his expression bore a teasing quality that was infuriating. Many duo furrowed her brows in irritation, glaring at him in a manner reminiscent of their school days when she would chase him to complete assignments. Chin Luo chuckled softly. Almost forgot the main objective." As he spoke, he began scanning the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Many duo could not suppress her shivers, fearing he was preparing to find a suitable place to end her. Thus, she resumed her act of feigned death. Having surveyed the area without finding anything useful, Chin Luo picked up a small blanket. Upon turning, he noticed Many Duo trembling with her eyes shut. With a sigh, he proceeded to bind her. Realizing she had been tied up, Many Duo felt he was perhaps trying to spare her the embarrassment of struggling inelegantly, and she opened her eyes to offer him a grateful glance, thinking he was rather kind. Qin Luo felt a mix of emotions, bewildered by the fact that a zombie like many duo could express gratitude while being bound. He muttered to himself, stealing one last glance at her pale face as she blinked her large eyes at him. Suddenly, his ears flushed with warmth, and he exclaimed, "What are you doing? Acting cute as a zombie? Many duo? Chapter 6. Will you come with me?" Soon, a cacophony of kicks and gunshots resonated from upstairs, accompanied by the excited voices of survivors. Muchu remained motionless in the closet, her sluggish mind grappling with the bewildering thought, she is alive? Her old classmate has not succumbed to despair and taken her own life? Little Shirshir was perplexed. She occasionally glanced down at the thin blanket that tightly bound her, struggling against her restraints only to realize they were too secure, ultimately resigning herself to inaction. Muchu languidly slumped in the closet, blinking as she awaited the passage of time. After what felt like an eternity, sounds began to emerge once more from outside. "Everyone, head downstairs and form a line. A bus will soon arrive to take you to the survivor base." The authoritative voice was unexpectedly stern, banishing any semblance of nonchalance, evoking the impression of a military drill. Lost in her thoughts, Muchu heard someone inquire about their destination. Qin Luo, single-handedly vanquishing the entire horde of zombies in the building, had become the pillar of strength for everyone, their source of reassurance. She then overheard him coldly instructing others to disregard him, stating he would retrieve something. The mention of a forgotten item momentarily stunned Muchu, and a hint of melancholy flickered in her gaze. As Qin Luo strode in, casually muttering to himself, he opened the closet door, revealing a pair of eyes filled with a hint of resentment, those of a zombie, stripped of human brilliance, yet possessing a certain spark of awareness. Hey, the little squad leader truly lives up to the name. Even as a zombie, she remains more astute than others. Muchu thought to herself, grateful for the compliment, but preferring silence. Qin Luo, akin to a child discovering a new toy, began to untie her bindings, wrapping her in the blanket. "Can you understand me? Nod if you can. I will take you with me. Have you perused the Apocalypse Survival Manual sent out by headquarters? Initially, zombies lack any rationality. Yet you seem to retain some remnants of consciousness?" He resumed his nonchalant demeanor, occasionally flashing a mischievous smile that revealed his sharp canine tooth. Who would willingly choose death? Muchu shuddered at his unnerving smile, quickly nodding her head in compliance. Her previously rigid neck felt remarkably more agile. Qin Luo grinned, his sunlight-bathed charm radiating as he nodded in satisfaction, shouldering the cocooned Muchu and striding out confidently. "All right then. Who would have thought one day you would find yourself in my grasp? Isn't that right, little squad leader?" Were it not for her transformation into a zombie, she would have found this manner of carrying her utterly revolting. Who in their right mind would treat a zombie like a sack of potatoes? Muchu's expression conveyed her despair. Qin Luo, however, appeared exhilarated as he bounded down the stairs with remarkable agility. Muchu realized something was amiss. Although Qin Luo was now part of a combat team, his physical prowess was astonishing. Not only had he swept through an entire building without breaking a sweat, but his descent down the stairs was unparalleled, effortlessly leaping down entire flights. The sluggishness of her mind grasped at the concept of evolution, while her delayed reaction to the earlier revelation about the survival manual sent by headquarters struck her with a jolt. This indicated that she was not the sole recipient of that message, nor was she the only one affected by the outbreak. This was a calamity long foretold. As this thought took root in her consciousness, a shiver coursed through her body, making her acutely aware that the future was likely unalterable, and circumstances would only deteriorate further. Coincidentally, as Qin Luo grew weary of climbing stairs, he hoisted her through a window and landed smoothly on the ground floor. Muchu tilted her head upward, gazing at the overcast sky, feeling as though she hadn't seen the sun in ages, the air occasionally sparkling with errant beams of light. The community below was a far cry from its former pristine state, littered with zombies and stained walls. Even the greenery was cloaked in a layer of dust, appearing lifeless. Survivors huddled together in a relatively clean area, trembling with both joy and fear. Others poured down from various buildings, converging in a single location. Their previous disputes over resources forgotten in the face of their shared plight. Suddenly, a series of reports echoed from a distance. 3A Special Operations Team, Wang Hu reporting. The B building of Qingyuan community has been cleared. 3A Special Operations Team, by Xu reporting. The C building of Qingyuan community has been cleared. 3A Special Operations Team, Feiying reporting. The D building of Qingyuan community has been cleared. Muchu stared blankly in the direction of the sounds, only to hear a booming laugh beside her. 3A Special Operations Team Luotian reporting, the A building of Qingyuan community has been cleared. What an absurd title. Muchu felt a wave of embarrassment for Qin Luo, wishing she could summon a grandiose mansion to retreat into. Yet, this seemingly nonsensical proclamation brought a sense of calm to those present. Each report signified that no one had been abandoned, no one was left behind. Many survivors, initially oblivious, began to weep, some sobbing uncontrollably, while others called out the names of their loved ones. Muchu felt a pang of sorrow and confusion, uncertain of what the future held. The only reliable presence beside her was the warmth radiating from her old classmate. It was indeed somewhat comforting. Her consciousness soon began to fade, and in her dazed state, she heard several voices draw near, expressing astonishment. They spoke of the little squad leader, rescue efforts, and survivor supplies. Within a month, Qin Luo ascended to the throne of the school bully, becoming the #1 headache for teachers. Eventually, he became her desk mate. Chapter 7. The Canned Food Factory. When Su Duo regained consciousness, she found herself inside a carriage. She blinked, staring at the ceiling. Qin Ge, are you really bringing along the little squad leader? But she has already turned into a zombie. The little moonlight, indeed extraordinary, even in her zombified state. You still cannot let her go. However, this little squad leader is exceptionally different. Wait, can zombies actually sleep? I have never heard from headquarters that zombies sleep. I must thoroughly review the survival manual. The sounds from the front seemed to drift away, emanating from the front row of the carriage. The interior was dimly lit. Suddenly, a figure leaned closer. No, I haven't seen the little squad leader in ages. I must take a good look. Glancing hurriedly, she seems unchanged, right? So, Qin Ge, with you holding on so tightly, is the little squad leader as beautiful as before? At this, Qin Luo pushed him away with an impatient gesture, grumbling, "Get lost." Laughter erupted from the others, their shoulders shaking with mirth. Didn't I say not to joke around? Our revered Luotian cannot withstand your teasing. Speaking of which, Qin Ge, they aren't entirely wrong. Have you forgotten who always claims the little squad leader is your first love during Truth or Dare? Ugh, you annoying people. Can you just drive properly? Su Duo realized she was being cradled in Qin Luo's arms, wrapped in a blanket. It seemed Qin Luo, provoked by his friends, had scolded them and retreated to the last row with Su Duo. He preferred to squeeze in with the supplies rather than be close to this bunch of jokers. Suddenly, laughter burst forth from the front, accompanied by teasing remarks about Qin Luo's age. Isn't it just too adorable, Luotian? The culprits were Wang Weiwa, Bai Shu, and Qin Xiaofei. It was unexpected that they were together with Qin Luo and had developed such a good rapport. Awake? Don't listen to their nonsense. It's all just a game of Truth or Dare. I was just playing along, Qin Luo suddenly whispered to her, his voice low and somewhat endearing. Su Duo was even more astonished that he knew she was awake. Perhaps her expression was too vivid. Qin Luo pointed to his eyes, indicating his enhanced vision. You understand? Have you looked through the survival manual? I can see in the dark now. It seemed he had finally found someone to show off to. With a snap of his fingers, a faint spark of electricity flickered at his fingertips, crackling with a bluish hue. Look, one of my skill points. Though, it's still a bit unstable. Were it not for her current state as a zombie, goosebumps would have risen on her skin. Wang Weiwa, driving, swore under his breath. Damn, has the elephant from the zoo escaped? Bai Shu immediately inquired, any mutations? What has the level of alteration? He suddenly pulled out a tablet and began to investigate. Qin Xiaofei glanced in the rearview mirror and calmly reported, Level 1 mutation, enhanced limb alteration, hair growth. With some atavistic traits. Qin Luo rummaged around and tossed a sniper rifle to Bai Shu, who opened the sunroof, while Qin Xiaofei steadied himself by holding onto Bai Shu's leg. Then, several gunshots rang out. The wounded elephant cried out but continued to chase the vehicle, even colliding with the bus behind them. This incited frantic screams from the survivors on the bus. Fortunately, the driver was from the combat team. And despite the mutated elephant skewing their path and scraping against the wall, they managed to regain control and continue driving. Bai Shu's marksmanship was impressive, as he swiftly dispatched the elephant. Damn, good thing it was only a level 1, or our vehicles wouldn't be enough to fill its teeth. Wang Weiwa, maintaining a steady grip on the wheel, replied dryly, in this day and age, even elephants are turning carnivorous. Su Duo felt a chill run down her spine, while Qin Luo remained remarkably composed. Even the three in the front remained calm upon discovering it was merely a level 1 mutated creature. This world truly seemed to be spiraling into madness. 10 minutes later, there's a thunderstorm ahead. Let's find a place to take shelter. Qin Luo glanced at his data watch and spoke. The other three nodded in agreement, and 8 minutes later, they arrived at a factory area where Wang Weiwa and the others went to clear out the zombies. Su Duo was placed in the back seat by Qin Luo, who reminded her not to wander off, as the nights in this apocalyptic world were perilous. Do not run around. If you encounter a mutated beast, you'll truly become a little zombie. What a terrifying tone to scare children. Internally, she screamed, wishing to dig a hole and bury herself. However, the reality was that Su Duo silently watched him turn away, the sound of the car door closing echoing, accompanied by loud noises and the frantic cries of other survivors outside, clearly frightened. There was no helping it. She couldn't express herself too elaborately, but her eyes remained lively. 10 minutes later, she had never encountered a level 1 zombie so refined, neither biting nor howling. Qin Luo lifted Su Duo, cradling her, and she clung to his neck. This was far more comfortable than being carried. The factory area had been cleared, leaving only a heap of fallen zombies and some bloodstains. The rest of the space was tidied up enough to accommodate survivors. Wang Weiwa was busy settling the survivors, directing them to find places to rest and selecting a few who could cook to prepare some food. Qin Ge, there are still plenty of canned goods in that warehouse, untouched by contamination. Should we notify headquarters to send someone to retrieve them? Qin Xiaofei, having completed his reconnaissance, approached Qin Luo as he entered, speaking softly. In these times, supplies were more valuable than anything else. They could prioritize resource acquisition during their missions, but storage cards were limited. Collectively, they couldn't amass even 500 cubic meters, leaving them with little capacity for storage. Chapter 8. Spatial abilities let the headquarters personnel take over. The most they can obtain is merely a handful of points. As resources dwindle in the future, prices are likely to soar, and insufficient points will lead to significant losses. Should we perhaps reach out to Jiangnan from Team B? Frankly, I am quite reluctant to meet that woman, but her spatial abilities are reportedly extensive. Although we must concede 50% to her, we would still retain the other 50. If we report to headquarters, we can only salvage points. It is not that they lack loyalty, rather. The headquarters is currently a chaotic mess, with various factions scrambling to hoard supplies. They cannot afford to be without some for themselves. Life will become difficult if they do. No one wishes to work on an empty stomach. Qin Xiaofei is truly troubled, but after speaking, his gaze fell upon Su Duo, and suddenly, his expression brightened as he greeted her cheerfully. Hello, little monitor. We meet again. You truly are the most exquisite zombie among them. He winked at Su Duo and gave her a thumbs up. Su Duo. Qin Luo couldn't help but laugh at her awkward expression. She's rather disdainful of you, isn't she? He chuckled. The little one is quite amusing. Qin Xiaofei scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. They were quite the comedic trio. Habitually, he attempted to push up his glasses, only to remember he no longer needed them, and he smiled wryly. Previously, Bai Shu wore glasses, a studious and refined student. but now they were unnecessary. His power manifested in his eyes, somewhat ineffectual on its own, yet remarkably suited to his identity as a sharpshooter. Let us proceed together and assess how much there is, then contemplate our next steps. Qin Luo effortlessly carried Su Duoduo, switching between holding her in his arms, tucking her under his arm, and hoisting her up as if she were a mere accessory. Qin Xiaofei eagerly hopped along beside them. Qin Ge. Does the little monitor not walk on her own? Why not let her down for a few steps? I want to see how she differs from other zombies. Other zombies stagger in a disheveled manner, dragging their bodies, and if they catch sight of a human, they often lunge with bloodlust. None behave like the little monitor, who clings gently to Qin Luo's neck. Her pale face is clean, adorned in a delicate pink bunny pajama. As Qin Luo strode forward, he glanced down at Su Duoduo, who seemed to be curiously surveying her surroundings. Oddly enough, her neck appeared to be more agile. Who could say? Perhaps he would set her down for a few steps later. For now, they needed to keep moving. Bai Shu observed Qin Luo carrying the little monitor as if she were a doll and teased. Indeed, it seems someone is quite fond of her, unwilling to let go. The little monitor is perfectly content in your arms. Qin Luo's ears visibly reddened, urging Bai Shu to be quiet. Qin Xiaofei stifled laughter, finding Qin Luo's embarrassment amusing. Their banter continued until they arrived at the large warehouse. Joking aside, when it came to serious matters, the trio became entirely focused. Qin Xiaofei remained vigilant. Bai Shu opened the door, and Qin Luo stepped inside first, with the others following closely. The warehouse spanned several hundred square meters, packed with stacks of canned goods. An impressive quantity indeed. Qin Luo assessed the sheer volume. Only someone with spatial abilities could manage such an accumulation. However, predictions from future-seeing abilities indicated that the total number of spatial ability users worldwide would not exceed 1,000. This underscores the rarity of such powers. The foremost spatial ability user in their nation, codenamed Taodai, is recognized as the strongest known spatial ability user, capable of creating separable spaces. Each member of their team possesses a storage space card embedded in their wristbands, with the captain's capacity being 180 cubic meters. Wang Weihua, Bai Shu, and Qin Xiaofei each have 100 cubic meters of storage. However, the need to allocate space for weapons and some food makes it challenging to hoard significant quantities. The storage space card represents a separate space created by Taodai, and it is not clandestine. He is aware of its contents. Nevertheless, these storage space cards are currently rare. Were it not for their elite special operations team's strength and Qin Luo's unique thunderstorm ability, they might not have secured these cards. Qin Xiaofei expressed his disdain for Jiangnan, lamenting, with so many cans, if only they were ours. Why do we lack a spatial ability teammate? Future resources will dwindle. The survival manual states we must subsist on nutrient solutions, which is disheartening. He was almost despondent, gazing mournfully at the mountain of canned goods. Bai Shu pondered for a moment, noting that this factory area was relatively low in pollution. As resources become scarcer, I propose we take as much as we can. Qin Luo considered this, realizing that reporting to headquarters might lead to opportunistic individuals intercepting and seizing their supplies. It would be wiser to keep it in their possession. Su Duoduo's cognitive processes were somewhat sluggish, taking her a moment to grasp the information exchanged among the trio. Yet, she understood that her survival depended on possessing some value. The fact that she was different from ordinary zombies, able to evoke interest, was her reason for existing. Had she been like the others, driven to bite, she likely would have been dispatched by Qin Luo long ago. Thus, Su Duoduo tapped Qin Luo and pointed toward the pile of cans, making soft sounds. As she opened her mouth, her babbling echoed, prompting her to quickly close it again. Qin Xiaofei was the first to notice her, exclaiming, "Wow, Qin Ge. The little monitor just spoke. How adorable." Bai Shu promptly smacked Qin Xiaofei on the head. "Can you even compliment the little monitor?" Qin Luo, uninterested in conversing with the two fools, looked down at the little being in his arms. "What are you doing? Do you want to go to the cans? Can you even eat canned food?" He was also quite astonished. Unfazed, She insisted on tapping and gesturing toward the cans, which left Qin Luo no choice but to acquiesce and walk over. What do you want to do? He had never heard of a zombie showing interest in canned goods. Then, in the next moment, Su Duoduo's fingers grazed the cans, and in an instant, that entire row of cans vanished. Silence ensued. Suddenly, they were enveloped in a stillness. The next moment, the three of them exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with shock. Chapter 9. The Canned Goods by Shu rubbed his eyes repeatedly, then exclaimed in astonishment. How can zombies possess supernatural abilities? This is still the early days of the apocalypse. Qin Luo was equally startled, glancing down at Su Duo and then back at the empty space nearby. Xiao Bai, Xiao Fei, could you two investigate? Is it truly gone? Or merely an illusion created by some kind of ability? His voice was taut with tension. One must understand that spatial abilities are exceedingly rare. Su Duo sighed in exasperation, patiently awaiting the return of Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei after they ventured to explore. They approached the very spot where the cans had been placed and confirmed that they could indeed come and go freely. The cans had been successfully stored away. To showcase her skill, once the two had departed, she demonstrated her ability several times, leaving the trio in awe. Ultimately, Qin Luo covered his face in disbelief, a hint of excitement creeping in. All right, we understand your ability now. No need for further demonstrations. Su Duo then ceased her displays, opting instead to securely wrap her arms around Qin Luo's neck. Her thought was quite simple, being somewhat clumsy. Having Qin Luo as her mobile companion was a blessing she intended to hold on to tightly. Qin Xiaofei remained in a state of disbelief, murmuring to himself, "Heavens! This cannot be a dream. So many supplies and such a spacious area for our little class leader." Suddenly recalling something, he quickly covered his mouth to lower his voice. "We must keep this a secret, right?" Qin Luo shot him a look that conveyed the obviousness of the situation. "Would you be foolish enough to disclose this?" Qin Xiaofei quickly shook his head in negation. Bai Shu, now more composed, focused on determining the true extent of their class leader's spatial capabilities and how much she could actually contain. Qin Xiaofei's gaze brightened with curiosity, fixating intently on Su Duo. She leaned closer to Qin Luo, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Qin Xiaofei's piercing gaze. Yet her desire to gather supplies was compelling. She could not let her spatial ability go to waste. It was essential for her to prove her worth so that they would be willing to keep her around, especially since she knew them well. Her character was undoubtedly beyond reproach. After all, they had shared 3 years as classmates. Pointing towards another stack of cans, Su Duo tapped Qin Luo's shoulder, signaling him to proceed. With his long strides, he quickly reached the location, and it was then that a miraculous sight unfolded. The little zombie in his arms pointed to a specific spot, and obediently, he moved to collect a multitude of cans. Qin Xiaofei's emotions fluctuated from surprise to astonishment, and finally to a state of numbness. Their class leader was akin to a colossal mobile warehouse. The sheer quantity of supplies she could amass was astounding. Qin Xiaofei felt tears of joy welling up. No longer would they have to grovel for minimal provisions. This was a zero-cost acquisition. Bai Shu's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of gasoline, a crucial resource, as well as the medications from hospitals and pharmacies. Such items were invaluable in the early days of the apocalypse and would prove immensely beneficial. As Qin Luo guided Su Duo along, they collected supplies all the while. Occasionally, he would check in with her. "Are you doing all right? If it's too much, don't push yourself. Remember, the zombie virus can impair your cognitive functions. Don't overexert yourself, or you might truly become a simpleton." Su Duo shot him an exasperated glance, but ultimately patted his shoulder, urging him to continue. When Qin Luo caught sight of her subtle gestures, he couldn't help but chuckle. For some reason, the realization that she still retained human awareness brought him joy. "I never expected to encounter you again. We lost touch after graduation. How have you been?" Su Duo merely paused at his words, biting her lip in silence. After their 3rd year, they had all drifted apart like dandelions carried by the wind. In truth, she had fared well, consumed by her studies day in and day out. Had she been able to speak, she would have liked to ask him about his life. How he had suddenly joined the military along with Bai Shu and the others. Unfortunately, the words remained trapped within her. And the thought of making foolish sounds was too embarrassing for her to bear. Thus, she remained silent, rapidly storing various cans into her spatial realm, gradually filling the myriad small spaces within her multidimensional cube. Qin Xiaofei was thoroughly satisfied. The thought that all these supplies belonged to their team filled him with elation. He then assisted in patrolling another warehouse. It was remarkably convenient for Qin Luo and Su Duo to gather supplies. The cleanliness of the canning factory made the task effortless. Just as they arrived at the second warehouse, a rumble of thunder echoed ominously, shaking the ground beneath them. Su Duo looked up to see dark clouds gathering ominously above, their density alarming, as lightning flickered within, striking down moments later. The thunderclaps reverberated nearby. Suddenly, a large hand grasped the back of her head, pulling her down into a protective embrace while covering one of her ears. "Don't listen. Be careful not to go deaf." Qin Luo's voice was exasperatingly loud. Su Duo sighed in disappointment. What a handsome visage, and yet that mouth of his could ruin the atmosphere. Bai Shu, noting the impending storm, glanced at his watch, retrieving a tablet from his storage space to capture images of the unfolding tempest, subsequently uploading them to the central database. The thunderstorm intensified, and he hoped the factory's lightning protection measures would hold up. Qin Xiaofei took a moment to survey their surroundings before joining Qin Luo and Su Duo in keeping watch. Although the area had been cleared of zombies, they remained wary of the possibility of rogue stragglers or other mutated creatures. Their team, despite their usual banter, was remarkably serious when it mattered, never shirking from their responsibilities. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly thereafter. Su Duo's vast spatial realm allowed her to effortlessly store supplies from the 3 large warehouses. The volume of goods hardly stirred the depths of her consciousness. Bai Shu, observing the storm's approach, called out urgently, "Hurry. Qin, you too, move quickly. Let us seek shelter in the factory." Chapter 10. He is about to make a scene. As they spoke, the 3 of them dashed towards the factory, the entire experience exhilarating. With Qin Luo leading the way, he hoisted Su Duo onto his shoulder, cradling her waist as he sprinted. Qin Xiaofei and Bai Shu raced alongside, and together they dove into the factory, swiftly closing the heavy door behind them. Thunder roared outside, the loudest crack resonating just as a bolt of lightning illuminated the entire factory, followed by another deafening clap that made the ground tremble, sending several survivors into screams of terror. Wang Weihua bellowed, "What are you screaming about? Everyone, hush. Do not touch anything that may conduct electricity. Be cautious not to get electrocuted. Maintain silence, do you understand?" His fierce reprimand silenced the survivors, who quickly covered their mouths and nodded in compliance. Though his demeanor was intimidating, it was for their own good. After enduring several days in this apocalyptic world, and with the Survival Manual's headquarters having issued warnings, it was baffling that some were still screaming. Did they not realize that in such dire times, screams could lead to swift demise? The factory's lightning protection held up well, weathering the brunt of the storm. After a few minutes, a torrential downpour began, adding to the tension of the night. It was evident they would have to spend the night here. In silence, they shared what little food they had, as the factory used to process canned fruits, leaving behind remnants of fruit and cans that hadn't been transported to storage. Wang Weihua had warned them against consuming exposed fruit, as it was already contaminated. But the canned goods were safe for consumption. Meanwhile, a few individuals designated for cooking had prepared a large pot of instant noodles. The entire group of survivors numbered just over 100, a stark contrast to the nearly 2,000 prior. Qin Luo took Su Duo on a reconnaissance around the factory, eliminating potential dangers by securing the doors. They settled in the packaging workshop among the finished canned goods. Each person found a corner to sit and eat, while some mustered the courage to inquire about the situation from Wang Weihua, who was relieved to see them calm down. He took the initiative to provide a brief explanation. It seemed that someone in authority had foreseen the apocalypse, and the officials had been preparing in secrecy. The information was not deemed suitable for public release, so it was withheld until just 3 minutes before the onset of the catastrophe to prevent chaos from premature notification. Upon hearing this, the survivors could not help but express their frustration, cursing the delay in communication. What good is that? Who could have predicted this was real? The majority thought it was a cruel joke, while a few were simply unaware due to signal issues. Grief washed over them as they mourned lost loved ones and the uncertain future ahead, yet those who had survived to this point did not wish for death. Despite the inevitable suffering, Wang Weiwa sighed, noting those who hadn't received the survival manual should raise their hands. "I will provide you with physical copies," he stated, "as most electronic devices are rendered useless. You'll need to adapt quickly." On another note, Qin Xiaofei was busy opening provisions, glancing at the survivors. Wang Weiwa truly suited this role, acting as the paternal figure within their group, managing both the trivial matters of comforting survivors and even sewing clothes for them in the past. Bai Shu nodded in agreement, noting that it wasn't that he and Chen Xiaofei were ineffective. Rather, they were both somewhat unassuming in appearance, making it difficult for others to take them seriously. Wang Weiwa's imposing stature of nearly 2 meters commanded respect, allowing ordinary people to heed his words. His approach to leadership was both firm and gentle, striking the right balance. As for Qin Luo, their leader, he was the primary force in combat, but when it came to soothing the masses, he was less effective, as his striking appearance often drew unwanted attention. Consequently, Wang Weiwa resigned himself to the role of the group as spokesperson. Su Duoduo found their collaboration amusing. She had always known they shared a strong bond, but had not anticipated their collective entry into this chaos. Qin Xiaofei retrieved their rations, which consisted of bread, mineral water, and a chocolate energy bar for each person. I wish I could have something warm," he lamented, his youthful face etched with sorrow. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Luo. What do zombies eat? Just as he bent his head in contemplation, he noticed Su Duoduo conjuring an 800 milliliters thermos from thin air, which she promptly handed to Qin Xiaofei. Qin Xiaofei, still bewildered, mumbled, "Huh? What? Qin, why is the little squad leader giving me a thermos? Am I supposed to open it?" Qin Luo was equally perplexed, but he accepted it and opened it, realizing the absurdity of seeking help elsewhere when she was right there. Su Duoduo grew anxious, but then calmed down, watching as Qin Luo opened the thermos to reveal a fragrant congee with preserved egg and lean meat. The aroma wafting through the air and catching the attention of Qin Xiaofei and Bai Shu, who exclaimed in disbelief, "Wow!" The thermos contained Su Duoduo's meticulously prepared congee, thick and rich, brimming with ingredients. She nudged Qin Luo, urging him to hand it over to Qin Xiaofei. Taken aback, Qin Xiaofei exclaimed, "Thank you, little squad leader." "But wait, how do you have congee?" He was already salivating, hastily taking it from Qin Luo. Bai Shu, too, caught the enticing scent and felt his energy bar lose its appeal. He murmured, "The little squad leader is a bit biased," pushing up his glasses in vain. Su Duoduo retrieved another dark blue thermos, having an abundance of them, and handed Qin Xiaofei a light green one, while the dark blue one was given to Bai Shu. "Thank you, little squad leader. I was wrong. You are the fairest person in the world." Bai Shu quickly expressed his gratitude, discovering that his thermos also contained the same delightful congee. Yet Su Duoduo fell silent after this. Qin Luo, eagerly anticipating his own portion, grew impatient after a few seconds, thinking, "What about mine? Surely, she wouldn't be so unfair. I've accompanied her all this way. Am I not deserving?" He was about to make a fuss. Chapter 11. The little immortal zombie. Su Duo playfully retrieved an orange-red thermos from her space and handed it to him, filled with the same delicacy as that of Qin Xiaofei and Bai Shu, century egg and lean meat congee. Qin Luo gratefully accepted it, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. To be honest, it had been nearly a month since the apocalypse began, and he had not savored a proper meal since then. Instead, he had only nibbled on dry rations or hastily consumed energy bars, merely existing without hunger, though it could hardly be classified as enjoyable. At that moment, as the three of them embraced the warmth of the kanji, they felt as if they had been resurrected. Qin Xiaofei was the first to dig in, blowing on the lid before taking a sip. As the warm kanji settled in his stomach, alleviating his discomfort, he exclaimed, "Oh, this is bliss. Little class monitor, you must be a deity to have such warm kanji." To further embody the essence of a divine being, Su Duo swiftly produced another can of hot kanji for Wang Weiwa, along with a wooden spoon, a tea egg, a large meat bun, and a box of cherry tomatoes. What a feast! Complete with meat, eggs, and fruit, it was both nutritious and delectable. After swallowing a mouthful of kanji, Baishu gazed at Su Duo with admiration, wondering how long she had spent preparing such a bounty. Surely, the warning messages from headquarters had never been taken so seriously as when she was involved. Otherwise, how could she have stockpiled such an abundance of food, ultimately benefiting them? Just as Chen Xiaofei peeled a tea egg and took a bite, joyfully chewing, he mumbled, "So, the key question arises, what does the little class monitor eat? She can't possibly photosynthesize like a plant, can she? Who knows if there will be sunlight in the future? Just look at those thick clouds overhead." Qin Luo glanced down at Su Duo and noticed her squatting, lost in thought, accompanied only by a zombie. How pitiable. He summarized their sentiments, nodding along with Qin Xiaofei and Baishu, so unfortunate, having prepared so much food only to become a zombie. Su Duo, upon sensing their sympathetic gazes, felt a wave of resignation wash over her. She was already in a dire situation. Their pity only compounded her sorrow. Oh, the irony! She had no tears to shed, merely a countenance filled with indignation. Eventually, Qin Luo hastily finished his dinner, removed his gloves, and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Look at how aggrieved you are. What do you wish to eat? Meat is out of the question. Blood is too gruesome, and we girls must maintain some elegance. If you crave blood, do you expect us to sacrifice ourselves to provide it?" Qin Xiaofei burst into laughter, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Su Duo, exasperated, waved her hand to dismiss Qin Luo's suggestion. She wasn't hungry at all and had no desire for blood or flesh. Meanwhile, Qin Luo browsed through the documents, realizing that ordinary zombies craved blood and raw meat, but there was no mention of Su Duo's unique case, how peculiar that a zombie could possess special abilities. Even in later stages, mutated evolvers retained a heartbeat, whereas Su Duo's situation was utterly anomalous. Baishu soon joined the quest for information, as did Chen Xiaofei, but alas, they found no reliable resources. Su Duo was intrigued by their tablets and watches. After comforting the survivors, Wang Weiwa approached them, drawn by the enticing aroma. "What are you eating? It smells delightful." Qin Xiaofei eagerly offered Wang Weiwa the food reserved for Su Duo, urging him to eat. "Hurry, it's the little class monitors. And it's absolutely delicious." Wang Weiwa was taken aback, glancing sheepishly at the group of survivors consuming instant noodles nearby. The stronger aroma of instant noodles, combined with the distance, ensured they wouldn't be noticed, yet the trio was audacious. "Are you not afraid they'll stir up trouble? They might accuse us of favoritism," he remarked. Though he spoke casually, Wang Weiwa could not resist the allure of the warm kanji, accepting it and diving in with gusto. Afterward, he felt much better, finding the kanji far superior to the dry rations and sickly sweet energy bars. Qin Luo and Baishu spent considerable time searching for guidelines on how to care for a zombie, but ultimately decided to take things as they came. Wang Weiwa observed Su Duo, contemplating more deeply than the others. "Are we really going to keep the little class monitor with us? What will others think?" Before Qin Luo could respond, Qin Xiaofei interjected, "Hey, old Wang, I must remind you that you are holding the little class monitor's kanji. You can't scold her while holding that bowl." Baishu shot them a glance, and Qin Luo, unfazed, defended Su Duo. "What's wrong with her? She's perfectly fine. She's neither rotting nor smells bad. How can you look down upon her?" As he spoke, he lifted Su Duo again, cradling her like a cherished doll. Wang Weiwa felt his appetite wane, sighing, "I am not looking down on the little class monitor. I simply meant that aside from her eyes, one could hardly tell she's a zombie. Perhaps we should consider some contact lenses to avoid unnecessary attention." Impressed by his reasoning, Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei nodded in agreement. Yes, that could indeed be a solution. Qin Luo then began pondering where to procure such lenses and inquired if Su Duo had any. To their surprise, Su Duo indeed had a box of contact lenses, but hesitated to use them herself. Observing their eagerness, Bai Shu declared, "Whoever has a crush should help her put them in. We'll stay out of it." Qin Xiaofei nodded in agreement. With no other options, Qin Luo took the lenses and contemplated how to put them in. Eventually, Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei joined him, and the three boys endeavored to figure out how to adorn the little zombie with contact lenses. After some clumsy attempts, Su Duo was finally fitted with amber-colored lenses, significantly enhancing her appearance compared to her dull gray eyes. The trio gasped in unison, exclaiming how lovely she looked, showering her with compliments. And so, the day progressed. Chapter 12. The mutant monkey horde. The night is always fraught with peril. Although many have succumbed to zombification, they inexplicably still feel fatigue, despite having exhibited remarkable stamina just days prior. After finishing their evening meal, they stored away their insulated cups and sought a cozy corner to doze off. The survivors in the factory shared a similar fate, finding spots to rest, but none ventured off alone. They huddled together for comfort. Wang Weiwa and Bai Shu took their rest while Qin Luo and Qin Xiaofei assumed the first watch, with the former guarding the latter half of the night. The tempest outside had passed, giving way to a torrential downpour interspersed with hail, which pelted the factory roof with a resounding clamor. Yet, the survivors felt a sense of security, reassured by the presence of their comrades, allowing them to sleep soundly. Alas, their naivety proved their undoing as night fell. Qin Luo and Qin Xiaofei became acutely vigilant, abandoning their banter and idle chatter. Many, too, sensed the heightened tension and, thus, refrained from drifting into a deep slumber. Not far off, Wang Weiwa slumbered soundly, while Bai Shu nestled against the wall in a peaceful repose. Qin Xiaofei patrolled the western perimeter, on guard, while Qin Luo found a central vantage point atop a shipping container, methodically loading magazines, ensuring he could respond promptly to any disturbance. The factory's power had failed during the storm, leaving only dim emergency lights to illuminate the surroundings. Initially, Manuo had presumed that the greatest threat would arise from external forces, zombies or other mutated creatures, but was taken aback when the danger emerged from within their ranks. A sudden, abnormal growl shattered the stillness of the night, followed by the crack of a gunshot, which pierced the air and was swiftly followed by screams. "Ah, it's trying to bite me. Why are there still zombies?" "What? Zombies?" The survivors had appeared no different from ordinary individuals prior to boarding the vehicle for the safe haven, having meticulously checked for visible wounds before allowing anyone aboard. Yet, some minor injuries had gone unnoticed, and a few concealed their ailments, naively believing they were impervious to harm. The dire consequence was a transformation into a zombie that was far more agile in the night than during the day. Panic ensued among the survivors. "Quiet. Anyone feeling feverish or unwell, step forward," Qin Luo commanded, holstering his firearm as he leapt down from the container, surveying the crowd. They soon realized that one among them had contracted the zombie virus, prompting fear to ripple through the group as they dispersed, abandoning their once comforting proximity. Qin Xiaofei's youthful visage turned grave as he approached, explaining, "In the early stages of the zombie virus infection, cognitive functions dull, limbs stiffen, and symptoms such as low-grade fever and throat bleeding may manifest. At night, thoughts of bloodlust and a craving for raw flesh may arise. If you feel unwell, please step forward, otherwise you endanger your comrades." Survivors exchanged anxious glances, some terrified, others hesitant, some biting their lips and clenching their fists, until 3 individuals gradually emerged. A woman, clutching her husband, implored him not to step forward, whispering tearfully, "Please don't go out. You merely have a fever, not the virus. I beg you." Don't leave me, you are all I have. Others instinctively distanced themselves from the couple, while some turned away, unable to bear the sight. Qin Xiaofei approached them, while the woman nearly broke down, clinging desperately to her husband, who was torn between concern for her safety and the looming threat of infection. Qin Luo directed the afflicted individuals to a corner, noting their vacant stares and restless demeanor, their skin taking on a pallid hue. Manyo, unable to quell her curiosity, peered out, only to lock eyes with Qin Luo, who scrutinized her with a chilling intensity. Fear gripped her. She realized that any hint of hostility on her part could result in her demise, regardless of her spatial abilities. A zombie possessing powers was indeed a far more terrifying prospect. Fortunately, her innocence shone through, and after a brief glance, Qin Luo softened, gesturing for her to hide and refrain from prying. After a tumultuous moment among the survivors, they managed to separate into two factions. But the latent nature of the virus had instilled a newfound caution. No one dared to cluster together again. Soon, the surroundings fell silent once more. But in the latter half of the night, several gunshots rang out, punctuated by the panicked movements of the survivors. The infected individuals had vanished, prompting anguished cries from the others. What they had presumed to be safety now seemed uncertain. Manuo trembled at the sound of gunfire, her heart racing in fear. She soon realized it was merely her frayed nerves betraying her. It was not her heartbeat that quickened, but rather her anxiety. The subsequent chaos was triggered by the woman, whose husband had valiantly fought against the virus, but ultimately succumbed to its grip. As Chen Xiaofei raised his weapon, the woman erupted in a piercing scream, lunging forward. The shrillness of her cry sent shivers down spines, and outside the factory, a cacophony of similar screams echoed, resonating in a chilling harmony. "Ah, why are there monkeys?" someone shouted in terror. Panic engulfed the factory. Wang Weiwa and Bai Shu jolted awake, immediately springing into action, their eyes scanning for the source of the commotion. The factory door was battered, and the sound of claws scraping against the metal roof sent chills through everyone present. Manyo glanced up to discover that a monkey had shattered a window with a stone, revealing a creature that could no longer be classified as merely a monkey. Its visage was grotesque, with elongated teeth, blood-red eyes, and claws that seemed unnaturally long and sharp. The other survivors gasped in horror, and screams erupted once more. In their panic, they could not help but react instinctively, unable to quell their fear. The mutant monkeys, invigorated by the chaos, responded with their own excited screeches. Wang Weiwa bellowed for silence, urging the survivors to find a secure spot to hide. "We cannot protect everyone if you scatter." He began to fire, taking down several of the creatures, while Bai Shu moved to corral the survivors into a safer area. Qin Xiaofei joined him, assisting in safeguarding the group, while Wang Weiwa focused on eliminating the mutant monkeys. How did we end up facing such a troublesome foe? Meanwhile, Qin Luo fought with unparalleled ferocity, wielding dual blades, his speed eclipsing that of the monkeys. With each swift strike, he felled multiple adversaries, the ground beneath him slick with their blood. Chapter 13. The mutant core. The upheaval transpired with astonishing rapidity. It was likely that the protagonist's kin had been slain, inciting a mutated elder monkey to enter a frenzied state. Grasping a railing, it shook it violently, howling in madness. Not content with merely venting its rage, it charged toward Qin Luo, its jaws gaping like a cavern, revealing a set of menacing fangs that instilled a profound sense of dread. The other monkeys grew increasingly agitated, their collective screeches creating a cacophony that resonated painfully in the ears. Qin Xiaofei could not suppress an expletive, lamenting that if they couldn't win in combat, they resorted to sonic attacks. Among them, Su Dudu remained the most composed, her lack of fleshly scent and absence of frantic cries preventing her from attracting the attention of the horde. Wang Weiwa discerned this as well and bellowed for the survivors to remain silent. The more noise they made, the more excited the monkeys became. Naturally, these creatures possessed an inherent tendency to prey upon the weak and fear the strong. He urged everyone to arm themselves and resist. He alone could not shield them all. His roars reached the ears of the survivors, and a few finally remembered to fight back. The monkeys, however, were no easy foes. Sudoku, too, was not entirely safe. As soon a few monkeys had set their sights on her. Fortunately, she was more agile at night than during the day. A quick roll allowed her to evade a crazed monkey lunging at her. Qin Xiaofei and Bai Shu glanced over, relieved to see her dodging. Then returned to their own battles, determined to eliminate the relentless swarm of monkeys. How could there be so many? The other survivors echoed this sentiment, voicing their disbelief. Someone remarked that K-City's zoo housed the largest monkey population, which explained the overwhelming number of monkeys now rampant. The factory grounds descended into chaos. Sudoku was also evading monkeys, but in the process, she inadvertently became stained with blood, which clung to her clothing and made her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Yet she soon discovered her body was surprisingly nimble. While running, she gathered scattered cans to hurl at the monkeys, her aim surprisingly accurate. With a swift throw, she managed to explode the head of a mutated monkey, prompting Qin Xiaofei to exclaim in admiration, praising her bravery. Sudoku, however, was too preoccupied to bask in the accolades, for her resistance had drawn more mutated monkeys towards her. What had begun with one had transformed into 5, each one larger than the last, their mouths grotesquely stretched, drool mingling with blood, creating a revolting sight. Furrowing her brow, Sudoku found herself cornered in a fire escape. Realizing it was a dead end, she leaned against the wall, eyeing the mutated monkeys across from her, their crimson eyes glinting ominously under the emergency lights. Steeling herself, she readied her chainsaw, the roar of its engine filling the air. Despite her trembling legs, her grip on the chainsaw was steady, her expression betraying no fear. Indeed, she could not afford to exhibit fear at this moment. By the time Qin Xiaofei and Bai Shu vanquished the monkeys in the factory, they arrived at Sudoku's location, staring in silence at the horrific scene before them. She was drenched in blood, wielding a chainsaw, and the floor, ceiling, and walls were splattered with the remnants of the mutated monkeys. What a terrifying tableau! Qin Xiaofei and Bai Shu wore solemn expressions, Bai Shu tightening his grip on his weapon. Xiao Banzhong? Qin Xiaofei was reluctant to confront the grim reality of a former classmate losing her sanity. The apocalypse had already claimed too many loved ones, having even one familiar face remained precious. Moreover, she possessed a valuable stock of canned goods, making her survival vital. Bai Shu shared his heavy heart, fearing Sudoku no longer recognized them. To their surprise, the little zombie nodded slightly and even uttered a soft mm. The tone was unexpectedly endearing. The two men exhaled in relief, nearly believing she had completely lost her consciousness. Sudoku herself was bewildered. Although she had undeniably transformed into a zombie, her mind remained intact. She glanced down at her blood-soaked hands, feeling a twinge of confusion. The sudden monkey attack had reduced their number of survivors from just over 100 to 92, leaving the remaining individuals in a state of shock. Likely suffering from significant psychological trauma, the seers could not foresee every future, and the survival manual was not infallible. Despair began to settle among them. Wang Weiwa could only encourage them to remain strong. He had no other words of comfort. Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei were busy documenting data on a tablet, preparing for a unified report that would be crucial for humanity's survival in the future. Sudoku found a spot to stand, gazing at the chaos around her in silence. Meanwhile, Qin Luo had dealt with the Monkey King, his hand bloodied and visibly injured, yet he clutched a glowing green crystal. Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei stood up, concerned for Qin Luo's well-being. Is your hand all right? Is this the mutant core? Sudoku recognized the familiar term mentioned in the survival manual, a derivative of mutated entities, likely possessing significant properties. Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei began photographing the crystal, and as Qin Luo glanced over, Sudoku felt a surge of fear. She had been startled by his fierce gaze during her initial spying. This man could end her life, as could anyone in his team. Yet she understood that should she lose her sanity entirely and become a flesh-eating monster, death would be inevitable. In that moment, she would rather embrace death than face her own lack of courage. The atmosphere grew uncomfortably tense. Qin Xiaofei attempted to clarify that Su Didu still retained her consciousness, gesturing animatedly. Suddenly, a gurgling sound interrupted them. Su Didu's stomach growled. For reasons unknown, the scent of the crystal in Qin Luo's hand tantalized her, reminiscent of sweet fruit, stirring a deep hunger within her. Qin Xiaofei and Bai Shu exchanged astonished glances, realizing that Su Didu, a zombie, was experiencing hunger pangs. What would happen if she truly needed to eat? Qin Xiaofei turned to Bai Shu, who shrugged, equally perplexed. Noticing Su Didu's intense gaze fixed on the crystal, Qin Luo approached, hand outstretched, offering it to her. Do you want it? His expression was sincere, devoid of jest. Su Didu hesitated, torn between the absurdity of consuming a mutant core and the gnawing hunger within her, feeling a flicker of shame. Yet, the hunger was undeniable. Chapter 14. Survivor Base of H City. Meanwhile, Qin Luo found himself under the persistent inquiries of Qin Xiaofei and Bai Shu, to which he replied, "It is merely a low-grade mutant core. Let her consume it. Does its worth not surpass that of a first-tier core? The headquarters has been interrogating me, and since the captain is willing to bear the responsibility, they both trust him completely, believing he can manage the situation well." However, Wang Weiwa remains oblivious. He did not partake in the scene of collecting canned goods and has not witnessed the numerous instances of porridge being distributed. Just as Wang Weiwa was about to ask something, his loud voice attracted the keen eyes of Qin Xiaofei, who hurriedly approached and pulled him aside. After a flurry of explanations, his eyes widened in disbelief. This old classmate, the little zombie, surprisingly possesses abilities, a rare spatial power at that, and she can consume mutant cores? Wang Weiwa was instantly astonished. After all the commotion, dawn was nearly upon them and traveling by day would prove safer. Thus, they gathered their belongings and set off. If fortune favored them, they might reach the survivor base before nightfall. It was not too far away, merely in the neighboring H City. Regrettably, K City had entirely succumbed to the crisis and was no longer habitable. Although the sun did not shine today, the brightness was still remarkable. As they drove along, the ground was strewn with ruins, remnants of the eradication of zombies, with some areas evidently having endured fierce battles against mutated beasts. Many duo remained in the vehicle, unbound this time, nestled in the back row while Qin Luo sat beside her, deftly handling his knife. This fellow was quite skilled with both blades and firearms. Yet, after the harrowing events of the previous night, they were all in dire need of cleansing, each person and the single zombie alike. There was no time for tidying up. This was the apocalypse, not a bygone era. Qin Luo cast a furtive glance at Many Duo, sensing her apprehension towards him since last night when he had nearly extinguished her life. The reason for taking her along was partly duty and partly the lingering emotions from their youth. The moment she lost her sanity, he would have had to obey orders to eliminate her, just as he would any teammate or survivor infected. The apocalypse is invariably cruel. Fortunately, she had not lost her mind. Qin Luo felt a sense of relief that she was alive, as this calamity had claimed far too many lives. Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei ceased their bickering, wearied from the previous night's assault by mutated beasts. Fortunately, the remainder of their journey was smooth, and before long, a towering wall came into view in the distance, impressively high, at least 20 to 30 meters. Many Duo was taken aback. It had only been about a month since the onset of the apocalypse, yet such a monumental structure had been erected. It appeared to be electrified at the top, with no birds daring to approach. Not far from the survivor base, they finally spotted other rescue vehicles, which exchanged honks in greeting. Many Duo pressed her face against the window, observing that the other team's vehicles were in a similar state of disrepair, riddled with dents from unknown creatures or splattered with colorful stains. Some even bore the grotesque remains of mutated animals tied to their roofs, resembling sheep yet distinctly different. Upon reaching the gates of the survivor base, their vehicle halted and everyone was required to disembark for inspection. Qin Luo exited the vehicle, retrieving an old blanket, signaling for her to come over. He waited quietly for her. Many Duo suddenly understood the implication. Without being bound, others might fear her. as she was uncertain of her own identity. She had a fondness for warmth in people. Despite humanity's inherent flaws, there are always good souls. Thus, to remain among them, she felt compelled to cooperate. Many Duo approached willingly, allowing Qin Luo to tie her up. Then he lifted her gently, seating her on his arm, cradling her as he walked. This position was much more comfortable than being carried awkwardly. The other survivors stood in a stupor, gazing at the enormous city gates. The familiar announcement echoed from the speakers, welcoming them to the H-City survivor base. Outsiders were required to enter the passage for a 24-hour quarantine, during which personal information must be registered. Those with injuries were directed to the left passage. Everyone felt a surreal sense of having returned from the dead, promptly lining up for the quarantine without needing to be urged by Wang Weiwa. Their vehicle was also subjected to inspection by the gate personnel. Qin Luo led many Duo to a small building beside the gate, tapped on the window, and after registering, made a direct phone call inside before stepping aside to wait. Unfortunately, she still could not articulate her thoughts, possibly due to psychological reasons. Qin Luo sighed, advising her to refrain from commenting before turning to pick her up again, awaiting someone to receive them. From behind, she muttered something, then called out, "Qin-ge, remember to go to the hospital for your ability data monitoring after you go in." Qin Luo merely waved his hand dismissively, a gesture of farewell. Many Duo noted the name on the staff's badge, Du Chunjiang. What a lovely name! Qin Luo caught her small gesture, noticing the envy in her eyes, and a pang of bittersweet emotion washed over him, leaving him at a loss for words. Before long, just as Qin Luo had brought many Duo to the city gate, a distinguished gentleman in a white coat approached briskly. "Is this the classmate you mentioned?" "Hello. I am Ji Yan. You may call me Professor Ji." His gentle demeanor eased many Duo's previously tense heart, and she shyly nodded, appearing almost too docile for a zombie. Professor Ji had never encountered a case like hers before and kindly inquired if she could walk on her own. Many Duo nodded in affirmation. Professor Ji glanced at Qin Luo, who felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his face. "If you can walk, then please step down. Let's remove this restraint. I can assure you that there is no inclination towards aggression in you, but to prevent alarm, this collar must remain for the time being. Rest assured. As long as you do not exhibit hostile behavior, it will not harm you." To further reassure many Duo, he cited recent cases where individuals had undergone physical mutations, exhibiting grotesque appearances, yet retaining their human consciousness, thus rendering them harmless. Chapter 15. The End Times. The headquarters has established specific protocols for individuals of this nature, permitting them to live within the survivor base as ordinary people, provided they retain their sanity. At this moment, the electronic screen before her glows a reassuring green, signifying stability. Professor Ji, with a gentle demeanor, gestures for Su Duo to accompany him for a physical examination, ensuring her comfort by having two female researchers accompany them. Qin Luo obediently agrees and follows behind them. Su Duo feels an inexplicable sense of relief. As she steps into the survivor base's corridor, she hears the city's broadcast, which is currently looping reports on the disaster conditions in nearby cities and the number of rescued survivors. What moves her most is the announcer's resolute declaration: "We will never yield to the apocalypse. We shall not abandon a single human being." Upon hearing these words, Su Duo gazes at the broadcast, listening to the subsequent roll call of fallen rescue team members. Each name a testament to a lost life, lives that need not have been sacrificed had they not rushed to the front lines to save others, ultimately perishing in their noble endeavor. Alongside the city walls stand several individuals whose bodies resemble solid rock, their muscular forms encased in a layer of stony material. These are the rock mutants, whose transformation has taken the path of stone. One of their abilities is solidification. The very walls surrounding them were constructed by their relentless labor, offering a sense of security. Wouldn't you agree? Researcher cheerfully remarks, winking at Su Duo. "Do not fret. You are not anomalies. As long as you possess human consciousness, you remain yourself. Our protective measures for mutants are quite robust, and most individuals will accept you." Researcher B promptly adds, The base will also assign you a suitable role. Currently, we utilize chip cards for transactions, and our currency is points, which functions similarly to traditional money. You can still use them to purchase various items. The H-City survivor base is substantial, with many shops still operational, ensuring a stable life. Points can be earned through labor. Combat teams can undertake various missions for points. More challenging tasks yield higher rewards. Even the logistical personnel, like the rock mutants who build the walls, earn 80 points daily. To put it into perspective, a breakfast costs just 3 points, so their wages are quite generous. Su Duo, bewildered by this information, is not alone. Even Qin Luo is taken aback, inhaling sharply. Wait, how has everything changed so drastically? I've only been away for less than 10 days. Otherwise, they risk being left behind. The contemporary youth adapt swiftly, while some of the older generation, initially struggling with electronic devices, find themselves overwhelmed by the seismic shifts in the world, leading to their disorientation. Su Duo, rendered speechless by the revelations, observes the cityscape along their path. At first glance, one might overlook the towering walls as the streets appear reminiscent of the past. However, upon closer inspection, subtle differences emerge. Occasionally, peculiar figures pass by, each adorned with collars akin to the one around her neck. The buses remain crowded, yet the passengers converse while wielding weapons. Just a friendly reminder, researcher warmly suggests. Glancing at Su Duo and Qin Luo, who are both stained with blood, an awkward situation. Professor G reassures them with a smile. It's perfectly normal near the city's edge. There are always those who haven't had time to clean themselves. But do be cautious in the city center. Being covered in blood can attract unwanted attention. Su Duo follows them through a special passage, which surprisingly leads to a subway entrance, requiring a card swipe for access. Inside the subway, few passengers are present. Their destination is H-City's specialized research center, where the subway experience is no different from the ordinary, though the speed is astonishing. Su Duo, barely a minute into the journey, is informed by the gentle researcher that they have arrived. Arrived? In less than a minute for 20 kilometers? Her astonished expression elicits laughter from the two researchers. You're quite adorable. What is your mutation direction? I've heard it's zombie-related. But you're far more charming than the average zombie, remarks Xiao Qiao. Su Duo notices the name on her identification badge, Xiao Qiao, likely a code name. The more composed Qiao advises, keep your distance from Xiao Qiao. She has a penchant for dissecting unusual specimens. Su Duo instinctively recoils in fear. Qin Luo interjects. Don't scare her. Remember, she is our reserve team member. Professor G then indicates that the elevator has arrived, and the group steps inside once more. De Qiao and Xiao Qiao continue their chatter. How can we have you join our team? Such a unique mutant should stay at our research center to assist. What if there are casualties at the front lines? Indeed, Professor G, you must convince him to stay. It is almost uncanny how similar their expressions are. Despite their different features, their mannerisms and tones align perfectly. Professor G, unfazed by their antics, chuckles, that is beyond my authority. Having a propensity for hoarding, she finds herself even more inclined to gather supplies in this bizarre end-of-the-world scenario. Regardless of their potential utility, the act of collecting items brings her a sense of security. Yet, her greatest fear is that her spatial abilities will be discovered. However, Qin Luo appears unconcerned, surveying the new environment, evidencing that the apocalypse has indeed wrought monumental changes. He too must acclimate to the new surroundings, rules, and an array of knowledge. Chapter 16, Abnormal Beings or Mutants. Qin Luo had to head to the second basement level to see a doctor, while Su Duo was to accompany Professor G and the twins, Xiao Qiao and De Qiao, to the 8th basement level. To her surprise, the research center was underground. Su Duo felt a sense of wonder, as if she had stumbled into a peculiar new world. She obediently cooperated with the trio for a simple examination, which involved routine procedures such as blood tests and CT scans. Ultimately, they arrived at a remarkable conclusion. Dear child, you are likely the only zombie-like baby in our survivor base in H-City. The tests indicated that although Su Duoduo had no heartbeat, her other organs remained as healthy as those of any ordinary person, and her brain showed no signs of atrophy. In the pre-apocalyptic world, this would have been exceedingly strange. But in the current context, it seemed entirely normal. Xiao Qiao cheerfully informed Su Duoduo, "I have even encountered a being who had only a brain left and could still speak." Su Duoduo's silence was deafening. How terrifying! A speaking brain. This was utterly unscientific. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that as a zombie without a heartbeat, she could still walk, jump, and was remarkably alert, quite unscientific in its own right. Very well. The apocalypse was indeed bizarre, and this world felt as though it had fractured. Later, Professor G also investigated the reason for her inability to speak. Ultimately concluding that there was nothing physically wrong, it appeared to be a psychological issue. This presented a bit of a dilemma. However, Professor G was gentle, reassuring her that there was no rush, and perhaps when she felt ready to speak, it would happen naturally. They recorded a series of her physical data and, using a peculiar device, assessed her abilities, marking on the form, none. Huh? The current instruments could not detect spatial abilities? Su Duoduo immediately felt a wave of relief. While she enjoyed hoarding, she disliked the idea of others knowing what she concealed. It made her feel insecure, rendering the act of gathering utterly joyless. Fortunately, nothing was discovered. Subsequently, they tested her agility, discovering it to be 1.5 times greater than that of an average person. They concluded that she was merely a seemingly immortal little zombie, which was quite extraordinary in itself. Professor G and the twins suggested that Su Duoduo should come to the Research Institute once a month to donate blood, much to their collective disappointment. Nevertheless, they treated her with kindness. "What did you do before the apocalypse? We could arrange a job similar to that for you. Or perhaps a position here at our institute, though it may be somewhat tiring." Su Duoduo felt a bit lost and typed a message on her tablet. "I want to stay with Qin Luo." She showed it to them. The twins sighed in regret, saying, "Oh dear, wouldn't it be better to stay with us at the Research Institute? Indeed, although you lack abilities, you are the only human with a mutation toward zombification. Going to the front lines would make you cannon fodder. Why not stay with us?" Su Duoduo shook her head, stubbornly wishing to accompany Qin Luo. She felt uneasy at the Research Institute and was still frightened by the doctors in white coats bustling about. Professor G did not press the issue but simply asked Qiao to fetch a wristband, the latest communication tool. Most previous electronic devices had become inoperable, but this one still functioned. It served as a mobile Wi-Fi hub, and the tablet required connection to the wristband for signal. Ordinary individuals at the base could not connect their wristbands to the net, as only those with abilities could possess them. The base relied heavily on the capabilities of the empowered. Consequently, the best resources were prioritized for the empowered. Empowered individuals and mutants were distinct categories. Empowered individuals were ordinary people enhanced by abilities, while mutants typically underwent significant bodily transformations. For instance, the rock mutant who had repaired the wall exhibited musculature that manifested as rock-like material. Many phenomena could not be explained by science, yet researchers continued to strive for understanding. The ability to converse with Su Duoduo, a little zombie, in the early days of the apocalypse required exceptional psychological fortitude, otherwise, stable employment would be impossible. Xiao Qiao handed Su Duoduo an access key for her new room, noting that since she was to be a reserve member under Qin Luo, it was only natural for her to reside in the same building. The access card was embedded in her wristband, allowing entry and exit from the community and her room with ease. Qin Luo should be finished soon. You can wait here for him to show you around. After leaving a few parting words, the twins departed to continue their work. Professor G also had new personnel to attend to, leaving Su Duoduo to sit alone on a bench in the second basement level, awaiting Qin Luo to take her away. She was not entirely alone, due to genetic mutations. Both empowered individuals and mutants experienced some physical changes, such as increased height and strength. Even the benches in the Research Institute were designed to be wider. Nearby, a large individual slumbered, snoring loudly, comfortably fitting in his chair. Su Duoduo, sitting slightly inward, found herself swinging her legs, observing the comings and goings around her. Few paid her much attention, preoccupied with their own affairs, though occasionally someone would spare a glance at her collar. Feeling somewhat uneasy, she touched the cold collar. Lacking in security. At that moment, Qin Luo's figure appeared in the corridor as he emerged from a consultation room, his upper body bare. Bandages wrapped around his waist, and extending to one arm from a battle with the mutated monkeys. Su Duoduo's feet were covered in blood, splattered from when she used a chainsaw against the monkey horde. Her pastel rabbit pajamas were also stained. The twins, not considering her zombie nature, had not thought to provide her with shoes, leaving her barefoot. Qin Luo, feeling discomfort at the sight of her bloodied feet, stepped into a consultation room to greet someone and quickly acquired a pair of disposable slippers, thin but better than nothing. He looked down and instructed her to wear them. Su Duoduo felt a warmth spreading through her corpse-like body as she glanced at the slippers, managing a smile. Qin Luo cast her a brief glance but said nothing, turning to continue on his way. Su Duoduo followed him closely. The atmosphere grew awkward as they passed by the mutated monkeys, primarily because Qin Luo had nearly harbored thoughts of harming her. While his reasoning was sound, it remained an uncomfortable encounter. Qin Luo felt a palpable tension. Chapter 17. Forum. After much contemplation, Su Duo felt indifferent. Although she feared he might harm her, she understood that as long as she remained conscious, he would not act against her. If there ever came a day when she lost her sanity, she would no longer be herself, merely a soulless husk. What significance would anything hold then? Su Duo believed he would not mistakenly take her life, thus she no longer hesitated and chose to accompany him. She had little fondness for the research center, with its cold lighting and the hurried pace of white-coated researchers, evoking the unsettling feeling that she might soon find herself bound to an operating table for dissection. Su Duo preferred to venture outside, to fight, gather supplies, and rescue other survivors, activities that held far greater meaning for her. Upon exiting the research institute, they boarded a special subway train to their destination, ultimately arriving before a vast new residential community. Qin Luo guided her through the entrance by scanning their wristbands, leading them to Building A, which was indeed a coincidence, as Su Duo had previously resided in Building A as well. Directly ahead stood the activity center, with a cafeteria on the first floor, a supermarket on the second, and various shops on the third. The community comprised 7 residential buildings, labeled A through G, encircling the central activity center. Once they entered the community, Qin Luo assumed the role of a tour guide, explaining everything to her. Their residences were both located on the 19th floor of Building A. My room is 1900. Yours is 1901, Old Wang is in 1905, Old Bai in 1906, and Xiaofei in 1907, all conveniently nearby. Had Su Duo not been pre-selected to join Qin Luo's team, she would not have been granted such a prime accommodation, for which she felt genuinely grateful. As they ascended the stairs, the process mirrored their entrance into the community. Upon reaching her room, she scanned her wristband to unlock the door. Inside was a 1-bedroom apartment, complete with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. It resembled a model home, with pristine white bedding akin to that of a hotel. Qin Luo leaned against the doorframe, observing the little zombie exploring her new abode, finding it quite endearing. I'm just next door. If you need anything, come find me, he said, knocking twice on the door. After receiving her nod of acknowledgement, he turned to leave, gently closing the door behind him. Su Duo happily wandered around, quite fond of the little apartment, especially the balcony where she could soak up the sun. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder if she would ever again witness a normal sun. Qin Luo had not asked her for canned goods, likely having stored them in her place. She checked the multifaceted space within her mind, where several compartments were filled with canned food, providing her with a sense of security. Next, she began to explore the wristband. It featured small slots on both sides for various chips and cards, with a screen of moderate size. She could tap the screen to access a chat application and a personal information page, which served as her electronic ID. Name: Su Duo. Gender: Female, age 22, height 163 m, mutation trend, zombie virus. Abilities, none. Strengths, speed enhancement 1. 5. There was also a recent photo of her. A blank expression captured in a close-up shot. Apart from the chat application and personal information, the wristband contained a barcode application, which displayed her travel code, base entry code, and personal residence code. This was straightforward. Additionally, there was a payment app, which showed a balance of 100 points. The notification indicated she had recently participated in a rescue operation at Qingyuan community in City K, performing commendably and thus receiving a bonus of 100 points. Su Duo felt quite pleased upon seeing this, as the wristband's functionalities appeared limited to these aspects. The standard equipment included a tablet, which offered a few simple apps, one for taking photos, one for a gallery, and one for a forum. Upon logging into the forum, she discovered several sections, including the legitimate task release section, task experience sharing section, and database section. The more casual section, titled Casual Chat, was rife with gossip topics. Upon entering, she noticed a highly rated thread titled On the Role and Formation of Abnormal Cores. Su Duo immediately clicked on it. The post seemed to be the author's conjecture that abnormal cores could be derived from mutated biological or non-biological entities, not necessarily confined to the brain, nor exclusive to living organisms. The author shared an experience from a recent rescue mission in City C, where a computer had undergone mutation, revealing an abnormal core within it that nearly led to their demise, with the culprit being an AI software embedded in the computer. She provided a link to the database section, featuring her experience report, which included a video of the combat team extracting the abnormal core from the computer, revealing a mechanized version. This shocking discovery captivated everyone, explaining the thread's popularity. This world is truly descending into madness. Is AI destined to rule the earth? Once a joke, this situation is now quite plausible. Ha ha ha, let us not hold back. Let us all perish together. It's all over. Everything is finished. How much further will this world spiral into madness? Su Duo had only consumed an abnormal core the night before, that of the mutated Monkey King. Qin Luo had mentioned it was the most rudimentary type of abnormal core. Although it appeared gruesome and bloody when first extracted, it was remarkably pure. Consuming it felt akin to savoring candy, crisp, refreshing, and sweet, providing a sense of satiety. Even after one, she felt around 70 to 80% full. And it was indeed delicious. She suspected this substance could enhance physical attributes, as she noticeably felt more agile, able to move with the same ease as an ordinary person. No longer clumsy as she had initially been. The author of the thread speculated on the effects of consuming these cores, claiming that one of her companions had inadvertently ingested a small amount, resulting in a fever that subsequently enhanced their physical capabilities and even birthed a new ability. However, the author cautioned against recklessly attempting to consume these cores, stating that she had already prepared a report for those interested to review, inviting rational discussion among the community. Excitement erupted among the forum members. Su Duo also explored the database section and discovered a wealth of information that clarified the purpose of the videos Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei had filmed during the thunderstorm. Among the 20 most recent and popular posts were those published by Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei, titled Latest Thunderstorm Updates and Mutated Monkey Swarms. Their descriptions were straightforward, interspersed with various on-site photos and videos. Chapter 18. A visit. Su Duo had been eagerly browsing the internet, a pastime she had long been deprived of since the onset of the apocalypse when the network had gone down. She perused various posts for quite some time, only to realize that dusk was approaching. It dawned on her that she had been squatting on the ground engrossed in her tablet for an extended duration. Fortunately, being a zombie, her legs were not fatigued. Otherwise, a normal person would have felt numb by now. She finally stood up, glancing down at her blood-stained attire, which had dried and stiffened, prompting her to dash towards the bathroom. Carefully adjusting the temperature of the water heater to avoid scalding herself, She was grateful for the peculiar abilities bestowed upon her by the old Monkey King's core, which allowed her to regain control over her body. Otherwise, she would only be agile at night, which would be quite dire. Su Duo meticulously washed herself clean, retrieving her toiletries from the multifaceted spatial cube, transforming into a fragrant little zombie. Next, she donned a fresh set of comfortable sleepwear, while the soiled outfit soaked in a basin as she attempted to clean it. Sometimes, her thoughts would falter unexpectedly. Had she been her former self, she would have disdainfully tossed the dirty garment into the trash. However, the frugality ingrained in the little zombie's instincts prevailed, leading her to subconsciously soak it instead. When Qin Luo and Chen Xiaofei knocked on her door, Su Duo was still scrubbing the clothes, her hands covered in suds as she hurried to answer the door. "Class monitor, look at the wonderful things we've brought you," Qin Xiaofei exclaimed, only to be taken aback by the sight of her soapy hands. "What are you doing?" Qin Luo frowned, peering into the bathroom before taking Su Duo by the arm and leading her to wash her hands. "What are you doing with that filthy clothing? It needs to be sealed in a trash bag and disposed of in the hazardous waste bin downstairs." Su Duo had not considered such meticulousness, but found his reasoning sound. After all, the survivor base was home to many ordinary people alongside the ability users. Exposing them to the contaminated blood of mutated monkeys could be deadly. Alarmed, she hastened to retrieve her clothes, but Qin Luo stopped her. He pulled a sealed trash bag from a box beside the sink. "I'll handle this. You wash your hands and then come out for dinner." How audacious they were! This was her home. Could they not show some respect for the dead? Su Duo fumed as she stormed out, only to find a transparent box on the table containing 3 cores, 1 green and 2 orange-red. "You truly are a fortunate little zombie. The base has reformed its rules, and you no longer have to submit your cores. In the future, you can even purchase cores with points, though they might be a tad expensive," Qin Xiaofei remarked excitedly, urging her to taste them. "And class monitor, you are remarkable. While other ordinary people and ability users perish upon their first encounter with cores, you can chew on them like candy. Can you eat another one for me to see?" By this time, Qin Luo had packed the contaminated clothing and emerged after washing his hands. Upon hearing Chen Xiaofei's words, he scoffed. "Do you think she's a monkey?" Su Duo was now gazing intently at the 3 cores on the coffee table, her eyes sparkling. The transparent box seemed to be made of special material, allowing her to catch a hint of the core's enticing aroma only when she leaned in closely. The green core exuded a refreshing scent reminiscent of grass, while the orange-red ones bore a slight resemblance to the aroma of cumin grilled meat. So fragrant, she mused, though her stomach was not yet hungry. She felt about 60 to 70% full. Ding-dong! The doorbell rang again. Su Duo turned to see Qin Luo already heading to the door, welcoming Bai Shu and Wang Weihua. Bai Shu was dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, wearing frameless glasses that brought back memories of his middle school days. Wang Weihua sported casual attire, carrying several unopened sets of combat uniforms in his left hand, freshly applied for, in size 165, suitable for the class monitor. His code had also been issued, rather ominously, as 13444. Bai Shu couldn't help but express his frustration regarding the number. The headquarters said, "Since it's the apocalypse, they don't have the time to deal with our trivial matters. We just have to make do." Meanwhile, someone with connections next door is still choosing numbers, which is clearly a case of preferential treatment. Frankly, if it weren't for the towering walls outside and the absence of a heartbeat within her, Su Duo would have felt as though the apocalypse was merely a dream. However, reality was harsh. She was, indeed, merely a conscious corpse. She retrieved her tablet and typed, "It doesn't matter, I'm not bothered," showing them the message, a mere number. The group fell silent after reading it. Qin Luo turned to make a phone call. "I need to ask, at the very least, I should get a more auspicious number. How come those with connections can change theirs while we've been struggling in the front lines without a say? That's just not right. It feels like bullying." Qin Xiaofei echoed his sentiments, exactly. Even in the apocalypse, they're still playing favorites? After saying this, he urged Su Duo to eat. insisting she should focus on her meal. Class monitor, you should eat quickly. These 3 cores were obtained through quite a bit of effort from Qin. Bai Shu, gazing at the 3 cores, marveled. Did old Qin really manage to acquire these? Wang Weiwa leaned in for a closer look, the thought of mutated animals giving him a headache. These creatures were far more troublesome than zombies, and if higher-level mutated beings existed, life would become exceedingly challenging. The conversation took a heavier turn, prompting them to fall silent. Bai Shu then placed a bag of nutritional liquid and a packet of steamed buns on the table. Let us eat first. It has only been 10 days, and the cafeteria's food supply has already dwindled by 80%. Can you guess how many points this bag of buns costs? Chen Xiaofei, adeptly twisting off the cap of the nutritional liquid, asked curiously how much. Wang Weiwa sighed. 8 buns cost 200 points. Chen Xiaofei gasped in disbelief. What? 25 points for a single bun. His face contorted in anguish. Su Duoduo recalled that Professor Ji had mentioned that 3 points could suffice for a full meal. Yet under current circumstances, a full meal did not equate to a satisfactory one. She too fell into contemplation. Wang Weiwa, meanwhile, munched on a bun, lamenting. There are too many survivors being rescued now. The base's food supply is tight, and ordinary people must be prioritized. We can survive on nutritional liquid, so we must endure. Chapter 19, A New Mission Location? Bai Shu remarked that it was already quite fortunate to have steamed buns to eat, and they should make do with it. As he spoke, he reluctantly retrieved a jar of chili sauce from his storage card. Chen Xiaofei immediately lunged for it, exclaiming, I knew Brother Bai was the best. Sweet-talking yet fierce, he scooped a hefty spoonful, nearly driving Bai Shu to madness. You scoundrel! It's the last jar. Could you at least take a smaller portion? Wang Weihu, observing Bai Shu's protective demeanor, seized a large spoonful as well. The 3 of them, while reliable during rescue missions, were quite the opposite in private. They almost came to blows over a jar of chili sauce. Ultimately, Su Duoduo quietly produced a large box of meal rations she had stockpiled earlier. The trio stared at the box of food, captivated. Inside, the transparent disposable container held rice accompanied by 3 dishes, sweet and sour shredded pork, garlic stir-fried greens, and braised chicken. She also brought out a can of tomato and egg soup. Upon seeing their frozen expressions, she opened the container, releasing an aromatic waft that made them swallow in unison. Heavens, am I dreaming? Squad leader, are you like a little Doryman? Help! How long has it been since I've seen a proper meal? This can't be real. They expressed their gratitude, tears brimming in their eyes, for a wholesome meal of 3 dishes and soup. It was no exaggeration. Chen Xiaofei ate with tears streaming down his face, mumbling. I thought a bowl of warm porridge would be a blessing. I never imagined I would get a full meal. Bai Shu and Wang Weihu had already stuffed their mouths, competing for more food. The sweet and sour shredded pork and braised chicken were exceptionally delightful. The garlic greens were refreshing, and a sip of the tomato and egg soup was pure bliss. Though these dishes were common before the apocalypse, in these dire times, they were treasures beyond measure. Su Duoduo, holding 3 alien cores, was equally joyful, having secretly added a roasted duck leg for Qin Luo, grateful for his efforts in acquiring the cores for her. As she received her rations, her happiness was palpable. Chen Xiaofei nudged his box towards her, mumbling, so good, Qin Ge, pass it on. Qin Luo. To be fair, Su Duoduo's culinary skills were impressive. The sweet and sour shredded pork was fragrant, and the chicken was tender, with the sauce enticing enough to mix with a mountain of rice. In an instant, the living room fell silent as they enjoyed their meal. Seated on the carpet around the coffee table, concerned they might not have enough to eat, she fetched more plain rice. Ultimately, they finished every last morsel. Chen Xiaofei leaned back on the sofa, groaning, I'm so full. Bai Shu sat in satisfied silence, while Wang Weihu was busy cleaning up the remnants of their feast. The trio, having eaten to their fill, were too stuffed to speak, giving Wang Weihu a collective thumbs up. Qin Luo turned to Su Duoduo, who hesitated for a moment before also giving him a thumbs up, which made Qin Luo chuckle. Chen Xiaofei and the others joined in the laughter. reveling in the bliss of being well-fed. Squad leader, please don't mind us. The post-apocalyptic world is ever-evolving, and regulations are changing. Initially, we had no idea the base would treat the mutated individuals this way. It didn't look like this when we left. Who would have thought that the mutated beings would be unified under one banner? It was surprising that so many had undergone mutations yet retained their consciousness. The signal from their wristbands was often unstable, and the forum's database was not always updated in a timely manner. For a variety of reasons, they had approached Su Duoduo with a degree of caution. Su Duoduo touched the collar around her neck, shook her head, and finally typed on her tablet, "It's all right. Your cautiousness is quite understandable." After all, they represented the headquarters and the future of humanity, not mere children. As adults, it was better to address matters openly, allowing them to move on. The subsequent hours were pleasant. They tidied up the coffee table, putting away the various flavored nutrient liquids and leftover steamed buns into Su Duoduo's space. After dinner, they chatted about their current situation, reviewed the new rules from the base, and discussed their upcoming mission. Qin Luo explained to Su Duoduo that there were two types of missions, those dispatched directly by headquarters, which were usually non-negotiable, and those that could be claimed from the forum. The missions from headquarters guaranteed stable rewards, sometimes with special bonuses, while self-claimed missions carried greater risks. Employers were typically wealthy individuals or fellow superhumans. Qin Xiaofei, browsing the forum, chimed in with a playful remark, "Squad leader, you know about delivery drivers, right? We're kind of like that." Bai Shu found the analogy quite pertinent. Since Su Duoduo was new to this world, they took the time to enlighten her. Although the post-apocalyptic landscape had changed dramatically, they still had more knowledge than she did. Later, they added each other as friends. And Wang Weihu gifted Su Duoduo a headset for communication, which had a limited range of 10 kilometers. Casual phone calls like before would not be feasible for the foreseeable future. He sighed as he spoke. Qin Luo was examining the mission board, while Bai Shu engaged in discussion with him. With the space capabilities of their squad leader, they could venture into resource-rich areas multiple times, but unsearched locations were bound to be more perilous. Bai Shu meticulously analyzed the situation, marking several locations on his tablet. The two most resource-abundant areas were 1. City C, home to the nation's largest grain storage, though it had recently experienced a non-biological mutation, presenting a high risk. And 2. City I, which was coastal, also carrying unknown dangers, but housing a weapons cache. Aside from these two, other areas had numerous teams, making encounters with others likely and resources scattered. Importantly, their upcoming missions could only involve rescue operations. Stockpiling supplies had to be conducted discreetly, as Su Duoduo's spatial abilities could not be revealed. Otherwise, it would pose significant danger to her, and their entire team would also face trouble. It wasn't that they couldn't protect her or that the headquarters would harm Su Duoduo, but being under surveillance was unavoidable, and she would ultimately lose her freedom. That would be quite troublesome. Chapter 20. Departure. Qin Luo glanced around and ultimately decided on Sea City as their destination, as it was the nearest location, with Ice City situated directly across from it, allowing for the possibility of securing both. Food is exceedingly susceptible to contamination, and prioritizing the urgent harvest of crops was paramount. Given that conventional weaponry may prove ineffective against future monstrosities, and considering the presence of other military forces guarding Ice City, it would be a challenging endeavor. Bai Shu held no objections. After all, danger was ubiquitous in this apocalyptic world. Very well, let us confirm our course. To Sea City it is. The next morning, their team was fully equipped and prepared to embark on the mission of rescuing survivors, with a detour to Sea City to raid various granaries. Their off-road vehicle had undergone thorough repairs, emerging from its previous state of grime and wear, now rejuvenated and reinforced. Upon seeing it, Qin Luo let out a sharp whistle and tapped the vehicle's body, while the maintenance personnel explained its new features. "Captain Qin, your vehicle has received the utmost upgrades approved by headquarters. The buttons are in a fully sealed state, allowing for a temporary transformation into either a submarine or tank mode. This is the built-in telescope feature. Qin Xiaofei was left astounded, gaping as he marveled at the vehicle's sleek, black and gold design. This is incredible. How magnificent. Bai Shu kicked the robust tires, exclaiming, impressive. These wheels are remarkably sturdy. Wang Weiwei was thoroughly satisfied with the massive vehicle, grateful that he would no longer need to hunch within its confines. Only Su Duo, the petite zombie girl, donned her combat attire and gazed up at the imposing machine, estimating that she would need to climb to board it. The team comprised towering figures. Wang Weiwei stood nearly 2 meters tall at 1.96 meters. Qin Luo followed at 1.89 meters. Bai Shu measured 1.85 meters. Even the youthful Qin Xiaofei reached 1.80 meters. Yet, Su Duo stood out at a mere 1.63 meters. As Qin Luo completed the handover, he noticed Su Duo clumsily attempting to climb aboard while others were distracted, nearly bursting into laughter. He swiftly supported her waist, gently lifting her up. Can't manage on your own? Are all these teammates merely for show? Upon reaching the top, Su Duo ignored him, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, and nestled into the back seat, hugging her knees and surveying the new scenery. The modified off-road combat vehicle was impressively high, offering a broad view. Inside, it was spacious enough to accommodate 7, stocked with supplies including gasoline, ammunition, and a plethora of nutritionally unappealing liquids and various compressed biscuits. Eventually, they all boarded, with Qin Luo taking the wheel, Wang Weiwei in the passenger seat, and Qin Xiaofei along with Bai Shu in the second row. Su Duo settled in the back, receiving a cozy blanket that she playfully squeezed. Bai Shu chuckled. Just some supplies we acquired. Little squad leader, enjoy. Qin Luo reminded them to fasten their seatbelts. Su Duo nodded hurriedly at Bai Shu before securing her own belt. She then rummaged for items, producing a thermos for each of them, filled with soothing herbal tea, nudging Bai Shu to pass one forward. Qin Xiaofei took a whiff, exclaiming, "Wow, little squad leader, you're amazing. Herbal tea? How do you have everything?" Wang Weiwei cautioned them, despite the car's tinted windows, to remain vigilant, as the apocalypse brought forth numerous peculiar abilities. Su Duo nodded thoughtfully and retrieved a wooden whistle from her multi-dimensional space, blowing a short, sharp note. Their attention immediately shifted to her as she nervously clutched the whistle. Did they find it unpleasant? Just as she hesitated to put it away, they all gave her a thumbs up, clearly approving of her idea. Qin Luo smiled. Well done, little squad leader. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Qin Xiaofei turned to her, chattering excitedly about using the whistle to signal, suggesting that a longer blow could indicate a need for assistance. As they drove off, passing through checkpoint after checkpoint, electronic announcements chimed in, "Welcome to the H-City Survivor Base's first exit checkpoint. All systems normal. The entire H-City Survivor Base wishes you a safe journey." After successfully clearing 3 checkpoints, they arrived at the final barrier, where a staff member checked their identification card, which displayed their mission and departure location. The staff member smiled as they registered their details. Qin Luo, with a playful tone, remarked, "We must keep striving. This world changes daily. If we don't put in the effort, we'll be left behind." He saluted them seriously, his expression momentarily somber. Leaning on the steering wheel, he chuckled. "Here we go again." He gestured for Wang Weiwei to take the exit card, nodding at the staff before the vehicle sped out, its velocity significantly increased compared to before. Su Duo, seated in the back, stretched her neck, feeling the rush of acceleration that caused her to stumble momentarily before regaining her balance. Just as she contemplated voicing her thoughts, she noticed the trees along the roadside, half of which had withered overnight. Qin Xiaofei gasped, "This is too intense. At this rate, all the plants will perish." Bai Shu, fiddling with a tablet, remarked, "It's just a localized phenomenon. Look at our city. It's a veritable paradise of flora. A colossal banyan tree has enveloped the entire area, making it inaccessible to vehicles." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaofei exclaimed again, rushing over to Bai Shu to take a look. Su Duo, curious about the commotion, pulled out her tablet to check the latest forum updates, discovering that a massive banyan tree had grown overnight, encircling our city. Currently, the survivor base there had issued a distress signal, and headquarters was mobilizing personnel to devise a rescue strategy. Chapter 21. The Mutant Serpent Man. The journey was far from smooth. After departing from the secure perimeter of the base, scattered zombies were visible meandering along the roadside. Qin Luo, at the helm, was driving aggressively, as their focus lay elsewhere, far more pressing than cleansing these solitary undead. Bai Shu reported that their mission involved a commercial district, where it was estimated that around 500 survivors were sheltering within a mall, currently holed up in the West Wing. He shared the location with the team. Qin Xiaofei added that the survivors on the outskirts posed a greater challenge, being too dispersed. Mu Duo nestled in the back seat, peering at the tablet screen, her little claws tapping away, occasionally zooming in to scrutinize the map. The entire vicinity of the commercial area was lined with pedestrian streets and an array of shops. Just before the apocalypse, it had been evening, and many people had been out for strolls and shopping, making the area a veritable nest of zombies. Wang Weiwa felt a headache coming on. Such locations were the most troublesome, with a high density of zombies making the rescue of individuals particularly challenging. Heavy artillery could not be deployed, necessitating the use of firearms and smaller explosives, which would likely prolong the operation. Their last mission in K-City had taken them 10 days to clear the zombies around the Qingyuan community, ultimately rescuing over 90 survivors. After that task, each team member had accrued 3,000 points, along with weapon rewards and a vehicle refurbishment as part of the mission benefits. This time, they were uncertain how long they would be tied up in the commercial district, especially given the scattered distribution of the survivors, which further complicated their rescue efforts. The sole advantage lay in the commercial street, where shops were plentiful. With a stroke of luck, they might scavenge some remaining supplies, though it would consume time. Bai Shu remarked that in these times, everything was in short supply. Even a single undamaged piece of clothing held significant value. As various equipment deteriorated, the demand for ordinary garments skyrocketed, making the early days of the apocalypse particularly awkward and dire. The survival manual for the apocalypse stated as much. Mu Duo, hearing this, glanced at her multifaceted cube space, which was still far from full. At least her wardrobe remained sufficiently stocked, sparing her from the plight of lacking clothing. Qin Luo drove with a singular focus, his speed and aggression sending many zombies and mutated dogs flying. Their eyes, red and glazed, dripped with drool, revealing their utter lack of consciousness. They were reduced to mere instinct, and there was no psychological burden in colliding with them. The distinction between the ordinary and the more vacant-minded zombies like Mu Duo was apparent. Qin Luo was unperturbed by the potential for misjudgment. As Bai Shu and the others conversed about how to minimize firepower while rescuing individuals, for in the apocalypse, every resource had to be meticulously managed for survival. As they continued, they merged onto the highway, finding the national road too slow. The route had been pre-checked and was relatively clear, though they occasionally encountered zombies and mutated creatures, which Qin Luo dispatched with ease. The vehicle, made of an unknown material, repelled dirt and grime, maintaining a pristine exterior. The modified tires were enormous, allowing them to traverse obstacles effortlessly, making the ride significantly more enjoyable than before. The highway was newly established, with few travelers, thus avoiding the embarrassing scenario of being blocked by other vehicles. They could proceed without needing to clear the way, though the weather was deteriorating, growing darker with each passing moment. Mu Duo glanced at her wristband, realizing they had been traveling for hours, the time now nearing noon. Yet the sky resembled that of evening. Dark clouds loomed ahead. Qin Luo checked his wristband and declared, "No thunderstorms, likely just a heavy downpour." His teammates acknowledged his observation. They pulled over, each disembarking to address their physiological needs, taking a moment to utilize the restroom in anticipation of the forthcoming rain. As a small zombie, Mu Duo enjoyed the benefit of not requiring bodily functions. She would not cry or thirst, nor would she need to relieve herself. She munched on a green anomaly core, savoring its delicious grassy fruit flavor. It was delightful. Upon their return to the vehicle, Wang Weiwa took the driver's seat, while Qin Xiaofei settled in the passenger's. Qin Luo positioned himself in the middle row, instantly amplifying the air of authority. Mu Duo quietly shifted further back. Though the abilities of the mutants surpassed those of normal individuals, driving demanded intense focus, especially in the chaotic environment of the apocalypse, where unpredictability reigned. Thus, rotating drivers was the most prudent approach. Qin Xiaofei soon expressed hunger, requesting Bai Shu for the leftover steamed buns from the previous night. Mu Duo produced 8 substantial rice balls filled with tuna and cucumber, each encased in nori, impressively large, each the size of her fist. She could devour one in a single sitting, while her companions would struggle to share 2. She then retrieved a couple of canned goods, one containing meat and the other fruit. Qin Xiaofei, enjoying his rice ball, handed another to Wang Weiwa while balancing a stack of cans on his lap, exclaiming how fortunate they were to have a team leader. Previously, they could only nibble on dry rations, but now every meal was a feast. Wang Weiwa polished off a rice ball in mere bites, utterly content. Bai Shu munched away while browsing the forum, their remaining source for updates on the world's latest happenings. Every teammate was encouraged to stay informed, as the newest insights could prove invaluable. Qin Luo, enjoying his rice ball, turned to check on Mu Duo, who was absorbed in her tablet, having only eaten one anomaly core. Can you not enjoy human food at all? Is it unpalatable or indigestible? His curiosity was piqued. Mu Duo silently typed on her tablet, "It lacks flavor, wasting food." She had previously tried human food, but it only left a bland taste in her mouth, akin to drinking plain water or chewing on tissue paper. It was disheartening. The inability to relish delicious food was a sore point for her, yet the incessant questioning from him only aggravated her. She turned her body away from him, returning to her tablet, scrolling through updates. She had just seen a post about an individual who had transformed into a serpent man, not with a serpent lower half, but with a serpentine upper half. The sight was both repulsive and disconcerting. Most alarmingly, he had betrayed humanity, consuming his kind and even zombies, indulging in all manner of filth. He had now become a massive, bloated serpent, dragging 2 human legs behind him, a truly nauseating sight. It was even a wanted notice, claiming that slaying him would yield a reward of 100,000 points. Moreover, his escape route was directed towards City C. Mu Duo thought to herself, must it be so fortuitously aligned? I truly wished to avoid such abominations. Bai Shu also noticed the urgent, highlighted post, swiftly handing it to Qin Luo, detailing the rogue mutant who aspired to be a leader, known for attacking indiscriminately and even torturing others. The headquarters had issued a substantial bounty for his elimination. Chapter 22. The soaked little zombie. Qin Luo found the irritable little zombie rather endearing, often feeling an urge to poke her. However, upon seeing the post that Bai Shu displayed, his expression instantly soured. It was quite repulsive. Suddenly, Yudhua reached out and patted Qin Luo's head. He thought she was sulking and playfully grabbed her hand, saying, "Stop messing around. I'm trying to read this post." What? This thing can actually level up by devouring? Yet, as he glanced out the right side window toward the distant woods, a massive serpent-like figure rose up. And Yudhua realized that this creature was not faceless. Rather, it had a grotesque fusion of a human face and a snake's head, exceedingly revolting. Their sanity points plummeted. She hastily grabbed her whistle and blew a sharp note, then patted Qin Luo again, finally capturing their attention. When they turned to look, Yudhua pointed outside. Her body nearly stiffened from fright. This world was utterly fantastical. Qin Luo and Bai Shu turned to glance, successfully spotting a mutated snake person writhing like an earthworm among the trees not far from their lane. Occasionally, it would raise its head to gaze forward, then continue to undulate. Notably, as it squirmed, its tail remained sharply elevated, resembling 2 legs. Both were rendered speechless. Eventually, Bai Shu broke the silence, exclaiming, "What a gigantic creature!" Qin Luo grimaced, stating, "It's truly disgusting." His disdain was palpable. Wang Weiwa and Chen Xiaofei were oblivious to the creature's presence, highlighting its stealthy movements. It was only when Chen Xiaofei heard a noise from the back seat and inquired that they learned a mutated snake person had appeared at 3 o'clock on their right. Both felt goosebumps. Such squishy reptiles were the most repugnant. Yet, despite their disgust, they were not frightened. The mutated snake person seemed to be on its way, not interested in entangling with them. They passed each other at a considerable distance. Its direction was Sea City, which coincidentally was their destination as well. According to the official post, the creature's weak points were its 7-inch mark and its head. Upon Baishu's declaration, everyone acknowledged, though none felt particularly cheerful. As the vehicle moved slightly forward, they entered a curtain of rain. The sky ahead appeared ominously like a separate world, although it wasn't sunny here. It was at least a clear day, while the other side resembled a hellish realm, devoid of light. Yet, they had to proceed. In an instant, as they crossed into this area, torrential rain began to pour down. Wang Weiwa frowned, noting visibility had diminished to less than half a meter. He activated the hazard lights, while Qin Luo urged him to drive slowly. The clouds here were unyielding. They had no choice but to proceed cautiously and assess the situation, planning to find a place to stop if needed. Chen Xiaofei remained vigilant, assisting in monitoring the road conditions. The sound of the rain was so loud that it could be heard within the vehicle, and were it not for the sturdy off-road vehicle, they might have been shaken by the downpour. Yudwa looked up at the roof, then pressed her face against the window, her eyes wide, yet she could not see clearly. Suddenly, a loud thud against the window startled her, causing her to leap back. She realized it was a mutated frog, the size of a human head. Sticking to the glass, its tongue covered in spikes, scraping against the window with a screeching sound. Unfortunately, due to the heavy rain, the window couldn't be opened, leaving her to glare at it in frustration. Qin Xiaofei remarked that it obstructed their view, questioning how the frog could be so large, unaffected by the torrential downpour. Baishu checked his data and stated, "This creature fears fire. It's a primary mutated frog, devoid of intellect, lacking a core, and is non-venomous. But it consumes flesh, and can use its tongue to snatch prey. Its spikes could strip away a chunk of meat." Qin Xiaofei grimaced in disgust, the thought causing him discomfort. Yudwa stared at the frog for a moment, her mind racing with thoughts of its fear of fire and its predatory nature. If it managed to cling on, it could ambush them when they exited the vehicle. Thus, before anyone could react, she swiftly grabbed insecticide and a lighter, promptly opening the window just as the mutated frog attempted to leap inside. In a flash, she ignited the fire, scorching the frog and sending it plummeting to the ground, where it was ultimately crushed beneath the rear tire, leaving a mess behind. From the moment she opened the window to the ignition of the flame and closing it again, Yudwa took less than 3 seconds. The mutated frog was expelled by the fire, but the back seat was drenched by rainwater. Yudwa herself was soaked, her hair and clothes drenched, resembling a little zombie drenched to the skin. She sat there, stunned. The 3 in the front were equally dumbfounded. Wang Weiwa took a quick glance at the rearview mirror and was equally astonished by the sight. Seeing everyone silent, Yudwa glanced at the wet back seat and suddenly felt like a child who had done something wrong, her lips quivering as she nearly cried. Yet, zombies do not shed tears. However, they did not allow her to cry. As soon as her lips trembled, Qin Luo called out, "Hey, don't cry. What's there to cry about? You did well, really." He immediately shifted to the back seat, pulling Yudwa toward the drier side, while he grabbed a half-damp blanket to wipe the seat. Baishu and Chen Xiaofei quickly joined in, praising her. Yes, little class monitor, you did great. If we hadn't dealt with that thing, I wouldn't have been able to see the road behind us. You handled it splendidly. Your skills are impressive. No wonder you're a little zombie with a speed boost of 1.5. Indeed. What teammate reacts so quickly? You dealt with it right away. It's just this rain that's troublesome, it's too heavy. They harmonized in their praise, and Wang Weiwa couldn't help but interject. Well, actually, it could have been. Qin Xiaofei immediately interrupted. Ahaha, the child needs encouragement. What are you doing, old Wang? Really, our little class monitor is quite remarkable. He exchanged knowing glances with Wang Weiwa, recalling Yudua's report from the previous night, noting her fluctuating intelligence, sometimes appearing to be 18 or 19, and other times regressing to 7 or 8. Why bully a child? Besides, it was a minor issue. The mutated frog was indeed best dealt with early on. Who could predict when it might mutate again? Yudua watched them frantically comforting her and suddenly found herself in a daze, tears forgotten. Qin Luo busied himself cleaning the seat, finally managing to dry it, but it still felt clammy. He then turned and retrieved a towel from the back, placing it over her head, saying, "Quick, dry off. After this, I'll change into some dry clothes. Is there a curtain in the space? Bring one out. We can shield you a bit." Baishu then pulled out a green piece of cloth from his storage space, suggesting, "This will do. We can each hold one side." Chapter 23. The thud of gasoline. Qin Luo and Baishu each grasped a side of a cloth curtain, drawing it to obscure the rear seats. Behind the curtain, Su Duo changed into her spare combat attire, and once prepared, she blew her wooden whistle hanging around her neck. Only then did Qin Luo and Baishu retract the curtain. Qin Luo inquired, "Are you ready? Come here. I'll carry you over. The back seat is damp. There's no need to linger there." As he spoke, he gently lifted Su Duo into his arms, transferring her from the spacious rear to the middle seats, which offered ample room for both. Baishu showed little reaction, folding the curtain as he began to edit the video of the mutated snake man that Su Duo had just sent him, preparing to post it on the forum. The little zombie had changed into fresh clothing, appearing considerably revitalized, though her hair remained damp. Unable to bear it any longer, Qin Luo handed her a clean towel to dry her hair, using one hand to rub her head while the other maneuvered the tablet. Their SA service area 20 kilometers ahead. Let S stop and take a look, Qin Luo suggested as he tucked the tablet away into storage, focusing on pampering the little zombie. His hands pressed the towel against Su Duo's head, rubbing it vigorously yet carefully. Su Duo, lulled by the gentle motions, began to sway drowsily. Qin Luo urged her not to fidget. Wang Weiwa and Qin Xiaofei, upon receiving orders, promptly agreed. Their small team had always operated in harmony. When Qin Luo called for a halt, there was undoubtedly a reason. His ability was lightning-based, rendering him particularly sensitive to weather conditions. Before they reached the service area, hail began to pelt down, thundering against the vehicle. Had they not been in a modified off-road vehicle with shatterproof glass, the basketball-sized hailstones would have surely caused damage. Su Duo's gaze was glued to the window, mesmerized by the relentless hail that seemed capable of causing fatal injuries. The vehicle proved somewhat challenging to maneuver, swaying slightly. Yet for those with military backgrounds, this terrain posed little difficulty. They encountered several vehicles parked by the roadside, slowing to investigate. A quick honk revealed that the cars were infested with zombies, prompting Qin Xiaofei to toss a few small bombs, flipping the nearby vehicles before they sped away. The latter part of their journey was bumpy yet ultimately smooth as they arrived at the service area. Here, the hail ceased and the rain held off, though the darkness was oppressive. Zombies lurked within the service area, drawn by the sound of their vehicle. Wang Weiwa crushed a few underfoot before heading towards the gas station. "I'll check if there's any fuel left." "Qin Luo, can you check the tank?" Su Duo nodded, blowing her whistle once more. Qin Luo affectionately ruffled her hair before turning to exit the vehicle. With a decisive thud, the door closed and all disembarked. Qin Xiaofei accompanied Qin Luo to eliminate the zombies near the main building, moving with remarkable speed, and soon the sound of gunfire echoed. Meanwhile, Wang Weiwa and Baishu remained outside, refueling the vehicle while also assessing the remaining fuel at the station. Each member of the team fulfilled their role. Su Duo awaited Wang Weiwa's signal, then closed the fuel tank cover and jumped down from the vehicle, thankful not to stumble, though her sudden movement startled the others. "Why did you get out, little squad leader? Stay inside the vehicle. Wait until it's safe to exit. This area isn't secure. Be obedient and wait in the car. You're more valuable than us right now." The jest was palpable, Her ability to store vast amounts of items made her invaluable. Despite witnessing Su Duo wield a chainsaw against mutated monkeys, they felt compelled to protect her, attempting to coax her back into the vehicle. However, Su Duo paid them no mind. Her attention focused on Wang Weiwa, who was pulling fuel from the station. She reached out, eager to assist. Bai Shu exclaimed, "No, don't touch that." Yet Su Duo had already grasped the fuel, storing it in her space. She merely gestured with her remaining hand, indicating her intent. Wang Weiwa understood her purpose. "Little squad leader, are you really collecting that fuel?" Su Duo nodded, her expression impassive yet adorably disheveled with her short hair. Appearing oddly charming, she resumed her task, diligently collecting gasoline. Bai Shu remarked, "This is indeed impressive. Keep it up. We'll stand guard." Su Duo nodded earnestly, her fingers barely brushing the gasoline as she collected it, reminiscent of her childhood days filling water in her kitchen. Due to the prohibition against fire at the gas station, Wang Weiwa and Bai Shu dealt with the occasional zombie using force, kicking them aside. Bai Shu even took a moment to fetch additional barrels, allowing Su Duo to focus solely on her collection. Once they had emptied the underground fuel tanks, all three wore satisfied smiles. Su Duo washed her hands while Wang Weiwa and Bai Shu stood watch over her. "Are you tired, little squad leader? The convenience store within the gas station still has a fair amount of supplies. Shall we collect them together?" Su Duo nodded eagerly, striding towards the store. Her enthusiasm for hoarding supplies was evident. With thoughts of the service area as potential resources, her spirit soared. Wang Weiwa and Bai Shu relished the idea of having an enormous mobile storage unit. They collaborated seamlessly, with Wang Weiwa sweeping items off the store shelves into a pile for Su Duo to collect, while Bai Shu stayed close to protect her. In under a minute, Su Duo had cleared the small convenience store of its stock, mostly consisting of instant noodles and drinks. The array of flavors was tantalizing, along with an assortment of snacks. Wang Weiwa mused, "Who knows if instant noodles will ever be produced again? Stocking up now means we can enjoy them later when hunger strikes." Bai Shu wholeheartedly agreed, reminiscing about the joy of devouring a bucket of instant noodles after grueling training sessions when they first joined the military. Having filled her space with supplies, Su Duo felt a sense of security, especially with the vital gasoline now stored safely away, an invaluable asset in the early days of the apocalypse. Chapter 24. Zero-cost purchases at the service area. The three of them were so engrossed in gathering gasoline and supplies that they did not realize the afternoon had slipped away. Perhaps it was the encroaching darkness that made it difficult to discern the passage of time. Bai Shu glanced down at his wristband, astonished. "Have we really spent the entire afternoon? It's already 6 o'clock? Time seemed to fly by too swiftly." Wang Weihu stretched his neck and shoulders, feeling the ache from having to dispatch the occasional zombie that appeared throughout the afternoon. Just then, a sudden explosion echoed nearby, accompanied by a flash that illuminated the area, the electricity crackling menacingly through the air. Su Duo instinctively looked over, a shiver of fear coursing through her. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses and chuckled. "I suppose Chingo has grown weary. He's resorted to using his abilities. That fellow is still not accustomed to his powers and usually avoids using them." Wang Weihu muttered in agreement. "I don't like using them either. It's difficult to control when exerting effort." Among them, Qin Luo possessed the rare storm-type ability. Bai Shu had enhanced vision, Wang Weihu was endowed with strength, while Qin Xiaofei excelled in speed. With the apocalypse having only begun a month prior, chaos reigned, and the headquarters had yet to establish a comprehensive guide for utilizing abilities. Each person could only navigate the unknown through trial and error, striving to collaborate with the Research Institute in hopes of gaining a deeper understanding of their powers, though the journey was fraught with challenges. After an afternoon of purging, they finally eradicated the zombies in the vicinity, with the more cunning ones likely having fled. At least, the parking lot was now devoid of the undead, though the ground was littered with unsightly remains. Su Duo followed Bai Shu and Wang Weihu in search of Qin Luo. The oppressive night sky, swirling ominously, instilled a sense of unease. Through their earpieces, Su Duo faintly heard them mention gathering in the cafeteria. Wang Weihu replied, "Understood. We'll head over in 20 minutes. Let us collect a few more items first." Su Duo's eyes gleamed as she observed the specialty store on the first floor, her eagerness igniting a desire to begin gathering. Qin Luo's voice crackled through the earpiece, indicating, "There are still about 10 survivors here." His message served as a reminder to remain vigilant of outsiders. Su Duo opened the door, darting inside to collect items from the specialty store, which was stocked with valuable dry goods such as mushrooms, ginseng, and sweet cakes. Everything she touched vanished as if by magic, providing her with immense satisfaction. The mushrooms and dried goods, which had previously been sold by weight, were now hers to take freely, a stroke of fortune. These nutritious items could be used to concoct soups in the future. Wang Weihu's attention was drawn to an entire display of cigarettes and alcohol. "Xiao Banzhong!" he exclaimed. Su Duo spun around and dashed over, quickly clearing the cabinet. Even the robust Wang Weihu couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement, declaring, "Should you have any requests in the future, just say the word. With this stash of cigarettes and alcohol, I'm at your service." Bai Shu, browsing in a nearby pharmacy, couldn't he resist teasing, "Weren't you just so principled? Now anything goes?" He recalled how Qin Xiaofei had flatteringly catered to Su Duo, always ready to provide food at her slightest hint of hunger. Wang Weihu scratched his head sheepishly, chuckling awkwardly. Su Duo, completely absorbed in her hoarding, was oblivious to their banter, her mind solely focused on collecting. She continued to gather whatever she desired, stepping over the remnants on the ground as if they were nothing, eventually emptying the entire specialty store. What a remarkably valuable establishment it was. As Bai Shu called out to her from across the way, she dove into the adjacent pharmacy. It was filled with nutritional supplements and common medications, such as motion sickness and cold remedies. Su Duo cleared out the little pharmacy, then, accompanied by her 2 bodyguards, plundered a food store. The pre-apocalyptic food items were still displayed on the counter, but those exposed to the air had already succumbed to contamination and were deemed unusable. Su Duo hurried to the kitchen, gathering supplies from the refrigerator and storeroom. Bai Shu shook his head disapprovingly as he spotted some pre-packaged meals. "Can you believe it? Even the bridge rice noodles are pre-packaged." He lamented the state of food safety. Wang Weihu, however, took a more pragmatic view. In the apocalypse, it mattered little whether food was pre-packaged or not, having something to eat was a blessing. As Bai Shu watched Su Duo, the zombie miss, flit between the small shops, he marveled at the extent of her spatial abilities. It seemed like a bottomless pit. He leaned closer to Wang Weihu and whispered. She previously cleared out 3 large warehouses of canned goods, then gathered a significant amount of gasoline, and now she is still collecting without so much as a blink. "Xiao Banzhong is truly remarkable." Wang Weihu nodded in respect, urging Bai Shu to keep this a secret. The more extraordinary their abilities, the more they needed to protect that information, as one could never be too careful in this unpredictable world. Bai Shu complied, accompanying Su Duo in their scavenging. She even collected the inventory of a small snack and skewer shop, managing to secure several large barrels of cooking oil, a valuable find indeed. When the trio finally arrived at the cafeteria as directed by Qin Luo, they found a dozen survivors inside, some standing and others seated. One girl clung tightly to Qin Xiaofei, crying, "I'm so scared, I'm so scared." Qin Xiaofei appeared pained and helpless, thinking, "I understand your fear. But we're safe now. Please, let go of me." Several girls trembled in thick clothing, and one wept openly, attempting to reach out to Qin Luo. He stepped back, avoiding her grasp, and calmly instructed, "Those who cannot stand should sit down. No need for tears. Be strong." How vividly he remembered that night, before mealtime, around 6 o'clock, when a sudden brawl erupted outside. He had hurriedly urged his partner to close the door, and just as it shut, chaos ensued outside. Yes, we pulled the door shut, secured the gate, and barricaded the glass door with tables and chairs. Had you not arrived, we would not have dared to open the door. Chapter 25, A Brief Introduction. Upon uttering these words, he displayed a lewd grin, his tone laced with lasciviousness. Qin Luo cast a glance at the man and coldly inquired about his residence. Yang Tsong, mistakenly believing that this military man was intrigued, promptly grinned and replied, I live in K-City. You must know Sanyang Trading, right? It's my father's company, quite renowned. In K-City, there's no one who hasn't heard of it. Qin Luo chuckled and responded, Oh? I see. However, my friend, K-City has already fallen. The last batch of survivors was relocated just yesterday. It has become a ghost town. And by the way, are you familiar with the crime of solicitation? His informative tone was rather dashing. Yang Tsong's complexion shifted dramatically, resembling someone afflicted with constipation, pale and greenish. After imparting his knowledge, Qin Luo wore a fierce expression as he pointed at a group of disheveled young individuals, 6 or 7 of them, both male and female, and scolded them to sit properly. His own demeanor radiated righteousness, which only served to highlight the disarray of the group. Listen carefully, the world outside is no longer what you remember. This is not a film, it is no joke. Behave yourselves as it concerns your safety. Do you understand? Qin Luo addressed them. We are not the rescue team responsible for this area. We have our own mission. You now have 2 options. First, you may remain in the service area while we contact headquarters to see if a team has been assigned to this task. Even if none is available, we can arrange for someone to escort you to the nearest survivor base. The survivors perked up at this prospect, eagerly expressing their willingness. Qin Luo, unfazed, continued. The downside is that, despite having cleared the zombies here, there are still other mutated creatures that pose a threat to your safety. The expressions of the survivors turned grim once more. Second, among you, find someone who can drive, someone bold enough to accompany us on the road. If we encounter other combat teams returning from their missions, you may join them on their way to the nearest survivor base. The advantage is that we will provide you with protection, but the journey is fraught with uncertainty. However, I can assure you that we will do our utmost to ensure your safety. Our team can even spare 2 members to ride with you. Qin Luo warned them that if they chose to accompany them, they must behave. Otherwise, he would deal with them himself before any zombies or monsters could. His fierce demeanor was intimidating enough to cause the survivors to hesitate. There was no choice. The primary tenet of headquarters and all bases was an unwavering refusal to compromise in this apocalypse and to never abandon any human being. They did not come specifically to rescue, they had merely sought a place to rest, but upon encountering this situation, they could not turn a blind eye. It was imperative to intervene. Should anyone choose to court disaster, Qin Luo had no intention of offering assistance. There was no need for bad seats in this world. Many gazed at these people, their expressions conflicted, the atmosphere thick with tension. Until Wang Weiwa emerged to distribute survival manuals for the apocalypse in printed form, as ordinary electronic devices were entirely useless. Qin Luo decided to leave matters in Wang Weiwa's capable hands, as he detested dealing with such trivialities. With the survival manual in hand, at least they would gain clearer insights into the apocalypse, having been confined within these well-lit service areas since the onset of the crisis. With the doors securely shut and no internet access, these individuals truly had no idea of the conditions outside. Fortuitously, thanks to the quick thinking of a middle-aged couple, they were in a better position. The man, Zhao Gang, and his wife, Lu Chunwei, were both honest and warm-hearted individuals, expressing their eagerness to accompany them. I can drive. My wife can too. We used to drive large trucks for freight. If the vehicle breaks down, I can fix it. As long as you're willing to take our family of 3, that's all that matters. This is my daughter, Xiaoya, just turned 8. And we have no other relatives. Zhao Gang remarked that as long as their family was together, it was better than staying behind, which was perilous. Especially not knowing when a rescue team would arrive. Lu Chunwei chimed in, asserting that her daughter was brave and could handle herself, even claiming to have slaughtered pigs before. The couple's sincerity elicited laughter from Qin Luo and the others, with many peeking curiously from the side. Lu Chunwei, noticing many, worried they might not take her family along, hastily added, "Is that little girl unwell? I see she doesn't look too good. It would be nice for my daughter to keep her company." Don't let her age fool you. She's quite nurturing. With such words spoken, how could they possibly refuse to take the family of 3? Bai Shu smiled and reassured them, rest assured, as long as you wish to accompany us, we will take you along. Qin Luo glanced at Many, who appeared bashful. She felt she didn't need anyone to care for her, and shook her head, indicating she could manage just fine. You all just take care of yourselves, Qin Luo conveyed to them. Subsequently, he inquired a couple of things from Zhao Gang. With his experience as a seasoned driver, the safety of their family would be significantly enhanced, and the couple's spirited energy was a promising sign of survival. For in this apocalypse, the most fearsome aspect was the presence of psychologically fragile individuals. Chapter 26: The Vehicle Collection as Night Fell. The group temporarily settled at a service area to rest. Subsequently, a torrential downpour ensued, and by dawn, the rain had ceased. The previous night could be deemed relatively tranquil. The service area had its merits, being in a remote location and this route being newly opened, few knew of it, resulting in a scarcity of zombies scratching at doors in the dead of night. Many Duo emerged from her blanket, her hair a disheveled mess, with Qin Luo nearby. And just a little further away was Chen Xiaofei. Bai Shu and Wang Weiwa had taken the night watch and were currently busy assisting the survivors in organizing their belongings. After witnessing the survival manual of the apocalypse the previous night, no one wished to linger. After all, mutated creatures were far more terrifying than zombies. Many Duo blinked her eyes, the soft texture of the cozy blanket delightfully comforting. As she reached out, she inadvertently slid her hand onto Qin Luo's thigh, waking him instantly. They locked eyes, a moment of surprise and embarrassment hanging between them. Was there even a point in claiming it was unintentional? Many Duo immediately attempted to withdraw her hand, only to be caught by Qin Luo, who playfully squeezed her palm before releasing it. Really? First thing in the morning, you're taking liberties? His voice was husky from sleep, a sound that tickled her ears, invoking a strange shyness even in the little zombie. In an effort to cover her tracks, she hastily draped her blanket over Qin Luo's head, hoping that as long as he couldn't see her, the awkwardness would dissipate. Many Duo then climbed out of bed, intending to sneak a glance at what Bai Shu and Wang Weiwa were up to. Those rascals. She was well aware of their penchant for teasing her, treating her like a child. Although her thoughts sometimes felt sluggish, she was no fool. She simply reacted slowly. With a determined turn, she made her way toward the parking lot. Bai Shu and Wang Weiwa were busy repairing a vehicle with Zhao Gang, having chosen the newest bus for the survivors to clean out with cloths and buckets. The trio was modifying the bus, while Lu Chunwei was in the kitchen with her daughter, preparing the remaining food. She had spent the night making steamed buns from flour, a testament to her dedication. Many Duo observed their vehicle modifications for a while. The service area boasted a repair shop equipped with tools, and the morning was bustling with activity. Standing on the damp ground, the little zombie contemplated the parking lot and began to scout for cleaner vehicles to gather. She wasn't particular about the type. As long as there were no zombie corpses inside, she collected them, sensing they might prove useful in the future. As she selectively gathered vehicles, the others at the repair shop remained oblivious to the small number of vehicles disappearing. Only Bai Shu noticed many Duo wandering about and nearly gasped in surprise, realizing Qin Luo was not watching over her and expressing concern that she might be devoured by some mutated creature. Little class leader, don't wander off. Even though the zombies have been eradicated, we must remain cautious of mutated animals. Upon approaching, Bai Shu was astonished to see many Duo collecting vehicles. Just how vast is your space? Many Duo had already moved from the small cars to the truck area, and in the blink of an eye, she had acquired a large freight truck. Hearing the commotion, she turned her head. Her mind was preoccupied with hoarding supplies, rendering her speech so distracted that she could only manage brief messages, exuding an inexplicable coolness. Bai Shu, both amused and exasperated, thought, if something were to happen to you, our team's food supply would be in jeopardy. You continue collecting, and I will find Qin Luo. Many Duo intended to protest, But Bai Shu had already activated his communication device, summoning Qin Luo. Is your first love going to help? If you get snatched by a mutated creature, I won't be responsible. I'm busy modifying the vehicle here. Sighing, the little zombie chose to ignore the situation. Turning back to fill the parking lot with vehicles that caught her eye, convinced that they would be valuable for scrap metal at the base. The survival manual had emphasized the importance of resources in the apocalypse. However, due to the pressing circumstances, the immediate focus remained on rescuing people and collecting food and medicine, with other supplies being secondary. Some larger items were left behind, though essential components were dismantled and taken. Just as Many Duo finished her collection, Qin Luo approached, his tall frame and long legs closing in swiftly. He effortlessly scooped her up, asking if she had finished collecting. Save some space for other items. He lifted her with ease, as if she were a mere toy. When opportunities arise, other teams will come to gather vehicles. Our priority is food, ammunition, and medicine, all right? Darling? He set her down inside, where Chen Xiaofei had just awoken, his hair resembling a bird's nest. Squinting at Many Duo, he eagerly exclaimed, "Little class leader. Where have you been so early?" "I'm starving." Lu Chunwei happened to emerge from the kitchen with several bowls of handmade noodles, overhearing his words. "Who is hungry?" "I've got noodles, freshly made this morning, delicious and chewy." The other survivors appeared accustomed to the routine, having grown used to waiting for food. Upon hearing about the noodles, Chen Xiaofei abandoned his quest for Many Duo's food and turned to Lu Chunwei instead. "And I want a bowl." Their water supply remained uncontaminated, drawn from wells, though the usage was limited. Qin Luo instructed Lu Chunwei to gather as much water as possible before their departure. "We cannot guarantee the availability of clean water sources ahead. We must ensure we have enough." Lu Chunwei nodded, her face radiating gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder. I still have plenty of noodles. I cooked a large pot, and if it's not enough, there's more." Meanwhile, Yang Song continued to complain, "Aunt Lu, today's noodles are too soft." Their interactions reflected a familiar camaraderie, though Qin Luo frowned at the group, mostly young people, particularly Yang Song. Along with 2 male followers and 3 girls, a total of 6, who contributed nothing to the tasks at hand. Initially, Qin Luo assumed Lu Chunwei and her husband were simply kind-hearted, but Lu Chunwei awkwardly smiled. "They paid quite a bit, and we thought we could earn a little extra." Chapter 27. The delight of unpacking deliveries. Qin Luo appreciated the sincerity of such individuals. However, it must be said that the currency system has changed. The future of exchanges remains uncertain. One must not coddle them too much. The path ahead cannot rely solely on their own efforts. Lu Chunwei nodded in agreement, expressing profound gratitude, stating that finding the main group provided a sense of security. She inquired further about the survivor base, learning that everything was orderly. Merely a change in lifestyle and currency. Lu Chunwei expressed her trust in the headquarters, affirming that it was acceptable to start anew. Qin Luo's mild demeanor towards the couple was not without reason. They were both clear-headed, and their young daughter was quietly well-behaved. Unlike Yang Song and his group, who were truly oblivious to the times. Fortunately, Qin Xiaofei was in charge, ensuring they finished their meal before returning to work. They dared not voice their discontent. Manuo, on the other hand, was immersed in her own space, her mind filled with multifaceted cubes, now housing several vehicles. Various luxury sedans, business cars, even a recreational vehicle. And a sizable truck were present. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that one truck was laden with flour, another with hardware components, and yet another with fruit, though sadly, much of it was spoiled after so long in the apocalypse. The final truck appeared to be filled with delivery packages, a massive vehicle, a 9.6-meter box truck, reputedly capable of carrying between 9,000 to 10,000 parcels. The little zombie, despite being a zombie, still remembered the joy of unpacking deliveries. Manuo retrieved a package and began to unwrap it, revealing a delightful rabbit headband. She immediately donned it. When Qin Luo finally glanced over, he found her joyfully unpacking deliveries. Where had she procured these? Amused and exasperated, he observed her wearing the pink and white rabbit headband, which was quite endearing. He couldn't resist reaching out to pinch the rabbit's ears. The texture was rather pleasant. Manuo cast a furtive glance at him, feeling a twinge of guilt as if caught in a misdeed. However, considering the fall of several major cities, she realized these deliveries would not reach their intended recipients. The little zombie remained composed, even slipping 2 small parcels into Qin Luo's embrace, intending to share in the spoils. Qin Luo, with his excellent memory, recalled having spotted a delivery truck during yesterday's zombie clearing operation, but he hadn't given it much thought. He was also unaware of the extent of Manuo's space. Who would have imagined she hoarded items like a hamster, wishing to stash everything she encountered? Nevertheless, it must be said that thanks to her penchant for collecting, her space had amassed quite the stockpile of supplies. As they had yet to depart, Qin Luo casually unwrapped 2 parcels, discovering a mechanical keyboard and a string of prayer beads. Feeling somewhat disillusioned, he turned to see Manuo unveiling a smartphone and a gold bracelet, leaving him astounded. What extraordinary luck was this? Manuo's eyes sparkled at the sight of the bracelet, and she instinctively raised her hand to wear it. Qin Luo promptly intervened, urging her not to wear it in public as it could attract unwanted attention, potentially leading to her capture. The adage antique treasures in prosperous times, gold in chaotic times held true. Gold remained a tantalizing temptation. The little zombie, at times astute yet often oblivious, had Qin Luo genuinely concerned for her safety. She was so petite that he could easily whisk her away without much effort. Although Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei claimed she could wield a chainsaw to slay several mutated monkeys, her diminutive stature made it hard to believe. Qin Luo worried unnecessarily. Manuo merely wished to try on the bracelet, not to flaunt it about. Thus, she reluctantly stored it in her space, reserving a compartment specifically for jewelry, which uplifted her spirits. Shiny objects were delightful, she adored them. Qin Xiaofei, having hastily consumed 2 bowls of noodles, turned to see Manuo and Qin Luo, each accompanied by a zombie, tinkering with something. He suspected they might be indulging in a secret stash. Stealthily approaching, he discovered they were unpacking deliveries. Astonished, he exclaimed, "Where did these deliveries come from at this time?" Manuo, upon finishing her last parcel, ceased her activities, placing everything into her space. Qin Luo lamented, 5 parcels, 5. Manuo opened 2 smartphones and a jade ornament, while I was left with a Russian nesting doll and a ceramic stewing pot. How unlucky can one be? Without comparison, there is no pain. Qin Luo sighed in despair. Qin Xiaofei erupted in laughter, amused by the luck of the little squad leader. Manuo, having completed her message, lifted her tablet, which read, "The deliveries were collected from the truck outside." Ensuring no one was watching, she handed 2 small parcels to Qin Xiaofei for him to unwrap. No one could resist the joy of unboxing. As he opened them, he found a belt and a men's wallet, both high-end brands. He marveled, heavens, these would cost thousands in normal times. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were from a well-known delivery company, explaining the quality of the goods. Qin Luo, having observed this, expressed his disinterest in continuing. "Manuo, are you teasing me? You received all the good items." The little zombie glared at him with her wide, round eyes, as if to say, "What nonsense are you spouting? I merely took what was at hand." Qin Luo chuckled, finding her sharp little teeth amusing as he playfully teased her. The little zombie's expression was often stoic, yet her eyes sparkled with life. When she was angry, she glared, and when she was dejected, her gaze turned mournful, making her an entertaining companion. Alas, joyful moments are fleeting. After indulging in their playful antics for a few minutes, the survivors concluded their breakfast, and the bus was ready for departure. Just before leaving, an unexpected issue arose. Yang Tsong's group audaciously requested to ride in Qin Luo's larger vehicle. Surely they could squeeze in. The bus appeared increasingly unsafe. Qin Luo's response was icy. "Enough with the chatter. Just leave." To the outside world, Captain Qin was both cool and imposing, though he softened his tone with those close to him. Yang Tsung fell silent. Some of his companions were at least considerate enough to apologize. Manuo swiftly climbed into the off-road vehicle, while Qin Xiaofei and Wang Weihua had to join the survivors' bus, as someone had to keep an eye on that side. Yang Tsung's gaze fell on Manuo, and he spat derisively, "What s with the pretense? Acting all high and mighty when you're just taking a girl out for a task? She's probably just a pretty face. What can she even do?" Wu Zijie interjected. "Yang, don't be angry. We can't afford to offend these people right now." Chapter 28. Crisis. Yang Tsung spat another curse, exclaiming, "Isn't he just flaunting his abilities with arrogance? If I had powers too, would he still hold such sway over us?" Wu Zijie felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing this, but after being Yang Tsung's subordinate for so long, he dared not retort. Did Brother Wang not provide us with a survival manual for the apocalypse? I doubt activating those abilities is as simple as it seems. It's an unfamiliar phenomenon. Who knows if there are any side effects to possessing powers? The other girls had been thoroughly frightened these past few days, and hearing the two still had the leisure to discuss such matters prompted them to urge, "Hurry, let us get in the car. Indeed, Uncle Zhao will start driving soon." Yang Tsung retorted, "Are you seeking death? What do you women want from me?" Despite his harsh words, they had no choice but to board the vehicle, with the girl's eyes glistening from his reprimands. Qin Xiaofei took roll call in the vehicle. Yang Tsung's group comprised 6 people, himself, Wu Zijie, another boy named He, and 3 girls. Zhao Gang, Lu Chunwei, and their daughter were present, along with a pair of laborers, good brothers from the same village, both in their early 20s. There was also a young couple and a trio of close friends, making a total of 16 survivors. After confirming the head count, Qin Xiaofei signaled Zhao Gang to close the door and start the car, reminding him to stay focused during the drive, no matter what they might encounter. Zhao Gang nervously swallowed, glanced at his wife and daughter, then nodded earnestly. "Don't worry, I'll drive safely." Qin Xiaofei settled into his seat in the front row. "All right, go ahead and follow our captain." The vehicle set off immediately. Meanwhile, Su Yudua was idly occupying herself in the middle row, stealthily unboxing deliveries. The rustling sounds continued unabated. Qin Luo was at the wheel, while Baishu monitored the road conditions and scrolled through the forum for the latest updates. The commotion from the back row amused him. Having a little zombie around certainly added a measure of entertainment. Su Yudua felt little joy as she unwrapped electronic devices. In the apocalypse, ordinary electronics had lost their value. A phone that once cost nearly 10,000 had now become little more than scrap metal, waiting to see if it could fetch a price in the future. However, she was genuinely excited if she uncovered food, particularly a large box of snacks. After some time, the thrill of unboxing faded. Su Yudua resumed gazing out the window. Although it wasn't raining, the weather was dismal, with thick clouds hanging overhead. With no alternative routes available, the highway remained the best option, despite the congestion. Baishu analyzed the situation on his tablet, where real-time maps provided updates from other survivor teams. Zhao Gang drove with both speed and caution, especially when confronted with fog. Su Yudua reflected that despite the poor road conditions, their journey had been relatively smooth thus far, until suddenly a herd of wild boars burst forth from the fog. Qin Luo collided with them, sending them flying. The bus behind them was startled, but fortunately, Zhao Gang managed to regain control of the vehicle within seconds. Qin Luo glanced back and praised, "Zhao Gang and his wife are quite capable. They are well suited for combat missions. Their strong psychological resilience is commendable. If only they had awakened their powers, they would be invaluable." Baishu adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Their potential is indeed promising. If the base develops an evolution serum in the future, they might very well become part of a combat team." Qin Luo chuckled, "Let us hope for that." As Su Yudua observed the road conditions, aside from the occasional mutated animal emerging from the mountains, the highway remained eerily quiet. This silence was not comforting but rather foreboding. Perhaps it was her instincts kicking in? Although she was a zombie, she bore no hostility towards humans. Yet, upon encountering mutated beasts, fear gripped her. compelling her body into a tense, combat-ready state. She perceived herself as human, despite her current undead form. In an instant, her brain issued a strong warning of danger. She abruptly turned her head and spotted a massive shadow approaching from the lower left, a serpent-like creature. Su Yudwa quickly retrieved the wooden whistle from her chest and blew into it, successfully alerting the two in front. Qin Luo instinctively scanned the road. Su Yudwa nodded. Bai Shu also caught sight of it, the creature's thick, serpentine body, which had evidently devoured a considerable amount since their last encounter. Qin Luo fixed his gaze ahead and commanded, "Inform Old Wang to take over driving. We need to accelerate and see if we can shake it off. Otherwise, we may have to confront it directly." Such a formidable mutated creature was not easily subdued. At least several teams would be required. Unfortunately, on this route, no other combat teams were in sight. Though Bai Shu's expression darkened, he promptly notified Wang Weihu, who readily agreed. Meanwhile, the survivors erupted into screams, unable to contain their terror. Yang Tsong's voice rose above the rest, frantically exclaiming, "I told you not to follow them. You insisted. Look what has happened. We're being targeted by monsters. We're going to be eaten. We're going to die." His subsequent words were muffled as Chen Xiaofei covered his mouth, reassuring Qin Luo, "You keep driving. We will catch up." Indeed, it was comforting to have dependable teammates. Qin Luo smiled. "All right, step on it." Chen Xiaofei quickly replied, "Got it." Wang Weihu instructed Zhao Gang to pull over, swiftly swapping places with him. Within 10 seconds, the bus roared back to life, surging forward. Both vehicles began to accelerate rapidly. Qin Luo faced the pressure of leading the way, needing to maintain speed despite the poor road conditions. Su Yudwa found it increasingly challenging to keep her balance. She clung tightly to her seat, eventually moving to the back row, grasping the seat and keeping an eye on the approaching serpent creature. To her dismay, she realized the distance was closing in alarmingly fast. The tension was palpable, sending shivers down her spine. Chapter 29 commences. Chen Xiaofei leaned out of the window, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards the rear, the cacophony startling the survivors within the vehicle into a huddled silence, clutching their heads in terror. Yang Tsong, bound tightly to prevent any mischief, squirmed helplessly. Zhao Gang fidgeted anxiously, while Lu Chunwei held her young daughter close, their family of 3 encapsulated in a tense yet silent dread. There were no screams, no added chaos. Wang Weiwa drove aggressively, closely tailing Qin Luo's SUV. Upon reaching a traffic signal, he immediately grasped the intent to halt and engage in combat. There was no evading this confrontation. "Zhao Gang, take the wheel and lead the others forward. You should encounter other rescue teams upon reaching City C," Wang Weiwa shouted. This bus was fully fueled, with several containers of gasoline pilfered from other vehicles in the back, more than sufficient to reach City C. From here on, you must navigate on your own. Listen closely. Regardless of the mutated creatures or zombies you encounter, do not falter. Stay composed, and if necessary, ram through them. Despite his trembling hands, Zhao Gang nodded repeatedly. "I understand. But what about you? Can you handle this beast?" Lu Chunwei, pale-faced, interjected, "There are only a few of you. How can you possibly contend with that monster? Shouldn't we leave together? Drive faster." Wang Weiwa, however, insisted, "There's no time. If this continues, none of you will escape. We'll buy you some time. If it comes to worst, we can still flee, with you all in tow. We cannot fight effectively without distraction." He halted the vehicle abruptly. With a brief smile, he patted Zhao Gang's shoulder, urging him to run swiftly. Their little daughter nestled in Lu Chunwei's embrace, her wide eyes shining with innocence, spoke, "Uncle, you are heroes. Please be safe." Wan Weiwa gently ruffled the girl's hair. "Listen to your parents." She nodded earnestly. Wang Weiwa leaped from the vehicle. "Chen Xiaofei, hurry." The others, trembling with fear, turned to Yang Kong. Had he not been bound and gagged, he would have been vocally protesting, his face a mask of terror as he struggled futilely. The group nodded in understanding. He was indeed the most likely to cause trouble. Wu Zijia, seeking favor, suggested, "Should we take your young female teammate with us?" Wang Weihua and Chen Xiaofei exchanged weapons. Suddenly, a memory surged forth of Mu Duoduo wielding a chainsaw against mutated monkeys, sending a shiver down his spine. "Our teammate is not needed," he declared. In this apocalyptic world, uncertainties abound. It is perilous for Mu Duoduo to venture alone. Regardless of the mutated snake person, we can surely manage it, should it require sacrifice. We will trade injuries for its life. Protecting her is far less troublesome than safeguarding these ordinary individuals. Wang Weihua waved them off, urging them to flee. Zhao Gang promptly pressed the accelerator. In less than 2 minutes, the bus surged ahead, overtaking the SUV, honking a farewell as they sped forward. Mu Duoduo, understanding the urgency without needing to be told, swiftly exited the vehicle. Lu Chunwei silently prayed for the safety of the young people and for her own group as survival. Wu Zijia observed as the little girl disembarked from the SUV, surprisingly composed, neither crying nor faltering. This alone contradicted Yang Tsong's portrayal of her as a fragile beauty. Meanwhile, the survivors in the bus were paralyzed by fear, seated weakly in their places, gripping the railings tightly. The scent of urine permeating the air from those too terrified to maintain control. Witnessing such a grotesque creature as the massive mutated snake would frighten even the most resilient souls. On the other hand, Mu Duoduo prepared for battle. Aware of her limited combat prowess, when Captain Qin Luo instructed her to stay with Bai Shu, she promptly followed him towards the hillside adjacent to the highway. Bai Shu, a sniper, needed to quickly locate a vantage point. Qin Luo retrieved small explosives from his storage space, each the size of marbles, as communication devices crackled to life. "Old Wang, Chen Xiaofei, keep it occupied, I'll be there shortly." Mu Duoduo trailed Bai Shu through the woods towards the snake person. As they communicated their positions through the earpieces, Bai Shu, despite his refined demeanor, moved with remarkable agility. By the time Qin Luo relayed their coordinates, he had already set up his weapon. Mu Duoduo remained vigilant by his side. The apocalypse had transformed even the insects in the woods, with vividly colored spiders the size of fists. Overcoming her disgust, she dispatched them with her dagger. Bai Shu fell into battle mode, speaking little, but noticing that Mu Duoduo was clearing obstacles for him, she silently removed anything that could potentially disrupt him. The little squad leader truly lived up to her title. They paused behind a rock, surrounded by trees for concealment. Once Bai Shu was in position, he relayed that the three were ready. The battle commenced with a thunderous roar. Mu Duoduo crouched beside him, battling mutated insects that, starved in the woods, turned on each other. When they caught scent of fresh flesh, they swarmed towards Bai Shu, only to be met with a barrage of insecticide from Mu Duoduo. Recognizing its effectiveness, she poured 2 bags of repellent powder over him, achieving excellent results. Bai Shu trusted her implicitly, not questioning her actions as he transitioned into a state of flow, delivering precise shots. However, he struggled to hit the snake person's vital spot, constantly shifting positions to evade detection. The intensity of the battle echoed through the earpieces. Unable to keep pace with Bai Shu, Mu Duoduo turned her attention to the nearby skirmish. Wang Weihua was already bloodied and wounded, while Chen Xiaofei appeared to be laboring in his movements, though Qin Luo still fought fiercely. Chapter 30. A Pyrrhic victory. Qin Luo truly lived up to his reputation as the main attacker of the team. His output alone could rival that of several individuals. His reckless fervor left spectators trembling with fear. Many watched as he engaged the mutated serpent man, and after a barrage of gunfire proved ineffective, he switched to his dual blades. The sight of the serpent man with a human face was utterly disconcerting, even repulsive to the small undead being. Wang Weihua served as the team's tank, his power enhancing his strength and making him remarkably resilient. With a series of punches, he sent the mutated serpent man reeling, causing a torrent of debris to scatter. Among the detritus were remnants of mutated animals and humans. Chen Xiaofei, whose ability was to enhance his speed, occupied himself with distracting the enemy, consistently creating openings to inflict wounds upon the serpent man. The creature became disoriented, its massive head thrashing about wildly. Bai Shu's marksmanship was impeccable, each shot tearing into the serpent's flesh, yet the creature's agility prevented him from landing a fatal blow. He remained distant, shifting positions, leaving the serpent man oblivious to where the next shot would come from. Qin Luo's abilities seemed to be an unfamiliar terrain for him. He rarely utilized them, but eventually, he did resort to them. Many witnessed him summon lightning, the overcast skies providing the perfect backdrop for his prowess. Sparks of electric blood mist erupted from the serpent man, yet its sheer size left them perplexed regarding its level of threat. Despite their relentless assaults, they could not slay the beast, which only served to enrage it further, sending both Wang Weiwa and Chen Xiaofei flying. As time dragged on, Qin Luo and his team began to find themselves at a disadvantage. Many felt a surge of panic as she saw her comrades hurtling through the air, blood streaming from their mouths and noses. Qin Luo, too, was injured. The serpent man's attacks carried a sonic wave that caused excruciating pain with every shriek. When she saw Qin Luo ensnared by the creature, many could no longer contain herself. Her mind buzzed as she instinctively dashed towards them, her heart pounding audibly in her ears. The chaotic thoughts in her mind swirled like a frenzied Rubik's cube, leaving her dizzy. Run, many. Quickly. The small class leader was dwarfed by the monstrous serpent, which could easily swallow her whole. The serpent's mocking laughter echoed, "Oh? A zombie wishes to join the fray? Come forth, let me have a bite, crunchy and savory like chicken." The serpent's colossal body tightened its grip on Qin Luo, whose expression darkened as he shouted, "You vile creature, I am your progenitor. Dare to utter another word? Whom do you wish to devour, you wretched beast?" In a fit of rage, he unleashed a tremendous surge of electricity that coursed through the serpent man, causing its entire form to convulse. The creature's body erupted with countless small wounds, blood pouring forth as it screamed in agony, "I will destroy you. I will end you." Qin Luo was thrown aside, crashing against the mountainside bordering the highway. "Qin go. Captain Qin. Class leader." Many's mind was a cacophony of noise, her vision blurred by the chaos. At that moment, a fetid wind brushed past her, and the world seemed to slow. The serpent's gaping maw revealed its menacing fangs, its blood-red mouth and dark throat looming before her. Instinctively, she raised her hands to shield herself, and then a phrase echoed in her mind, prompting her to silently recite it. Time seemed to crystallize around her. In that instant, she witnessed the serpent man freeze, its eyes wide in disbelief as it mouthed no way. The next moment, it detonated, its massive body shattering into pieces. Blood and viscera drenched many, the remnants of the creature splattering around her. Silence enveloped the scene. Wang Weiwa and Chen Xiaofei remained in stunned silence, before eventually erupting into laughter, collapsing onto the ground, overwhelmed with disbelief. "Incredible. Class leader, you are amazing. Ha ha ha, oh my." The sensation of being alive is simply euphoric. Many sat dazed in the blood-soaked ground, the crimson liquid clouding her vision, as she felt the world turn a shade of red. When clarity returned, she noticed a pair of large hands wiping her face clean of the gore before lifting her to her feet. "Are you all right? Have you been stunned?" Qin Luo, battered yet resolute, was the first to rise, struggling to approach and assist many. He could not bear to see her, a small, pitiful figure, sitting bewildered in the blood. Spotting a crimson crystal core at his feet, he picked it up and handed it to the small, undead girl. Many instinctively grasped the core, her expression still vacant. Wang Weiwa and Chen Xiaofei remained sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Despite being enhanced individuals, the agony was overwhelming and recovery would take time. Bai Shu, having sustained the lightest injuries from the sonic attack, was rendered speechless at the brutal scene he had just witnessed. As Wang Weiwa and Chen Xiaofei struggled to rise, the small undead remained in a daze. Captain Qin Luo bore severe injuries as well. Bai Shu sighed, wishing to assist Qin Luo, but he waved him off, insisting, "No need for help. I can manage. Go assist Wang and Chen." Bai Shu reluctantly turned to aid Chen Xiaofei, who was still gasping for breath on the ground. The vehicle was permeated with the stench of blood. What a ferocious opponent. What level was that mutated serpent man? It was incredibly formidable. I nearly thought we would meet our end today. I've heard that those with spatial abilities can develop lethal techniques. Qin Xiaofei and Wang Weihua exchanged remarks, attempting to distract themselves from their pain, which occasionally caused them to shudder. Chapter 31. Completion of the wanted mission. The mutated serpent man, named Liang Yong, age 10. Formerly the general manager of a publicly listed company, had recently been apprehended for embezzlement. In his youth, he had a penchant for exotic game, but due to governmental restrictions, he developed a taste for snakes. Just before the apocalypse, he was bitten by a snake, and on the very day the cataclysm began, he transformed into a serpent man, devouring the police officer sent to capture him and numerous bystanders, including zombies. His common abilities post-transformation included binding kill, knockback, and devour, while his derived skill sonic attack could induce dizziness, hallucinations, and vomiting. He advanced through consumption. The headquarters updated their assessment criteria, classifying this mutated serpent man as a 3-star monster, with the highest rating tentatively set at 10 stars. Upon entering the forum, Bai Shu noted the update regarding this wanted mutated serpent man. Qin Xiaofei, tending to his wounds, couldn't help but lament, this news arrives too late. If only the information had been complete sooner. My head is still spinning and my ears are ringing. Plus, this health bar is exceedingly difficult to deplete. Xiao Bai. Make sure to include its unique attributes in the report. Wang Weihua echoed this sentiment while bandaging his own injuries. The group had halted on an emergency lane, where Wang Weihua poured disinfectant over his wounds, wincing at the sting. Physiological reflexes were unavoidable. Both he and Qin Xiaofei bore considerable external injuries, yet fortunately, their enhanced abilities allowed their wounds to have already stopped bleeding, requiring only anti-inflammatory treatment and bandaging. With some medication, they would fully recover in a week. A regular person, however, would not be so fortunate. Bai Shu nodded in agreement. His left ear was bleeding slightly due to the sonic attack, but he prioritized uploading the data on the mutated serpent man to prevent other teams from encountering the same monster, with no one accepting the mission. The reward for this wanted task had escalated to 200,000 points. I'll allocate 100,000 points to the squad leader and split the remaining 100,000 among us. Does anyone have any objections? Bai Shu adjusted his glasses, though at that moment, no one was concerned about the distribution. Wang Weihua replied, that works for me. Qin Xiaofei, grimacing as he wrapped a bandage around himself, nodded, sure. We can give a little extra to the squad leader. If it weren't for her hidden ultimate ability, we might not have made it out today. Wang Weihua concurred, glancing at his injured fist and clenching it in frustration. We are too weak. How can they classify these creatures into star ratings? This is merely a 3-star monster. Yet it nearly wiped out our team. We used to operate seamlessly on missions, yet today we almost met our end. Qin Xiaofei fell silent, his spirits dampened, and sighed heavily. Bai Shu swiftly completed the report and allocated the points to their accounts. If you're feeling disheartened, I recommend checking the forum. We are merely at the beginning of the apocalypse, and the highest level monsters encountered thus far are only 5 stars. Moreover, since we successfully eliminated this 3-star mutated serpent man, the headquarters has promised additional rewards, so we have much to look forward to. He emphasized that their small team had just defeated a 3-star mutated creature with relative ease. Wang Weihua and Qin Xiaofei leaned closer to Bai Shu, their eyes fixed on the trending posts on the tablet, which praised their accomplishments. What? Which brave team took on this task that no one else dared to? Oh, it's the 3A Special Operations Team? Well, I have no issues with that. Wow! A 3-star mutated creature. What kind of team is this, so formidable? What is the 3A Special Operations Team about? A mere civilian newbie seeks enlightenment. With the advent of the apocalypse, many new colloquialisms emerged on the forum. For instance, combat teams with military backgrounds referred to themselves as organized, while those ordinary individuals who gained abilities during the apocalypse labeled themselves as civilian newbies. The discussions were lively. No matter how dire the circumstances, gossip remained essential for sanity. When someone inquired about the 3A Special Operations Team, other enthusiastic comrades from different squads provided insights. The 3A Special Operations Team? It's nothing extraordinary. They have been awarded an A rating continuously for 3 years, totaling 36 months. Civilian newbies, don't listen to the nonsense above. Each member of this team is impressive, otherwise they wouldn't be part of the legendary A group. There are 7 teams in a group, and 3A is quite formidable. They are at the pinnacle of the pyramid. A tough bunch who can endure hunger for days without faltering. Other comrades nodded in agreement, likely having faced comparisons with their superiors, each expressing their own weary frustration. The civilian newbies were in awe, exclaiming how impressive the team was. No wonder they are so powerful. We previously found a 1-star mutated animal terrifying, nearly leading to total annihilation. And now, a 3-star mutated creature? It used to be human, not even an animal. The pressure is immense. Ha ha, typical civilian newbies. Have you never taken a life? For those of us with military backgrounds, it's not that daunting, but the grotesque appearance of such creatures is indeed unsettling. Members of the 3A Special Operations Team? That's not surprising. Did you see the pictures and videos from the scene? My heavens, it was all chunks of meat. How strong must one be to reduce a 3-star mutated creature to such? Don't go too crazy. Everyone, we shouldn't. At least not. In summary, the discussions were joyous, with the 3A Special Operations Team revered as an elite group, while only the few knew the reality. Chen Xiaofei scratched his nose, saying, I truly feel undeserving. If it weren't for the squad leader, we might not have stood a chance against that creature. Wang Weiwa felt a pang of guilt. Chen Xiaofei hesitated. Should we wake them? At the very least, Qin Ji's wounds need to be properly treated, and the squad leader hasn't even changed her clothes. Wang Weiwa peeked in, observing the two sleeping soundly beside each other. Bai Shu shook his head. Let them rest. We don't know the squad leader's condition, but it's common for Qin Luo to fall asleep immediately after a fight. Recent studies suggest sleep aids in the rapid recovery of abilities and wounds. If they can sleep, we should also take a moment to rest. Chapter 32. The Little Zombie's Attachment. Brother Bai, how do you manage to acquire information so swiftly? Chen Xiaofei expressed his admiration. Wang Weiwa, who had just entered the vehicle, concurred. Indeed, Little Bai seems to know everything. Chen Xiaofei and Wang Weiwa exchanged sheepish smiles. They were simply not academically inclined, only interested in their personal passions, making the pursuit of knowledge a daunting task for them. In this regard, they certainly did not match Bai Shu's attentiveness. A few hours later, when Su Duo opened her eyes, she was greeted by the hazy figures of 2 individuals before her. Their outlines blurred as if viewed through a red veil. Rubbing her eyes, she was startled to recognize Lu Chunwei and her daughter. In a daze, it took her a good 3 minutes to process her surroundings. Was she dreaming? Hadn't she parted ways with them? The survivors had moved ahead while their team remained behind, engaging in a fierce battle, during which they all sustained injuries. Panic surged within her as she frantically searched for familiar faces, realizing she was in an old warehouse, spacious yet empty, with several survivors resting nearby. Her gaze landed on a familiar group. Qin Luo had awakened and was standing tall, flanked by Wang Weiwa, Chen Xiaofei, and Bai Shu, engaged in conversation. Were it not for the tattered, blood-stained clothes he wore and the bandaged fingers that hung limply from his side, Su Duo might have believed she was merely dreaming. After some time, she managed to piece together the situation. They had caught up with the survivors, having been separated by less than 2 hours. However, she soon became aware of an ache in her head, a stiffness that had intensified since before. Furrowing her brow, she noticed Lu Chunwei and her daughter whispering to one another, their backs turned to her. Mom, but look at how covered in blood my sister is. It would be better for her to freshen up, the little girl suggested. You're right, sweetheart. Captain Qin and the other young men are likely too preoccupied to attend to her. How about we work together to help her clean up? She would feel better. Wouldn't she? But we don't know if she has any wounds, Lu Chunwei admitted, torn between her desire to assist and her fear of hurting the girl. Upon overhearing their conversation, Su Duo nearly leaped to her feet. Despite her transformation into a little zombie, she still valued her dignity. No way was she going to be stripped bare. She immediately sprang up and stumbled towards Qin Luo, clinging to his arm for comfort. The little girl was startled by a sudden movement, having turned just in time to see a figure dart away, leaving her unable to greet her sister. Lu Chunwei was taken aback as well. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had remained vigilant, instinctively tightening her hold on her daughter. To her surprise, the little girl had bolted towards Captain Qin, clutching his arm like an ostrich, casting wary glances back at them. The mother and daughter found themselves in an awkward moment, realizing that the little girl must have overheard their conversation. It seemed the southern girl was not accustomed to such candid exchanges. "Xiao, you're awake," Qin Xiaofei exclaimed, his surprise evident. Bai Shu noted the blood in her eyes. Though she appeared completely oblivious, a normal person would likely struggle to keep their eyes open. Yet she remained calm. This realization only solidified Bai Shu's conviction that the little class monitor was indeed not human. Observing her dependence on Qin Luo, Bai Shu dismissed the others, leading Qin Xiaofei and Wang Wei, suggesting they leave the trio to attend to other matters, wishing to avoid being third wheels. "Wait, why? I haven't even had a chance to talk to the little class monitor yet," Qin Xiaofei protested, but Bai Shu insisted on taking him away. Wang Weiwa opened his mouth to speak, only to notice the class monitor's vacant expression and her unusual reliance on Qin Luo, realizing something was amiss. Consequently, he followed Bai Shu's lead. Meanwhile, Qin Luo was still engaged in conversation with others. "Yes, that's fine on my end," he replied. He merely glanced at the little zombie as she approached, noting her small hand tightly gripping his arm, but he remained silent. Su Duo turned her gaze towards the opposing team, recognizing their captain nodding in agreement, saluting Qin Luo with gratitude for his efforts, assuring him they would take over from there. Qin Luo acknowledged the gesture with a nod. Feeling uneasy as the other captain seemed to glance at the collar around her neck, Su Duo instinctively moved closer to Qin Luo, nearly merging with him. In a gentlemanly manner, Qin Luo lifted her with one arm, carrying her like a doll as he made his way to the bathing area within the warehouse, which was equipped with a row of showers. He placed Su Duo in one of the stalls, instructing her to wash up and change into clean clothes, assuring her he would be in the next room. "You can call for me if you need anything. You can manage a shower on your own, right?" As Qin Luo contemplated whether to summon Lu Chunwei to assist her, Su Duo quickly shook her head, adamantly refusing. No wonder Lu Chunwei and her daughter looked so peculiar just now. Perhaps they genuinely wanted to help, but you frightened them away, Qin Luo mused, recalling the expressions on their faces. "You, a little zombie, are surprisingly shy," he teased, noticing her disheveled appearance, battle attire, dark hair, and pale skin smeared with dried blood. A sight that tugged at his heartstrings. He felt a wave of frustration for failing to protect her, yet here she was, having saved him in return. Qin Luo discerned that she seemed more dazed than before, regressing to her initial state when they first met, her reactions delayed. Gently pinching the nape of her neck to ease her tension, he urged, "Enough pondering, you'll wear out your mind. Take a proper wash and rest." From his storage space, he retrieved a blue water bucket, just the right size for her. Watching her stand inside the bucket, he felt a sense of satisfaction with his cleverness. "What a genius I am. Go ahead and wash up," he remarked before closing the door behind him and stepping into the adjoining shower stall. The sound of running water soon filled the air, and since there was no electricity, only cold water was available for bathing. Chapter 33. Reflection. As Qin Luo was washing up, he suddenly noticed the little zombie scratching at the door. Injured and in an uncomfortable position, he wondered how this small creature, covered in filth, could be so persistent. Hey, stop it, ancestor. The door is about to break." Little did he know the reason for Mu Duo's relentless behavior. Her thoughts were no longer aligned with those of a normal person. What logic could a zombie possess? When he finally opened the door, He was greeted by the sight of Mu Duo clad in a soft, cozy pajama set, reminiscent of the time they first met. Her almond-shaped eyes blinked innocently, appearing both clear and foolish. Previously, she had been full of cunning thoughts, but now she seemed even more dazed than before. Leaning against the door frame with one hand, Qin Luo scrutinized Mu Duo, who shyly reached out to tug at his athletic wear. He was dressed in a dark green outfit that accentuated his physique, causing her to fixate on his chest and abdominal muscles. Oh dear, Mu Duo, you seem even more clueless than before. What if someone were to abduct you? With a sigh, he brushed her damp bangs back, styling them into a slicked-back look. Thankfully, Mu Duo's delicate features made this new hairstyle surprisingly charming, igniting a sense of novelty in Qin Luo. He found himself alternating between tucking her bangs behind her ears and letting them fall forward, marveling at how drastically different each style appeared. Just then, a few younger members from another team passed by and caught sight of Captain Qin flirting. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. They looked at him as if he were a lecher. Caught off guard, Qin Luo met Mu Duo's gaze, only to notice that the color of her contact lenses had turned red from splattered blood. He instinctively wiped her eye with his finger, but it didn't clean up properly. Deciding to take action, he scooped her up under his arm and proclaimed, "We need to address your eyes. Let me ask them how to fix this." 3 minutes later, Mu Duo sat on a mattress laid on the floor, while Qin Luo sat behind her, drying her hair. In front of them sat Bai Shu, Qin Xiaofei, and Wang Weiwa, each wearing serious expressions as they contemplated her contact lenses. "Shouldn't we take these off?" Bai Shu inquired. "Qin, since you put them on, you should take them off. This seems trickier than putting them on in the first place. What's wrong with the little class leader? She seems dimmer," Wang Weiwa noted, recalling their awkward defeat against the mutated serpent men. Qin Luo gently held Mu Duo's chin, tilting her head back as he peered into her eyes. "Am I just too timid to handle this? Should I find someone more skilled?" He pondered aloud, worrying about accidentally injuring her. As he spoke, he noticed the 3 men were silent, their expressions conveying unspoken thoughts. When he finally looked up, he was met with incredulous faces. Wang Weiwa rubbed his arms in disbelief, while Qin Xiaofei exclaimed, "Whoa, Qin, are you about to kiss the little class leader?" Bai Shu quickly covered Qin Xiaofei's mouth, apologizing, "Forgive my son, he doesn't understand." Qin Xiaofei protested, struggling against Bai Shu's grip. "Who are you calling your son?" Wang Weiwa, returning to the matter at hand, suggested, "We need to find a girl who can handle contact lenses. Assuming the little class leader is willing to have them removed. Don't you think she seems off since she used that powerful move?" Bai Shu, having just wrestled with Qin Xiaofei over the sun issue, adjusted his glasses and said with utmost seriousness, "I suspect it might be a side effect. That technique of hers resembles space compression, which certainly overwhelmed the serpent men." However, they could only speculate, as Mu Duo had not used her powers in previous encounters. During the incident with the mutated monkeys, she was seen holding a chainsaw. But they had missed the initial confrontation, leaving them unable to deduce whether she relied on her abilities or the chainsaw itself. Although the monkeys were a nuisance, they posed little threat compared to the 3-star serpent men who had proven challenging for them all. The little zombie Mu Duo was in a precarious position. Qin Xiaofei, with his disheveled hair, sat up and mused, "So, are you saying the little class leader's move is formidable? But overuse might lead to cognitive regression?" Wang Weiwa found this line of thought plausible but questioned how long it might take for her to recover, or if she could recover at all. This line of questioning weighed heavily on them. They turned to Qin Luo, who, despite occasionally being unpredictable, was their captain and a reliable anchor in times of crisis. Moreover, Mu Duo was his first love. When they finally glanced at him, they were met with a sight that left them speechless. Qin Luo was prying open Mu Duo's mouth to inspect her teeth, carelessly poking his fingers inside. Bai Shu could no longer hold his tongue and tossed a wet tissue at him, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Did you wash your hands before sticking your fingers in her mouth?" Qin Xiaofei, with an exaggerated expression of shock, covered his face while revealing his eyes. Pointing at Qin Luo, "I never realized you were such a creep. Wang Weiwa could only stare in disbelief. Catching the wet tissue, Qin Luo hurried to explain, "Hey, I just finished washing up. My hands aren't dirty. Besides, I wanted to check her teeth. She has little sharp fangs now. It's absolutely adorable." The three were taken aback, wondering if Mu Duo was on the brink of full zombification. Yet, Qin Luo continued, "It's truly remarkable. She's so cute." Their expressions fell, questioning his sanity. Had the earlier battle taken a toll on his mind? But then they glanced at Mu Duo's fair, delicate face, her big eyes, and the way her little fangs peeked out. Perhaps she was indeed quite endearing? However, that was not the crux of the matter. Wang Weiwa, noticing the healing wounds on Qin Luo's face, exclaimed, "Qin, how have your injuries healed so quickly? Speaking of which, your final move today was more powerful than usual. Are you alright?" His words captured their attention, prompting Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei to turn their focus to Qin Luo. Qin Luo, now serious, reflected on his earlier feelings of exhaustion, the sensation of his mind going blank. Yet, his thoughts had been solely on Mu Duo, who sat there amidst the blood, looking so pitiful that he had pushed through to find her, disregarding everything else. Bai Shu calmly analyzed, "Indeed. I initially thought Qin Luo was some sort of beast, rising up despite such severe injuries. He didn't even need help to support the little class leader. It truly is astonishing." He pointed out Chen Xiaofei and Wang Weiwa, suggesting they too had appeared heavily injured, yet recovered far more quickly than before. Bai Shu pondered, adjusting his glasses, and ultimately proposed, "Perhaps this state of overexertion allows for self-enhancement?" Chapter 34. The onlookers, this situation has become rather intriguing. Qin Luo clenched his fist, reveling in the sensation of his abilities surging within him. Perhaps he could experiment with them next time. Wang Weiwa and Chen Xiaofei nodded in agreement, while Bai Shu pulled out his tablet to begin compiling a summary. After every battle, a good team must reflect on their performance, and they always do. The little zombie felt quite unwell. Since regaining consciousness, her discomfort had intensified, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of insecurity. She yearned for closeness and felt an urge to bite something, her teeth itching. Most importantly, after his shower, Qin Luo smelled utterly divine, far more fragrant than the others. The little zombie nearly drooled. It seemed her desire for him had increased today, and as they chattered about their post-battle analysis, she made a considerable effort to listen, despite her mind struggling to process the information. However, Qin Luo's alluring scent was distracting. He held her close, drying her hair, occasionally asking her to tilt her head back to meet his gaze or to open her mouth for inspection. The little zombie, entranced by Qin Luo's fragrance, complied obediently, feeling oddly warm, a peculiar sensation, as since her transformation, she had only known the chill of her body and rarely experienced warmth, often accompanied by thirst. Seizing the moment while they engaged in conversation, Su Duo subtly nestled against Qin Luo's embrace, stealing glances at his neck, where his Adam's apple moved enticingly. She felt an overwhelming urge to bite. The rumbling of her stomach abruptly interrupted their discussion. All eyes turned to Su Duo, who blinked innocently, casting her gaze downward. Feeling guilty, she craved Qin Luo. Chen Xiaofei, breaking the silence, exclaimed, "Oh, our little leader is hungry. What about the anomaly core? That shiny thing? Can you find it in your space?" He gestured animatedly. Su Duo merely stared blankly at him, instinctively wanting to retreat further into Qin Luo's arms. Chen Xiaofei's expression turned somber. It seemed their little leader no longer recognized him. Bai Shu patted his shoulder, his own emotions a tangle, acknowledging that it was indeed to save them that their leader had transformed in such a manner. Wang Weiwa chimed in, "If she can't retrieve it herself, can she consume something else? What about the nutrient solution?" Qin Luo produced a vial of nutrient solution from his storage card, but Su Duo didn't even glance at it. A headache loomed. Their peculiar behavior had long since captured the attention of others. Suddenly, a bizarre post appeared on the forum titled, "What mission is the 3A Special Operations Team undertaking to escort a young lady?" Encountering the legendary 3A team on a mission, they indeed appeared strikingly handsome, though they were all battered and bruised. Even the 3A team struggled against 3-star monsters. Yet, astonishingly, they could still stand after the battle. What's curious is that they brought along a girl. Everyone is fawning over her. The 3A filter is about to shatter. Images alongside the initial 3 images, 2 more candid shots were attached. The first 3 captured the backs of Qin Luo and his team, each tall and handsome, with Wang Weiwa appearing exceptionally robust, while the final 2 images discreetly showcased Qin Luo holding the girl in his arms, with Bai Shu, Chen Xiaofei, and Wang Weiwa leaning in slightly to observe her, creating an atmosphere that was both ambiguous and strangely harmonious. Consequently, this post ignited a flurry of chatter in the gossip section of the forum. Exhausted after their battle, the awakened ability users were eagerly seeking some mental sustenance, and upon encountering such a juicy tidbit, their spirits soared, the post's popularity skyrocketing. Wow! No one informed the newcomers that the 3A Special Operations team is this good-looking. Help, they're so handsome. Such a solid physique and those long legs. I can't even. This battle-damaged outfit is so alluring. Gasp, gasp, bro, chill out. What photos are you posting? Annoyed, Does the 3A team need a healing ability user? I'm super strong. Just a little bite, and I can heal everyone. Brothers, let me join your team. Don't get your hopes up. The 3A team doesn't accept new members. When the apocalypse began, headquarters suggested we bring in newcomers, but only their group refused. However, upon seeing the subsequent ambiguous photos, the tone of the comments shifted. Wait, who is this girl? She's stunning. Is she approachable? I envy. I wish I had a soft girl like her in my arms. Why is this relationship so delicate? Hehe. We all know how many women leverage their beauty to rise in status. Nothing strange about that. Reported. Don't be disgusting. She might be the sister of the god of Luo. What a dream. The god of Luo has no sister. No way. Such a powerful team. And they're all just infatuated? This girl must have an exceptionally noble status for them to revolve around her. And so forth, numerous comments proliferated. Meanwhile, Bai Shu and the others were too occupied to peruse the forum. Qin Luo summoned a girl from another combat team to help Su Duo change her contact lenses. Ordinary people might be startled by the sight of an altered individual, despite her not being frightening at all. The girl from the adjacent combat team, a supportive type with a refreshing demeanor, executed her task with gentle precision, and Su Duo cooperated better than expected. Oh my, you're such a good girl. So adorable. Amber-colored contact lenses would suit you perfectly. After completing the lens change, Mu Enya could not resist pinching Su Duo's fair cheek, astonished to find it soft and pliable. Wow, it's actually soft. This is the first time I've encountered a zombie-like altered individual. My dear, you must strive to live a little longer. Being with the 3A team on the front lines is too perilous. Would you like to join my team? Hearing this, Qin Luo interjected, Hey. We have our own people here. Is this an attempt to poach? Chen Xiaofei, in search of food, chimed in, exactly. You can't just take our little leader. Their reactions indicated they were blissfully unaware of the forum gossip. Unfortunately, Mu Enya had been browsing the forum while snacking when summoned. Hence, with the mindset of a frontline gossip enthusiast, she quickly stood up to follow them, her heart instantly melting upon seeing the adorable little zombie. She added, though she's a bit short, she was only 1.53 meters tall. Chapter 35. The small villain Mu Enya let out a chuckle, finding their 3A team rather amusing, and ultimately offered a friendly reminder about the events unfolding on the forum. The expression on the Westerner's face darkened, his confusion palpable, accompanied by a bewildered little zombie. After reading the forum posts, Qin Luo and the others gasped in astonishment, delving into the absurdity of anyone believing that Su Duo was their kept mistress. Is it truly the case that people have become so ridiculous? Chen Xiaofei, initially startled, stammered, I have never had such feelings for the class monitor. Not once. The immense pressure exerted by the class monitor during their youth had instilled in him a profound respect for her. Wang Weihu further asserted that he harbored no ulterior motives either. Back in middle school, he had been utterly oblivious, and thereafter, his passion had led him to the front lines of battle without a second thought. Besides, he preferred the fiery allure of mature women. Baishu was even less likely. Adjusting his glasses as he declared, "I am asexual." In previous gatherings, when playing Truth or Dare, the question of first loves had made Qin Luo blush. After a prolonged silence, he finally admitted that his first love was Su Duo, their middle school's class monitor. This revelation prompted a chorus of teasing remarks from the others. Once Qin Luo opened the floodgates, he could readily answer any question posed to him. When asked what he admired about her, he would say she was beautiful, that her serious demeanor was lovely, and that even her fierce expression was endearing. Over the years, he had murmured time and again about her. As the object of his affections, his moonlight during youth, who could possibly rival him for her affection? Yet, Qin Xiaofei and the others genuinely held no romantic feelings for the class monitor. It was utterly absurd for the forum to spread rumors based on that photograph. Qin Xiaofei erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Who would stoop so low as to take clandestine photos?" His outburst drew the attention of everyone resting in the warehouse, each of them momentarily looking up from their makeshift bedding. Infuriated, Qin Xiaofei wondered who could be such a petty individual. Baishu urged him to remain calm, warning that the more upset he became, the more delighted the perpetrator would be. Wang Weihu scanned the surroundings. The other survivors dared not look around, each one bowing their heads, occasionally sneaking glances before returning to their own business. The only groups capable of accessing the internet were the combat teams from various bases. This warehouse was spacious enough to accommodate 5 teams. Mu Enya's team was unlikely the source of the rumors, as they had interacted with her team before, and the 7 members of her team had proven to be quite amiable. The batch of survivors led by Zhao Gang had been handed over to Mu Enya's team, with the transfer being overseen by their captain, Zhang Qi excluding them. There were 3 other teams that were less familiar. When Wang Weihu glanced over, he could discern nothing amiss. Those capable of undertaking missions possessed strong psychological resilience and were not like ordinary individuals who could easily conceal matters. Qin Luo, quick on his feet, took to the forum to clarify the situation, introducing their new member, the mutant Su Duo. The responses were explosive. What? The god of Luo is actually online and confronting people personally? A mutant? They've actually recruited a mutant? Who is this girl? Are mutants no longer under the control of the bases? Shouldn't they be working at the base? Anyone accepted by the 3A team must be exceptionally skilled, right? Is she a healer or does she possess spatial abilities? Currently, those 2 powers are the rarest. No, you've guessed wrong. I just saw the new ID tagged by the god of Luo, and it states her mutation is zombie-like, with no other powers, merely a speed enhancement of 1.5. Which is only slightly better than an ordinary person. It seems that Chen Xiaofei from their team is of a similar type. His assessment was 3.8. Not much stronger than this newcomer. Besides, she's just a civilian. Difficult to assess. Not to mention, their behavior seems rather intimate, doesn't it? Which new teammate lies in someone else's arms? We all understand what that implies. Upon encountering such lewd remarks, Qin Luo angrily retorted, "What do you mean by understand? Come here and explain yourself." The others were taken aback by his willingness to engage in a dispute, drawing a crowd eager to observe the spectacle. Oh my! The god of Luo is actually confronting someone? This is hilarious! Thanks for the invite. I went to high school with this guy. He can be quite stubborn. This is simply an indication that he is protective, isn't it? Well, that's it. He's clearly smitten, and we have no hope. The individual Qin Luo had addressed fell silent, likely taken aback by Qin Luo's sudden confrontation, yet he dared not engage further, knowing the formidable reputation Qin Luo held, with a staggering number of completed missions listed in his profile. The title of God of Luo was not given lightly. He was a combat enthusiast, and his track record prior to the apocalypse was impressive. In the relatively short time since the onset of the apocalypse, he had already completed countless tasks, showcasing his prowess as a pure output machine. Who would dare to provoke him? The crowd found amusement in the situation, enjoying the drama unfolding that evening. With Qin Luo stepping into the fray, those who sought trouble began to quiet down, while a group of onlookers cheered on, albeit awkwardly. Since they're just teammates, does that mean there's no girlfriend? Can I join the 3A? Exactly. Can I pursue you, God of Luo? God of Luo, would you consider broadening your criteria? Take a look at me. How do I measure up? Shy, Qin Luo was momentarily speechless, firmly declining their advances. He then turned to contact the headquarters to lock the thread. Such defamatory posts would soon be sealed, and he requested the headquarters to investigate. In the apocalypse, gathering information was not as straightforward as one might think. Given the limited number of individuals capable of accessing the internet, inquiries yielded precise results. Before long, Qin Luo acquired the necessary information. He rose, surveying the area, pinpointing his target before striding confidently over. My friend, it seems you have some rather peculiar thoughts about our 3A team. Shall we have a chat? Su Duo watched in astonishment as Qin Luo led that individual outside the warehouse. She blinked in surprise. Wang Weihu also stood to follow. Bai Shu was busy updating information on his tablet, finally managing to rectify the earlier bug that had prevented Su Duo's profile from displaying their team's emblem and name. Now it was properly updated. Her ID now bore the name of their 3A Special Operations Team, indicating her participation in 3 missions, one involving mutated monkeys at a canned food factory, one for rescue at a service area, and one for exterminating mutated snake people. The first 2 missions had yielded minimal points, while Bai Shu had refrained from reporting Su Duo's spatial abilities, simply noting her assistance had been crucial. Glossing over the details. Nevertheless, her profile looked far more impressive now, as she had participated in 3 legitimate missions. Qin Xiaofei continued to buzz around, urging action, insisting they update the class monitor's information to dispel any misunderstandings the forum might have caused. It was not merely a matter of them being perceived as infatuated admirers. They were being accused of sponsoring her. It was truly vexing. They were out on missions, only to have rumors fly in from the forum, landing squarely on their heads. Chapter 36. Do you like me? He reached out and poked, exclaiming, "Is it really enough to say we have become too close just because of this?" He mumbled to himself. The little zombie glanced at him, her eyes sparkling, which made him feel quite embarrassed. Bai Shu looked at Qin Luo in silence, remarking, "Every day you pick her up and either carry or hug her. Sometimes you poke her or pat her head. What do you think?" He simply wanted to tease her. Yet, preserving his pride, he stubbornly retorted, "Isn't it just convenient?" Bai Shu feigned agreement, saying, "Yes, yes, yes." Qin Xiaofei chuckled quietly. Wang Weiwa coughed, pretending not to hear, and promptly went back to sleep. Qin Luo sighed, "All right then. Can't clarify this." After chewing on the strange core for quite some time, Su Duo finally remembered she needed to bring them food. However, by the time she recalled, they had all already lain down. She felt a moment of confusion, but ultimately wrapped herself in a small blanket and lay down, hoping to recover quickly. Otherwise, this delay in her thoughts was truly vexing. The little zombie gazed at Qin Luo's neatly trimmed hair ends and his silhouette, wrapped in her blanket like a little caterpillar. She crawled over to the fragrant food supply and fell asleep, hoping for sweet dreams that night. As dawn broke, everyone in the warehouse began to rise one by one. The night watchmen immediately settled into their vehicles for some much-needed rest, while the others busied themselves packing for departure. Aside from a few scattered sounds of lone zombies being dispatched in the night, everyone had enjoyed a restful sleep, a rarity in the apocalypse. Qin Xiaofei, with his disheveled hair, stretched and sighed in contentment. "Ah, last night was so refreshing. We owe thanks to Team Zhang for taking over the night watch, allowing us to sleep soundly." Bai Shu also got up, squinting for his glasses. As Qin Xiaofei opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of several thermoses lined up neatly before him, their familiar colors catching his attention. He turned to Su Duo and exclaimed joyfully, "Wow! Little monitor, you've really done this for us?" The little zombie's eyes had regained their sparkle, no longer appearing dull like the day before. She even gave him a cool nod and handed him a can of side dish, crispy, spicy radish chunks intended to accompany their porridge. Qin Xiaofei was nearly moved to tears, cradling the can of radishes and exclaiming, "Little monitor, you are my savior. How wonderful it is to enjoy such delicious food again." Bai Shu smacked Qin Xiaofei on the head, scolding, "What are you acting silly for so early in the morning?" He was generally a good person, but he did have a morning grumpiness. As long as no one bothered him, it was fine. Yet, Qin Xiaofei's antics early in the day irritated him. Qin Xiaofei immediately perked up, holding the can of radish chunks and challenging, "If you're so capable, just wait until later and don't eat." Bai Shu finally realized what he was holding, his eyes sparkling with interest. Calmly, he stood up and declared, "If you don't want to eat, then don't." The next moment, he swiftly snatched the can of spicy radishes from Qin Xiaofei, claiming, "I'm taking this." He then concealed it within his storage card. They each possessed a storage space, albeit limited, and the headquarters personnel could see what was inside, lacking personal privacy. Bai Shu had already rushed to the restroom. Wang Weiwa sighed helplessly, "All right, stop fooling around. Eat up, and then let South hit the road." He too got out of bed. True to his fatherly nature, while others rushed to get ready, he first tidied up the bedding, folding each piece neatly into squares before storing them away in his space card. Su Duo squatted nearby, watching the lively scene unfold with great amusement. She found their playful bickering delightful and, noticing Qin Xiaofei's pitiful state, handed him a can of canned fish. Qin Xiaofei revived instantly. "I'm all set now. I'm off to wash up." Wang Weiwan noticed the little zombie, who appeared especially small, squatting nearby and politely greeted her. "Good morning, little monitor. Are you feeling all right today?" After all, she had saved their lives, forming a bond of trust. Although she had seemed dazed last night and even grown sharp teeth, the electronic display on the collar around her neck was still entirely green. What a remarkable being she must be to maintain her humanity even after becoming a zombie. Wang Weiwa had never encountered such a creature, but that did not hinder his admiration for her. Su Duo disliked others staring at her collar, as she firmly believed herself to be human and did not wish to be regarded as an anomaly. Thus, when Wang Weiwa greeted her and glanced at her collar, she felt quite uncomfortable. She simply nodded awkwardly and turned away, trotting off in another direction to guard the breakfast she had prepared for them, which consisted of a thermos of hot porridge and a box of soaked tea eggs, likely containing 8 or 9 eggs. Qin Luo had gone out early for a perimeter check, rising earlier than anyone else because he could not sleep. The little zombie had been gnawing on him all night. As she slept, she had snuggled closer, and by midnight she had even shifted positions to burrow into his embrace, biting down on his wrist, startling him awake and nearly causing him to twist her neck. He ended up with a hand covered in drool. Stunned, he called her name, but she didn't respond. Continuing to gnaw on his wrist with her eyes closed, evidently uncomfortable due to her teething, her little face scrunched up, evoking a sense of sympathy. He felt quite awkward, having hardly slept all night, while the little zombie seemed to be sleepwalking. When he finally awoke in the morning, feeling uneasy, she also stirred, blinking at him without a hint of shyness, causing him to blush furiously. Seeking fresh air, he stepped outside, only to circle around and eliminate a dozen or so stray zombies and mutated dogs, still unable to comprehend why she clung to him. Could it be? The truth was singular. Su Duo must like him. That would explain everything. Last night, while bathing, she had been staring at his chest muscles. Surely, his handsome physique had caught the little zombie's eye. Qin Luo stroked his chin, nodding in agreement with his theory. After all, who could resist his charm? Oh, who wouldn't like her? She had to be close to him. Qin Luo felt quite pleased with himself and turned to her, asking, "Hey, do you like me?" He felt rather bashful, as if a 22-year-old man had just discovered love. Su Duo gazed at the fragrant Qin Luo before her, nearly unable to contain her saliva. She promptly nodded, earnestly affirming that she truly liked him. Qin Luo's entire face flushed, from the roots of his ears all the way down to his neck. Chapter 37. Growth period. Before the question could escape their lips, Qin Luo preemptively warned them against asking, threatening that if they did, he would silence them. Qin Xiaofei promptly nodded, obediently assuring that he wouldn't inquire further. He then turned to Bai Shu, whispering, "What do you think is wrong with Brother Qin? Is he a bit unhinged?" Bai Shu adjusted his glasses with the demeanor of a seasoned sage and remarked, Men in love often lose their senses, devoid of rationality." Qin Xiaofei was amused, chuckling softly, attempting to stifle his laughter. Despite feeling a flush on his face, Qin Luo maintained a serious faade, invoking his authority as captain, urging them to finish their breakfast and set off promptly. Others around them had evidently taken note of the peculiar happenings, the items appearing and disappearing as if by magic. The ordinary survivors wore expressions of astonishment, while the other ability users gazed at them with envy. They understood the immense value of storage space cards. Yet here was the 3A team, each member possessing one. "Oh my!" exclaimed Mu Enya as she passed by, unable to contain her envy. "You are too fortunate. Is it true that everyone has a storage space card? In our team, only our captain has one, and it's merely 50 cubic meters. Such items could only be bestowed with approval from headquarters, determined by one's ability and corresponding resources." While Mu Enya voiced her thoughts, she was aware of the 3A team's relentless efforts. Having rescued countless survivors, they truly deserved the rewards. After all, some dangers were too great for others to confront. Yet the 3A team always led the charge. With a sigh, Mu Enya lamented. Qin Xiaofei, looking up, mumbled, Our class leader cooked this. Isn't it impressive?" Just as he spoke, Bai Shu swiftly snatched the egg from his bowl, igniting Qin Xiaofei's indignation. Mu Enya genuinely considered accepting, her cravings overwhelming her. Having long been deprived of decent food, the taste of dry rations and cloying nutritional liquids haunted her, making her yearn for something more palatable. In the next moment, a bright red thermos appeared before her. Glancing down, she saw the little zombie expressionlessly offering it, yet her eyes sparkled. "Is this for me?" she gasped, taken aback. She had merely paused to exchange a few words, not expecting to receive anything. Mu Enya hesitated momentarily. Pondering the cost of ingredients, rice at the base was exorbitantly priced, and this porridge contained both meat and fresh vegetables. Swallowing hard, Qin Luo urged her, "Take it. She wishes for you to enjoy it." Upon hearing Mu Enya describe the porridge's ingredients so accurately, it was clear she was genuinely tempted. Laughter bubbled among the group. Bai Shu retrieved some spicy radishes from his storage card, offering, "Here, take these too. They'll add flavor to your rations. Thank you for your watch last night. It allowed us all to rest soundly." Indeed, many routes had been cleared by the combat teams, and zombies were now a rare sight. Mu Enya was nearly moved to tears, exclaiming, "Help! I've almost forgotten the taste of buns. This cooking is exquisite. How fortunate I am to have such friends." She began to understand why the 3A team treated the little zombie so well. It was indeed deserving. Among girls, gratitude was expressed in such ways, with affectionate gestures exchanged. Qin Luo, however, was flustered, exclaiming, "Wait, how can you just kiss her like that?" The little zombie, after a moment's pause, appeared quite pleased, swaying contentedly as Mu Enya reminded her of her dear friends. The feeling of being treated as a person was delightful for the little zombie. Qin Luo continued to grumble, experiencing a pang akin to watching a cherished flower being plucked without decorum. How could one be so indiscreet? Many Duo, however, was jubilant, gnawing on a chew toy with a crunching sound that sent shivers down the spines of Bai Shu and the others, resembling nails scraping against a chalkboard. Qin Xiaofei inhaled sharply. "Is it safe for our class leader to grind her teeth like that?" Wang Weiwa shook his head. "Perhaps it feels good. It reminds me of my niece when her teeth were coming in." Bai Shu, having finished his breakfast, was now engrossed in his tablet, remarking, "Your observations remind me of a post I once saw, discussing how certain abilities, when overused, could lead to regression." After a moment's thought, he proposed a new hypothesis. "Do you think that for mutants, This evolution signifies a new growth phase? If I'm correct, then our class leader is entering a period of heightened appetite? If we liken it to animals, it's akin to a teething phase. If this is not regression but rather evolution, it poses intriguing questions. What will mutants ultimately become? Will they still be human? Qin Xiaofei suddenly rubbed his arms, exclaiming, "Please refrain from making such terrifying hypotheses." Bai Shu, ever composed, adjusted his glasses, stating, "Curiosity is the driving force behind human advancement." Wang Weiwa recalled the scene of many duo defeating a mutated snake man, noting how it took their group an eternity to deplete a third of its health, while many duo dispatched it in a single blow. The disparity was staggering. If Bai Shu's speculation held true, it would imply that ability users were inferior to mutants. Seeing the somber expressions on their faces, Qin Luo interjected, "Why dwell on such thoughts? In the end, there will be a resolution. Our focus should be on honing our skills and gathering resources." Chapter 38. The zero-cost purchase in the business district. After everyone had taken the items from the warehouse, it was once again left empty. This location was situated right next to the toll station of City C, and the brief encounters had to come to an end as everyone prepared to part ways. Sudodo nodded her head, pleased to have made her first friend during this apocalyptic era, and even slipped her a piece of chocolate, much to Mu Enya's delight. Zhangqi urged Mu Enya to hurry into the car, and she rushed over without having the chance to decline. The talisman was something she could not accept. Zhao Gang shook hands with Qin Luo and the others, expressing his gratitude. He was immensely thankful. Without their rescue, his family of 3 might still be hiding in the service area. Moreover, it was alarming that mutated snake people had passed by that area. Had they hesitated even for a moment, they would have inevitably encountered those creatures. Even without the mutated beings, they could not stay in the service area indefinitely. Lu Chunwei, accompanied by her young daughter, thanked Qin Luo and the others. They replied that it was their duty, as there would have been other rescue teams if not for them. The headquarters principle was to never abandon any human being. Zhao Gang was deeply moved upon hearing this principle and climbed into the vehicle with that feeling of gratitude. Qin Luo watched as vehicles drove onto the highway toll station, signaling the start of their mission. The interior of the vehicle had been thoroughly cleaned using a bloodstain cleaning agent provided by the base, which was remarkably effective, leaving no lingering scent of blood. They were approximately 10 minutes away from the business district and planned to head there first. Qin Luo would eliminate the zombies, while Old Wang and Bai Shu would rescue survivors, and Xiaofei would accompany Su Dodo, with the 2 of them scavenging for supplies nearby. Qin Luo efficiently assigned the roles, and Wang Weiwa and his companions readily agreed. Su Dodo blew a wooden whistle to acknowledge receipt, and laughter filled the air. The modified off-road vehicle sped towards its destination, the Baoli business district of City C. As they approached the business district, the number of zombies increased. Bai Shu and Qin Luo took turns firing from the rooftop hatch, efficiently taking down zombies with precise headshots. During the day, the zombies moved sluggishly, with some even hiding in shaded areas. Their keen eyes ensured that no hiding zombie could escape their notice. Su Dodo sat in the back seat, gazing out at the once bustling city, now eerily silent, occasionally interrupted by the howls of mutated dogs and the growls of zombies, with no living souls to be seen outdoors. She noticed the curtains on the second floor fluttering slightly, suggesting that there were survivors inside, although they were too cautious to reveal themselves. The air was filled with the sounds of gunfire and the explosions of small bombs. After a thorough sweep, they managed to eliminate about 90% of the zombies. The vehicle reached the entrance of the main shopping mall, known as Gate 1. Wang Weiwa parked the vehicle, and they were ready to split into 3 groups. "I'm off. Put on your earpieces. We'll stay in touch." "Su Dodo, don't wander off. Xiaofei will look after you," Qin Luo instructed. After receiving an okay gesture from Chen Xiaofei, he proceeded with Wang Weiwa and Bai Shu ahead, splitting into 2 teams. Qin Luo intended to storm the mall, while Wang Weiwa and Bai Shu would rescue scattered survivors around it. Despite having sustained injuries just the day before, it was remarkable how quickly the ability users recovered. Today, they were already able to move freely, and working while injured had become a routine. Let us go, team leader. City C is the granary capital. There must be food stores nearby. We should hurry to scavenge. Qin Xiaofei exclaimed, excitement evident on his youthful face. Little Zombie nodded eagerly and darted into the nearest store, which happened to sell grains. Most of the shops in the area dealt with food, but the real treasures lay in the warehouses. Patience was required to search the warehouses, as they were the true treasure troves. However, this business district was also surrounded by a cluster of high-rise apartments, meaning there were plenty of shops to explore. Upon entering the grain store, Su Dodo immediately spotted a zombie stuck at the cash register, likely the cashier, still wearing the store's apron, though now decomposed beyond recognition. She didn't linger on the sight. Qin Xiaofei promptly shot it down, granting the poor girl her peace. The store indeed offered a variety of grains, primarily coarse grains, likely due to its location as a tourist attraction, with local specialty pastries also available. Little Zombie even checked the expiration dates, confidently collecting items that were still within their half-year shelf life. There were numerous sweet traditional pastries and jars filled with grains on the shelves. In the middle of the store stood piles of bagged rice and other goods. Su Dodo swiftly collected everything she could reach, avoiding any opened bags, only taking sealed ones, and quickly cleared the store. Qin Xiaofei found himself inexplicably pleased, simply following her lead. Su Dodo was quite experienced, having adapted to scavenging quickly, and she soon moved on to a nearby spicy hot pot shop, heading straight for the refrigerated section. The ingredients displayed on the counters had long since spoiled, but the items in the freezer remained intact, as the power had not been cut off here. She gathered 3 large freezers worth of hot pot ingredients, including various meatballs, beef, lamb, and the necessary seasoning packs. The store was relatively free of zombies. The nearby shops had already been cleared out, leaving only a few zombies stuck at the front. Next, they ventured to an outdoor sports supply store, collecting numerous tents, fishing gear, camping supplies, backpacks, and waste bags. Qin Xiaofei was thoroughly satisfied, especially as the store also stocked a wide range of outdoor clothing and shoes, making it an extensive resource. Team leader, just how big is your storage space? Can we take all these men's clothes? I absolutely love them, Qin Xiaofei exclaimed, thrilled, as he adored wearing such comfortable sports attire, especially from a brand he had previously hesitated to buy. Su Dodo nodded coolly, casually collecting everything with a mere touch. Qin Xiaofei couldn't help but grin widely, following her around with his weapon, exclaiming how delightful this experience was. Next to the outdoor sports store was a massive snack shop, which had been the most popular type of store over the past decade, featuring an incredible variety. This chain store had the most comprehensive selection, even designating a section for childhood snacks, ranging from spicy strips to dried fruits and various meaty treats, all neatly organized. Despite the shop being somewhat messy, with remnants of the chaos from the day the apocalypse struck, 80% of the goods remained untouched, making it far from heavily polluted. The duo of Qin Xiaofei and Su Dodo was perfectly matched, as both had a penchant for snacks. Upon entering the snack store, they felt as if they had stumbled into a treasure trove. Team leader, quick, come over here. I've gathered all the scattered snacks and tossed them onto the shelves. You start clearing the shelves. Upon hearing the slightest sound, many would gather around to partake. This shelf is adorned with an array of delectable gummies that appear utterly irresistible. She realized that yet another compartment of her multifaceted cognitive realm had been filled, yet numerous spaces remained unoccupied. It simply cannot be filled. It is inherently impossible to achieve completeness. Chapter 39. The rescue is underway. The beverage section of the snack shop was truly dazzling, filled with a plethora of both common and rare drinks. Mood Duo, in her fervor, gathered everything she could find, seizing items that were not tainted. Even if she did not collect them, others would, or they would be destroyed by mutated monsters. Regardless, she felt assured knowing the supplies were safely in her possession. The snack shop was soon thoroughly ransacked, and the duo moved on to the adjacent dessert shop. The cakes displayed in the counter were, unfortunately, spoiled. But the baking area still held a bounty of ingredients: flour, milk powder, sugar, and more. Along this route, there were numerous dining establishments, and their sole task was to carry away any usable inventory. The most exhilarating discovery was the gold shop. The store was filled with glimmering gold, and both the little zombie and Chen Xiaofei exclaimed in awe. My goodness! How much would these treasures have been worth before the apocalypse? Urged Mu Duo eagerly. Let us gather everything quickly. It seems there's a tobacco shop next door. Old Wing's favorite. Once we finish here, we must head over. Nodding in agreement, Mu Duo awaited Chen Xiaofei to dispatch a few zombie ladies behind the counter before shattering the glass and initiating the collection mode. The tobacco shop next door was equally astonishing. Chen Xiaofei was momentarily speechless. If old Wang were here, he would surely be ecstatic. Mu Duo remained silent, swiftly packing the entire wall of tobacco and alcohol. The duo of hoarders was elated as they scavenged supplies, while on the other side, Wang Weiwa was sneezing and struggling alongside Bai Shu. Everyone, follow me. Stay close and refrain from shouting, Wang Weiwa instructed the survivors behind him, leading them towards a convenience store and securing them inside. Bai Shu provided cover. Even in daylight, the zombies became exceedingly agitated upon sensing fresh blood. They lunged at any living being. Bai Shu kicked away an approaching zombie and quickly dispatched it with a shot. These creatures are truly bothersome, seemingly endless. He raised his gaze to see numerous zombies lurking in the shadows. Despite having eliminated around 90% earlier, how could so many have gathered again? As dusk approached, Wang Weiwa tossed a marble bomb at a small cluster of zombies, a device capable of detonating within a 5-meter radius with remarkable precision. With a resounding bang, a small group was obliterated. Little Bai, guard the survivors. I'll fetch others to join us. The allure of living flesh was drawing zombies towards them, and it was impractical to leave the survivors unattended. Their fear could easily lead to screams that might attract even more threats. Bai Shu nodded, catching his breath, and took a generous swig of the cool tea provided by the little leader. Each member had a bottle, and he wondered how she managed to acquire so many thermoses. Likely through her resourceful gathering. Wang Weiwa patted Bai Shu on the shoulder before hastening forward, continuing to eliminate zombies while veering into the next street to rescue others. Bai Shu, while dispatching zombies, also reloaded his weapon, occasionally glancing at the terrified survivors huddled in the convenience store. Sighing deeply, he turned his attention back to the task at hand. Meanwhile, Qin Luo was a relentless zombie-slaying machine in the massive mall, where the number of zombies was staggering. The large bombs were unusable, leaving only marble bombs in his arsenal. He had to be cautious with their deployment to avoid igniting a series of explosions or causing a fire. Thus, aside from the spacious lobby, he had to resolve encounters with firearms or blades. Immersed in the horde of zombies, he slaughtered relentlessly, feeling numb to the carnage, though occasionally his thoughts drifted to his teammates. As night fell, Chen Xiaofei became vigilant. Little leader, stay close to me, follow right behind. It's better if you don't engage. Understanding, Mu Duo blew a short note on her wooden whistle, glancing up at the overcast sky, which seemed to clear momentarily, revealing a long-lost moon. She felt a moment of daze. When Chen Xiaofei beckoned her to follow, she complied and resumed her scavenging. They had successfully emptied the shops near the mall, and the space within their cubic storage was rapidly filling. Mu Duo felt a sense of assurance. Their designated resting place was the mall, and it was evident that Qin Luo had already secured it. Mu Duo blew her whistle again. They encountered Bai Shu and Wang Weiwa just as they were escorting survivors into the mall. Wang Weiwa called out, "There are still a dozen survivors at the convenience store ahead. I'll go retrieve them. You two help guide them inside." Mu Duo observed Bai Shu and Wang Weiwa, both smeared with the dark blood of zombies, and compared them to herself and Chen Xiaofei, who were merely dusted with grime and a few bloodstains, relatively clean by comparison. "It's not easy." Bai Shu smiled upon seeing Mu Duo. "Little leader, as expected, your supplies are invaluable. With your cool tea, Old Wang and I have felt much better today." Otherwise, our throats would be sore from calling out to the survivors. As a sniper, Baishu was never one to be easily distracted. Thus, during missions, he often found himself bitten by insects. Last time, the little leader had provided him with some insect-repellent powder, sparing him from discomfort. Though enduring a bit of hardship was no matter for a man, avoiding it was undeniably preferable. Qin Xiaofei wholeheartedly agreed. The little leader is like a little helper, truly having everything we need. It's so comfortable to go on missions with her. Baishu chuckled. You better not let Qin hear that. He'll get jealous. Qin Xiaofei, realizing this, laughed. I'm not afraid. I'm open and honest. The camaraderie of the combat team mirrored that of a doctor, when those who protect you can share laughter. It signifies a moment of safety. Thus, the survivors felt a sense of relief listening to the playful banter between them. Mu Duo noticed several people gazing at her neck, and she instinctively shielded it with her collar. She genuinely disliked others staring at her collar. It made her feel like an outcast, even though she was indeed a little zombie. The inhabitants of City C were notably tall. Among the survivors, they all appeared robust and towering. And seeing such a petite girl like her engaging in missions elicited more astonishment than anything else. Chapter 40. Acquiring a new map. Qin Luo also noticed an enhancement in his physical capabilities, though his supernatural powers remained difficult to wield. Using them caused a painful tingling sensation throughout his body, likely due to excessive strain. It was clear he needed to recuperate. The group of survivors had gathered to number over 600, a daunting sight when amassed together. After tallying the numbers, their team needed to inform the nearby logistics squad to send a vehicle for extraction. Upon seeing their rescuers, the survivors were overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming their heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, thank you. We thought we would perish here. We are truly grateful. The leader of the group, a young man who claimed to be the manager of the Shilo Hot Pot restaurant, held onto Qin Luo's hand as if he would never let go. He, like Zhao Gang and his wife, had rallied people into the restaurant during the crisis. The manager shared a video from his phone, showcasing the initial stages of the zombie outbreak, where a man suddenly attacked his pregnant wife. Initially, there were well-meaning individuals attempting to intervene, only to fall victim to the same man. Fortunately, I received that warning message. I have a tendency towards paranoia, and after reading it, I felt uneasy, which led me to obsess over the situation. The only ones who survived are us, and we did our utmost to save everyone we could. He expressed gratitude for their luck, noting that the Shilo area was filled with restaurants, and they had managed to sustain themselves on the remnants of food supplies, enduring until now. The manager's ability to successfully send a distress signal to headquarters was due to his reading of the survival manual, which indicated that mobile signals might fail. He kept trying until he finally established contact with the rescue team. Wang Weihua praised him, saying, "You are truly remarkable and composed. Your swift action to gather everyone inside the restaurant has ensured the survival of over 500 people. You have accomplished something extraordinary." The manager, feeling bashful, scratched his head in modesty. "I didn't do much. Anyone would have done the same. I'm just a regular worker without any special qualifications. And I never expected to become a pillar of support for so many in this apocalypse. I've led them in frugality, striving to improve our quality of life and exploring various self-rescue methods. I even comforted fellow survivors, which is why we managed to endure." While Baishu was drafting a report, he suddenly encountered a puzzling issue. How could the flow of customers remain unchanged when the mall was swarming with zombies? Upon their arrival, they observed the interior densely populated with the undead. There was no need to elaborate further. Those outside believed they could find refuge within the mall, only to discover that it was a hellish nightmare. The revolving doors prevented the zombies from exiting, leaving them trapped inside. Everyone sighed, acknowledging the harsh reality of survival in the apocalypse, where adaptability and luck were intertwined. Qin Luo patted the manager on the shoulder, assuring him, "We will report the situation accurately. Individuals like you, who have demonstrated exceptional performance, will receive commendation from headquarters." The manager, feeling embarrassed, replied, "I really didn't do anything. It is you who are truly impressive. At first, I imagined a grand rescue operation like those depicted in movies, only to find just a handful of you. Yet, witnessing supernatural abilities firsthand has only heightened my admiration. The manager introduced himself as Ding Xinjie and inquired, "How can I become a supernatural being?" The survival manual doesn't explain that. I wish to be like you and save more people. Qin Luo smiled and told him to wait, suggesting that perhaps the base would eventually discover a way. Wang Weiwa placed his arm around Ding Xinjie's shoulder, cheerfully saying, "All right, my young comrade. You should take a rest. Thank you for your cooperation. We have gathered all the necessary information. Tomorrow, a bus will come to transport you to the base." The nearest base was the H-City Survivor Base, with a city and B-City further afield. Currently, these three major bases were sustaining themselves, while other cities remained perilous. Bai Shu observed the crowd and noted that H-City was nearing capacity. Not all would be able to go there. Qin Luo concurred, suggesting that a city, being less populated, might accommodate some of them. Engaged in serious discussion, they failed to notice Chen Xiaofei and Su Yudua entertaining the children nearby, who were listlessly hiding in their parents' arms, eyes vacant with fear. Tragically, there were over 20 children without parents, all quietly weeping. Unable to bear the sight, Chen Xiaofei conferred with Su Yudua and produced some candies, distributing them to the children, placing one in each pocket. The air inside was decidedly poor. Some survivors were clean, while others were grimy, yet they all bore no ill will toward one another. After concluding their business, Qin Luo and Bai Shu approached to see what was happening with Chen Xiaofei and Su Yudua. Children shouldn't consume too many sweets, it will ruin their teeth, Bai Shu remarked bluntly, causing the children to flinch, their eyes brimming with sorrow. Chen Xiaofei quickly retorted, "Hey, why are you frightening the little ones? Life is already so harsh. What harm is there in a bit of candy? And don't give us that look. We're not just playing. We're doing important work." The two managed to glean from the children the precise location of the food storage warehouse in Sea City. The route was convoluted, and navigation was futile. It was challenging for outsiders to find their way. Among the grieving children, there were a few older ones, with a 10-year-old girl who, upon being questioned, even managed to draw a map. As she finished, her lips quivered, and she began to cry. "This is the last box of crayons my mother bought for me." The moment she uttered these words, she burst into tears, startling the three men. Su Yudua hastily offered her chocolate to quell her sobs, fearing the noise might attract the undead. Chen Xiaofei crouched down to comfort her, while Bai Shu examined the charming map she had drawn, exclaiming, "This is quite impressive. You must have practiced drawing before, haven't you?" Qin Luo gently placed his hand on the girl's head, reassuring her, "Do not cry. You did wonderfully. Your mother would be proud of you." Chapter 41. The Granary. The granary was situated in a town not far from the commercial district, approximately a 20-minute journey away. That evening, a rescue message was dispatched to headquarters, and the logistical team arrived the next day at noon in a convoy of buses. "I apologize for the delay. Our team was quite far away. Upon receiving the news, we hurried here as swiftly as possible." "I hope we haven't kept you waiting," said the lead logistics girl, expressing her regret. Wang Weiwa approached her, reassuring her that it was not an issue, as the list of survivors had already been sent, and many were experiencing psychological trauma. The girl nodded in understanding. "Rest assured, our team includes an ability user specializing in healing. She was formerly a psychologist." Wang Weiwa felt a wave of relief, surprised by the rarity of such abilities, which left him marveling at the increasingly extraordinary circumstances. While he handled the handover, Qin Luo was engaged in strategizing the route with Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei, with Su Duoduo eagerly joining the discussion. The three of them huddled around a map, deliberating. "Didn't we say we shouldn't take on new missions? How do we navigate this route now? We should withdraw and select a different one." "Absolutely not. That would be too embarrassing. Our Team 3A cannot have a withdrawal mission," Chen Xiaofei exclaimed vehemently. "If we don't want to lose face, Let's take on another mission and finish it quickly. Su Duoduo listened as they discussed their tasks as casually as deciding where to dine, explaining why the forum's community dubbed Team 3A as battle maniacs, always charging to the front lines. Ultimately, Qin Luo declared, "Let us go. No more pondering. We'll see as we move." He detested indecisiveness. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses and stood up. "All right, old Wang should have completed the handover by now. Let us depart." Qin Xiaofei also rose, brushing off his pants. They had spread the map on the ground, crouching to examine it, as the petite zombie couldn't see it while they stood. Unbeknownst to the little zombie, she mimicked Qin Xiaofei, standing up and brushing her pants as well. Qin Luo chuckled at the sight, ruffling Su Duoduo's hair. "Are your pants dirty?" "No need to worry about that. You want to learn everything, don't you?" She truly resembled a child. Su Duoduo shot him a glance, pulling out a teething stick and munching on it. Qin Xiaofei immediately remarked, "Oh, that noise. It sends shivers down my spine." Bai Shu, quick-witted, discreetly distanced himself, heading towards their off-road vehicle. Qin Xiaofei followed suit. As Qin Luo noticed her biting down hard, intending to advise her against it, Wang Weiwa called them to the vehicle, so he let it slide. He scooped up the little zombie and placed her in the back seat. Time was of the essence. As their team departed, the logistics team saluted them. The survivors appeared dazed, a mix of fear and joy, barely acknowledging their rescuers, except for the store manager, who waved vigorously with a group of orphans. "Stay safe." Their combat team could not afford to delay, aiming to accept as many missions as possible. "Let us go. Off to the granary. Collecting these supplies should sustain us for quite a while." Qin Xiaofei cheered from the passenger seat, his youthful face brimming with excitement. In Ping'an County, Sea City, the previous tranquility was shattered by the roar of vehicles, sending zombies tumbling. The modified off-road vehicle was a comfort. They would never have dared such recklessness in the past. Another wave of zombie extermination ensued. Logically, these low-level zombies should not possess any cores. Only evolved monsters would have them. In the early days of the apocalypse, cores were scarce, yet peculiarly, they had collected over a dozen translucent, pale yellow cores along the way. The atmosphere inside the vehicle grew tense. Qin Luo examined the core in his hand, astonished that zombie cores were pale yellow. Qin Xiaofei added solemnly, "Doesn't that seem a bit off? Plus, these zombies appear more agile than those in other areas." Bai Shu checked the forum, but found no information regarding this region. Sea City was vast, and combat teams were still desperately short on personnel. Most combat teams operated with a set structure, and even those ordinary individuals who gained abilities needed time to adapt to the apocalypse. This created a significant shortage of manpower, leaving many areas unassisted and, consequently, devoid of any data. Ping'an County exemplified this, as headquarters was aware of the granary's existence but uncertain whether it still contained supplies or if other ability users had raided it, fearing that the combat team's efforts might be in vain. In truth, they were preoccupied with prioritizing the rescue of survivors. This inadvertently benefited Team 3A. Bai Shu recorded everything, planning to write a report for the forum, indicating that the zombies were beginning to accelerate their evolution. Qin Xiaofei grumbled, "Why is our progress so slow despite our hard work? These zombies can just stroll around and evolve to 1-star? His complaints lightened the mood in the vehicle, prompting laughter from the others. However, the little squad leader now had provisions. Those dozen or so cores would last her quite a while. Qin Xiaofei remarked cheerfully. Glancing back with a grin, Qin Luo held the core, realizing that even though it was filthy when lodged in a zombie's head, it emerged surprisingly clean, crystal clear, and pristine. He casually offered it to Su Duoduo. "Want to eat this? It's all yours." To his surprise, she declined, scrunching her face in distaste, unwilling to consume a zombie's core, feeling as though it was akin to eating something from a human. The little zombie refused. Qin Luo smiled at Qin Xiaofei. "See? She's picky about this. She wouldn't even eat the core of the mutated snake man." Bai Shu chimed in. "It's not a problem. We can trade zombie cores with others." They did not criticize her for being finicky, rather, they accepted her preferences, understanding that it was better to find alternative sustenance. Speaking of the cores from the mutated snake man, they were likely the highest grade cores available to them. Everyone agreed. Soon, they beheld an expansive granary area, reminiscent of a yurt. White structures stood prominently on the flat land, filled with grain. Everyone was awestruck. Su Duoduo, however, sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow! The little zombie storage space is going to be filled with so much." Chapter 42. Ding. Acquired 240,000 tons of grain. The vehicle came to a halt by the roadside, and the Westerners, fully armed, made their way towards the granary. Once again, they embarked on a mission to eradicate zombies, instinctively placing many members in the center for protection, while others wielded chainsaws without opportunity to utilize them. They encountered a brief obstruction at the entrance, but fortunately, in this post-apocalyptic era, they managed to blast open the gates with small ammunition, successfully gaining entry. To their surprise, there were no zombies inside. However, they did not let their guard down. Qin Xiaofei, known for his agility, took the lead as the scout. After ensuring the area was safe with a quick inspection, he signaled for the others to enter, and they successfully stepped into the granary zone. Upon entry, they noticed an unusual dryness, which explained the preservation of the grain. The granary was filled with rows upon rows of neatly organized storage units, and Qin Xiaofei quickly discovered a total of 32. Wow, this place is enormous. Is our squad leader capable of handling this? Qin Luo crossed his arms, tilting his head toward Qin Xiaofei, indicating he should assess the situation. Qin Xiaofei turned to see Muchu, resembling a mouse diving into a rice vat, already beginning to collect grain. Her ability allowed her to gather items simply by touch, so as long as she was near them, she could collect them all at once. For her, collecting from 32 storage units would merely be 32 rounds. It was far more convenient than shopping at a supermarket or snack store. With a swift movement, she packed away all the grain. What a delightful experience! As they inspected the granary, Baishu casually checked the quantity of stored grain and was taken aback to find that a nearly cylindrical granary could hold 7,500 tons of grain. With 32 of them, Qin Luo couldn't help but exclaim, "Our food supply for a lifetime is secured. And we could even support many people in our base." Baishu nodded in agreement, and Wang Weiwa was left speechless in astonishment, while the squad leader's prowess became evident. The little zombie was blissfully unaware, only knowing the joy of hoarding supplies, and she reveled in this happiness. Despite the 32 granaries being emptied in the blink of an eye, however, her multi-dimensional space was filled with numerous compartments, and she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and joy. So much grain. Various cereals and grains, with rice being the most abundant, and it seemed to be of excellent quality. After collecting the grain, Muchu felt giddy and dazed, her eyes sparkling. Qin Luo teased, "You look like you've been drinking. Are you intoxicated on grain?" His voice was filled with a joyful, low chuckle. Everyone's spirits were high, including Wang Weiwa, Baishu, and Qin Xiaofei. Successfully acquiring such a significant amount of grain brought them a sense of security. Although it was only a drop in the bucket for the base, it was better than letting it rot away. In this abnormal post-apocalyptic world, where the next moment was unpredictable, it was wise to gather resources as early as possible. They even requested some grain from Muchu, as they needed to report back to headquarters, especially since someone had witnessed them asking the children for maps. After successfully exiting the granary, they continued to search for other survivors, scavenging various supplies along the way. The small town had numerous shops and malls. Thus, they utilized the vehicles Muchu had gathered at the service area, using a large truck to transport the survivors' belongings and a bus for the people. An altered off-road vehicle led the convoy, with other vehicles following closely behind. Muchu felt as if she had been out for quite some time, although it had only been 3 days. The routine continued as usual. They parked and underwent inspection while other survivors queued for isolation before entering the base. Many survivors Upon seeing the familiar sight of staff wearing red coats and identification badges at the city gates, burst into tears. They had truly escaped death, and the days following the onset of the apocalypse were unimaginable. The staff were patient, offering words of comfort and guiding them inside. Qin Luo and his companions stood beside the vehicle, awaiting the inspection by the staff. The vehicle would be taken for cleaning and maintenance, to be returned to their designated parking area. They would simply drive it off when it was time for missions. Qin Xiaofei, as was his custom, stretched and yawned, exclaiming how exhausted he was, feeling too tired to even eat. Wang Weiwa found a spot to smoke. He was tense during missions and avoided smoking. But once at the base, he indulged in both cigarettes and alcohol. They were truly remarkable. While others struggled to complete a task, these three were formidable warriors. And now they had a delightful new addition to their group. Du Chunjiang couldn't help but gaze at the little zombie, whispering, "She is so beautiful and well-behaved." Though a bit aloof, she seemed disinterested in engaging with others. Qin Luo stepped back slightly, thinking, why approach so closely? Du Chunjiang rolled his eyes. "Come on. If we're talking about family ties, I should call you cousin. Why are you flustered?" "I just want to get to know her." Qin Luo laughed. "If you want to know her, just ask the squad leader." "Why the secrecy?" "And she isn't aloof. She just can't speak at the moment." He muttered a few more words. "Isn't the little zombie adorable? Where's the aloofness?" Muchu stood by, waiting for Qin Luo for quite a while. She initially intended to leave, but was tempted by the scent emanating from him, deciding to linger a bit longer to savor it, hoping it would make her sleep sweeter at night. The little zombie, not realizing how peculiar her behavior was, did not find it strange at all. Chapter 43. Teething. When Qin Luo arrived, the little zombie quickly approached him, as the more lucid corpses were not easily handled, but instead followed closely behind. As he drew nearer, a refreshing scent wafted from him, sweet yet not cloying, reminiscent of minty fruit hard candy. The little zombie, tempted by the aroma, began to gnaw on a teething stick, an item typically meant for children. This stick was crafted from flour, sweet potato starch, and carrot puree, baked to a particularly hard consistency. It was unclear where she obtained it from the baby store, but she had it available for use. During the growth of her sharp little teeth, her mouth felt uncomfortable, with her gums itching intensely. On ordinary days, it was manageable, but when the itchiness became unbearable, she had an irresistible urge to bite down on something. Su Duo felt somewhat melancholic. A normal person would never chew on such a thing, which led to her lack of joy in her growth, replaced instead by a sense of alienation. What a curious predicament, Qin Luo mused. Is she teething to the point of sulking? Is she unhappy? Despite his thoughts, he noted that the little creature was still pleased to see him approach. Yet as they walked, she took out the teething stick to gnaw on. He slowed his pace intentionally, feeling that strolling leisurely with the little zombie was quite pleasant. However, her teething frustration seemed to escalate, leaving Qin Luo bewildered. When the little zombie looked up at him, a sudden trickle of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth, leaving him momentarily stunned. What on earth happened? Are you hurt? Is it an internal injury? Did your space become too full and backfire? In a panic, he gently pried open her mouth, leaning closer to discover that her bleeding was merely a result of her teething. Su Duo, with wide eyes, gazed at him, sniffing the air. Goodness, the reserves nearby have become even more aromatic. Although she had no intention of consuming him, the sweet scent was undeniably enticing. Seeing her unresponsive demeanor, Qin Luo grew anxious and swiftly picked her up, rushing toward the subway station. Within 2 minutes, they arrived at the research center, where he called out to Xiao Qiao. Quickly. She's bleeding from her gums. Can you help stop it?" Thinking there was a grave issue, Xiao Qiao directed him, over here, to the emergency room. However, a minute later, Xiao Qiao stood with hands on her hips, laughing heartily. "Qin team, you're quite the dramatist. The little zombie is merely teething. You can check the latest research report. The data hasn't yet been uploaded to the database." Studies indicate that certain organisms undergo a secondary growth phase after infection. Congratulations! Your little zombie has grown a bit. Qin Luo's expression reflected his disbelief as he watched the emergency doctor calmly attending to Su Duo, who was still staring at him with her mouth agape, her eyes fixated on him. It was rather disconcerting. While he was aware of her fondness for him, he didn't think it necessary for her to constantly gaze at him, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. He snapped his fingers in her direction. "Why are you looking at me?" The doctor, wearing a mask and smiling warmly, was about to speak when Qin Luo interjected, "I know she's teething. But how did she manage to bleed?" As Xiao Qiao organized her materials, she replied without looking up, "What do you mean by concern leads to chaos?" "This is what you call concern leading to chaos. She's simply bit too hard. The newly grown sharp teeth are hard, and the teething stick is also hard. How could that not cause bleeding?" The kindly doctor chimed in, "If possible, provide her with softer items to chew on. After all, we are not rodents. It's best to avoid overly hard substances. Babies have teething gels, but for a little zombie like Su Duo, with a full set of pristine teeth, soft gels would likely be destroyed with just one bite." Qin Luo earnestly inquired, "Is it necessary for her to teeth?" The doctor explained, "If she doesn't teeth, she will feel discomfort. If she can endure it, then there's no significant issue." Xiao Qiao added, "You're a devil. Not allowing her to teeth? How unbearable that would be. Do you know how to care for her? If you can't manage it, leave her to us. We'll take good care of her." Xiao Qiao continued her gentle reprimand, but it did not hinder the doctor from examining the patient. Once the examination was done, the doctor kindly urged them to leave and called the next patient. Since childhood, the little zombie had been a good child, instinctively fearing and respecting doctors and teachers. Initially, she worried about scaring the doctor, but as she followed Qin Luo out, she caught sight of the next patient. This child, accompanied by her mother, had little leaves sprouting from her head and appeared quite adorable, likely around 7 or 8 years old. However, when the doctor asked her to open her mouth, it was astonishing. Her mouth could stretch wide enough to reach her ears, filled with an uncountable number of sharp teeth. Xiao Qiao cheerfully explained, "What do you think? This child is quite charming, isn't she? Her mutation is that of a carnivorous flower, possessing the ability to devour such creatures. With proper nurturing, her ultimate move could allow her to swallow a horde of mutated monsters. Though her diet is varied, she frequently finds herself in the hospital." Xiao Qiao was delighted, noting that the new little darling seeds were particularly interesting, as the little leaves on her head would bloom and bear fruit, containing seeds that could be planted to grow carnivorous flowers for home defense. The only downside was that they sometimes struggled to recognize their owners, which made them somewhat foolish. "Oh my," Qin Luo thought, "this world has completely gone mad." "All right," Xiao Qiao concluded her explanation, "you two should go about your business. By the way, the new research report is very important. Make sure to study it thoroughly. Now, off you go to undergo a supernatural ability assessment." Qin Luo and Su Duo were ushered into the elevator by Xiao Qiao, who smiled and waved as they ascended to the second floor before turning to leave. Xiao Qiao, clad in her white coat and bouncing with enthusiasm, clearly enjoyed her work, which made the little zombie envious. Qin Luo, having momentarily forgotten the earlier incident, turned his attention back to Su Duo, noticing her biting her lip again, indicating her discomfort from teething. Tentatively, he extended his wrist toward her. Su Duo's eyes brightened, and she eagerly swallowed. "Is this for me? Am I actually allowed to eat this? Is such a delight possible in reality?" However, the little zombie refrained from biting down. Feeling a bit shy, he sighed, feeling a mix of frustration and tenderness. Just then, upon reaching the second floor, they encountered Wang Weiwa and others who had just completed their supernatural ability assessments. Their abilities, unlike Qin Luo's unique skills, did not require frequent testing. The headquarters instructed ordinary ability users to undergo assessments only when feeling unwell. As expected, both Wang Weiwa and Qin Xiaofei appeared to have grown stronger. while Baishu remained unharmed and showed no significant change from before. Chapter 44. The onslaught of the Great Typhoon. The monitoring area on the second basement level was bustling with a multitude of individuals, or rather, with those possessing extraordinary abilities and those who had undergone mutation. Among them was a leaping rabbit human, adorned in a fluffy coat, complete with elongated ears. His visage bore the features of a typical human, with hands and feet resembling those of mankind. It was as if he were clad in a plush costume. Yet it was evident that his fur was genuine. As he bounded about, he inquired of passers-by, "Hey there, what number do I call for fur issues? I've been feeling a bit itchy lately." The individual addressed, who had transformed into a chicken, sported a prominent red comb atop his head and a rugged face, retorted with a clucking sound, "Cough, my friend, you should visit the dermatology department." Such a surreal scene was reminiscent of a fantastical realm. Consequently, they divided into two groups. Qin Luo had experienced an enhancement of her abilities, yet the little zombie, Muchuo, remained unchanged, her speed still a mere 1.5. However, there was no cause for disappointment, for her power lay in the realm of space manipulation. Da Qiao, clad in a white lab coat, held a bullfrog in her hands, urgently assisting in the clearing of the area. Make way, make way. This is a newly transformed Miss Spider. Let us not startle her. Please show her some understanding." The spider lady, feeling awkward, covered her face and scurried into the consultation room on her 8 legs. She could even discern that Qin Luo's abilities had improved, encouraging her with, "Keep it up. The number of mutated creatures is on the rise, and their levels are escalating. If our combat team cannot keep pace with these mutations, we shall face dire consequences." It was essential to note that the mutated individuals and the mutated creatures were not the same. The former retained human consciousness, while the latter were driven by primal instincts, their eyes filled with a crimson hue, devouring anything in sight. The distinction lay in the fact that, with proper control via collars, the mutated individuals could coexist within the base, whereas the mutated creatures had long lost their humanity. Let us grab a drink together sometime. Things have been exceedingly hectic lately. Even the usually composed Da Qiao had begun to exhibit signs of agitation. After sharing a wink with Muchuo, Qin Luo had already taken her leave, suggesting that Da Qiao find old Wang if she wished to indulge in libations, as he was fond of drinking and could partake daily. With that, she slipped away, leaving Da Qiao chuckling in exasperation. Both sisters were not to be trifled with. Any invitation to dine would undoubtedly be an ulterior motive for research. If you can avoid it, do so. If you can refuse, please do. Don't naively approach them, lest you be taken for study, understood? Qin Luo earnestly cautioned the little zombie, who nodded obediently. However, even though they had not ventured far, the transformations within the base were starkly evident. For instance, the evolved humans, whether endowed with powers or mutated, were collectively referred to as the new humanity. Within H City, numerous high-rise buildings had sprung forth, constructed in mere days. Undoubtedly a testament to the efforts of the powered and the mutated. With so many survivors flocking to H City, expansion was the only recourse. Arriving at the subway station, they found themselves at the entrance of a community bustling with powered individuals and those who had mutated. The psychological resilience and physical capabilities of ordinary people could not match those of the new humanity, and the bloodstains from combat missions, while inconsequential to the evolved, were perilous for the unaltered. The base's announcement system continued to relay information regarding the nearby areas falling to ruin, rescue statistics, and the list of the fallen. Good evening, everyone. We interrupt your programming for an urgent announcement. According to the meteorological station's monitoring, Typhoon number 1, named Tyrannosaurus, and Typhoon number 2, called Shizi, are rapidly approaching our maritime territory and are expected to make landfall within 20 hours. The route has been sent to your combat team's email. Please check it carefully. All personnel within the typhoon's path must exercise utmost caution and protect the survivors. No one is permitted to leave the H City base. All operations, production, and classes are hereby suspended. The voice of the announcer, tinged with a slight tremor and tension, echoed through the air. The other powered individuals nearby could not help but voice their frustrations. Damn it, I was planning on taking on a few more tasks. Now it's all over. I can barely afford rent with my points. Some lamented, this typhoon seems fierce. Even the host's voice is trembling. Remember the coastal cities that almost succumbed to flooding last time? If we are halting operations, what will become of those cities? In such a chaotic world. Expletives were hard to suppress. Muchuo remained attentive to the broadcast, the silver metallic collar around her neck glinting slightly, presenting her as a model of obedience. Ordinary individuals lacked the special wristbands of the base and could not access the internet. To prevent the combat teams from becoming complacent, those desiring decent accommodations had to pay rent. Lacking points meant residing in dormitories, sharing space with several others. The buildings labeled a through F represented a range from best to worst, with F being the most inferior, a cramped dormitory housing 8 individuals. Qin Luo and her companions resided in Building A, the premier single apartment structure, as their team had amassed sufficient points to comfortably cover rent. Qin Xiaofei was busy preparing a hot pot, having earned an average of 25,000 points each from the recent battle against the mutated snake people. Ample for a delectable feast. As Qin Luo guided Muchuo to Qin Xiaofei's door, they entered without hesitation. A hot pot? How much did you spend on points? Not much, not much. Tonight's on me, and I've procured a plethora of exotic ingredients. Just wait to savor the delights. Qin Xiaofei cheerfully called out as he busied himself serving dishes. Make yourself at home, class monitor. We're all friends here, so no need for formalities. Muchuo peeked from behind Qin Luo, her curiosity piqued by the large hot pot in the living room, featuring a white bone broth alongside a spicy beef oil base. The table was already adorned with a selection of prepared ingredients, although the majority were being readied by Wang Weihua, clad in an apron, while Qin Xiaofei flitted about, ensuring everything was in order. Bai Shu was engrossed in the forum database, occasionally adjusting his glasses. To be candid, had it not been for his powers, he would have never realized his dream of becoming a sharpshooter. Now, wearing glasses was merely a relic of his childhood habit, offering him a sense of security. Chapter 45. Latest research. Su Duo settled onto the carpet beside Qin Luo, silently unpacking several large boxes filled with food. There were beef rolls, lamb rolls, assorted meatballs, duck blood, wide rice noodles, crispy rolls, deep-fried tofu, enoki mushrooms, shrimp paste, and a plethora of delicacies. Qin Luo and Bai Shetian ceased their conversation, captivated by the delightful spread before them. What a feast! Class monitor, you truly possess a treasure trove. Everything one could desire is here. And the beef rolls look like they are made from prime cuts rather than synthetic meat. Qin Xiaofei emerged from the kitchen with a small bowl of vegetables, his face alight with excitement. The little zombie finally revealed a large can of canned peaches, prompting an enthusiastic wow from the trio, who couldn't help but applaud. Such a delightful treat. Bai Shu chuckled. Class monitor, could you perhaps procure some alcohol? Old Wang loves clear spirits. A few bottles of beer would suffice. We promise not to overindulge. Su Duo modestly nodded and soon produced a dozen beers, culminating with a bottle of Maodai. Ta-da! The table instantly sparkled with golden allure. Bai Shu laughed. Old Wang, come quickly. Look what the class monitor has brought you. What? Wang Weihua dashed from the kitchen, his heart soaring at the sight. Class monitor, you are truly a gem. His affection for alcohol was well known. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaofei was shouting from the kitchen, Old Wang, the water is about to overflow. After some commotion, everyone finally sat down to enjoy dinner, the clock striking 8. Bai Shu connected his tablet to share the latest research report, and they began to eat and drink. Class monitor, do you have sesame sauce? A hot pot without sesame sauce lacks soul. Please pass me some beef. Class monitor, I want clear oil dipping sauce. My goodness, this meat is exquisite. Truly, good beef deserves to be cooked in clear broth. I refuse to believe this. What did you buy, Xiaofei? Why is there pink meat? I wouldn't dare eat that. The little zombie said, eyeing the so-called shrimp meat, which was indeed shrimp, but magnified to an enormous size. Qin Xiaofei had fought over this delicacy in the supermarket. Wow! It's incredibly delicious. This shrimp is a real treat. Class monitor, would you care for a taste? Can we eat mutated shrimp? Chin Luo had just offered Su Duo a piece of shrimp meat. Should we eat it raw? Su Duo hesitated, but then saw the cooked shrimp in his bowl and felt a rare pang of desire. Understanding her hesitation, Chin Luo promptly dunked the shrimp meat into the spicy broth for a minute before retrieving it. As it cooled, the little zombie's claws rested on his arm, quietly salivating. Qin Xiaofei and the others laughed, realizing that even the class monitor could be tempted. Bai Shu removed his glasses. Why wouldn't she? It's just that she's never tried cooked food before. The research indicates that aberrants prefer mutated creatures, right? Wang Weiwa took a sip of his liquor, feeling relaxed as he watched them enjoy their meal. Life was undeniably delightful. Qin Luo, overhearing their conversation and glancing at the little zombie who was practically glued to his side, thought, why wouldn't she be tempted? Just the other night, she crawled into my lap and nibbled on my wrist. All right, it's cooled down now. Eat up. Su Duo opened her mouth wide as he offered the shrimp, and her eyes sparkled with delight as she tasted the flavor, real shrimp flavor, beyond the crystal core. Her surprise was palpable. The little zombie was momentarily stunned. Chen Xiaofei, biting his chopsticks, exclaimed, Class monitor, what's wrong? You look like you're buffering. Bai Shu and Wang Weiwa exchanged worried glances. It was the first time the little zombie had tasted anything beyond the aberrant core. Qin Luo remained calm, knowing she was simply overwhelmed by the deliciousness. It's all right. She'll be fine in a moment. Sure enough, the little zombie resumed chewing, her eyes shining brightly, her claws gripping Qin Luo's arm. Su Duo wasn't averse to eating herself. She could grasp food well enough, but struggled with the intricacies of chopsticks. Fortunately, she had her personal feeder. Qin Luo took a few bites himself, ensuring to prepare some cooked mutated shrimp for her. Qin Xiaofei and the others breathed a sigh of relief, resuming their laughter and feasting. So, what does the latest report indicate? I can't quite grasp it, one asked. Neither can I, came Bai Shu's exasperated reply. Did you two actually pay attention? Their laughter revealed they had not. Bai Shu glanced at them, then at the captain who was busy playing the feeding game with the little zombie. None of them seemed reliable, so he cleared his throat, leaned back against the sofa, took another sip of beer, and began to explain. The essence of it is that one of the latest discoveries from the research center pertains to the use of aberrant cores. These cores are the key to the evolution of both biological and non-biological entities across the globe. The source of infection on Earth has yet to be determined, but all infected beings, whether living or inanimate, evolve through devouring. This explains why zombies crave human flesh, mutated animals seek to consume humans, and aberrant creatures are indiscriminate eaters, all driven by the need to accumulate energy and evolve. The infected hosts contain these energy elements. The lower-tier elements are scarce, while the higher-tier ones are abundant. For instance, ordinary zombies and mutated animals do not possess aberrant cores initially. They continuously devour to gain sustenance and eventually develop these cores. Devouring is also one of the primary skills of all aberrants, quite a common phenomenon. Furthermore, the second latest research indicates that a dilution agent for aberrant cores has been approved and is now in mass production. Abilities can be enhanced through this dilution agent, but individual capacity for digestion and application still depends on the user. Moreover, personal breakthroughs are another way to expedite 1S enhancement. Using the dilution agent is akin to the spiritual stones found in cultivation novels. One can absorb energy from the world's sources without it, and after exhausting their abilities, they might achieve breakthroughs. However, using the agent accelerates the process, albeit resulting in a rather superficial increase in power. Abilities, much like a blade, require rigorous honing to achieve true sharpness. Levels attained through mere substances are ultimately hollow. The group sat in stunned silence, absorbing the revelations. Chapter 46. The dilution agent of heterogeneous nuclei. After feasting to their heart's content, they left behind a scene of disarray, and everyone pitched in to tidy up. By the time they finished, it was already 10:30 in the evening. Thus, she busily began to adorn their little home with items retrieved from her space. Adorable dolls and various trinkets were arranged, the curtains replaced with her cherished warm tones, and the carpet exchanged for a gentle shade of green. The doormat at the bathroom entrance was chosen for its water-absorbing diatomaceous earth material, while an assortment of toiletries found its place atop the bathroom vanity. Even the refrigerator magnets in the kitchen were swapped for charming ones, complemented by an array of everyday condiments. Only then did their cozy abode truly embody the essence of home. Minnie was bustling about, shifting furniture in the living room and rearranging the bedding and sofa covers. Due to the limitations of her fingers, even putting on a duvet cover proved to be a lengthy endeavor. Finally, she settled onto the bay window in the living room, lost in thought. The outside radio had ceased, leaving the community illuminated only by dim lights, and silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any souls lingering outside. The formidable walls loomed prominently ahead, instilling a sense of safety. Little Sher, clutching her tablet, browsed through the forums, stumbling upon an array of peculiar posts. Though many had already been locked, which did not deter her from perusing their contents. The latest research report had surged to the forefront of forum discussions, with everyone engaged in fervent debate. I had previously heard whispers suggesting that the upgrade of abilities relies on heterogeneous nuclei, but I was skeptical. Who would have thought it to be true? How on earth can we obtain these heterogeneous nuclei? What of the lower-tier battle squads? Another agent. And it's something injected into the body. Is this truly safe? It's amusing to hear your concerns. How many researchers have labored tirelessly to develop this? And you're hesitant to use it? To each their own. I prefer to wait and see what happens after it's administered. You think such things are accessible to everyone? I've just received insider information. The first batch of agents 1TB distributed to us ordinary squads. They're prioritizing the top teams. Oh, you don't want it? This will be hard to procure in the future. Just wait. In the aftermath. The disparities among humanity will only widen upon witnessing the heated arguments within the thread. Many swiftly switched to another post, focusing on real-time disaster reports. It was not only their nation suffering calamities. Other countries across the globe were also enduring horrific disasters. A powerful earthquake in a certain country had caused seawater to inundate the land, leaving scarcely a soul behind. International rescue efforts were hampered, as everyone was consumed with their own survival. The world had descended into chaos. As many scrolled through the videos, the foreign zombies appeared exponentially more menacing, truly embodying a siege of the undead, frantically chasing and devouring people. The cacophony of screams and gnawing filled the footage. In one nation, colossal monsters emerged, an enhanced version of common zombies, enveloped in their undead counterparts, resembling a gigantic human-like cauldron. Those engulfed within were lost without a trace. People screamed as they fled, with most relying solely on themselves for escape. There was no semblance of order. Most satellites had malfunctioned, aircraft were grounded, and the seas were shrouded in fog, rendering navigation impossible. Nations were nearly severed from one another. All they could do was pray for their own fortunes. In addition to the monstrous threats, there were weather calamities, tornadoes, blizzards, and a sudden surge of tumbleweeds, threatening to engulf entire countries. Many observed those mutated tumbleweeds, resembling prickly balls, racing wildly down the streets of a nation, with numerous individuals ensnared within them. It was a chilling sight. Comments beneath these videos were disabled, leaving viewers to silently absorb the horror. In the face of disaster, humanity appeared painfully insignificant. Humor was utterly misplaced at such a time. After watching these videos, many felt grateful that her own nation had not yet succumbed to chaos. They had swiftly established 3 robust bases in their 3 most solid and reliable cities, utilizing these strongholds to support other cities. The fallen zones had seen significant recovery, and the chaotic areas were being stabilized with great effort. They aimed to develop the chaotic zones into smaller bases, ensuring that these locations could withstand natural disasters and remained far from the coastlines. Coastal regions had been entirely relocated inland, and management of those with abilities and mutations was being reinforced, alongside the reformation of new regulations. Many endeavored to digest all this information, feeling as though the apocalypse had only just begun, while the previously stable life felt like a distant memory. It left Shershur in a daze. The following morning, a typhoon loomed on the horizon, yet its arrival was still a ways off, leaving the air stifling and warm. The day was bright, offering no hint of impending rain, resembling the calm before a storm. Manny was roused by Qin Luo, who informed her that they were to gather at Professor G's location, as the heterogeneous nucleus dilution agents had just arrived, and the professor wished for them to assess their effects. Upon arriving at the research center, Professor G was engaged in a discussion with other combat squads regarding the usage of the agent. Spotting the 5 of them, he promptly gestured for them to approach. "Come here. Let me brief you on the situation before you decide whether to administer this agent." They entered a conference room where Professor G presented a PowerPoint. Currently, this agent could not be widely distributed, necessitating private education about its effects. Each individual S-body was unique, and after administration, various side effects could arise: dizziness, fever, vomiting, and even a potential state of arousal. Professor G meticulously explained, noting that the results could be remarkable. If utilized correctly, it could significantly enhance their physical capabilities. Upon pressing the next slide, images displayed the varying effects of heterogeneous nuclei extracted from different organisms, illustrating that one could temporarily acquire the abilities of the heterogeneous nucleus after administration. An image of an elephant appeared, showcasing a yellowish-brown nucleus. For instance, this strength-type nucleus can temporarily boost one's power. The test subject was a 17-year-old girl from a martial arts school. Her explosive strike was capable of obliterating the head of a 2-star mutated lizard man. Quite astonishing, wouldn't you agree? Numerous such cases had been derived from the relentless experiments conducted at the Research Institute. Qin Luo and the others were left utterly speechless, while many stared wide-eyed, taken aback. Wait, that girl from earlier and the man and young man afterward, why do they look so peculiar? Are they cosplaying? With elephant tails and leopard ears. Qin Luo pointed this out, and Chun Xiaofei and the others nodded vigorously in agreement. Professor G cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed. Well, the agent does have some side effects, and part of the human-animal hybridization is one of them. Some display it prominently, while others do not. However, these traits will disappear as the agent is metabolized by the body. They 1T remain permanent. A silence fell over Qin Luo and the others, as they felt an inexplicable discomfort regarding the notion of such side effects. What if a burly man sported cat ears? The imagery was almost too delightful to bear. The expression on the men's faces darkened, appearing utterly despondent. Yet, strangely, they felt a hint of anticipation. Chapter 47. The Great Canine Perceptive of Their Pride. Which had been somewhat wounded, G Professor offered words of comfort. Do not worry. If utilized correctly, the beastly traits can indeed bestow additional capabilities upon you. For instance, the mimicry of claws allows for scratching, while possessing the padded feet akin to felines enables one to leap from heights with minimal harm. The manifestation of a tail can aid in maintaining balance and may even serve as a weapon in combat, much like that of a crocodile. At this juncture, Professor G adopted a serious demeanor, emphasizing the importance of selecting a core that aligns closely with one's own essence. He cautioned that ordinary practitioners of extraordinary abilities cannot withstand multiple core serums, with a maximum tolerance of merely 5. However, he advised that it is prudent to limit oneself to 3, selecting the most compatible among them, as thereafter, one must commit to that singular choice. Otherwise, the body may suffer catastrophic consequences. Moreover, he pointed out a significant observation. After administering a core serum, one would acquire mimicry akin to that of a metamorphoser. Thus, this serum is not suitable for them. However, metamorphosers can enhance their levels by consuming diluted serums of similar nature. Yet, a new problem has arisen. Professor G solemnly clicked to the next slide on the PowerPoint presentation, revealing a video of a lizard man in anguish, screaming desperately, lamenting his loss of rationality. Ultimately, He succumbed completely to madness and was regrettably terminated. Whether they are practitioners or metamorphosers, an overwhelming viral load within the body leads to a loss of sanity. Therefore, practitioners must avoid seeking shortcuts, such as hastily consuming core serums or overdosing on diluted variants. Professor G stressed the gravity of this issue, urging them to remember this lesson, lest they transform into horrifying creatures devoid of reason. The weight of this topic was palpable. Qin Luo and the others were more concerned about Mu Duo, who gazed upwards at the PowerPoint, watching the lizard man's agonizing cries, pleading for salvation, expressing his fear of losing his sanity. It evoked a sense of melancholy, as if one day she too might meet a similar fate. Professor G noticed the sentiment and chuckled. "I did not expect such camaraderie within your team. Fear not. With proper control, metamorphosers will not swiftly devolve into monsters. Do you remember our base principle? We shall never capitulate to the apocalypse. We will not abandon any human being. No one will forsake you." His final words were directed at the little zombie, prompting Mu Duo to glance at Professor G. His reassuring smile instilled confidence, and she nodded, willing to trust these diligent researchers. With a twinkle in his eye, Professor G turned his attention to Qin Luo and the others, inquiring if they wished to experience the effects of the diluted core serum. Within normal dosage, it poses no lethal threat, though its side effects may be somewhat uncomfortable. The serum was a rare commodity. The group exchanged glances, weighing their options, before ultimately nodding in resignation. What choice did they have? Observing a 17-year-old girl, previously trained in martial arts, capable of effortlessly dispatching a 2-star lizard beast, they felt the weight of their arduous training. This was the same team that had been honing their skills since the onset of the apocalypse, and facing a 2-star metamorphoser was no trivial endeavor. Satisfied with their agreement, Professor G retrieved several encrypted cases, beckoning them to see what he had prepared. Understanding them well, he had already selected the most suitable diluted core serums for their needs, deliberately teasing them, knowing they would not allow others to surpass them. Qin Luo and the others awkwardly took their respective serums and ventured out to find someone to administer the injections. Qin Xiaofei muttered anxiously, "Oh dear. I hope I don't grow an eagle's head. That would be so ugly. I would rather have the legs of an eagle than a head like one." This one is strawberry-flavored, a concoction made from a 1-star mutated flower core. It should appeal to a young girl. Feel free to drink it to enhance your strength, he added. Mu Duo refrained from confessing to Professor G that she had been chewing on the core like candy, opting instead to send a simple message of gratitude via her tablet before stowing away the serum. Professor G smiled and nodded as another combat team arrived, and he promptly engaged with them to address their inquiries. One individual glanced inside, their gaze fixating on the little zombie and the collar around her neck. Mu Duo instinctively touched her collar, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her, even angering her enough to bare her teeth at the intruder. Is this really the new member of Team 3A? Aside from her looks, she seems quite ordinary. I don't understand why Captain Qin would recruit someone like her, the person remarked. Hearing this, Professor G issued a warning. Is your politeness fed to dogs? The individual then offered a half-hearted apology. I'm sorry. I tend to speak without thinking. The little zombie was furious, ready to confront this disrespectful individual with her full might, perhaps even brandishing a chainsaw. However, in the next moment, the burly man was sent flying across the room. Indeed, he was propelled through the air, as tendrils of electricity danced in the air, accompanied by a familiar scent, a refreshing minty fruit candy aroma. Simultaneously, Qin Luo's commanding voice resonated. What gives you the right to judge my team? Who do you think you are? Professor G expressed his astonishment. You, my boy, are truly impressive. You've managed to mimic so swiftly. Was it less than 10 minutes? Others typically take 2 to 3 hours, with some even requiring 10. Remarkable. Come, let us measure your ability levels. Qin Luo gestured for Professor G to proceed. You go ahead. I'll join you shortly. As Professor G glanced back at the meeting room, he patted Qin Luo on the shoulder. All right. I'll wait for you there. Hurry up. Do not waste time. With excitement radiating from him, he hurried to the testing room. Qin Luo's remarkable performance was noteworthy. The sooner one achieves mimicry, the easier it is to absorb abilities, heralding limitless potential for the future. As for the disrespectful individual, Professor G paid him no mind. Regardless of his insolence, enduring a beating might teach him a lesson. And practitioners are not so fragile that a mere kick would end their lives, perhaps just a few days of discomfort. Professor G was preoccupied with preparing for the tests, while Qin Luo remained the focal point of his research. Upon entering, Qin Luo reprimanded Mu Duo, who was still dazed from her injection, her body aflame with heat. Emerging from the clinic, he overheard the rude remarks directed at her, prompting him to storm over in indignation. However, upon catching sight of her, all his anger dissipated. The oppressive heat had compelled Qin Luo to wear a black tank top, and having removed his outer jacket, he now stood before her, showcasing his impressive physique. Towering at 189 centimeters, his tall stature and muscular chest were complemented by well-defined arms, a firm abdomen, and camouflaged combat trousers paired with black boots, accentuating his long legs. His physique was undeniably striking. With a handsome face, chiseled features, and an air of impatience that only enhanced his charm, he possessed an endearing quality when relaxed, highlighted by a singularly prominent canine tooth. Yet now, atop his head, sprouted a pair of fluffy gray ears. He had transformed into a great canine. The little zombie stared in awe as he furrowed his brow, muttering complaints about her susceptibility to bullying. Originally small in stature, he appeared even more pitiable when bullied. Never mind, from now on, stay close to me. Wherever I go, you shall follow, understood? Qin Luo intoned with utmost seriousness. Were it not for the rosy hue adorning his cheeks, one might have genuinely believed in his gravity. Yet, he soon discovered that the little zombie had fallen into a stupor once more. "Comrade Su Duo, the captain is addressing you," he exclaimed. "How dare you lose focus?" However, in the next moment, the little zombie tugged at his shirt, compelling Qin Luo to bend down, lest his black tank top morph into a revealing V-neck. In the following instant, she seized his ears, and the little zombie, in a fit of excitement, let out a jubilant howl. Qin Luo's face instantly flushed crimson as he abruptly straightened up, the wolf tail behind him swaying uncontrollably. The little zombie, with another joyous cry, lunged to embrace his large tail, sending a jolt through his entire being. The sensation coursed from his tailbone to the crown of his head. How could he have forgotten about the mimicry? Chapter 48. Everyone's transformation. The little zombie had ceased her usual growls, instead opting for playful barks. Her tiny paws were stealthily exploring his tail. Qin Luo's face flushed crimson. He felt a blend of embarrassment and weakness, contemplating the absurdity of his situation. "I am a wolf," he declared, though he felt more like a playful dog. The little zombie, affectionately nuzzling against his fluffy tail with her head tilted, was simply too adorable for him to resist. In a moment of exasperation, he choked back tears and conceded, "Yes, I am not a wolf. I am a dog. Even if the sky collapses, the sea erupts, or the world ends, I shall remain a dog. No one shall hinder me." How could anyone resist such charm? His inner self was lamenting, yet he knew he must not allow her to touch the tail of the gray wolf. The sensation made his legs weak and tingled with heat, almost as if smoke were rising from his head. Fortunately, his good friend came to the rescue. Qin Xiaofei burst forth, flapping his wings in excitement. "Ah, Qinge, look at me. Class monitor, look. I can fly. Look. I have wings." Qin Xiaofei was flapping his white speckled gray wings, and aside from those wings, his feet had transformed into eagle talons, while the rest of him appeared quite normal. With hands on his hips, he boasted, "Soon, I shall soar through the skies at incredible speeds." Qin Luo swiftly lifted the little zombie and stood her upright, then playfully tapped Qin Xiaofei on the head. "Stand at attention. Apologize to the girl you knocked over." The little zombie, still a bit dazed, seemed to have momentarily lost her bearings. It was only then that Qin Xiaofei realized his exuberance had gone too far and hurriedly bowed at a 90-degree angle. "I'm sorry, class monitor. It was unintentional. To make it up to you, I'll buy you a special treat later. His cherubic face was earnest as he blinked at the little zombie. Upon hearing the promise of a treat, she nodded with interest, her gaze drifting back to Qin Luo's large tail. Alarmed, Qin Luo coughed twice. You mustn't touch the tail. I can't bear it. The little zombie pouted. Qin Luo quickly added, you can touch it when there are no outsiders around. At least then, he wouldn't lose the dignity of his position as captain due to blushing, weakness, or overheating. The little zombie nodded in comprehension, understanding that she could freely touch when in private. Seeing her expression, Qin Luo mistakenly thought she understood, and he praised her for her cleverness. Qin Xiaofei, confused, scratched his head, glancing between his captain and the class monitor before noticing the large wolf ears atop Qin Luo's head. Wow! Qin Ge, you look so cool. What kind of wolf are you? A native Tibetan wolf, Qin Luo grumbled, feeling foolish with his dog ears and fluffy tail. Unbeknownst to him, his tail had started to swish impatiently. Qin Xiaofei, on the other hand, reveled in his new form, hopping around and making a delightful sound as his claws tapped against the tiles. Doesn't it look like I'm tap dancing? Qin Luo watched his antics, unable to suppress a sigh. Not quite. You look more like a flapping wild chicken. Qin Xiaofei retorted, I am the king of eagles, the Heidongking. He flapped his wings, proud of his appearance. When Bai Shu emerged and witnessed the scene, he felt an overwhelming urge to deny that such a goofball was on his team. Rolling his eyes, he approached, could you not jump around? The noise is unbearable. But Qin Xiaofei, encouraged by Bai Shu's discontent, continued to jump and flap. As he passed a group of girls, he noticed them giggling behind their hands, which made him blush and scurry into the meeting room, feeling embarrassed. Qin Luo pulled the little zombie inside, and Bai Shu followed suit. So, what species are you? I've never seen anything like you covered in fur. Indeed. Bai Shu sighed, exasperated as he spread his hands. I am a Siberian flying squirrel, a species of gliding rodent. Qin Xiaofei burst into laughter, finding it hilarious that the serious Bai Shu turned out to be such an adorable creature. Oh, little flying squirrel has arrived. The two nearly broke into a fight, while Qin Luo watched with amusement. However, after waiting for a while without seeing Wang Weiwa, they sensed something was amiss and decided to search for him. Many Duo trailed behind, unable to stifle her laughter, her eyes sparkling with delight. Once Qin Xiaofei and Bai Shu opened the door to the compartment, they erupted into hearty laughter, clutching their sides. Oh my goodness, Wang! Ha ha ha! Qin Luo couldn't contain his curiosity. What does he look like? Let me see. Many Duo leaned into pique, wishing she could embrace Qin Luo's tail if only he allowed it. What they saw was utterly delightful. Wang Weiwa, his back turned to them in the corner, revealed 2 ears and a striped tiger tail. The sight of this towering man, over 6 feet tall, suddenly appearing so cute was simply comical. Bai Shu laughed until tears streamed down his face, while Qin Xiaofei doubled over, pounding the ground with laughter. Qin Luo joined in, their cacophony nearly shaking the roof. Wang Weiwa turned around, flustered and annoyed, stopped laughing. His transformation was undeniably silly. But facing them, he bore 2 short tiger ears. The trio erupted into even more laughter. Eventually, they coaxed Wang Weiwa out, with Bai Shu nearly biting his lip to suppress his laughter. Qin Xiaofei chuckled, actually, this look suits you quite well. You appear sturdy and honest. Negotiating with survivors will be a breeze. His transformation was unmistakable, a purebred northeast tiger, albeit a rather plump one. Wang Weiwa's embarrassment only added to the hilarity. Qin Luo feigned calmness, though his shoulders occasionally shook with suppressed laughter. Many Duo trailed behind, watching Wang Weiwa's tail swish back and forth, its roundness making it quite endearing. She felt a pang of sympathy, knowing that if the little zombie were to tug at his tail, it might bring him to tears. So she wisely refrained, instead gazing at Qin Luo's magnificent tail, still the finer specimen, soft and fluffy. With a hint of mischief, she feigned seriousness. Many Duo, zombies cannot always act cute, you understand? Chapter 49. Upgrading Little Corpse was unaware, yearning to embrace the grand tale, yet it was not the moment for such desires. The allure was overwhelming. It seemed that the other party had become even more enticing. Qin Luo and the others obediently shook their heads, feeling a touch of discomfort, but willing to accept it. Professor Ji led them away and instructed Xiao Qiao to entertain Muchu Duo for a while, to stave off the little zombie's boredom. Rest assured, our research center offers excellent childcare services. Your little zombie companion will not wander off, nor will anyone bully her, he reassured them, adding a special note of comfort before ushering them into the monitoring room for psychic abilities, all the while wearing a cheerful smile. Xiao Qiao, true to her orders, bounced over, clad in a white lab coat with her hands clasped behind her back. Upon spotting the little zombie, she greeted, "My dear, you're back again. Come. Let us play for a bit." The little zombie was somewhat reluctant to move, sitting on a bench in the waiting area, swinging her feet with a conflicted expression. Noticing her hesitation, Xiao Qiao plopped down beside her and said, "Oh, it's all right. If you don't want to wander, we can just wait here for them." Her thoughtfulness was endearing. The little zombie wiggled with delight, and Xiao Qiao felt her heart melting. "How is it going? It must be tiring working with Team Qin on missions, huh?" When Qin Luo and the others emerged, they found Xiao Qiao engrossed in lively conversation with the little zombie, mostly sharing her own tales. Indeed, that old bald donkey was reassigned, and Professor Ji has come over. He is truly gentle and kind. You haven't been to the city center yet, have you? It's quite lively there. You should visit when you have the chance. As long as you adhere to the base rules, it will be fine. I heard there's even a commendation ceremony planned for your team, with news crews set to record it for broadcast on the big screen at the city center. Unfortunately, it has been delayed due to the typhoon. Xiao Qiao's home was on the first floor of her complex, where she had planted a new batch of carnivorous plants, the very seeds from that adorable plant. One day, she had been greeted with their playful spitting, which made her laugh heartily at the antics of those rascally kids. Qin Luo and the others were taken aback. Was it common for girls to converse so intimately? The little zombie, though unable to speak, communicated through her tablet, tapping away with her tiny claws, raising it high. Xiao Qiao chattered on, filled with gossip. Who doesn't enjoy a good story? Eventually, Qin Luo approached, clearing his throat. Muchu Duo, it's time to go. After exchanging polite words with Xiao Qiao, he inquired if she had been inconvenienced by looking after her. Xiao Qiao watched the little zombie hop down from the chair, scampering over to Qin Luo with an exasperated sigh. You really are her favorite. Qin Luo, feeling a sense of urgency, instinctively wrapped an arm around the little zombie. What? Are you implying you wish to take her away? No wonder such busy researchers could still find time for Muchu Duo. He looked rather foolish in his protective demeanor. Xiao Qiao, rolling her eyes, replied, "Of course I want to take her. Who wouldn't adore such a cute little zombie? But I'm truly just working. It's almost my lunch break, and what's wrong with spending some time with her before I clock out? If I really wanted to abduct her for research, I wouldn't need to trick her like this. I'd just tie her up." Her psychic ability was Vine's. "Sweetheart, if you ever wish to escape from this silly Qin team, come find your sister, okay? Love you." With that, she pranced away. Qin Luo felt a bit played. Qin Xiaofei hurried over, noting how popular the little class leader was. Everyone wanted her attention. Wang Weiwa asked, "Sweetheart?" Though the class leader looks young, she's hardly a child. Bai Shu understood, adjusting his glasses. It's a term of endearment among girls, but calling the class leader that is not wrong. She does have an indefinitely long lifespan. By her current age, she was indeed still in her developmental stage. Wang Weiwa grasped the concept. Qin Luo poked the little zombie's cheek. "Why are you so adored?" The little zombie didn't comprehend, her gaze fixed on the quivering gray wolf ears atop his head. "I want a pinch." Qin Luo, noticing her intense stare, felt a bit embarrassed. "I know you like me the most. Please don't stare, or people will laugh." Qin Xiaofei and the others made exaggerated sounds of disbelief, unable to look on. Professor Ji had already provided them with the diluted psychic core serum. each receiving a small box containing 6 vials, with instructions to administer one every 3 days. Muchu Duo had not been present during this allocation. As they walked, Qin Luo explained, the assessment system for psychic abilities has now been perfected, categorized by levels from 1 to 10, corresponding to the mutated creature's star ratings from 1 star to 10 stars. Bai Shu added, currently, in our team, only Qin Luo is at mid-level 3. Both Old Wang and Xiaofei are at late level 2, while I've just broken through level 2. His progress was slightly slower due to being shot at from a distance by a mutated snake person, resulting in a setback. However, after today's serum, he would soon make the breakthrough. This demonstrated the immense power of the mutation serum, significantly enhancing their levels. Wan Weiwa chimed in, after taking the serum. I'll finally understand what Professor G meant by an empty frame, feeling brimming with energy, but unsure how to utilize it. I still haven't fully adapted to the mimicry. Professor G encouraged them to explore their mimicry advantages to adjust their training. For instance, Qin Luo's Thunder-type Wolf Core was particularly special. The serum was highly compatible with him, with a genetic match of over 95%. This genetic compatibility referred not to their individual genes, but to the adaptability of their fused genes. After taking the serum, it not only enhanced the intensity of his thunderstorm abilities, but also provided a speed boost, and his wolf claws could serve as weapons. Professor G mentioned that if he could achieve complete mimicry without losing control in the future, he would be invincible, though such special cores were rare. For Qin Luo to advance further, he would need to find a way to exchange for a Thunder-type core. Qin Xiaofei's Sea Green Core was also speed-oriented and fortuitously came with wind abilities, allowing for mutual assistance to achieve faster speeds, along with enabling him to develop his own unique skills. Professor G stated that wind could be gentle or fierce. For example, a tornado could attack a wide area. He even jokingly likened it to a group attack in a game young people often play. In essence, he urged them to explore their capabilities and devise techniques, assuring them that this should not be difficult for the youth, as they likely had experience with games prior to the apocalypse, making learning swift. Chapter 50. The little flying squirrel, illuminated by Bai Shu's spiritual abilities, gained a brief capacity for flight and enhanced jumping prowess. Coupled with his previous ocular evolution, he was indeed well-suited for the art of assassination. He had also inherited a frenzy ability, which allowed him to augment his physical strength to a certain extent when confronting foes, though the duration of this enhancement was quite limited. This was a technique possessed by the little flying squirrel with an anomaly core. The headquarters had expended considerable time and effort to eliminate it. In its final moments, it unleashed frenzy, consuming its own energy, and in that berserk state, it became extraordinarily powerful. A single strike left a deep wound on the waist of an ability user, exposing bone. Ultimately, it was subdued. Professor G provided Bai Shu with the opportunity to experiment with this skill, advising him to seize the moment. Eliminating enemies during the frenzy period would be unequivocally achievable. Wang Weiwa activated his earth-based abilities, drawing upon the strength of his anomaly core, a northeast tiger. It had crushed numerous individuals and zombies under earthen spheres, relishing the terror it instilled before mercilessly finishing them off. The mutated creatures operated purely on instinct, devoid of rationality, driven solely by a primal urge to consume. Although such tactics were repugnant, Professor G believed that if Wang Weiwa could inherit these abilities or perhaps modify them to develop earthen walls or spikes, it would be beneficial. The rest was up to his own research. In summary, their team's overall level had significantly improved, and the remainder would rely on their own exploration. Should the headquarters possess the capability, they would arrange for instructors. It felt truly miraculous. Only a little over a month had passed, and the transformations in this world were astounding, Qin Xiaofei remarked with a smile. Wang Weiwa nodded in agreement, as if in a dream. Sensing that Earth was gradually becoming unrecognizable, Bai Shu calmly adjusted his glasses and stated, "The Earth remains the same Earth, whether during the Cambrian period, the Ice Age, or in modern times. It is merely our living environment that has transformed. What we must do is strive to adapt, as does all of humanity. Fortunately, humans are inherently adaptable and creative beings. When the apocalypse descends, they construct fortresses, rescue companions, and endeavor to allow everyone to lead as normal a life as possible. Even if the current state of humanity is anything but normal, they couldn't help but chuckle. Qin Luo, nonchalantly, remarked, "One day at a time." Regardless of the world we inhabit, strength is the most vital tool for survival. The others expressed their agreement. Teaching ourselves? Is that feasible? Otherwise, do you think her abilities are suitable for exposure? If discovered, the headquarters harbors its share of pests. What if she were to be captured and monitored? That absolutely cannot happen. Qin Luo decisively declared, "We shall teach ourselves." Who cannot learn through analogies? Bai Shu offered to assist in researching materials to ensure the safety of their little class leader. Chen Xiaofei, uncertain of how he could contribute, suggested, "Then I will procure an anomaly core for our class leader. Without her, there are no delicious treats, and I am counting on her to bring me the good stuff. She must live well." Wang Weiwa scratched his head, his tiger ears twitching. "Then I am like Xiaofei. My beloved tobacco and alcohol are in the class leader's space. If they were in my storage, they'd have been confiscated long ago. It's better to have her around." They genuinely trusted her. Not the slightest bit worried about her running away or dying. Losing her would mean losing everything. The little zombie watched them as they whispered and strategized. The warmth of the bodies around her felt comforting. Suddenly, Su Duo recalled something. Since her grandparents had passed away, she had felt utterly alone. In truth, her 3 years in middle school had been the most carefree and joyful, requiring only the diligence of study. She had inexplicably become class leader, much beloved by everyone, who treated her with kindness. After entering high school, her grandfather fell ill, and she became busy with studies and caring for her grandmother. Initially, her grandmother had insisted she focus on her studies, but after her grandfather's passing, her grandmother too fell ill, depleting their savings. Su Duo began balancing university with part-time work. Yet ultimately, her grandmother left this world as well. The area was developed, forcing her to vacate her small home and relocate to a new place in K-City, only to soon face the apocalypse. After losing her grandparents, she felt profoundly lonely, with few friends to confide in, save for a couple of university roommates who occasionally reached out. The sensation of living and undertaking tasks together, bound at all times, was refreshing. Their team was a cohesive unit. Su Duo felt a sense of security in their presence. Though their initial encounter had been chaotic, everyone was genuinely kind. Indeed, good people remain good regardless of the passage of years, and she considered herself fortunate. Class leader? Class leader? Hurry up, the weather doesn't look good. A typhoon is approaching. Su Duo? Are you lost in thought? The little zombie's rare moment of clarity was abruptly interrupted. "Huh?" she exclaimed, unable to recall what she had been pondering. What was it? She had hit a mental block. Qin Xiaofei laughed. "I see our class leader is all puffed up." The little zombie was indeed vexed. She had forgotten something, and it was their fault. The sensation of forgetting something halfway through was utterly dreadful. The little zombie could not articulate her frustration. She could only huff in annoyance, struggling only to be restrained by Qin Luo. "Hush, don't move. Do you see that plastic bag flying above us? If we delay any longer, we 5 will meet in the sky," Bai Shu remarked, "because when the typhoon arrives, it could sweep us into the air." Wang Weiwa suddenly burst into laughter, not even aware of what had tickled his funny bone. Qin Xiaofei. The group boarded the subway and quickly exited at their stop. The sky had grown significantly darker, casting an ominous atmosphere as the wind began to howl. They needed to move swiftly. Fortunately, the subway exit was exceedingly close to their residential compound. Just as they entered the building amidst the falling rain, the lights flickered and went out, replaced by dim emergency lighting. The base was losing power. The announcement system blared, signaling that an alarm had been activated throughout the base. An extraordinarily powerful typhoon, Storm Dragon, was imminent. Citizens were urged not to linger outdoors. Due to the super typhoon, the interference devices on the city walls might be affected, increasing uncertainties and the potential for attacks from mutated birds or insects. Citizens were advised to secure their doors and windows and maintain silence. All combat teams should prepare for immediate rescue operations, with designated areas to be communicated via email. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo commented, "Oh dear. It seems we won't be sleeping tonight. Everyone, be cautious." Bai Shu and the others nodded in agreement. Su Duo picked up a wooden whistle and blew a sharp note, signaling that they were about to engage in a defensive battle. Defend the home. Chapter 51. Telekinesis. Although it was midday, the sky darkened as if it were night, casting an unusual sense of unease outside, for humanity has an innate fear of darkness. The wind grew increasingly fierce, causing the tall buildings to sway, and an inexplicable anxiety enveloped everyone at the base. The H-City Survivor Base had become one of the largest in the country, usually capable of withstanding most dangers due to its towering walls and monster interference devices, fortified further by numerous checkpoints for entry. The safety of the citizens within the city was generally assured. However, this time, it was a natural disaster, and there was little that could be done. The failure of the interference devices implied the imminent arrival of mutated monsters. The personnel on duty were still making preparations against the typhoon. Fewer and fewer people ventured outside, and the entire base plunged into an eerie silence, interrupted only by the howling wind. In the New Humanity District, on the 19th floor of Building A, warm lights spilled from beneath the doors as she had taken out a charging lamp and placed it on the coffee table. She and her teammates urgently practiced how to wield their abilities, having gained insights after their recent dosage upgrades, as if they had grasped some profound understanding. To harness their powers required focused concentration. Little team leader, why don't you try concentrating and see if you can manifest any skills? It was noted that their abilities were a result of the drugs, while only the little team leader and Qin Ge possessed innate powers. How extraordinary! Qin Xiaofei, the most talkative among them, could chatter endlessly while clutching a can of sweet soy milk and munching on spicy snacks. He chewed and spoke simultaneously, occasionally pausing to sip his drink, hardly wasting a moment. The coffee table was strewn with an array of snacks. Bai Shu was busy researching on his tablet, pondering the sensation of using their abilities, which was indeed challenging to articulate. It felt more like a force hidden within their bodies, flowing like blood, requiring focus to activate. How you wield it depends on you. Wang Weihu concurred. Previously, I merely felt a boost in strength. When I threw punches, I would channel my abilities into my fists. He demonstrated for the little zombie, clenching his fist and swinging it through the air, the force of his punch creating a noticeable gust of wind. See, just like this. After the dosage, I can feel my powers have multiplied significantly. If I could throw 50 punches before, now I can unleash 100 with this force. The little zombie observed them in awe, sensing their transformations. She had little to contribute, as her combat style was purely reckless. Unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, she could only encourage her to try, just as she had. Qin Xiaofei and the others exclaimed in excitement, giving Qin Luo a thumbs up. Truly the captain. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses, asserting that no amount of theory could compare to hands-on experience. Try it for yourself. You may just master it. Just take it step by step. The little zombie pondered for a moment, then resolutely nodded, indicating her understanding. She closed her eyes, attempting to locate the sensation they had described. Minutes passed, and their anticipation shifted to disappointment as they observed her struggle to connect with the energy. Their camouflage had yet to fade, suggesting it would linger for at least another day. The mood among them reflected in their beastly traits, with Qin Luo occasionally twitching his wolf ears, Wang Weihu swishing his tail, and Qin Xiaofei shaking his wings, while Bai Shu focused intently on the little zombie, feeling anxious for her. After what felt like an eternity, the little zombie finally discerned a flicker of sensation. Her mind's Rubik's cube space began to rotate once more. Miraculously, this time there was no wave of nausea. Instead, the sight of the spinning cube felt exhilarating as she attempted to control its rotation, managing to do so for a second or two before it resumed its chaotic spin. Suddenly, she grasped something and opened her eyes, focusing intently on the cup in front of her, attempting to draw it into her space. To her astonishment, it actually worked. Wow, telekinesis! Incredible, little team leader. Qin Xiaofei leaped up, brimming with excitement. Wang Weihu widened his eyes in disbelief. You learned it that quickly? That's incredible. Their reactions fueled the little zombie's courage, and Qin Luo smiled as he pushed his drink towards her, encouraging, try again, telekinesis is progress. As Professor Ji said, the more you practice, the better you'll get. With newfound agility, the little zombie concentrated on locking onto an object, successfully retrieving it into her space. Previously, she had to physically touch items to collect them, but now she was doing it without contact. This is astonishing. Will it make collecting things faster in the future? Yet, in her excitement, she attempted to retrieve a small ornament from the TV cabinet, only to find herself unable to do so. Frustration set in as she concentrated, even causing her head to ache. Bai Shu, noting her struggle, suggested, perhaps there's a distance limitation? Qin Luo promptly stood up to fetch the ornament she desired. No need to rush. Let us try one step at a time and see how far you can reach with your telekinesis. Qin Xiaofei and Wang Weihu cheered her on. Little team leader, take your time. You've got this. The little zombie glanced at them, nodding with renewed confidence. She started to experiment, with Qin Luo adjusting his distance closer each time. If she shook her head in rejection, he would inch forward until he stood a meter away. Bai Shu promptly recorded her progress. Excellent. 1 meter is a significant advancement. With more practice, you might extend that distance even further. Encouraged, the little zombie nodded vigorously, finally grasping the sensation they had described. It felt as if a new energy coursed through her veins, ready to be summoned with focus. Overjoyed, she looked at them with gratitude, realizing that without their patient guidance, she might have spent years struggling to comprehend the nuances of her abilities. In her jubilation, she began to dance, offering them a feast of assorted snacks, including marinated delicacies, fried chicken, and beer, while she nibbled on a chew toy. Whether in joy or distress, she found solace in her chewing, a delightful release. Qin Luo and the others laughed, finding her endearingly charming. Chapter 52. The mutant bats. The light-hearted atmosphere did not persist for long. Soon, their wristbands alerted them to incoming messages, confirming the designated location for their squad. Situated not far in the southeast, a residential area bustling with inhabitants. The message indicated that mutant bats had been sighted and urged them to exercise caution as they were to proceed immediately. The wind outside howled fiercely, uprooting numerous trees within the community, though the rain was light. Nonetheless, with the mission dispatched, they, as a combat team, had to set forth. And thus they promptly clicked to confirm. In a hurried flurry, they grabbed a few bites of food before rising to head out. While waiting for the elevator, they took the opportunity to stretch their bodies, moving their necks and legs in preparation for the impending battle. With their earpieces securely in place, Qin Luo began to allocate roles. Many duo, stick with me, along with Xiao Bai and Lao Wang. Xiao Fei, you will operate solo. Bai Shu, being physically weaker, would benefit from pairing with a more resilient partner. Qin Xiaofei, now faster, would likely leave Bai Shu behind, as well as Wang Weiwa. Hence his independent movement would allow him greater freedom in combat. The trio expressed no objections. Having collaborated on countless missions previously, they were adaptable in their pairings. Qin Luo decided against leaving the little zombie to fend for herself. Having witnessed her lethal prowess, it was best for her to train alongside them. The apocalypse was ever-changing, and without effort, one could easily be left behind. They had all assumed her spatial abilities were merely auxiliary. No one had anticipated her lethal capabilities, which indeed proved advantageous. Many duo produced a chainsaw, her favored weapon, exclaiming no fear. In fact, she felt reassured in their company, embodying the essence of teamwork. She was not alone in this fight. The 3A combat team officially entered battle mode, charging into the downpour as the elevator doors opened. The wind remained strong, although the rain had lessened. The team's agility had significantly improved, and they eschewed the subway in favor of running, as the location was merely a short distance away. Many Duo's speed was 1.5 times that of an average person, yet to Qin Luo and the others, it was still insufficient. So he carried her as they raced forward. "This ear and tail are quite bothersome," Qin Luo muttered, shaking his ears in irritation, though he ran faster. The newly grown beast-like ears were overly sensitive, and the tail trailing behind him felt quite awkward. Many Duo had grown accustomed to being carried, nestled on his shoulder. She watched the tail swish through the rain, remaining dry and fluffy, and she couldn't help but admire it. How she longed to embrace it, to stroke it, to cuddle. But alas, they were on a mission. Meanwhile, Wang Weiwa struggled a bit, nearly losing his balance due to the added tail, yet he quickly regained his composure. Qin Xiaofei, however, was the most liberated, soaring into the air as he flapped his wings mid-run. He had even mastered the ability to manipulate the wind to blow the raindrops away from his wings, keeping them dry, a marvelous feat. He later seized Bai Shu, lifting him high before letting him glide down from above, though Bai Shu, taken by surprise, cursed, "Thank you for your ancestral blessings, Qin Xiaofei." Yet, he quickly grasped the technique, taking shortcuts by climbing buildings, ultimately gaining speed with his glides. Qin Xiaofei laughed heartily, reveling in the exhilarating freedom of flight. Qin Luo cautioned him not to overindulge, reminding him that their abilities were finite. Qin Xiaofei promptly acknowledged his oversight, affirming, "Understood." The 3A Special Operations Team, Eagle, has arrived at the destination. The target had been identified, a swarm of large, dark mutant bats circling near the residential buildings, scattering in fright upon spotting them. "I'm on it," he declared, launching the first attack as he engaged his powers to pursue the mutant bats. Bai Shu was the second to arrive, reporting, 3A Special Operations Team, White Mouse is in position. The encirclement begins. They instinctively spread out into separate corners, locking onto their targets as they converged towards the center for their final assault, a habitual strategy from previous missions. Wang Weiwa swiftly reached another corner of the residential area, announcing, 3A Special Operations Team Tiger is in position. The encirclement commences. After setting the little zombie down, he instructed, "I'll let a few bats come your way for practice. Figure out your approach while staying close behind me." With his formidable combat prowess, he could easily manage a novice. Many Duo nodded, gripping her chainsaw, and soon after, Qin Luo began his own battle report, then shook his wolf ears before charging forward, dual blades in hand, initiating a one-sided slaughter. He even infused his knives with electricity. With each strike, sparks flew as if igniting a storm. The bats were numerous, densely swarming around them. Qin Luo led the charge. While occasionally a few large bats slipped through, their sizes comparable to basketballs, with sharp beaks, gaunt features, and crimson eyes far from charming. The little zombie felt a surge of anxiety, yet when they lunged toward her, she swung her chainsaw, causing blood to splatter. A few droplets landed on her fair face, which she wiped away. Observing Qin Luo's back, she quickened her pace, chainsaw in hand, following him closely. Noticing her dispatching her first bat, he gradually widened the gap, allowing more mutant bats to emerge for her to practice against. Many Duo, once an ordinary girl before the apocalypse, had transitioned from a monotonous work-life routine to this chaotic existence, with her only prior exposure to martial arts being during school military training. She had never engaged with such matters before, yet her courage surprised them all. Although she exhibited signs of fear, her adaptability was remarkable. She stumbled yet persisted in keeping up with him. Qin Luo found it hard not to admire her determination, her clumsiness only adding to her charm. What to do? He found her increasingly endearing, utterly captivating. The bats were not particularly formidable, yet their incessant numbers were a nuisance as they streamed endlessly into the base. This influx was likely due to the abnormal weather patterns, prompting their mass migration directly into the path of the base. Moreover, these bats were surprisingly resilient against the wind. even more so than the ability wielders themselves. At times, when the wind howled, Qin Luo felt it challenging to maintain his footing, while Many Duo, the little zombie, was tossed about by the gusts, yet her tough exterior and low sensitivity to pain allowed her to bounce back quickly after each tumble, albeit a bit dirted. Chapter 53. A plague of mutated bats. To what extent had the bats multiplied? The sky had already grown dim, and with the arrival of the typhoon, the clouds hastened their flight, momentarily illuminating the surroundings. Suddenly, however, darkness enveloped the area once more, but this time it was not due to the storm. With a keen sense, the little zombie lifted her head, her pupils dilating in shock as a vast swarm of mutated bats descended from the heavens, circling ominously above. The oppressive atmosphere was utterly terrifying. Through the earpiece, the startled voices of Qin Xiaofei and his companions echoed in disbelief. How can there be so many of them? This is madness. It seems endless. This was decidedly unsettling. Everyone needed to exercise caution. The sheer number was overwhelming. Qin Luo's expression darkened as he urged the group to regroup, warning that a significant portion of the approaching bats were likely of the first-level mutation. His words prompted gasps from Qin Xiaofei and his companions, who swiftly acknowledged his command and converged toward the center, disregarding the other bats for the moment. Just as Qin Luo intended to call out to Muchuo, he noticed her rushing toward him with a chainsaw in hand. Good, she was sharp. He quickly scooped her up. Be mindful of your energy consumption, Muchuo. Don't overexert yourself. He had observed her employing her spatial abilities to target the mutated bats, using spatial compression to obliterate them into a mist of blood. Muchuo nodded, her wooden whistle stained with blood, which she refrained from using. Before long, their team was gathered. Meanwhile, the local residents, obedient to the base's orders, refrained from opening their doors. Although some kind-hearted individuals approached their windows to inquire whether the team wished to take refuge indoors. One concerned resident sighed, "Please stay safe, comrades," before dutifully shutting the window and drawing the curtains. Muchuo was gently set down, and as Qin Xiaofei and the others gasped for breath while running, they finally reunited. However, at that moment, a shift occurred. Muchuo suddenly felt a heightened sense of danger, as if she possessed an innate foresight of peril. Everything around her seemed to slow down. The mutated bats swirling above abruptly concentrated their mass, diving toward them with ferocious intent. Their target was none other than their group. Qin Luo shouted, "Be careful," and immediately unleashed his skill, Call of Thunder. A resounding clap of thunder echoed as streaks of lightning descended from the sky, coalescing into spherical electric charges that surged toward the swarm of mutated bats. Muchuo's eyes widened as time appeared to stand still. After a brief pause, the world was engulfed by the onslaught of bats. In a cacophony of thunderous explosions, a multitude of bats fell from the sky, struck dead by the lightning. Yet, the surviving bats continued their assault, engulfing their group. To the naked eye, their team had vanished amidst the chaotic swarming of bats. The residents peering from above gasped in horror, their fists clenched in dread. "It's over. The combat team is doomed. What shall we do?" they lamented. With so many bats, they must have been devoured. Panic ensued among the onlookers, filled with youthful desperation. "Oh, I don't want to die. Mommy, I want my mommy," they cried, fear gripping their hearts. They're so young, how could the headquarters send only 5 people? Right. The headquarters. Quick, call for help, they urged, lamenting the irresponsibility towards both their safety and that of the combat team. Suddenly, amidst the dark swarm of bats, flashes of light and electric currents flickered. In the next moment, the bats emitted piercing cries, and as the electric surge subsided, they erupted in a cacophony of explosions, sending blackened and crimson bat corpses tumbling to the ground, littering the area with glimmering mutated cores. Then, spikes of earth erupted, impaling a portion of the bats, while small tornadoes materialized, swirling and shredding the remaining mutated bats. The rest, disoriented, collided with one another, leading to a chaotic self-destructive frenzy. Silence fell. The ground was strewn with the carcasses of mutated bats, while their group stood unscathed, miraculously untouched by blood. It seemed as if an invisible protective barrier enveloped them, causing the fallen bat bodies to slide harmlessly to the ground just beyond their reach. Wow! The squad leader is incredible. This protective shield is exhilarating. Qin Xiaofei couldn't help but laugh heartily. Muchuo, feeling dizzy from the recent crisis, had been determined not to let any of their group come to harm. In a moment of inspiration, she had activated her new skill, spatial shield, creating a protective barrier for her comrades. She had managed to generate 5 shields, depleting her energy reserves in the process, leaving her feeling nauseous and faint. Qin Luo, sensing something was amiss, dispatched the remaining mutated bats and rushed to support her, allowing her to lean against his shoulder. "Are you all right?" he asked, concerned that she had overexerted herself in her eagerness to protect them. "Apologies. I didn't notice you were struggling," he realized, recalling the diluting potion Professor Ji had given her earlier. "Drink it quickly," he urged, while Baishu promptly reminded him to act swiftly. As he cradled her, Muchuo nearly succumbed to sleep, her body collapsing against him. Let her rest and regain her strength. "We must first secure the battlefield." The ground was littered with mutated cores, but the danger was still palpable. Fortunately, their teamwork had proven effective. Muchuo had formed the protective barrier, Qin Luo had unleashed a powerful attack, while Wang Weiwa and Qin Xiaofei had summoned spikes and tornadoes, respectively. Bai Shu had created illusions that caused the bats to turn on one another. Otherwise, the scale of the assault had been staggering, with thousands of mutated bats involved. Wang Weiwa and Bai Shu were also nearing their limits, while Qin Luo was reaching his breaking point. Qin Xiaofei, initially brimming with confidence, found himself collapsing as adrenaline waned. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses and remarked with a chuckle, "Who could possibly outshine you in recklessness?" He had anticipated this outcome, with everyone at similar levels of exhaustion. Even Qin Luo struggled, so how could Qin Xiaofei expect to escape unscathed? The remaining battlefield cleanup was left to them as they hastily gathered the mutated cores. Chapter 54. 23,000 mutant nuclei. After the typhoon finally subsided, the entire base lay in disarray, the ground littered with filth, remnants of mutated animals, severed limbs, and blood. Trees felled by the wind, scattered branches, and debris were strewn across the area. The logistics team, accompanied by the citizens, commenced the arduous task of cleaning up. They had successfully defended their home. The number of civilian casualties in the base was fewer than 200, a relatively low toll. The combat team suffered no fatalities, with over 1,000 sustaining injuries, though fortunately, none were life-threatening. In this apocalyptic world, as long as a mutant possessed a breath of life, they could be saved, showcasing their tenacious vitality. The lifespan of these new humans differed vastly from that of ordinary individuals, significantly extended. The stronger they were, the longer they lived. When the little zombie awoke, her eyes opened to a familiar yet strange ceiling. She could hear footsteps and voices in the living room. Would the little squad leader be overly surprised? Surely, she would be frightened. Humph. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us get to work. Rustling sounds filled the air. More importantly, her attention was suddenly captivated by something shiny. Turning her head, the little corpse sprang up, sitting on the bed in a daze. The mutant nuclei, shimmering and glistening, a mountain of mutant nuclei. Her dulled sense of smell returned, and the pale pink nuclei seemed to exude a fruity aroma. The little zombie widened her eyes in disbelief, feeling as though she were dreaming, sobbing softly. This pile of nuclei filled half her room. "How do you feel? Is your body all right? Are you astonished?" Qin Luo's keen senses detected her awakening, and he approached, pushing open the half-closed door. Leaning against the door frame, he smiled at her. These were the mutant nuclei from last night's encounter with the mutated bats, totaling 23,000. All were of the first star grade. Upon completion of the task, each person was awarded 10,000 points, in addition to 10 boxes of marble bombs. Furthermore, this was a gesture of apology from Xiao Fei for bumping into her, while Lao Wang and Bai Shu also contributed to the gift. In total, there were 10 second-star nuclei. Qin Xiaofei had purchased 3 for Yudhua, while Wang Weiwa and Bai Shu each bought 2. And Qin Luo also acquired 3 as a reward for her rapid progress in abilities. Last night, the base faced an unprecedented onslaught of mutated flying creatures, including bats, various birds, and moths. However, through the chaos, they managed to obtain a plethora of mutant nuclei. The price of nuclei had skyrocketed, with first-star nuclei fetching as much as 5,000 points each, and the values of higher grades were even more exorbitant, particularly with the advent of new potions. The utility of mutant nuclei had been greatly realized, making them more valuable than gold. Qin Luo instructed her to collect them all. After discussion, they decided to leave everything for her. The little zombie required sustenance. Yudwa, still processing the astonishing gift, could hardly believe that all these nuclei were truly for her. 23,000 of them. So many delightful nuclei given to her, yet they had also eliminated numerous mutated bats last night. The little corpse was left speechless. Qin Luo recognized her thoughts, asking what she was pondering. Just accept them and rest assured, such good fortune is not a common occurrence. This time, luck was on their side, and it was perfect nourishment for her. In the future, zombie nuclei could be utilized for other purposes, considering she did not consume them. It was rare to find food she could eat, and they unanimously agreed to reserve all of this for her. Primarily, their team members had sufficient points for their needs, and they were not extravagant spenders. Thus, they had no need to rely on these for points. The points earned from missions were adequate for their expenditures, making it better to leave the nuclei for her. Qin Luo observed her dazed expression, accustomed to the side effects of her overused abilities. Last night, he had urgently summoned Xiao Qiao to assist her with changing clothes. After all, it was not feasible for their team, comprised entirely of men, to handle such matters. Xiao Qiao was quite intrigued, also bringing along equipment to conduct tests, discovering that Yudua's speed had increased to a remarkable 3.0 times. She was now akin to a first-tier speed-type mutant, just like Chen Xiaofei once was. Seizing the moment to conceal Yudua's spatial abilities, Qin Luo instructed Xiao Qiao to classify her as a speed-type mutant and to update her personal profile. As a result, Yudua's abilities were no longer listed as none, but had been updated to first-tier speed-type mutant. Xiao Qiao had previously praised Yudua for her rapid growth, noting that her speed had leaped from 1.5 times to 3.0. Qin Luo was indeed skilled at nurturing newcomers. She harbored no doubts about this progression, for Yudua was the only zombie-type mutant baby in the base. Zombies, by nature, were known for their pouncing, biting, clawing, and sudden bursts of speed to chase after their targets, thus making Yudua's speed abilities seem entirely reasonable. As for the side effects, after examining her, Xiao Qiao concluded that her prolonged sleep was merely a common consequence of overexertion of abilities. The temporary regression in intelligence was uncommon but not unheard of. There had been cases of emotional sensitivity following similar overexertion, including one middle-aged man who had cried out for his mother. Currently, no one could provide a definitive explanation, as the side effects were multifarious. However, the after-effects of ability overexertion typically dissipated on their own, posing little concern. Yet, an excess of energy could be perilous, extremely perilous. The risk of bodily explosion was no trifling matter. You all must remember not to act recklessly. After delivering her final admonition, Xiao Qiao pinched the little zombie's cheek playfully before happily departing, delighted to offer her services. Reflecting on this, Qin Luo felt reassured upon learning that Yudua's side effects posed no harm to her body. She had merely become a bit clingier, which was not a significant issue. He then urged her to freshen up, for they were to attend a reward ceremony shortly. Their team had been credited for the substantial contribution in exterminating the bat swarm last night, as all firepower had been directed toward them. Otherwise, the bats could have inflicted further injury upon many. Coupled with the previous incident involving the mutated snake man, headquarters intended to unify the rewards and invite them to a ceremony. Noticing her dazed expression, Qin Luo decided to carry her to the bathroom for a quicker resolution. Qin Xiaofei, Bai Shu, and Wang Weihua were busy drafting their speeches of gratitude for when they took the stage. They were quite anxious, racking their brains. Today, their camouflage would wear off. And the little zombie felt a tinge of regret upon seeing this. She glanced at the top of Qin Luo's head, noticing the absence of his dog ears. The zombie felt melancholic. Qin Xiaofei, spotting her, beamed and exclaimed, "Good morning, little squad leader. Did you sleep well? Were you surprised to see the mutant nuclei?" Wang Weihua and Bai Shu echoed his cheerful sentiments, inquiring about her well-being. Her state after this bout of ability overexertion seemed far better than the last time. Chapter 55. The White-Haired Monster. Indeed, this was the first time after overexerting her abilities that the little zombie woke up with a distinctly dazed expression. However, this time, her eyes sparkled with vitality. As for Qin Luo holding her, the three of them had grown accustomed to it. When had he not treated her like a large doll? Carrying her around? Qin Luo gently placed the little zombie into the bathroom, squeezed some toothpaste onto her brush, and handed it to her. Instinctively, she grasped the toothbrush and was about to begin brushing her teeth, but upon catching a glimpse of herself in the mirror, she was utterly petrified. The toothbrush clattered to the floor. Just as Qin Luo was about to inquire about her distress, she suddenly threw her head back and began to cry loudly. The reflection of the white-haired monster in the mirror echoed her wails, and upon seeing it, the little zombie cried even harder. Why had she transformed into a white-haired monster upon waking up? Her once ebony tresses had transformed into cascading white locks that reached her waist, and even her eyelashes were white. Her eyes, lacking colored contacts, revealed silver pupils, making her resemble a person with albinism. The little zombie wept, lamenting her transformation into a white-haired monster. It was truly disheartening. She feared losing her identity, subconsciously perceiving herself as human. How could she have awakened to become a white-haired monster? Qin Luo was startled, completely thrown into a flurry of confusion. Hey, don't cry. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Hearing the commotion, the three individuals in the living room, engrossed in writing acceptance speeches, abruptly looked up. Why is the class monitor crying? They exchanged glances before rushing toward the bathroom, only to collide with Qin Luo as he emerged, the little zombie clinging to his neck, still sobbing. The sight left the large man flummoxed, utterly bewildered. Eventually, Qin Luo carried her into the living room. What happened? Why is the class monitor crying? Did you bully her? Qin, is everything all right? Please don't cry. Why are you suddenly so upset? Qin Luo, equally perplexed, wondered why she had begun to cry out of the blue. He sat down on the carpet, holding her in his arms, and observed her grasping her own white hair, suddenly realizing that they had likely frightened her with her own appearance. Muchuo had transformed into a white-haired figure overnight. They had also been startled at first, but upon encountering the formidable Qiao, who reassured them that it was nothing to worry about, they found solace, discovering that her ability was indeed healing, with diagnosis being her primary skill. After using it, one could immediately ascertain the physical condition and ailments of the target. Clearly, those who could access the research center were extraordinary individuals. Consequently, they had become accustomed to Michuo's appearance, but they never anticipated that she would frighten herself upon waking. It was a rather amusing situation. Qin Xiaofei and the others couldn't help but chuckle, initially concerned about her state. Class monitor, don't cry. It's beautiful. Just look at the other altered beings. We are striking, aren't we? Absolutely stunning. Exactly. You look like a powerhouse. This is just like what they show on television. Even the great ones transform. The trio pondered how to console her. While Qin Luo sat cross-legged, the little zombie perched on his lap, still clutching his neck and hiccuping through her tears. Thankfully, her sobbing had subsided somewhat. Qin Luo added, Indeed, white hair is adorable. Just look at the little swan, also white. Bai Shu observed the trio attempting to comfort the little zombie and couldn't help but face bomb. Why not let the class monitor try an ability core or a diluted core? After replenishing her powers, she might return to normal. Suddenly enlightened, they exclaimed, right. Upon hearing this, the little zombie retrieved a mutated bat's core from her space and began to chew on it, looking quite pitiful. Today, she was already entirely snow-white. And after this crying episode, her eyes and surrounding areas had taken on a soft pink hue, her nose glistening with tears. It felt as though her entire essence had faded. Even the metallic collar around her neck was silver, and her long-sleeved lace nightgown was also white and fluffy, devoid of any dark colors. She resembled a character from a horror game, perhaps even a formidable boss. The group of men sighed with relief, finally having calmed her down. Parenting was indeed a challenging endeavor. Fortunately, the little zombie was quite obedient. Upon realizing she could revert, she ceased her tears, returning to her normal state. She even felt slightly embarrassed for having cried. Qin Luo patted her head, unable to suppress a smile. Look at this little pout. Chen Xiaofei and the others couldn't help but laugh. With the addition of the little zombie, their lives had transformed into a vibrant tapestry of experiences, filled with joy. After all, this was what life was about, making it interesting. They had come to wait for the class monitor to wake up so they could attend the award ceremony together. Once they finished writing their acceptance speeches, Muchuo also prepared herself, and they gathered for a cheerful breakfast. At last, the time arrived for them to set off for the city center to receive their award. As they descended, they noticed that most of the trees in their community had toppled, and they spotted a logistics team tidying up, with a man in a turtle-shell sunglasses directing. Hurry up, everyone. We need to move quickly. The esteemed Mu is set to embark on a mission soon. Wood-based abilities are quite rare, and we're counting on him to revive these trees. What kind of community would we be without greenery? Other altered beings were bustling about, and even familiar faces were among them. The rabbit-altered being, who had previously mentioned feeling itchy, was sneaking some tender leaves, but was promptly reported by a horned friend. Report. Xiaoqi is slacking off, not working and stealing leaves. The turtle-shell man immediately bellowed, Xiaoqi, do you still want your points? If you can't even manage your part-time job, do you wish to starve? Suddenly, a muscular man with a red comb strutted by, calling out, Old Tortoise. Why are you so fiery this early in the morning? The other little brothers grew excited upon seeing him. Good morning, Brother Rooster. It's still Brother Rooster. Have you feasted on the national grain? Reporting for duty today? It was a lively morning indeed. Their new community was vast, with buildings labeled A to F housing combat teams, while Building G was home to smaller altered beings. This building, situated at the edge, was designated for those of petite stature. Typically, they engaged in activities in fixed locations, as their animalistic nature inclined them to avoid risks. They would rarely venture here unless assigned a task. As they made their way, the little zombie couldn't help but ponder what role Brother Rooster had applied for. Curiosity lingered in the air. Chapter 56. The transformation of weapons. The headquarters dedicated considerable effort to this award ceremony, even enlisting a filming crew, intending to showcase it on the various screens throughout the base. Presently, the base lacks televisions, and ordinary individuals have no access to the internet. It is quite dismal. Only a few electronic screens are strategically positioned, occasionally displaying important information, while the majority broadcasts news. When Qin Luo and his team arrived, they discovered that not only were they being honored, but also 5 or 6 other combat teams, each consisting of between 7 to 12 members, making their team the smallest. What was more striking was that the 5 of them had casually donned their regular uniforms, only to find the other teams adorned in extravagant attire. One group was even dressed in suits. Qin Luo was taken aback, while Chen Xiaofei and Bai Shu nearly burst into laughter. Wang Weihua felt a wave of embarrassment for the team in suits. It was simply cringeworthy. However, these details were trifling. They were treated like mere props, rehearsing for better video effects, leaving them utterly drained. The new officials appeared somewhat pompous, displaying a lack of courtesy towards their combat team. Chen Xiaofei could not help but inquire about the background of this new official, noting their rather imposing demeanor. Though they held faith in the headquarters and believed everyone was striving for humanity's future, there were always a few bad apples. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses and quietly remarked that those who commit wrongful deeds are destined to meet their demise. Even in the apocalypse, such behavior would eventually lead to their downfall. The populace would not tolerate such individuals. In these times, strength commands respect. True prowess lies in combatability. After participating in this hypocritical award ceremony, they received tangible rewards, and the newly appointed official would not dare to pilfer the gifts bestowed upon them by the headquarters. Team 3A was granted a set of the latest electronic wristbands, along with vouchers to enhance their weapons, which could be redeemed at the artisan department for upgrades. Among these rewards, the voucher held the most value. The artisan department, located near the city center, is a newly constructed circular building with 9 expansive floors, teeming with the most skilled transformation specialists. Many of the items used within the base, including headsets and wristbands, were crafted by these artisans. Even the new armored vehicles awarded previously were remodeled by the artisan department, featuring remarkably impressive designs. They had yet to fully utilize many of the vehicle's functions, but it was certainly capable of withstanding real danger. Currently, the black market offered no such items for sale, only official rewards were available. Qin Luo and his companions were elated to receive this voucher, particularly Qin Luo, whose dual blades were his prized possession. Wang Weihua had long desired a quality pair of boxing gloves, while Bai Shu naturally sought an excellent firearm. Qin Xiaofei had yet to finalize his choice, but he envisioned acquiring concealed weaponry, akin to throwing knives, which would synergize perfectly with his wind-based powers, rendering him invincible. As they made their way to the artisan center, they animatedly discussed their weapon preferences, as is customary among men, who wouldn't revel in the allure of weaponry. By the way, what would their squad leader wish to enhance? With each member entitled to 1 upgrade, it would be a shame to squander such an opportunity. They all turned in unison to glance at her. The full voucher was tied to each individual, allowing only 1 chance, non-transferable. Weapons could be bound to individuals. A spirit-based ability user could forge a soul bond between the weapon and its wielder. As soon as Su Duo heard Qin Xiaofei's question, she eagerly produced her cherished chainsaw. The group fell into silence, ultimately unable to suppress their admiration, giving her a thumbs up. Truly impressive. They boarded the bus to the city center, where everyone appeared composed, with no bizarre behaviors observed. Even the mutated individuals quietly occupied their corners, striving not to startle others. Most passengers were ordinary people, yet these individuals had once been affluent before the apocalypse. The true lower class was preoccupied with survival and lacked the opportunity to leisurely shop here. They also could not afford it. Despite the global upheaval, class distinctions remain unshakable. Nonetheless, possessing abilities has become a source of immense envy for the ordinary populace. The mere extension of lifespan is enticing. Even the most mundane ability users can live for 200 years, provided they do not perish in battle, let alone those with higher-level powers. This is indeed an era that reveres the strong. However, possessing abilities also comes with its drawbacks, as they must partake in external missions and various defense battles, facing far greater dangers than the protected ordinary citizens. For instance, during last night's fierce typhoon, while ordinary folks sheltered indoors, superpowered individuals braved the storm to fulfill their duties, enduring harsh conditions. Conversely, ability users can earn points more readily than ordinary citizens, and they are immune to infections. While the zombie virus can eliminate ordinary humans, it poses no threat to them. In summary, there are both pros and cons. Qin Luo and his companions preferred their own powers, while ordinary individuals had protection. Should their guardians fall in battle, they would be left defenseless, a position far too passive. Thus, striving to enhance their abilities remained the priority. Ding dong, Hope Road Station, Hope Road Station. Passengers, please disembark from the rear door. The next stop is Bright Road. After successfully alighting from the bus, they beheld the circular building, topped with whimsical motifs of hammers, wrenches, and screwdrivers, creating a truly fantastical sight. A considerable number of people were entering and exiting. Upon presenting their vouchers at the security desk, they were granted entry. The first floor was a grand exhibition hall, filled with robots and various modified vehicles and weapons. It was indeed a paradise for combat enthusiasts. Qin Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Xiao Zongshi had never witnessed him so animated before. Incredible! Absolutely magnificent! Qin Xiaofei and the others echoed their awe. their anticipation for their bespoke weapons mounting. Just then, someone approached to guide them to the second floor, the weapon floor, where they were provided with a form to detail their desired weapon modifications or preferences, along with any specific functionalities they hoped for. Once completed, the artisan department would craft the finest weapons for them, ensuring the quality of materials, and they could redeem their enhanced items using the vouchers. Qin Luo swiftly filled out the form, stating, "The artisan department's offerings are consistently reliable. We have complete confidence in your expertise." Ultimately, he decided to enhance his dual blades, as they were his most favored weapon. Wang Weiwa requested boxing gloves. Bai Shu desired an excellent firearm, and Chen Xiaofei opted for concealed weaponry. The service staff turned their attention to the only girl in the team. Recently, gossip about the 3A Special Operations Team had been rampant in online forums, especially after they had garnered significant attention last night. A massive swarm of mutated bats, and yet their team managed to escape unscathed? Truly impressive. The forum users were left astounded, having witnessed firsthand the combat prowess of the 3A Special Operations Team. There was no one who could doubt their strength. Chapter 57. The Apocalypse Bubble Tea. Many hands could grasp a pen, yet failed to write well. Hence, Qin Luo assisted her in penning the words. The young lady at the service desk gasped as she witnessed her pull out a chainsaw and place it on the edge of the table, initially perceiving her as an adorable young girl. It was evident that those who could join the A3 Special Operations Team were anything but ordinary. Very well. I have gathered your information. You may collect your items in 3 days, the service desk attendant stated, collecting the documents and allowing them to peruse the area, though advising against lingering too long. Qin Luo and the others swiftly decided to depart, having gleaned sufficient insight from their surroundings, knowing they could not procure anything else and merely awaited their weapons in anticipation. The service desk lady kindly escorted their team outside, maintaining a pleasant demeanor, albeit the regulations of the artisan department were rather stringent. Once outside, they contemplated exploring the streets, having come this far. Shiren suggested they start browsing nearby, noting the significant disparity between the city center now and in the past, with an array of peculiar shops. To their surprise, a bubble tea shop still existed, albeit at a considerably inflated price of 180 points per cup, especially when one could obtain the never-starve meal for merely 3 points. For the average individual, this was quite exorbitant. Upon noticing their group, the shop attendant nearly squealed, her cheeks flushing as she exclaimed, "Welcome to Buji Buji. What would you like to drink?" Qin Luo glanced at the menu, which featured a classic series reminiscent of the traditional pearl milk tea and milk green tea, alongside an innovative series with intriguing options such as the Overlord Flower Bubble Tea, Red Banana Milkshake, Alien Core Dilution Fruit Tea, and the supersized Camel Milk. 10 of the classic series and 10 of the innovative series. What on earth is a red banana? He mused, contemplating the possibility of storing the excess in his space. This world never ceased to astonish. The attendant shyly explained, "The red banana is a newly discovered mutated variety. Its flavor is 10-fold sweeter than that of a regular banana, and its texture is delightful. You should give it a try." After placing their order, she instructed them to scan a barcode at the side machine, a transition from the previous QR codes now replaced by barcodes. Chen Xiaofei and Bai Shu were intrigued by this novel development. They noted the burgeoning consumption of mutated plants. Indeed, she continued, ordinary people still cannot consume mutated plants or meats due to contamination. However, both mutants and aberrants can partake, and it is even beneficial for them, as the contamination is essentially the energy from their upgrades, serving as a form of nourishment. Wang Weiwa remarked on the eye-opening experience. If we don't come to the city center more often, we might feel disconnected from the world. Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei agreed. Isn't that the truth? The changes occur daily, and it is no exaggeration. The attendant, having finished her explanation, smiled and went to prepare their order. They observed that the 2 series of beverages were being prepared separately. The classic series was being crafted for ordinary people outside, while the innovative series was being concocted inside. Bai Shu observed, I was wondering how ordinary people could handle mutated plants. It appears they are indeed made separately, with those inside likely being aberrants. Compared to mutants, aberrants are inherently more unstable, often engaged in various other tasks at the base. Rarely do we encounter aberrants like Mudwa who can accompany them on missions. Not all aberrants can fully control their emotions, making them prone to losing control. The group awaited their bubble tea when they suddenly spotted a familiar figure. The bright red comb of a rooster being particularly striking. Wearing an apron, the figure leaned out, calling, "Cuckoo! Xiaozhong! Where is the tapioca? Where do we store it?" Qin Luo and his companions exchanged glances. Mudwa peeked out, and in that moment, the morning's enigma was resolved, evoking a rather peculiar sentiment. Upon receiving their bubble tea, Qin Luo couldn't help but inquire, "So, are all the bubble tea shops now officially operated?" The attendant hesitated, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she nodded, "Yes. The materials for making bubble tea are quite scarce now. Essentially, all dining establishments are state-run, as only the government has access to such resources. How could ordinary citizens possibly operate a shop? Unless they are exceedingly wealthy, they would still need to procure their ingredients from the government. Thus, it was indeed a matter of state grain and stable livelihoods. Please do not mind. Brother Rooster is quite kind. Although aberrants may appear fearsome, they are similar to ordinary people. He works diligently, even taking on extra shifts in the civilian district to ensure that the elderly who have lived in the countryside for a lifetime can transition comfortably during their adaptation period." The attendant exuded warmth, concerned that they might harbor biases against aberrants. Qin Luo reassured her with a smile, "Not at all. Aberrants are quite endearing." Bai Shu and the others echoed their agreement. Qin Xiaofei, holding the remaining 10 cups, grinned, "Are all aberrants adorable, or just our little class monitor?" As Qin Luo handed a cup of bubble tea to the little zombie, puncturing the straw for her, he playfully admonished, "Do not speak too much. If you don't drink your tea, I'll take it back." Qin Xiaofei immediately defended her, grinning broadly. Bai Shu and Wang Weihua joined in the laughter. The little zombie cradled the oversized cup of bubble tea, tilting her head to glance at them before fixating on the drink. It had indeed been a long time since she had savored freshly made bubble tea. Though her space contained the materials for bubble tea, they could not compare to the freshness of the current offering. As she took a hearty gulp, her eyes sparkled with delight. The flavor derived from mutated plants was a treat she could now enjoy. Overjoyed, the little zombie swayed with her bubble tea, reveling in a moment of pure happiness. The attendant watched them leave, envious of their playful camaraderie, and suddenly realized that the girl hidden behind the strikingly handsome young man was also an aberrant, having just noticed the collar around her neck. No wonder they held no prejudice against aberrants. How wonderful that was. Chapter 58. Purchasing equipment. The other shops were merely common snack establishments, with prices that were not low. However, considering the current scarcity of resources, these prices seemed quite reasonable. They indulged in both eating and acquiring items. Many duo had a mountain of points that they could not spend, and Qin Luo and his companions were no exception. Typically, they consumed supplies from their spatial storage, occasionally purchasing novel foods from the base, but there was little need to spend points. As they browsed, they stumbled upon an intriguing shop, surprisingly a makeshift establishment, named Alchemist Xiaolin's Treasure Trove. Their footsteps halted, and they immediately entered. Upon pushing the door open, a melodious chime resonated, and a mechanical parrot by the entrance greeted them with a rather electronic voice. "Welcome, welcome to Stalin's Treasure Shop." The owner had rather peculiar taste, and the dim lighting created an atmosphere reminiscent of a magical alternate realm. In front of the counter stood a clown-like puppet wearing a magician's hat, engaged in calculations. Upon noticing them, it spoke in a flat tone, "Feel free to browse. Self-service payment is required. The consequences of leaving without payment are yours to bear." Following this, the parrot emitted a sinister laugh. "Consequences to bear. Consequences to bear." The pressure was palpable. Fortunately, Qin Luo and his companions were not of the ordinary sort. Their courage was not easily shaken. Qin Xiaofei glanced at the noisy parrot, chuckling, "It feels like a streamer-esque control center. One shouts, and it echoes back. Baishu joked. The one repeating after it isn't even human. Clearly, a puppet was being manipulated behind the scenes to serve as the shopkeeper. Qin Luo and Wang Weiwa began to explore the shop, which seemed to cater to a fondness for Western fantasy. As evidenced by its eclectic wares, an assortment of bizarre potions and wands designed for offense. The clothing section was particularly fascinating, featuring garments with protective attributes. Can this cloak really resist fire? No way, it even has invisibility. Why are they all women S sizes? Is there a bias against us gentlemen? Hey, class leader. Come over here. I think you could wear some of these skirts. There are men S styles too, but they look too juvenile. Who would wear these out? Upon hearing about skirts, the little zombie meandered over. Which girl doesn't adore a lovely dress? Most of the offerings were in the Lolita style, resplendent and charming, accompanied by an array of hair accessories. Qin Luo couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, these are just too adorable." Even the stout men were captivated by the charming skirts, halting their exploration to inspect the clothing racks. Class leader, go try one on. The prices are reasonable, and you can pay with either your core or points. Plus, these have attributes, either speed boosts or enhanced jumps. This red one looks fantastic, granting a 10% attack speed increase and 5% strength. How cool. Qin Luo picked up a light green skirt, labeled as part of the Chameleon series, which promised to enhance speed and grant temporary invisibility for 10 minutes. This is splendid. I must try it on. Being invisible would be incredibly advantageous. As a little zombie, her spatial ability could catch others off guard, and combined with invisibility, she would become utterly undetectable. Many duo clutched several skirts and headed to the fitting room, which boldly proclaimed no surveillance zone. She went inside to change. Though some garments proved challenging to wear, and it took her quite a while to get dressed. Meanwhile, the others continued to wander, captivated by the unique items around them. Qinge, shall we each buy a fire-resistant cloak? And perhaps a wind-resistant ring? It feels like we've stepped into a game. Do such wonders truly exist in the real world? Just as Wang Weiwa voiced his skepticism, the parrot squawked, "Truth to all ages, falsehoods return tenfold." Fine. It seemed that operating in the city center required a certain expertise. Suddenly, the fitting room curtain was drawn back, revealing the little zombie adorned in a green Lolita outfit. The sight left them all speechless. Wow! So adorable. Class leader looks perfect in that. It's stunning. I must have a daughter someday and buy her loads of skirts. Wang Weiwa exclaimed, utterly enchanted by the appearance. Qinge, why aren't you complimenting the class leader? Why is your face turning red? Chen Xiaofei, having initially criticized Qin Luo for not joining in their praises, was startled to see him blushing. Qin Luo, dismiss him. He caught sight of the little zombie gazing at him, causing his cheeks to flush further. He absent-mindedly touched his nose, acknowledging, indeed, she looks lovely. All purchases were made. Many duo admired herself in the mirror, thrilled with her choice. Although the skirt was green, she felt a peculiar connection with her spatial abilities, akin to a subtle mental resonance. As she moved to another area, she activated a bit of her power, blending seamlessly into her surroundings. The little zombie-esque figure gradually faded until she vanished entirely, leaving Qin Luo and the others astounded. Wow! We've seen her reappear. Now we can relax. They were eager to purchase. Yet, upon glancing at the price, they were taken aback. A staggering 30,000 points for a single skirt. I'm terribly sorry, but I must excuse myself. Many duos scrutinized her card. 100,000 points plus last night's 5,200 from before, altogether insufficient. She also possessed a mutant bat core, and the exchange rate displayed on the screen indicated that one star core equated to 5,000 points. Yet, she hesitated to part with it. Qin Luo offered to pay, while Chen Xiaofei and the others mischievously suggested, let him foot the bill. It's customary for the first love to pay. Initially, when he had used the class leader to dodge those truth or dare questions, it was a reflexive response. Perhaps, in his youth, he had felt a vague affection for her. However, it was only upon their reunion that he truly recognized his feelings, and recently, They had only intensified. He found himself increasingly enamored. Yet many duo firmly grasped Qin Luo, unwilling to let him bear the cost alone. His points were indeed substantial. Before the apocalypse had officially begun, their special operations group had already been activated, taking on various perilous missions, and in the early days of the apocalypse, they had led the charge, accepting all tasks. Altogether, they had completed over 300 assignments, accumulating nearly 10 million points. Why not let me pay? I have plenty of points that I can't use, Qin Luo insisted. Qin Xiaofei and the others chimed in, class leader, don't feel pressured. Let him cover it. Still, the little zombie clung to his sleeve obstinately. In the end, Qin Luo proposed a compromise. For the remainder, you can trade your zombie cores. After all, she had no use for them. Chapter 59. De Chao's request. The peculiar zombie core was indeed a challenge they faced. The little zombie was an innocent child. She glanced at the three of them. Qin Xiaofei and the others had no objections, while the little squad leader did not differentiate too much. After all, they were consuming the provisions she provided without hesitation. Bai Shu and Wang Weiwa shared the same sentiment. The zombie core was free to use, it belonged to the team. And it could be utilized by anyone. Ultimately, they acquired 3 sets of skirts, green, red, and blue, with primary attributes of invisibility, strength, and attack speed. Qin Luo and the others opted for windproof rings and fireproof cloaks, refraining from further purchases. There were a few male garments available, but they found the Western-style dresses too effeminate, while the girls had no qualms about wearing anything cute. After a leisurely stroll, they found a significant portion of their points spent, despite initially believing they could not exhaust their points. Considering it was only the early days of the apocalypse and these items had only just emerged. Surely, better treasures awaited in the future. The mechanical parrot continued to squawk, thanking patrons incessantly. Qin Xiaofei remarked, indeed, those who pay are treated like royalty. This parrot's voice has become rather melodious. Bai Shu and Wang Weiwa chuckled in response. They continued exploring, visiting several recently opened shops selling mutant animal meats, where surprisingly, there were customers queuing up. After broadening their horizons in the city center, they unanimously preferred the equipment stores and the artisan section, as these were the most coveted resources in a post-apocalyptic world. They could frequently return for more. Coincidentally, De Qiao's residence was nearby. Upon seeing the little zombie, De Qiao was astonished. Oh, has Duo Bao recovered? How long did it take? Her immediate concern was the data, as it might be beneficial for others with similar mutations. After all, more experience brings greater reassurance. Qin Luo chuckled, gently ruffling the little zombie's head, recalling how she had cried earlier that morning. Before she could recover on her own, Xiao Bai devised a plan, allowing her to consume a diluted solution of the zombie core. It was best to keep the fact that Duo Bao could ingest the zombie core a secret, otherwise, she might become a target for surveillance. De Qiao laughed upon hearing this. You all have quite the ingenuity. That's fine. I'll make a note of it. The diluted solution indeed proved useful, accelerating the recovery from overexertion of abilities. Qin Xiaofei and his companions were now examining De Qiao's little trailer and noticed it was filled with mutant bat meat. What are you planning to do with this? De Qiao glanced at the large quantity of meat and calmly replied, feeding the little ones. By the way, are you all still on vacation? Care to join me for a drink? The gathering would include researchers from the Institute, all focused on studying the pollution sources. However, during their collection efforts, they were unexpectedly trapped by a horde of zombies. It was rumored that a new type of giant zombie was also present. Qin Luo and the others immediately dropped their playful demeanor and, with serious expressions, responded, "Let us go discuss this." De Qiao chuckled, knowing that her combat team thrived on challenges, particularly when new monsters emerged. With the captain's approval, the others had no objections. De Qiao's intent to use the mutant bat meat to feed the little ones piqued their curiosity. Qin Xiaofei couldn't help but ask Bai Shu, when did she get little ones? I've never heard of this. De Qiao and Xiao Qiao were both workaholics, practically residing at the research center. Bai Shu shrugged. indicating he was unaware. However, upon arriving at Diqiao's home, they discovered what she meant by feeding the little ones. Her residence was on the first floor of Building A in the West District, featuring a small yard filled with peculiar plants. Most eye-catching were the man-eating flower babies lining the path, each with wide-open mouths, displaying sharp teeth and emitting loud cries, creating quite a cacophony. Without even unwrapping the plastic bags, Diqiao tossed the food into their mouths, and they joyfully wriggled their bodies, eagerly devouring the offerings. Those who missed out continued to wail, creating an eerie scene. The 3A team was left speechless. Diqiao's preferences remain as bizarre as ever. Qin Luo couldn't help but exclaim, "Wait, why are you raising these creatures?" Diqiao maintained her cheerful demeanor, explaining, "These are seeds of the man-eating flower babies. The second batch. I want to see how they mature." She enthusiastically shared that according to research, the intelligence of these flowers increased as they grew. At least now they recognized their owner. Qin Luo and the others expressed their lack of interest, especially as they ventured further inside, where the flower babies attempted to nip at them. Qin Xiaofei yelped in surprise as one grabbed his clothing. Diqiao reassured them, "Stay calm. I've issued a command that they cannot harm anyone. Just don't stare at them. They're like a bunch of unruly children. The more attention you give them, the more rambunctious they become." Sure enough, as Bai Shu and Wang Weihua remained composed, the flower babies hesitated to bother them. Afterward, Diqiao opened her front door and warmly welcomed them into her home. This was their first visit, having only exchanged nods and pleasantries in the past. They were not particularly familiar. Researchers tended to have a bit of a cleanliness obsession, and Diqiao's home was spotless, with floors so clean one could see their reflection. Disposable shoe covers were available at the entrance. The little zombie happily hopped in, donning 2 shoe covers. Qin Luo kept an eye on her, eventually guiding her to the sofa to sit. Diqiao prepared tea for them. Qin Luo then steered the conversation towards their mission, inquiring about the specific location, number of personnel, and details regarding the new type of zombie creature. The discussions regarding mission assignments were typically led by Qin Luo, as he was the main damage dealer. If he deemed it feasible, they were unlikely to lose their lives. Unexpected events aside, compared to other teams, their chances of encountering trouble were relatively low. Diqiao began detailing the situation. 10 days prior, the survivor base in City B dispatched 10 combat teams to various dangerous locations to collect samples of the pollution sources. One of my friends was part of one of those teams. Chapter 60. Accepting the mission. The team heading to City N comprises 11 supernatural beings and 3 researchers, destined for the local research institute, which houses 22 scientists. Their original plan was to conduct rescue operations while also collecting samples of the pollution source. However, they encountered a novel type of zombie, an enormous creature capable of summoning other zombies to besiege them, displaying a rather mocking demeanor. When Diqiao recounted this occurrence, her brow furrowed deeply as she handed them a tablet for their perusal. This was the abominable creature. The combat unit had already suffered 3 casualties, and the remaining members were trapped within the research facility. Although they were not in immediate danger of death, their food supplies were dwindling rapidly, placing them in a precarious situation. Qin Luo and his companions leaned in for a closer look, while the little zombie stared back with wide eyes, startling everyone. This creature could no longer merely be termed a zombie, it deserved the title of a zombie monstrosity. With bulging eyeballs, skin of a sickly greenish-black hue, and a face marred by decaying flesh and maggots, it was utterly repulsive. The reason for its colossal size remained a mystery. Subsequently, Diqiao closed the brief video and opened the latest data concerning the creature. The zombie monstrosity had originally been an exceptionally tall individual, diagnosed with gigantism at the tender age of 10, leading to numerous hospital visits. This was also the reason it refrained from entering the research institute. It harbored an innate fear of such places. After transforming into a zombie monstrosity, its stature continued to increase exponentially. Particularly as it evolved by consuming its own kind, zombies served as its inexhaustible source of sustenance, and it could command lesser zombies to confine the researchers. Currently, Its height was equivalent to that of a giant, with moderate mobility, allowing it to maintain a steady pursuit of its prey. The headquarters classified its threat level as 3 stars. It had also activated the common ability of mutated monsters known as sonic attack. Due to its massive size, it was challenging for it to conceal the sounds it made while moving, resulting in heavy footfalls. The sole advantage was that one need not fear its silent approach. Qin Xiaofei immediately chimed in, expressing his frustration, but it just suddenly popped its head out, and it was terrifying. How could it not make any noise? He was clearly agitated. He feared not the prowess of the enemy, but rather the unsettling nature of an adversary that could surprise them like a ghost. Qin Xiaofei had a profound fear of the supernatural. Da Qiao sighed regretfully, echoing his sentiments. This creature sets traps. It is evident that it lacks human consciousness. Its actions are driven by instinct, yet it is exceedingly cunning. Although the zombie monstrosity does produce loud footsteps, if it were to remain still nearby, crouching in ambush, it could certainly catch one off guard. It relishes surprising its victims, and a mere scratch from it would be fatal. Da Qiao pointed to the tablet, urging them to be mindful of critical dangers. The concentration of bacteria on its body was alarmingly high. A friend of hers had extracted a sample of its blood for research. Contact with an ordinary person would likely prove lethal, and it posed a significant threat to those with abilities as well. Therefore, they must avoid any skin contact, as even the mutated beings could face life-threatening risks. Wang Weihua could not help but remark, this creature is akin to a mobile superbacterium. Bai Shu furrowed his brow, suggesting, should we avoid close combat? Has anyone attempted to use firearms against it? Da Qiao lamented that all their weapons had been expended, and while they could barely handle ordinary zombies, this creature adeptly evaded gunfire, displaying a remarkable level of cunning. The sea of corpses was no trivial matter. The sheer density was terrifying. Consequently, headquarters had decided not to dispatch just one small team, but to mobilize 5 teams for this great undertaking, with the additional objective of exterminating the zombies along the way. Qin Luo grasped the crux of the matter and inquired, then why specifically did you request our team? Qin Xiaofei and the others suddenly caught on. Indeed. If this was a collective mission, why did Da Qiao insist on sending their Team 3A? While Team 3A was formidable, they were not the only strong group. There were several A-level teams. Da Qiao's gaze fell upon the little zombie, explaining, because my dear friend is a mutated being, specifically a butterfly, belonging to the species of the dead leaf butterfly. It possesses no offensive capabilities and merely disguises itself to survive. Although the base accepts mutated beings, there remain individuals who vehemently oppose them, believing they are not truly human. The commander leading this operation is Jin Chuanqiong, who belongs to the faction that opposes mutated beings. I fear he may disregard my friend's well-being. Da Qiao spoke gravely about this matter, and her choice to approach Qin Luo and his team stemmed from her trust in their abilities and their commendable character. Their compassion toward the little zombie was evident and heartwarming. Da Qiao smiled, stating, this friend of mine is truly important to me. Therefore, to ensure everything goes smoothly, I beseech you to assist me in this endeavor. I will offer you 5 million points as compensation. She further promised each of them a favor, which they could call upon her for assistance in the future with her unconditional support. Though Da Qiao typically appeared as a composed researcher, even in the face of her best friend's peril, she remained steady while discussing the matter. Yet, the little zombie sensed her sorrow and tugged at Qin Luo's sleeve, her silvery gray eyes imploring him to accept the mission. Having encountered 3-star monsters before, she was confident they could manage it. If necessary, they could lure it away to a remote location where she could unleash her ultimate technique to vanquish it. As for the creature's bacteria, she could envelop them in a spatial protection shield, minimizing her energy usage to prolong its effectiveness and ensuring their safety. Qin Luo, feeling her tug, glanced down at her and, with a resigned smile, ruffled her hair, silently agreeing to take on the mission. It was an excellent opportunity to hone their skills against a 3-star monster. Their previous encounter with a 3-star mutated serpent had nearly led to their demise, and with their levels having increased, it was time for a comparison. Dacia was pleasantly surprised. She had not anticipated the little zombie would advocate on her behalf. She smiled at her, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. I will remember this favor." The little zombie shyly smiled back and withdrew behind Qin Luo. Observing the increasingly human-like demeanor of the little zombie, Dacia felt a twinge of nostalgia. Having confirmed the mission, Qin Luo turned to Dacia and said, "Remember, 5 million points and 5 favors. Make sure you honor your word." Dacia assured him she would. Qin Xiaofei clicked his tongue in admiration. Who would have thought Dacia was so affluent? Bai Shu adjusted his glasses, adding, "Do you think she nurtures those man-eating flowers for mere amusement? The papers she writes can also earn her points." However, 5 million points were indeed a substantial sum. Wang Weiwa expressed his astonishment at her generosity, noting that even if she had not sought them out, they would have undoubtedly taken the mission once it was released by the base. They all understood their captain well. Encountering a 3-star monster was an opportunity not to be missed. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow at them. "Ah, how synchronized we are. As expected of you all." Qin Xiaofei and the others erupted in laughter. Chapter 61. Special Training. Moreover, this Jin Chuanqiong has a rather unsavory reputation, making him quite detestable. Little class leader. If you encounter this fellow, keep your distance. Jin Chuanqiong is a hypocrite and a villain, merciless to the core. Bai Shu expressed his disgust for him, claiming he is ambitious yet bound to stumble eventually. Wang Wei urged them to refrain from speaking ill, as they were all part of the combat team, and it would not bode well if others overheard, leading Jin Chuanqiong to feign victimhood and accuse them of bullying him, claiming they were usurping the merits of his team. The Golden Peng Squad. His serious yet sarcastic remarks elicited laughter from Chen Xiaofei and Bai Shu. Su Didu soon realized that Jin Chuanqiong was indeed not a good person. At that moment, Qin Luo glanced at her and remarked, "Jin Chuanqiong is obsessed with appearances, eager to claim credit, and pretends to be noble." Daqiao even mentioned that he dislikes aberrance. "If he dares to bully you, give him a good beating. If you can't win, run and tell me. I will help you settle the score." He was particularly protective of the little zombie, who sometimes appeared clever and at other times rather foolish. Su Didu nodded in agreement, having increasingly taken on a more human demeanor lately. Recalling how she had clung to him earlier with pleading eyes, Qin Luo felt a pang of affection. Even a zombie could possess empathy. Su Didu was moved by Daqiao's friendship. How could such a small creature not be considered human? His heart softened at the thought. Chen Xiaofei continued to mock Jin Chuanqiong's misdeeds, exclaiming that he acted like a self-important fool, considering himself something grand. His original name was Jin Dapeng, and he had named the Golden Peng Squad after himself. After he caused trouble for the Rose Squad, he was ridiculed by their captain for his cringeworthy name, prompting him to awkwardly change it to Jin Chuanqiong. A villain is a villain, regardless of a name change. One's character remains unchanged. Headquarters was merely short on personnel. Otherwise, Jin Chuanqiong would have crossed the line countless times. The most egregious incident resulted in the loss of 2/3 of his team. He showed no concern for the lives of his comrades. Ironically, he was skilled in manipulation, often brainwashing some teammates into serving him loyally. Truly, a piece of work. They continued to vent their frustrations until they arrived home, which happened to be Wang Weihui's residence. Despite his brawny exterior, Wang Weihui was a devoted family man, and his home was impeccably tidy. Almost immediately upon entering, the little zombie received an email from headquarters inviting them to partake in a rescue mission, offering a reward of 500,000 points per person, along with the latest thermal weapons and provisions for each team. Qin Luo checked the departure date, 3 days later, just in time for them to acquire their customized weapons. Bai Shu reminded everyone that they would be preparing the second batch of aberrant core dilution agents tomorrow, which would coincide perfectly with the third one they intended to produce along the way, enhancing their abilities in the process, quite advantageous, as they would soon enter combat mode. Wang Wei headed to the kitchen to prepare some drinks, while Chen Xiaofei and Su Didu settled onto the sofa, engaging in gossip. Qin Luo turned around only to find the little zombie had run off, prompting him to declare, "Starting today, We will arrange special training for Su-Dudu. No one is to be idle during these 3 days. Since the little zombie has regained her agility, it's time to train her properly. Qin Xiaofei groaned. Ah. My rare holiday. Who teaches their first love this? Bai Shu chuckled, eyeing Captain Qin with interest. Are you sure you want us to teach her? Qin Luo, unbothered, replied that he would handle the combat training himself, while Xiao Bai would teach her sniping, Lao Wang would instruct her in boxing, and Xiao Fei would show her how to conceal herself. In this apocalyptic era, possessing additional skills equates to greater safety. They couldn't constantly monitor her. So the best approach was to empower her through effort. Joking aside, everyone agreed. The little zombie tilted her head, then tapped out a few words on her tablet, raising it for them to see. Teach me, I want to learn. Qin Luo and the others burst into laughter, recognizing her resilience. She was far from the weak zombie they initially perceived. Given the opportunity, she would strive to prove herself. Dinner consisted of braised beef, ginger duck, spicy chicken cubes, boiled shrimp, and garlic bok choy, with a seaweed egg drop soup freshly prepared by Wang Weiwei. These dishes were reminiscent of the comforting home-cooked meals from before the apocalypse, with Su-Dudu having prepared some of them while only the soup was made on the spot. Everyone relished the meal thoroughly. The braised beef was savory and delicious, the ginger duck tender and fragrant, the spicy chicken cubes were delightful, the boiled shrimp sweet, and the garlic bok choy refreshing. Concluding with a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup left them all feeling content. Su-Dudu could only manage a taste of each dish, as her ability to savor flavors had diminished significantly compared to before. Now she could only consume mutated plants or meat from mutated animals. For instance, the mutated shrimp Qin Xiaofei had bought previously was exceptionally tasty, but such delicacies were scarce, and the consumption of mutated flora and fauna had only just begun. Quantities were expected to increase over time. Ultimately, Su-Dudu chewed on a mutated bat core, which had a sweet raspberry flavor. Ah, I'm so full. Life feels so blissful. Having little class leader is wonderful. I must compliment her 100 times at every meal. Qin Xiaofei was truly adept at offering praise, serving as the emotional anchor of their team. Bai Shu, feeling pleasantly dazed from the meal, leaned back against the sofa in a state of bliss. Wang Weiwei diligently cleaned up the dishes, while Qin Luo meticulously organized a training schedule for the little zombie, filling it to the brim with activities. The rigorous training was about to commence. Su-Dudu recalled something and followed Wang Weiwei into the kitchen, noting the well-equipped space and realizing the need to prepare provisions. The appetites of ability users were substantial, and since everyone saved their course for her, she couldn't allow them to go hungry. It was time to stock up on ready-to-eat food. Seeing her wandering in the kitchen, Wang Weiwei said, "Little class leader, you should rest. I can handle the dishes." He had grown accustomed to it. Su-Dudu wanted to speak but found it difficult, so she pulled out her tablet to type. Space, food plentiful, need to prepare. Cooked food, stock up. Her thoughts often stumbled, so she aimed for brevity in her communication. Clarity was what mattered. Wang Weiwei readily agreed, saying, "Although I can't claim my cooking is delicious, I can ensure everyone is well fed. Just bring out the ingredients, and I'll prepare some ready-to-eat meals. You should focus on learning, just as Qin Luo instructed." The little zombie nodded appreciatively, retrieving numerous instant food items from her spatial cube, finding them easy to prepare as long as they were cooked through. She also produced an air fryer and 3 pressure cookers, handing them all to Wang Weiwei. Wang Weiwei felt overwhelmed, unable to fathom how much effort the little class leader must have put in before the apocalypse to amass such provisions, but he nodded resolutely. "All right. I'll do my best to get them all cooked." With that reassurance, the little zombie felt at ease and headed back out when Qin Luo called for her. Chapter 62. Setting off again 3 days later. In the craftsman department of the survivor base in H City, the newly equipped individuals were brimming with excitement. Qin Luo glanced at his dual blades, which had indeed been modified according to his expectations. The overall length of the blades had increased slightly, and their hardness and density had experienced a remarkable transformation. Furthermore, they were capable of conducting electricity. Now, with a mere flick of his wrist, Qin Luo could unleash immense electric currents. It was incredibly impressive. Additionally, the blades had been enhanced with a critical strike attribute, granting a chance to deal tenfold damage. Bai Shu had acquired a specially crafted firearm, versatile enough for both ranged and close-quarter combat, exuding a striking aesthetic. Notably, the magazine was embedded with 10 cubic meters of space, allowing for ample storage of ammunition, thus reducing the time spent on reloading. Wang Weiwa had received a pair of gauntlets, which were lighter and thinner than he had anticipated. Yet they significantly amplified his striking power while providing protection for his fists without causing discomfort. It was exceedingly comfortable. He clenched his fists to test them, then swung his punches to feel the effectiveness, thoroughly satisfied. The gauntlets were waterproof and fireproof, impervious to tearing, and exhibited remarkable resilience, easily withstanding the claws of ordinary mutated creatures. Just like their modified off-road vehicle, any blood splatter would simply slide off its exterior. Little zombie Chen Xiaofei was ecstatic, exclaiming about how impressive everything was. The craftsman department was truly exceptional. Numerous chainsaws were adorned in a dazzling manner, rumored to have been customized for a young lady. And they had been painted pink. They were powered by the latest discovery, the Power Stone, which autonomously provided electricity. Each stone could last for 100 to 80 years. And she had received 2 spare stones as well. The chainsaw's gear system was formidable, featuring dual rotating gears that could slice through anything with ease, making it a true marvel. Little zombies were enamored, clutching the chainsaw and unable to part with it. A staff member at the service center cheerfully inquired if they were satisfied, offering them a chance for minor adjustments if there were any issues with the weapons. The little zombie, West, quickly shook his head, exclaiming, "Oh my, with such magnificent weapons, how could we complain? We absolutely love them." They each dripped a bit of blood onto the weapons, binding their souls to them, creating a subtle connection that allowed them to sense the weapons. It was quite delightful. The staff member also produced 10 sets of combat uniforms, a new offering from the craftsman department, which boasted enhanced protective attributes compared to ordinary clothing, capable of withstanding attacks from mutated creatures of 3 stars and lower. They could even endure 3 strikes from 3-star monsters, which was already impressive. Qin Luo eagerly instructed Wang Weiwa to collect them, expressing his gratitude, though internally he was overjoyed, a sentiment shared by Qin Xiaofei and the others. But that was not all. The staff member also gifted them 5 new submachine guns, requesting feedback after they had tried them out. The perks of being a combat team, especially one with a bit of notoriety, included being prioritized for the latest equipment at the base. Qin Luo accepted everything without hesitation. Wang Weiwa distributed the items, each person storing them in their spatial cards for later use. Many duo decided against using them, as her 3 skirts were superior to the combat uniforms. After bidding farewell to the courteous staff, they changed into their new combat uniforms in the craftsman department's dressing room. The new attire was a sleek black, fitting them impeccably and accentuating their figures, particularly their long legs, which were quite the sight to behold. As they emerged, the little zombies were left in awe. Qin Luo was no exception. Having recently finished the dilution of the aberrant core agent, his hair had grown slightly, forming a wild, wolf-like mane that was both handsome and untamed, exuding a rogue charm. His usual cold demeanor softened instantly when he looked at Many Duo, the little zombie, recalling how he had once frightened her. Bai Shu, wearing rimless glasses and with a fresh haircut, appeared gentlemanly. Although his physique was not overly robust, he resembled the strategist of the team, yet his combat prowess was impressive, taking down small monsters with a single shot. Qin Xiaofei, the shortest among them but still standing at 1.8 meters, had a well-proportioned and sturdy build, with a cherubic face that always wore a smile. His hair was cropped short. Wang Weiwa was muscular but not overweight, embodying the archetype of a strong man, the kind referred to as a male mommy. His chest muscles were exceptionally pronounced, and he was the tallest among them, with ruggedly handsome features that softened when he smiled, revealing an endearing quality. Many Duo wore a charming red Lolita-style dress, complemented by a red lace headband, making her appear exquisitely doll-like. Since her last transformation, her silver hair had faded, giving way to a soft gray hue, while her eyes now held a faint silvery sheen that was barely noticeable unless observed closely. She had opted not to wear colored contact lenses this time, and she looked lovely as she patiently awaited their outfit change. Qin Luo found himself stealing glances at her, his gaze easily following her movements. Qin Xiaofei was ever so generous with his compliments, showering her with praises, calling her the most adorable little zombie in the world, and using words like stunningly beautiful and explosively gorgeous. Wang Weihua and Bai Shu chimed in with supportive remarks, while Qin Luo, blushing and awkward, struggled to articulate his feelings, his thoughts evident to anyone paying attention. At that moment, the staff member happened to walk by with a colleague, noticing that Team 3A had not yet departed. They couldn't help but marvel at the group's striking appearance. My goodness, who are they? Which team are they from? They're incredibly handsome, and that dress is simply stunning. The staff member, with a hint of pride, replied, "They are from Team 3A, and I am their liaison." Her colleague expressed envy, exclaiming, "Wow, that's amazing. Have you seen the zombie aberrant from their team? How does it look up close? The silhouette is breathtaking. It resembles a beautifully crafted doll more than a human." Meanwhile, Qin Luo was already urging everyone to follow him as they were set to take the vehicle and embark on their mission. Once they boarded and the vehicle exited the base's inspection checkpoint, a familiar electronic voice greeted them. "Welcome to the first checkpoint of the H-City Survivor Base. Beep. All systems normal. The entire H-City Survivor Base team wishes you a safe journey." After passing through several security checks, they arrived at the manual inspection area. The same attendant was present, smiling as he took their cards, saying, "Captain Qin, off on another mission? I heard it's quite the operation this time." With 5 combat teams deployed, all of considerable size. Qin Luo chuckled, replying, "It's manageable. Are there any tasks that aren't dangerous? They are all the same." Though he had grown accustomed to hearing such remarks, he still smiled and expressed his gratitude before pressing the accelerator towards their new destination. Chapter 63, Two Worlds. As soon as they stepped out of the city gates, Bai Shu observed numerous vehicles heading towards City N. After reviewing the mission notification, their team confirmed acceptance, and headquarters provided a personnel roster. The 5 teams included their Team 3A, Team Jinpeng, Team Rose, Team Cheetah, and Team Dove. Unlike their small team of 5, the other teams were comprised of around 10 members each. To Bai Shu's surprise, Team Rose was also participating, likely causing Jin Chuanqiang considerable vexation. With an amused expression, he glanced at the personal information of each team displayed on his tablet. Qin Xiaofei chuckled, remarking, "As long as Sister Mimi is around, she will surely keep that one in check. With her presence, this mission is bound to succeed." Team Rose, a specialized combat unit, consisted of 9 exceptionally strong women, led by the charismatic Mu Mei, who possessed a lively and spirited personality. The other 8 teammates also wielded powerful plant-based abilities. Su Duo was engrossed in her tablet, diligently studying to familiarize herself with the other teams, her mind racing with information. Leaning back in her seat, she gazed out at the desolate landscape beyond the base. The once thriving trees had withered away, and the parched ground kicked up clouds of dust as vehicles passed. The stark dryness of the environment reflected the deteriorating conditions outside. Having been cooped up for several days, Qin Xiaofei lamented, "It feels like we're on the brink of a desert out here. The base and the outside world are like 2 different realms." His sentiment resonated with the group. Despite experiencing a typhoon, life within the base swiftly returned to normalcy. Various mutated individuals collaborated with the logistical teams to restore their habitat, revitalizing plants and repairing essential structures. The base resembled a paradise, while the outside world was a grim and terrifying wasteland, gradually losing vitality. Qin Luo listened intently to the latest reports from the zombie creatures and remarked, "We cannot linger too long within the base. It breeds complacency. For ordinary people, life inside the base can resemble that of the pre-apocalyptic era, as they are sheltered from the dangers outside." Specific zones within the base had been designated for humans, where mutated beings would not venture, providing jobs and establishing numerous factories. Ordinary citizens continued their daily lives, working and attending school, though the absence of the internet rendered their existence markedly different. Yet, this stability was precarious, in the face of danger. They were helpless and could easily perish. Qin Luo preferred a different approach, encouraging his team to hone their skills, as survival under the impending evolution wave would require fortitude. Wang Weiwa and the others wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing the opportunity to gather supplies during their journey to City Yen. The journey was swift, with little time for breaks. The 5 teams marched onward in silence, having received a distress signal from the N City Research Institute 3 days prior, which had delayed their departure as they organized personnel, prepared weapons, and deliberated rescue routes. Now, they were determined to hasten their progress. Wang Weiwa took the wheel, while Qin Xiaofei occupied the passenger seat. The surrounding areas had been thoroughly scavenged multiple times, leaving no scrap metal unturned. "Look over there at that factory," someone pointed out. After taking a sip of water, Qin Luo explained, "The rescue process involves prioritizing lives, followed by food, medicine, and finally any useful items. We will methodically comb through everything, and should the base face shortages, even bricks from houses may be taken without hesitation. The ongoing deterioration of the outside world means resources will become increasingly scarce. To secure what we need, we must venture further while we still have the chance." Su Duo nodded in agreement, whistling softly to express her concurrence. Her intent was to stockpile supplies, and though her space could hold much, the competition for resources was fierce. Delaying could lead to contamination or destruction by other mutated monsters. It was safer to store items in her space. Qin Luo's gaze fell upon her, remembering how shy he had felt around her when she donned a little dress. Now, he was accustomed to it. Consuming the mutated core has certainly changed you. Look at those clever little eyes," he teased. The little zombie shot him an indignant glare, pouting at his incessant teasing. Qin Luo couldn't help but laugh. Yet, amidst the humor, a heavy atmosphere lingered, particularly after witnessing the desolation of the outside world. Qin Xiaofei remarked from the passenger seat, "It's terrifying, isn't it? It feels like a scene straight out of a film, yet this is reality. And we have no idea how many lives have been lost." The emptiness outside was not surprising. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses, stating, "Just yesterday, some satellites resumed operation. If you check the current satellite imagery, you'll see the world has darkened. Where once there were bright lights representing countless homes, now only vast expanses of darkness remain. Only the base still glows, which is truly lamentable." Qin Luo rummaged through his storage card and retrieved the remaining milk tea, offering it to the little zombie. "Anyone else want some?" "I have 10 cups left," he inquired. The little zombie's eyes lit up at the sight of the oversized cup, delighted by the coolness and the sound of ice clinking inside. However, she soon realized there was no straw. In a swift motion, Qin Luo produced a straw, tearing the paper seal before inserting it into the cup, a habitual gesture of care. Big Dog is treating the little zombie to milk tea and even inserting a straw. What a good dog. The little zombie thought joyfully, sipping the milk tea and bubbling with happiness in the back seat. After distributing the milk tea, the group's spirits lifted, alleviating the grimness they felt upon witnessing the world outside. Qin Xiaofei took a hearty sip of the classic pearl milk tea, savoring the pearls as he mused, "Indeed, sweet treats do heal the soul." Recognizing the group's low spirits, Qin Luo had decided to bring out the milk tea to uplift them, and it seemed to have worked wonders. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction, thinking to himself how considerate he was as a team leader. "I mustn't be too good." The little zombie gazed at him intently, prompting Qin Luo to clear his throat and say, "Drink your milk tea. Why are you staring at me?" His cheeks flushed slightly under her gaze. Chapter 64. Strike him. A day later, after exiting the expressway, 5 combat squads finally gathered in the open area in front of the toll station. The internal situation of N City remained uncertain, and they could not enter recklessly. They decided to rest overnight and planned to launch an assault on the zombies at dawn, while also confirming the rescue route. I have told you to listen to me. I am the overall commander of this mission. A gruff male voice asserted, exuding an unwavering tone. Who do you think you are? Listen to you? Open fire with ammunition first? What if there are survivors? A clear and articulate female voice rebutted. How long has it been since the apocalypse began? Mume, let me remind you. Our mission is to rescue the researchers. Delaying even a day increases the risk. Can you afford to delay? How many survivors could possibly be left in this hellhole? The male voice grew increasingly agitated, even cursing, even if there are survivors whose value is greater. The researchers or the survivors? There are already too many sickly ordinary people. What's the loss if they die? The leaders of the other two combat squads dared not provoke either of them. One was the captain of the Jinping squad, and the other of the Rose squad. Both teams were ranked among the top 30, and who would dare to offend them? Mume was infuriated upon hearing this. Are ordinary lives not worth saving? There is clearly another approach, albeit slower. We could breach from the southeast, which wouldn't take much longer. Why should we sacrifice ordinary people for a mere few minutes gained? Jin Chuanqiang scoffed, adjusting his collar. I have stated that I am the commander this time, and you all must follow my orders. Mume spat derisively. What gives you the right? Team Qin is also here. Headquarters has already stated that the commander should be determined through discussion. At this, Jin Chuanqiang's face turned ashen. The tension between the two escalated, and their respective teammates appeared ready to intervene. Hey, what is going on? We haven't even fought zombies yet, and you're starting to bicker among yourselves? A carefree voice broke the tension, redirecting their attention. Captain Qin. Captain Qin. Voices calling out were from members of the other two squads. Upon seeing Qin Luo approach, their faces brightened. Team 3A had recently become the talk of the forum after defeating mutated serpent men and eradicating over 20,000 bats during a typhoon. They had emerged unscathed. Brother Qin, you're so cool. Yes, when do you have time to guide our squad? Exactly. I've heard your combat skills are exceptional. Teach us, please. Can I add you as a friend? Qin Luo smiled and waved at the eager newcomers. Let us talk after the mission. The other newcomers cheered. As expected of Brother Qin, always prioritizing the mission. Jin Chuanqiang's face darkened upon seeing Qin Luo steal his thunder. Mume crossed her arms, a smirk on her face, her disdain palpable, just a clown, prancing around like a jester. Jin Chuanqiang clenched his fists, channeling his metallic powers as a layer of metal enveloped his hands, his gaze filled with fury aimed at Mume. In response, Mume summoned her powers, with 2-meter-high mutated rose branches erupting behind her. An intense confrontation was imminent. Qin Luo intervened. All right, why not conserve our energy for the monsters? Isn't that more sensible? The members of the other two squads felt awkward, hastily stepping in to mediate. Yes, Captain Jin and Captain Mu, please stop arguing. The mission is urgent. Conserve your abilities. Suddenly, a little head peeked out from behind Qin Luo, curiously observing them. Why did you come over? Aren't you resting in the vehicle? Go take a nap. Qin Luo's tone shifted to a more playful one. The little zombie squeaked, worried that the big dog might be bullied and felt compelled to check on him, though it seemed no one dared to bully him. The crowd around her was captivated, astonished by her beauty. Who is this exquisite little beauty? Qin Luo shrugged apologetically. Sorry, my team member is quite clingy. What can I say? I must be an exceptional captain to garner such affection. His show-off tone was unmistakable, yet it amused everyone, warming the atmosphere significantly. Even Mume remarked, "Is this your new team member? She's truly adorable." Previously, she had heard about Su Duo from De Qiao and Xiao Qiao. Seeing her in person was far more impressive. Qin Luo beamed. Indeed, this is Su Duo, our new teammate from Team 3A, a speed-type mutant. The little zombie, realizing she was being introduced, stood up modestly and gave a cool nod, her demeanor reminiscent of Qin Luo. Everyone was nearly overwhelmed by her cuteness. Hello, Comrade Su. Greetings, fellow warriors. Su Duo felt a tad bashful, touched by the warm reception. No one looked at her oddly, which brought her immense joy. Qin Luo proudly introduced her further. She has made remarkable progress in just 3 days of special training, mastering combat techniques and even becoming quite adept with her spatial abilities. How could I not be proud? Jin Chuanqiang sneered upon seeing Su Duo, tauntingly shouting, "Captain Qin, you really brought a mutant like her along?" What was the base thinking, actually allowing her to come out? What use is a mere speed-type mutant? Just for decoration? Realizing he had crossed a line, he erupted, "Damn it." Su Duo's temper flared at the insult. How dare he use profanity against her? Strike him. The crowd fell silent, taken aback by her fierce reaction. She truly was one to act on impulse. Wow! Look at her speed. Though her moves were all combat techniques, her fighting style was wild and unorthodox. Jin Chuanqiang, furious and humiliated, disregarded the fact that he was facing a novice zombie. He felt provoked by a mutant. To his astonishment, he realized he couldn't even best her. She was just a newcomer. Chapter 65. Establishing authority as the events unfolded. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. How terrifying! The sight of my teeth gritting in pain, Captain Jean had certainly encountered a formidable opponent. Oh! This young lady is truly fierce. Fighting in a little dress, how astonishing. But really, who was it that provoked her? Did he really think everyone could tolerate his arrogance? It seems he was quite overconfident. I heard that Captain Jean had just broken through to the 3rd tier of abilities. And then there's the newcomer from Team Jean. Good heavens, this is remarkable. To be able to hold her own against a 3rd tier ability user, and even surpass him in speed. Jin Chuanqiang's anxiety grew with every exchange. Ultimately, a moment of distraction led to him being kicked down by Su Duo. Her kick was truly powerful. The crowd erupted in applause. Qin Xiaofei and his companions had arrived at some point and were captivated by the spectacle. Upon witnessing her victory, they cheered loudly. Wow! Our class monitor is amazing. Incredible. So cool. Qin Xiaofei, Bai Shu, and Wang Weihu all gave her a thumbs up. Even the little zombie coolly raised her hand in approval. During the 3-day intensive training, if she performed well, everyone would offer her encouragement like this. It was a subtle bond among teammates, a source of joy. But then, Qin Luo's expression changed suddenly. He instinctively lowered his head to check on her, exclaiming in disbelief at how rough he had been. He had hurt his precious little one's hand. The prominent bruise on her fair skin pained him, and he couldn't help but rub it gently. Qin Xiaofei and the others shared his concern, turning to shout, "Hey, Jin Dapeng, are you out of your mind? It was just a spar and you used your abilities. Have you no shame?" Bai Shu chimed in, "Truly shameless." Wang Weihu added, as comrades, "Jin Dapeng, you're truly despicable." Meanwhile, Jin Chuanqiang, sprawled on the ground, could only watch in shock as the crowd fell silent. The stunned spectators were left speechless. Su Duodo, however, felt minimal pain. She had been pampered too well. For other ordinary zombies, minor bumps and bruises were commonplace. Since her early days, Qin Luo had carried her everywhere, either cradling her or tucking her under his arm, helping her navigate through the stiffness of her body, leading to her current agility. At worst, she felt a bit drowsy due to excessive energy expenditure. Her resilient body was tough enough to withstand a few tumbles in a storm without injury, leaving her unscathed. Today, however, she had sustained a small bruise, and anyone would feel a pang of sympathy at that. Jin Chuanqiang, a metal ability user, had cruelly reinforced himself with a metallic layer. Her punch had hurt his hand, and her kick left his leg aching, likely bruising his calf as well. While he intended to toughen her up in case of emergencies, it still pained him to see her truly injured. Could a zombie even use medicine? On the other side, Jin Chuanqiang was still cursing from the ground when Qin Luo suddenly halted, turned, and snapped his fingers. Jin Chuanqiang was struck by a bolt of lightning, howling in agony as he convulsed on the floor. Listen up. Su Duo is a member of our Team 3A, duly sanctioned by headquarters. If you have any objections, take them to headquarters. If you dare utter another word against her, how about we settle this with a spar? Bullying a little zombie? What kind of man does that? Qin Luo, with a serious demeanor, threatened Jin Chuanqiang while also establishing Su Duoduo's authority. With his left arm cradling her, he raised his right hand to flick the metallic collar around her neck, which glimmered with a soft green light. The mere fact that she could maintain emotional stability during battle, how many present could achieve that? After delivering his warning, Qin Luo turned and walked away, revealing her injured leg. It dawned on everyone, this little zombie had fought while remaining completely composed. A cold sweat broke out on the backs of nearly all present. It was not only the unstable emotions of the mutants they worried about, even ordinary people experience emotional fluctuations in combat. The emotional monitoring collars provided to mutants were designed for this reason, transitioning from green to orange and then to red. Even if her emotional fluctuation reached orange, she wouldn't be imprisoned, just reminded to keep her emotions in check. Yet, she had maintained green throughout? What a terrifying little zombie! And who had seen a young lady dressed so beautifully, fighting with such ferocity? It was indeed alarming. Qin Xiaofei and the others snorted in disdain, observing Jin Chuanqiang as one might view a dog. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses, smiling warmly. Now, let us discuss the rescue routes. Ordinary people also have rights. I'm particularly interested in Captain Mu's proposed route. Let us all have a conversation about it. Ignoring the possibility of survivors, resorting to bombardment to reduce encirclement time was, quite frankly, inhumane. Wang Weihu and his companions would never engage in such actions. Only a scoundrel like Jin Chuanqiang would dare. If it weren't for Jin's connections and the fact that he had completed many missions, headquarters would not tolerate such behavior. Unfortunately, he had always been shielded. Mumei sighed in relief, grateful that Team 3A had arrived. Otherwise, leading two groups of strong but inexperienced newcomers would have been troublesome. At least Team 3A could devise a strategy. Bai Shu began to communicate with Qin Xiaofei and Wang Weihu, discussing tactics. In contrast to Jin Chuanqiang's unilateral approach, Team 3A's collaborative method was certainly more effective. The Cheetah team excelled in ambushes, the Dove team specialized in disruption, the Rose team was adept at assassination, and the Golden Eagle team was suited for damage absorption. Thus, Team 3A was focused on output. Let us assign our positions accordingly. While they fervently debated, Jin Chuanqiang trembled with rage, and his teammates were equally indignant, cursing from the sidelines. Team 3A truly relished stealing the spotlight. They were utterly shameless. The collar worn by that mutant must have been faulty. How could there be no emotional fluctuations? Mutants were revolting creatures, and he could not fathom headquarters' reasoning. It was highly likely that her level exceeded his own, instilling a profound sense of crisis within him, his eyes burning with fury. His teammates, initially outraged, were startled by their captain's frantic demeanor, feeling that he was even more terrifying than the zombies in their ranks. Yet no one paid them any mind. The majority rules. Let us pursue these two routes. We shall act separately and launch a full-scale assault on the research facility. Chapter 66. The siege against the zombies. On the following morning, just as dawn broke, the group set off in their vehicles. Dividing into two small teams, the 3A Special Forces, the Cheetah Squad, and the Dove Squad formed one group, while the Golden Eagle Squad and the Rose Squad constituted the other. The routes they traversed were in close proximity, ensuring prompt assistance in case of any dangers. The Rose Squad's accompaniment of the Golden Eagle Squad primarily served a supervisory role, as they were wary of any potential mischief. Upon arriving at the intersection, the teams swiftly stowed their vehicles into their storage spaces. Each combat squad leader possessed a spatial storage card, while the benefits for other members depended on their individual capabilities, greater prowess yielding enhanced rewards. Let us part ways here. Positions, everyone. The siege mission officially commences. With Qin Luo's command, everyone responded in unison and promptly took action. Jin Chuanqiang's expression was less than favorable, but given the task at hand, he had no choice but to comply, especially under the watchful gaze of Mumei, the leader of the Rose Squad. Let us go, Captain Jin. Today. Whoever slays the fewest zombies is deemed worthless. Mu Mei chuckled derisively, leading her teammates into action. Jin Xuanqiang, his face darkened, swiftly followed suit, rallying his squad. Golden Eagle Squad, assemble. Stay close to me. Today, we shall show them what true strength looks like. His teammates echoed their agreement, yes. While they bickered, Qin Luo and his team engaged in combat. During the day, the zombies moved sluggishly, yet their sheer numbers were overwhelming, swarming the national highway in a grotesque mass of decay. The sight was repulsive. Damn, this is unbearable. The splattered blood is intolerable. Ugh, it reeks. 1/3 of these zombies were of the one-star variety. Had the evolution of zombies accelerated so rapidly? These one-star creatures had become cunning, even using ordinary zombies as shields. As the Cheetah Squad and Dove Squad fought back, they couldn't help but voice their frustrations at this seemingly endless sea of zombies. Just as they struggled, sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed from ahead, followed by the rumble of the earth as hordes of zombies were sent flying, lifeless upon impact. Goodness, the 3A Squad is truly fierce. The national highway was bustling, with Qin Luo and his team wreaking havoc, while the two rookie squads dealt with the zombies emerging from the side paths. They focused on eliminating zombies in one location before advancing, maintaining a slower yet highly efficient pace. Both the Cheetah Squad and Dove Squad were composed of novices whose awakened abilities were commendable, thus they were included in this rescue mission for training purposes. However, they had never encountered such a vast number of zombies before. Panic easily led to mistakes. What do we do if we can't handle them? Captain Qin. We have a horde coming our way. Left alley. Left alley. More are coming. Captain Qin. We have injuries here. They were instructed to hold their ground. Just as one was about to turn back, a little zombie behind them blew a wooden whistle. Qin Luo instantly understood the meaning behind the sound. A silent yet profound connection. As anticipated, the little figure darted back, her striking red Lolita dress unmistakable, wielding a pink chainsaw. This outfit amplified her strength. Last night, the little zombie had managed to knock Jin Xuanqiang down with a single kick, proving its effectiveness. Coupled with her inherent agility, supporting the rookie squads was effortless for her. Qin Luo detonated several explosives ahead and spoke into his earpiece, "If you're struggling, remember to call for me." This was clearly directed towards Su Duo. Chen Xiaofei, having just shredded a few zombies with his tornadoes and flying knives, replied cheekily, "Hey, if you can't handle it, call for me." Bai Shu employed his ability, Illusion, to confuse the zombies, inciting them to turn on each other, before dispatching any remaining threats with his new weapon. Hearing this, he chimed in, "Don't forget to call for me." Qin Luo clicked his tongue, scolding, "Get lost. Can't you go a day without teasing me?" Chen Xiaofei and Bai Shu burst into laughter, yet their focus on exterminating zombies remained undeterred. Wang Weiwa diligently focused on his task, only to mention, "We're accumulating quite a few cores here. We could make a profit." "That's certainly true." Qin Luo responded, "Let us finish clearing this area before collecting the cores." Meanwhile, the Cheetah Squad and Dove Squad, listening in on their earpieces, were astounded to hear the 3A Squad still joking amidst the chaos. They were on the brink of despair when a familiar little figure appeared, the little zombie in her lovely dress, effortlessly dispatching a row of zombies with her chainsaw. They nearly broke down in tears. Finally, someone has come to save us. Is this what strength looks like? Incredible. Zombie Miss is so fierce. Su Duo was diligently clearing zombies, surrounded by the stench and overwhelming numbers of foes. Their murky eyes and decaying flesh a grim reminder of the 2 months that had passed since the apocalypse began. As she maneuvered through the horde with her chainsaw, she offered them a merciful release. "Excuse me. Move aside if you wish to perish. Let me assist you." It was a tragic existence, even in death. They could not find peace, stumbling about, biting others, and becoming tools of the monstrous zombies. What a pitiful fate. The little zombie wielded her chainsaw, sending many to their demise. The Cheetah Squad and Dove Squad, witnessing her prowess, felt invigorated. If circumstances allowed, they would have applauded her. What a formidable little zombie. Wouldn't it be wonderful if she were on our team? One mused. Why do they call her little squad leader? Another queried. I don't know, but I've heard Captain Sheen and the others refer to her that way. Isn't she a zombie? Wouldn't that make us her kin? Are you foolish? Mutants possess human consciousness. The little squad leader is human. Just her transformation leans towards being a zombie. Yet she doesn't resemble one at all. Everyone nodded in agreement. Sue Duo appeared pure as snow, her expression blank, yet her eyes sparkled with vitality. She was far from a mindless, soulless creature. Chapter 67. A brief respite. The newly formed team exhibited commendable abilities, though their lack of experience led to missteps, compounded by their fear. With the assistance of the diminutive zombies, they gradually found their footing, and as they became more composed, the thrill of vanquishing the undead was exhilarating. By the time they had nearly eradicated the zombies in their vicinity, the ground was strewn with a mosaic of remains. Piles of various pulverized flesh lay scattered, leaving the newcomers utterly fatigued. Qin Luo declared a temporary end to the mission, allowing them a 30-minute respite. Qin Xiaofei was busy collecting the anomalous cores, employing his wind-based abilities to ensnare the zombies and efficiently extract the cores from within. The spectacle, however, resembled a gruesome meat grinder. Upon hearing the announcement for a break, the members of the cheetah and dove teams, who had been holding their breath, finally exhaled, utterly exhausted. Yet, in light of the gruesome scene before them, they instinctively shuffled to a cleaner area against the wall to catch their breath. Bai Shu was capturing footage for a report, while Chen Xiaofei continued his extraction work. Wang Weiwa patrolled the vicinity, ensuring no zombies remained. Qin Luo ventured ahead to scout the situation of the neighboring Rose team. The little zombies, in search of Qin Luo, found their way to Chen Xiaofei instead. Upon seeing her, he handed over the, "Here you go, little squad leader, keep this safe. From now on, all important items for our team will be entrusted to you." After sorting out he pulled out a sack from his storage space and filled it, allowing the little zombie to take it. Xiudua, delighted, began collecting the bags, her spirits lifted by the prospect of hoarding treasures. Watching the cubes of her space fill with items brought her immense joy. Having participated in the rear combat, she received a third of the cheetah and dove teams. Utterly exhausted, gazed in awe at the 3A team as they wrapped up their tasks, marveling at their prowess. My goodness, are they even human? No wonder they are dubbed beasts on the forum. The same battle had left them feeling utterly spent, while the 3A team moved with remarkable ease. After all, they were the 3A team, one of the top 20 squads in the nation. Currently, the official ranking system was still informal, but a wild leaderboard existed on the forum, where the top 20 ranked teams were not disclosed to prevent the emergence of unruly powers. However, any team that made it into the top 20 possessed undeniable combat strength. The gap between ranks 21 to 30 marked a significant divide, with the subsequent ranks falling from 31 to 50. The Rose and Golden Eagle teams perpetually vied for the 21st position, with the Golden Eagle team currently holding the lead, while the Rose team trailed closely behind. For the Cheetah and Dove teams, these rankings represented formidable adversaries, and the 3A team stood as the epitome of excellence. With a total of 12,000. Each team was entitled to 4,000 cores. Xiudua clutched her burlap bag, stuffing it into her space. Chen, does your team really have a storage space card for everyone? Indeed, it's true. Qin Xiaofei chuckled at the question. At that moment, Wang Weiwa, having finished off the remaining zombies, approached, tossing 2 packs of cigarettes to both the Cheetah and Dove teams. Well done today, everyone. Take a moment to rest. This gesture elicited a chorus of astonished exclamations. Wow! Such a rare treat. Brother Wang, you're too generous. Thank you, Brother Wei. Since the onset of the apocalypse, items like tobacco and alcohol had become scarce commodities. They could hardly be purchased unless one resorted to the black market at exorbitant prices or waited for supplies from headquarters post-mission. However, many nearby areas had already been thoroughly scavenged, leaving scant resources unless one ventured into more perilous territories. Wang Weiwa's sudden production of 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes thrilled everyone, and they eagerly lit up, at least to alleviate the tension they had been under. Chen Xiaofei, indifferent to smoking, quickly urged Xudua to step away. Little squad leader, let's move away from these stinky folks. If Qin finds out we subjected you to secondhand smoke, we'll be in trouble. He certainly did not seek reprimand. Xudua, disliking the smell of smoke, wrinkled her nose and followed Chen Xiaofei as they sought refuge on a second-floor platform, which had likely once been a SAF. The open-air setting seemed ideal for a respite, even though a few zombies still wandered about. To truly rest well, they needed to find a higher vantage point. As a few zombies emerged, Qin Luo swiftly dispatched them with a few shots, calling out to Wang Weiwa and the others, "Let us head upstairs to rest." This precaution was necessary to avoid further injuries, as one newcomer had already been wounded, and without a healing teammate, the situation could have been dire. Wang Weiwa promptly directed the newcomers upstairs. After the exchange of the cigarette packs, the new recruits were exceptionally obedient, complying with every instruction. Bai Shu, having completed his recording, easily climbed to the second floor, observing Wang Wei while managing the group adeptly. Old Wang is becoming quite skilled at handling these newcomers, he remarked. Chen Xiaofei awaited Xudua to bring him food, and upon hearing Bai Shu's words, glanced towards the opposite building where Wang Weiwa had successfully led the group to rest. Isn't it so? Old Wang is perfect for this. He knows how to charm people. After all, he is our chief diplomat in the 3A team. With that, the two chuckled. Xudua swiftly retrieved a large Northeast-style meal pack from her space, alongside a generous box of boneless chicken feet, a large box of fried chicken, and a can of rich soup. The meal pack contained mashed potatoes, egg sauce, soft eggplant, sausages, and peanuts, all wrapped in fresh lettuce. Bai Shu ate in silence, while Chen Xiaofei savored the aroma, exclaiming in delight. Chapter 68. The clatter of abnormal crystals. At this moment, Qin Luo leapt forward, tossing a bundle of abnormal crystals into Su Duoduo's arms. Having just exchanged several 2-star abnormal crystals from mutated beasts, he inquired if they had collected all the crystals on their side. Chen Xiaofei, with his mouth full, nodded awkwardly, mumbling that they had indeed gathered everything, all stored with the little monitor. The little zombie, delighted to discover an additional 7 or 8 2-star animal crystals in her possession, eagerly pawed at the bag containing the crystals. The crystals, about the size of lychees, included a green one, 2 red ones, and an orange one. Each possessed a distinct flavor, reminiscent of grass, apples, and oranges. How delightful! Qin Luo settled down, removed his gloves, and began to eat. What was on the menu today? Su Duoduo's space evidently held a plethora of food, accumulated over an unknown duration, boasting a diverse array of dishes and cooking methods, all exceptionally fragrant. Bai Shu, engrossed in his meal, paused only when he felt sufficiently full, alternating between a hearty rice bun and a couple of lemon-flavored chicken feet, washing it down with rich chicken soup, relishing every moment of his happiness. After an exhausting day, indulging in such delectable food was truly a joy. Little monitor, how can you be so wonderful? You are simply the best. Chen Xiaofei chattered while eating, confessing he could hardly remember life without the little monitor. Bai Shu slowed his pace after feeling 8/10 full and remarked, "What else could it be? When hungry, we gnaw on rations. When thirsty, we drink water. The nutritional liquid is unpalatable and energy bars are overly sweet and cloying. They are edible, but they do little to satiate hunger. Ultimately, nothing compares to a bowl of white rice and vegetables for nourishment." Qin Luo, savoring his rice bun, couldn't help but reflect on how delightful it was. Without Su Duoduo, would they still dream of having a variety of dishes and soup with every meal, alongside an assortment of herbal teas? Such aspirations seemed fanciful. Their little zombie was indeed a treasure. The three of them grew increasingly sentimental as they ate, their gazes towards Su Duoduo filled with affection, albeit recognizing her slower wit. Meanwhile, she diligently counted the abnormal crystals with her tiny paws, eventually tallying an impressive total of 21,200 zombie crystals, quite a significant sum. Currently, the conversion rate for crystals at the base was 5,000 points for each 1-star crystal. My goodness. Unbeknownst to them, their small team had amassed quite a fortune. Su Duoduo's eyes sparkled at the sight of the bountiful supplies in her cube, with enough food to last them indefinitely. The one-star abnormal crystals from mutated bats served as her sustenance, sufficient for an extended period. Not to mention the additional 2-star crystals and the single 3-star crystal from the transformed Serpent Man. The newly acquired zombie crystals could be utilized as currency, replacing points. What a source of satisfaction! The array of snacks and beverages in her space brought her immense joy. She retrieved some treats to munch on, finding them far more flavorful than before. As Qin Luo engaged in a recap with Bai Shu, he noticed her snacking and, intrigued, casually asked if she could taste the flavors now. Almost instinctively, he turned his chopsticks to offer her a chicken foot, watching her chew with delight. This had become second nature. Previously at the base, Su Duo wouldn't eat if she couldn't discern flavors, merely observing them as they dined. Lacking the dexterity to use chopsticks, Qin Luo had taken it upon himself to feed her, and over time, it had become a habit. However, upon tasting the lemon-flavored chicken foot, which had the texture of rubber and lacked flavor, she scrunched her face in disapproval, indicating she no longer wished to partake. Suddenly, a burst of laughter echoed from downstairs. What camaraderie! Feeding your teammate? Jin Chuanqiang could not restrain his sarcasm, mocking Qin Luo for feeding a zombie. Bai Shu quickly reminded Qin Luo that they still needed Jin to complete their mission, suggesting they deal with him afterward. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes, suppressing his irritation. Otherwise, he genuinely wished to reduce Jin to ashes. Jin Chuanqiang, spotting the Rose Squad, continued his taunts. Oh, didn't certain individuals claim that those who slay fewer zombies are worthless? Yet, here you are, relying on others for assistance. If you're so capable, why not fight on your own? Why team up with Captain Qin? He then confidently asked his teammates, so, how many crystals have we collected? 6,003, right? 1-star zombies are flocking to us. This was indeed a considerable gain. The members of the Cheetah Squad and the Dove Squad, however, were quick to interject. 6,003? Is that all? We in the back have at least 12,000. If we combine with Captain Qin's little monitor, each team would receive 1,000. Yet they have far more. Yes. I agree. Captain Qin's team must have at least 20,000 crystals. Their implication was clear, suggesting that Qin Luo's team had far exceeded 6,003, evidenced by the towering piles of zombie remains nearby. As the conversation unfolded, Wang Weiwa couldn't help but laugh heartily. Jin Chuanqiang's face turned crimson with embarrassment, while his teammates felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them. Enough. Do I need your reminders? Jin Chuanqiang snapped, his anger flaring. The beautiful sisters of the Rose Squad erupted in laughter, and Mumei felt a sense of vindication. Upon hearing the group tallying their crystals, Su Duo perked up, exclaiming, "We have a total of 25,200 crystals." Qin Luo was nearly charmed to death by her adorableness, while Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei struggled to contain their laughter. Qin Luo seized the moment, taking a sip of soup to clear his throat, and began teasing. No way. Is anyone really showing off with just 6,003 crystals? My little monitor clearly stated that our 3A squad has a grand total of 25,200 crystals. Qin Xiaofei quickly caught on, joining in the jest. Oh dear. Could it be that someone is so eager to show off? Jin Chuanqiang, gritting his teeth, retaliated. You. What's the matter? Qin Luo shot him a frosty glare, exuding an imposing presence that made others uneasy. Jin Chuanqiang, realizing he had unwittingly exposed his team's shortcomings, left in a huff. Knowing well the sting of Qin Luo's prowess, the Cheetah Squad and Dove Squad, still oblivious, innocently wondered, did we offend Captain Qin? Oh, not just seem, you truly have. Wang Weiwa chuckled at their naivety, reassuring them that the headquarters forbade abilities users from harming one another. He wouldn't dare retaliate, merely engaging in verbal sparring. Meanwhile, the little zombie tilted her head, wondering why no one praised her counting skills. Chapter 69. The zombie monster. Qin Luo happened to witness the moment and playfully flicked the little zombie's forehead, exclaiming with a smile, well done. Her eagerness for praise was unmistakable. Su Duo's eyes sparkled instantly. The big dog was boasting about itself, and it was indeed commendable. How wonderful it would be if they could pet its tail again someday. Qin Xiaofei, having enjoyed the moment, finally noticed their commotion and promptly gave a thumbs up, praising. The little class leader is impressive. Truly remarkable. Which family's little zombie fights so fiercely? Now their team had gained yet another formidable damage dealer. Bai Shu nodded in agreement, affirming, the little class leader is indeed extraordinary, exceptionally so. The little zombie was so delighted that it bubbled with joy. Everyone praised her. And all felt great. The midday rest period swiftly drew to a close as more zombies gathered below, an endless horde, compelling everyone to resign themselves to the ongoing battle. Fortunately, the probability of obtaining anomalous cores was quite high. In this apocalyptic world, securing anomalous cores was akin to amassing gold coins. As these cores could also be exchanged for points, they considered themselves fortunate. Qin Luo reminded everyone to have the fire-type abilities users from the Cheetah Squad incinerate the remaining zombie carcasses to prevent them from being consumed by the zombie monsters and thereby enhancing their strength. Everyone realized their oversight and promptly complied with his suggestion, almost forgetting about this matter. It was indeed reassuring to have Team Qin around. Thus, they pressed on, and finally reached a point for rest before nightfall. It was an unfinished high-rise building. All members swiftly ascended to the third floor, knowing that the night in City N would undoubtedly be tumultuous. We have entered the vicinity of the zombie monsters' activity range. Please exercise utmost caution, Bai Shu advised. Others nodded nervously in acknowledgement. Qin Luo was busy arranging positions, instructing the Rose Squad to split into two groups to provide alternating cover, with the Jinping Squad on guard for the first half of the night, while their team, 3A, would take the latter half. The Cheetah Squad and the Dove Squad were to rest first and remain on standby at all times. Everyone agreed with enthusiasm. Mumei's Rose Squad comprised solely of young women, all possessing plant-based abilities, including healers, attackers, and manipulators capable of confusing enemies. The Mandragora user initiated the skill Disguise, which, upon activation, would bloom a field of Mandragora flowers, concealing teammates within a 10-meter radius to diminish their human scent and evade detection by monsters. The Rosacea user employed the skill Brutal Growth, sealing off all the windows on their third floor while leaving only ventilation holes, allowing them to observe the situation outside. Any mutated small creatures attempting to approach would be obstructed and eliminated by her. For the time being, the Rose Squad dispatched these two teammates to guard and secure some rest time for everyone, as they had been battling since dawn and it was almost dark. Were it not for their abilities, they likely would have succumbed to exhaustion long ago, and they were evidently quite fatigued now. The two newcomers from the Cheetah Squad and Dove Squad had managed to hold on as well, and upon being told to rest, they promptly laid down and fell asleep. They were merely 18 or 19 years old. Wang Weiwa, unable to bear the sight, requested some blankets from Su Duo, which she had stashed away. He tossed one to each newcomer, providing a meager cover. Wrapped in the blankets, they slept even more soundly. Jin Chuanqiang observed this and rolled his eyes, scoffing at the pretense. Hearing this, Qin Luo remarked, "What's the matter? Do you lack affection? Have you never experienced care from anyone in your life? Jealous, are you? Call me daddy, and I shall grant you a blanket." Jin Chuanqiang's face darkened instantly. Qin Xiaofei and Bai Shu nearly burst into laughter, their shoulders shaking from the effort of holding it in. Jin Chuanqiang clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration, while his teammates quickly restrained him, warning, "Captain, don't act impulsively. The zombie monsters are right nearby." Indeed, they urged him to remain calm. Mumei laughed along, noting that the first to provoke deserves the scolding. Was it unjust? She found collaborating with Team 3A quite enjoyable. They were fierce in battle and meticulous in heart, fostering an atmosphere among their ranks that was the most pleasant. Their constant banter significantly stabilized the emotions of others, preventing anyone from breaking down. Being with Team 3A made undertaking missions seem less arduous. Noticing the newcomers from the Cheetah Squad and Dove Squad, who had only been with Team 3A for a short while, already calling each other brother and being exceedingly obedient. Jin Chuanqiang's lack of charisma was evident, and it was no wonder that no one wished to follow him. Su Duo scrutinized Jin Chuanqiang for several moments, concluding that he was not a good person, and felt disdain. She wobbled over to sit next to him, which left Qin Luo quite satisfied. "Are you going to sleep?" "Rest for a while," Qin Luo said, glancing at the little zombie beside him. She too had been busy since morning, continuously fighting, yet she exhibited no signs of fatigue. However, it seemed that corpses did not breathe. Just as he finished speaking, Su Duo immediately seemed to shut down, her head lolling against his shoulder as she fell asleep. Qin Luo was taken aback. "Huh? Are you really sleeping already? That was quick." Su Duo had heard him say it was time to sleep and, feeling secure with her teammates nearby, she allowed herself to drift off. Qin Luo observed her face. It remained pale and soft, akin to a delicate snow dumpling. Her little dress pristine. Having mastered her spatial abilities, she utilized them adeptly to keep bloodstains at bay. He stealthily pinched her cheek, finding it cool yet remarkably soft. Indeed, it was quite soft. Ultimately, he leaned back against the wall, closing his eyes for a brief respite to regain energy for the battle awaiting them later. "Hey, Qin Ge and the little class leader are already asleep?" Qin Xiaofei noted the phrasing, clarifying that they were leaning against each other. "Does it make a difference?" Qin Xiaofei couldn't help but complain to Bai Shu, feeling his companion was nitpicking, while Bai Shu thought Qin Xiaofei spoke too carelessly and lacked precision. The two engaged in a light-hearted exchange, settling against the wall themselves to rest their eyes. Wang Weihua, in a corner, lit a cigarette, watching them with a smile. In these apocalyptic times, having teammates who were all well was the most fortunate thing. The third floor soon fell quiet. The entirety of City N lay shrouded in darkness, as power had long been cut off, leaving no light whatsoever. Following the culling of a significant number of zombies, the night sounds of their howls had diminished considerably, with only sporadic cries echoing from a distance, and the zombie monsters were yet to make an appearance. In the latter half of the night, the ground suddenly trembled. A series of heavy, dull footsteps resonating. Thud, thud, thud. The steps were sluggish and ponderous, sending a wave of unease through everyone. Almost instantly, they all awoke. The benefit of having abilities was their heightened sensitivity, prompting everyone to be on high alert. Mumei glanced outside, her face turning pale at the sight before her. For she was directly facing the colossal head of the zombie monster, a truly terrifying sight. Chapter 70. The direct confrontation. Qin Luo swiftly made his way to the window. Observing a colossal head looming nearby, towering even beyond the specifications provided by headquarters. They occupied the third floor, positioned slightly above its left side, and this creature had grown to a staggering height of 8 or 9 meters. The little zombie had also inexplicably awakened, peeking out beside him to gaze outside. Many duo found themselves gripped by a sense of terror. What an utterly horrifying scene this was! Was this a nightmare brought to life? The skin of this gigantic zombie was a dark, bluish hue, and it audaciously clawed at the walls, producing a chilling, creaking sound. Those who dread the sound of fingernails scraping against a blackboard were truly in peril. Indeed, the expressions of those present changed, their lips paling. The gigantic zombie-esque claws were extraordinarily long, dark, and sharp. If her claws were a jest at Qin Luo's expense regarding her agility, then this monstrous zombie-esque claws were the real deal, capable of decimating a multitude with a single swipe. The onlookers stood frozen, silently awaiting its next move as it lumbered towards the research institute, each heavy footfall resonating like a drumbeat in their hearts, except for the little zombie. Many duo, though frightened, felt no heartbeat. She clumsily pondered how to engage with such a foe. Noticing her composure, Qin Luo turned to Mumei, suggesting, "Let us assess the situation first. This creature is growing at an alarming rate. We must aim for a swift resolution. We cannot afford any delays." The others shared his concern. The peril of their mission lay precisely in this unpredictability. With global communications compromised, Vital information could not be relayed in a timely manner, resulting in uncertainty about any changes the target might have undergone and whether other alterations were afoot nearby. The combat team was left to navigate the chaos on their own. The data from headquarters seemed inadequate, now that this gigantic zombie resembled a small building. It was only natural for the team to feel the weight of pressure. Qin Luo addressed them. Its size is a disadvantage. It lacks our agility. We must exploit this advantage. Meanwhile, the gigantic zombie continued to roar, attempting to summon other zombies. But it would likely attract fewer than expected today, as the nearby hordes had already been decimated. Other zombies from farther locales were slow to arrive. In its frustration, the giant zombie's furious roars reverberated painfully in their ears, compelling everyone to secure their earpieces. The latest models could withstand some sonic assault. Enough chatter. Our team's 3A Rose and Golden Falcon will engage up front, while the White Div team will maintain vigilance over the western perimeter. Cheetah Squad will remain flexible at the rear. Should any other mutated creatures appear, it will be your task to eliminate them. The 3 main assault teams will direct their full might against the giant zombie, while the 2 new squads will provide support. Everyone acknowledged the plan without objection. Jin Xuanqiang had no choice but to comply. Failing the mission would be embarrassing. They could not afford to lose. Each member took their positions, preparing to depart. Initially, they had hoped to wait until daylight to act, but this creature was adept at concealing itself during the day, making it nearly impossible to track. Nighttime, however, imbued it with greater vigor. They could not afford further delays. Goodness, I have never seen a zombie of such size. It sends shivers down my spine, Qin Xiaofei remarked while prepping his gear. Bai Shu also checked his equipment, donned in combat attire and equipped with new weaponry. This situation was already significantly better than their last encounter, which had taken them completely by surprise with a mutated serpent. Back then, they had little experience dealing with 3-star monsters and were inherently weak, lacking the synergy needed to effectively wield their powers. This time, they had the support of other teams, alleviating the burden of solitary combat, and their abilities had improved considerably. Qin Luo cautioned many duo, be discreet with your spatial abilities. Focus on your own safety. The little squad leader had always been considerate, even as a zombie, protecting them during the previous incident with the mutated bats, depleting her powers in the process. However, they could manage minor injuries themselves. They could not rely on her protection every time, especially in the field. Should she lose her ability to act and he be unable to reach her in time, it would spell danger. Discovery of their spatial capabilities could be disastrous. Furthermore, being overly shielded could lead to complacency regarding their own vulnerabilities. Many duo nodded, coolly affirming her understanding. The little zombie seems more mature tonight, Qin Xiaofei remarked with curiosity. It feels as if our squad leader is 18 tonight. Bai Shu admonished him to be quiet. Wang Weihua approached, having finished his preparations, reporting, we are ready to depart. Qin Luo nodded in agreement. All right, let's move out. At his command, everyone sprang into action, needing to stealthily approach the giant zombie before it sensed their presence. White Dove and Cheetah teams, keep an eye on the situation. If you see an opportunity, infiltrate the research institute to rescue any survivors. Is that clear? Understood, came the chorus of replies. In the darkness, over 30 shadows leaped from the 3rd floor, silently advancing ahead, utilizing various structures for cover as they drew closer to the colossal zombie. During their sprint, Qin Xiaofei retrieved a dose of mimicry serum. Injecting it into his neck, the quickest method to activate the serum, facilitating a more effective response against mutated creatures. As the other teams ran, they were astonished to see the entire 3A squad undergo a transformation. The sight left them in awe. Qin Xiaofei sprouted wings and claws, while Bai Shu developed elongated ears, his lower body covered in fur. Their combined capabilities significantly enhanced their speed. Wang Weihua too transformed, gaining tiger ears and a tail, propelling himself forward with remarkable swiftness. The waves of energy radiating from them manifested as ethereal beastly silhouettes. Qin Luo shook off the sudden appearance of wolf ears, expressing his impatience with a click of his tongue. though his speed had noticeably increased, accompanied by a wolf's tail. Crackling arcs of electricity danced around him. The other teams looked on in astonishment. The 3A squad was truly audacious. Did they not fear the side effects of the diluted mutant core serum? Their transformation speed was astonishing. They seemed entirely unfazed by the potential repercussions. Other teams switched to their internal communication channels, whispering their astonishment at the 3A squad's audacity. Mume, equally taken aback by their rapid adaptation to the serum, exchanged glances with Jin Chuanqiang, whose expression darkened. The serum's compatibility reflected their own affinity for the mutant core. The quicker they adapted, the more potent their abilities. Despite the narrow margins between the top 20 and 30, the perceived gap in their capabilities felt monumental. Just as they stealthily approached the giant zombie, Mu Mei and Jin Chuanqiang contemplated their strategy for engagement, pondering the optimal moment to strike. When Chen Xiaofei positioned Bai Shu in an excellent sniping spot and then boldly charged towards the colossal zombie, hurling several explosive marbles at it. "Hey, ugly! We're here to take your life." The reaction from the other teams was one of disbelief. Is it really that simple and brutal to initiate the attack? Chapter 71. The madness of Team 3A. The tactics employed by Team 3A are truly insane. After Chen Xiaofei quickly attracted the attention of the colossal zombie creature, his teammates immediately followed suit. Bai Shu steadied his weapon and aimed for the creature's brain, but it evaded the shot. Undeterred, he quickly fired again, hitting its chest and causing a splatter of blood. The colossal zombie let out a frenzied scream, a sound that reverberated painfully in their heads. Chen Xiaofei had already elevated his position, evading the sonic assault. To his astonishment, after the enhancement of his abilities, he could actually see the arc of the sound waves. Bai Shu also realized that his night vision had improved, granting him a broader field of view. The two of them took on the role of distraction, drawing the creature's ire. Wang Weiwa charged forward and slashed the colossal zombie with a massive claw, swiftly retreating as the creature attempted to strike back. Reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead, accompanied by thunderous roars, and in the next moment, a storm of lightning struck down upon the colossal zombie, infuriating it as it scratched and clawed in rage. This beast was indeed tough-skinned and resilient. Qin Luo warned Chen Xiaofei and the others to be cautious of the pollutants. The colossal zombie was teeming with bacteria. They could not afford to be careless, for they soon discovered that this zombie was no easy foe. They could only whittle down its health bar gradually, as it was remarkably sturdy. Moreover, the enraged creature's counterattacks had noticeably quickened, nearly delivering a fatal blow to Chen Xiaofei. Realizing the urgency, the others rushed to provide support. The Rose Squad initiated their interference, while those with vine-based abilities ensnared the colossal zombie's feet. Although it broke free each time, they bought at least half a minute. Jin Chuanqiang, seeing Qin Luo and the others steal the limelight, was unwilling to be outdone. He enveloped himself in metal and charged forward with a large metallic blade. Yet, the tough-skinned zombie proved resistant, causing his face to fall in disappointment. When the creature kicked at him, Jin Chuanqiang narrowly dodged aside, revealing the limitations of his third-tier abilities. Mume could not help but frown at his performance. Relying too heavily on firearms had its consequences. Jin Chuanqiang repeatedly depended on others to clear a path while he avoided danger, only stepping in when absolutely necessary. How could he ever improve if he continually exploited the weak? Team 3A faced challenges head-on, embodying a philosophy that starkly contrasted with that of Jin Chuanqiang's team. Qin Luo observed that the colossal zombie was not as formidable as he had imagined. It merely required patience and endurance, a test of who could persist until the end. The Cheetah Squad and the Dove Squad struggled to keep pace. By the time they arrived at their destination, Team 3A had already been battling for over 10 minutes. You two squads head to the research facility to rescue the survivors. The situation inside is still unknown, so proceed with caution, Qin Luo instructed before hurling a thunderstorm orb at the mutated creature, causing a burst of blood mist. Everyone quickly dodged. Understood. The Cheetah Squad and the Dove Squad took off towards the research facility. Jin Chuanqiang began to curse. Damn, This thing is too hard to fight. Not only did it spew various blood pollutants, but they also had to dodge these hazards while engaging in combat. The back and forth was exhausting. Mu Mei and her team were evidently struggling, their abilities not at peak levels. Once their powers were depleted, they would be in peril. What was Mu Duo up to? She was seeking an opportune moment to strike, her presence minimal and almost imperceptible, occasionally delivering swift cuts to the zombie with her chainsaw, which buzzed continuously. She focused on the creature's legs, for her plan was simple: if it could not stand, it could not escape. This indeed turned into a war of attrition. Meanwhile, Baishu's bullets embedded in the zombie's arms successfully slowed its clawing movements, and when he glanced over, he noticed the extent of Mu Duoduo's work on its legs. The little squad leader was quite fierce. While Jin Chuanqiang struggled to inflict even a single wound, Mu Duoduo, small yet remarkably agile, would leap and strike with precision, her abilities far surpassing his. Each swing of her chainsaw carved a gash in the creature. By the end, her spatial abilities shielded her from pollutants, rendering the zombie a mere nuisance. Jin Chuanqiang was exhausted, and his teammates, timid by nature, had already retreated. Mu Mei's squad, fatigued, could only say, "Qin team, we can hold out for another 3 minutes at most." Having consumed 2/3 of his energy, Qin Luo replied, "Understood, you all rest." Baishu's gunfire continued unabated as he moved towards the colossal zombie, attempting to deplete its energy with his illusion ability, which could momentarily stun the creature. He took the place of the Rose squad, which ultimately withdrew, leaving only Team 3A still engaged in battle. This thing is definitely more than a 3-star threat. Damn. It's tough. I must report back to headquarters. Exactly. It's clearly not Jin Ji's fault. Headquarters failed to prepare us adequately. How could we possibly defeat a West-star creature? Mu Mei, having exhausted her abilities, ignored the self-deceiving Jin Peng squad. They had retreated to a nearby high-rise, watching Team 3A continue their relentless fight. The sight grew increasingly terrifying. Were they even human? They had annihilated zombies for an entire day, scarcely resting. And now they were still battling. As dawn approached, they were truly mad. To be so close and still evade danger. Did they fear death at all? Their aberrant combatant was rather formidable. The Jinpeng squad murmured, but their voices dwindled into silence, for Team 3A's prowess was undeniable. They witnessed the eruption of abilities and wondered if the agents supplied to them by headquarters were superior. Why were they so strong? The Rose squad, unable to contain their frustration, took it upon themselves to discipline the Jinpeng squad. Meanwhile, Qin Luo's team was faring reasonably well, especially compared to their initial encounter with the mutated Serpent Man. The colossal creature's deadliest trait lay in the toxicity of its blood, which posed a significant threat upon splattering on others, compounded by its massive claws. Yet, its mobility was limited, and with so many others chipping away at its health, their struggle felt less daunting. Mu Duo, wielding her chainsaw with an icy demeanor, observed the colossal monster with unexpected calmness. As Chen Xiaofei remarked, she was far from the state of a mere child tonight. Ultimately, when the zombie attempted to flee, it met its end. The ground shook as it collapsed, and Mu Duo sprang forth, delivering a decisive blow. She reached into its brain and extracted its core. As Chen Xiaofei and the others gathered, they wearily exclaimed, "I'm so exhausted. I'm utterly drained. This creature was indeed formidable." Chapter 72. Tidying up the scene, the peculiar cores of the zombie monsters glimmered in a striking red, reminiscent of rubies, and many were clutched in hand, destined to be submitted to headquarters as per mission requirements. The Cheetah Squad and the Dove Squad successfully rescued the survivors. De Qiao's friend was easily recognizable. Adorned with antennae atop her head, butterfly wings on her back, intricate patterns on her face, and dark eyes. To be frank, she was not conventionally attractive. Jin Chuanqiang, that scoundrel, had already gone to curry favor with the esteemed figures of other research institutes, casting not a glance towards the mutated leaf butterfly. The survivors expressed their gratitude, exclaiming how unexpected it was that evolution had progressed so swiftly, They, mere second-tier mutants, found themselves outmatched by these zombie creatures, a truly terrifying reality. Indeed, the number of one-star zombies within the horde had increased, and they were simply insurmountable for a single squad. Headquarters had not forsaken them, for a moment. They feared they would perish here. The combat team tasked with retrieving the contamination source was known as the Desert Squad, which had already lost several members. Their expressions were somber, yet relief prevailed. Thankfully, the creature dared not enter, or they would not have endured until now, someone summarized. Jin Chuanqiang boisterously declared, "It is only right. We apologize for frightening you. Since headquarters has dispatched us to rescue you, rest assured that even in the face of perilous monsters, our Golden Eagle Squad shall exert every effort to save you." His eagerness for accolades was quite unsightly, prompting the Rose Squad to intervene and inform the survivors that the success of their mission was largely thanks to Team 3A, who had exerted tremendous effort. Jin Chuanqiang glared at the Rose Squad, but faltered upon witnessing their display of powers. The Golden Eagle Squad lacked healers, while the Rose Squad boasted two, allowing them to recover more swiftly than the others. The researchers also expressed their gratitude, acknowledging everyone's hard work. Some had already taken note of Team 3A and gasped, "So they are the famed 3A? Remarkable. I saw them in the western building of the Research Institute. They handled the monsters single-handedly, truly formidable. No wonder they are known as 3A." The members of the Cheetah and Dove squads became quite animated upon hearing this. "Aren't they powerful? Team Chin is invincible. Super strong. They can shapeshift at will and are tireless like perpetual motion machines. Their new recruits are impressive too. Chainsaw weapons are quite rare. The little squad leader is undeniably cool." The researchers and members of the Desert Squad were utterly bewildered, unaware of whom they referred to as the little squad leader. The Cheetah and Dove squads excitedly explained, "It's the new recruit from Team Chin. A zombie-mutated individual. Absolutely incredible." Upon hearing the term zombie, many visibly paled. Having recently been besieged by a horde of zombies, they developed psychological scars, associating zombies with the gigantic monstrosities and the vast armies of putrefied creatures. They initially thought the young girl appeared quite repulsive, yet upon closer inspection, she seemed entirely ordinary, just like any other girl. Which one was the zombie-mutated individual? Indeed, I only see a beautiful young lady. That bright red dress is truly eye-catching. Ah, it's her. What? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This young girl, with only slightly paler skin, was indeed the little zombie from Base H City? Many were perplexed by their astonishment. She was observing the leaf butterfly mutant, who introduced herself as Zhou Siki, possessing a rather aloof demeanor. This stark contrast to De Qiao and Xiao Qiao's boisterousness was striking. How could such differing personalities form a friendship? Qin Xiaofei, intrigued, asked, "Hey, do you get bullied by De Qiao when you're together? She can be quite mischievous. A real schemer." Zhou Siki shook her head, stating, "De Qiao is quite nice. She wouldn't bully me." Bai Shu interjected, urging Qin Xiaofei to be quiet. "Does this zombie creature possess anything your research institute requires? If so, gather it quickly, or we shall incinerate it to prevent it from transforming into something even more bizarre." Zhou Siki nodded and proceeded to retrieve vials and containers from her spatial storage card, donning gloves as she meticulously began her collection. Entirely indifferent to the peculiar gazes from those around her, Many Duo observed the metallic collar around her neck, feeling a sense of shared plight, and approached her to request a bottle and gloves, assisting her in the collection. Zhou Siki was momentarily surprised, unfurling her wings and softly murmuring her thanks. The two little mutated creatures together evoked an inexplicable blend of pity and adorability. Qin Luo sighed and joined to help, unable to bear the sight of the little zombie's plight, feeling unsettled by her distress. Qin Xiaofei, seeing this, felt embarrassed to stand idly by and also lent a hand in gathering the contaminants. The two rookie squads, witnessing this, were astonished and began chattering excitedly. "Brother Wang, where are you headed? Why not take us along?" The two rookie squads regarded Wang Weiwei as if he were a long-lost father, clinging to him like fledglings demanding nourishment, insisting on accompanying them. Our squad is accustomed to handling additional tasks. Are you certain you can keep up? We may encounter fierce battles at any moment. Do you possess the stamina for this? He restrained himself from reprimanding them, having overheard their previous cries of distress, fearing that scolding them could lead to their demoralization before the mission was concluded. Although he was only a few years their senior, his combat experience far surpassed theirs. While care was essential, discipline was equally necessary. He could not allow them to become complacent. They felt as if they wished to bury their heads in the ground, having never anticipated that the seemingly fierce Wang Weiwei would be so intimidating post-mission, making them feel utterly useless. Chapter 73. The little zombie Chen Xiaofei secured the last bottle of contaminated substance and turned to see Wang Weiwa reprimanding the newcomers with his arms crossed, his yellow and black striped tail swishing behind him. The two rookie teams hung their heads in a pitiful manner. It was amusing. Old Wang was scolding the newbies again, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he looked rather adorable with his tiger ears and tail. Qin Luo, noticing the scene, could not help but chuckle as he took the two bottles of contaminated substance from Su Yudua, combining them with his own before handing them to Zhou Siki. He could sing both the red-faced and white-faced roles all by himself. Just then, he felt a shiver run down his spine, instinctively glancing at her, before stealing a glance at his own tail, which had just given a slight twitch. Su Yudua's gaze fell upon his head, fixated on the wolf ears. Clearing his throat, Qin Luo, his face flushed, wanted to tell her to stop staring. There were too many people around to allow her to casually touch his ears or hug his tail. Did he not care about his dignity? To his astonishment, the little zombie turned and walked away. She actually left? Qin Luo was taken aback. This was unusual for her. Surely, she would feel wronged if she couldn't hug him. Something was amiss. It was highly peculiar that Su Yudua could resist the urge to touch his tail. Qin Luo began to question his life choices. Chen Xiaofei, observing from a distance, cackled with delight. Oh no, looks like the little squad leader has lost interest in you. Qin Luo shot him a glare. Get lost. Bai Shu, having finished his report, chimed in with a smirk. Oh dear, seems someone has been rejected in their first love. Chen Xiaofei grinned widely. He's getting anxious. Frustrated, Qin Luo decided to ignore the two jesters and instead strode purposefully toward the little zombie, who seemed to have matured slightly since last night. Chen Xiaofei had remarked that her intelligence appeared to have suddenly advanced by several years, but Qin Luo had not paid much heed at the time. Upon finding Su Yudua, she was busy extracting their Team's off-road vehicle from her spatial storage, climbing into it with a newfound agility that had previously eluded her. In a fit of urgency, he hopped into the vehicle and saw her crawling into the back seat. Hey, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Did the dead leaves butterfly upset you? Are you sad? You can tell me. As soon as the words left his lips, the little zombie turned to meet his intense gaze, momentarily stunning him. She glanced outside the vehicle, nodded approvingly at the absence of onlookers, then inspected the interior, satisfied to find the large dog present. She raised her paw, beckoning him to join her in the back seat. Qin Luo, feeling anxious and uncertain about her intentions, noticed she appeared to be in a better state than before, although a vague sense of crisis lingered in the air. He bent down and moved to the back seat as instructed, only to be pulled into close proximity with her. They were nearly touching, so close that he could observe the pores on her skin. Qin Luo froze. Su Yudua eagerly reached for his wolf ears, her touch light and soft, filling her with joy as her eyes sparkled. His entire face flushed crimson. One hand braced against the seat while the other instinctively rose to cover his face. What on earth? Were you waiting for me here? It suddenly dawned on him that he had previously told her not to touch him in public. She understood that if she wandered off, he would follow her. And now she had cleverly lured him into the vehicle. Well played. If Qin Luo had not been blushing, he might have managed to appear more intimidating. However, in his current state, he had lost all semblance of authority. She was so close, and after satisfying her curiosity about his ears, she began to tug him further inside. Defeated, he relented. All right, you can touch, just don't pull. As long as she still liked him, he could endure this. The previous moment of neglect had left his heart feeling cold and anxious. A dog fears nothing more than being abandoned by its owner. Once in the back seat, she climbed onto him, her tiny paws reaching for his fluffy gray tail. She adored it. Suyudwa squeezed and patted, finally cradling the very tip of his tail in her embrace. Sighing in resignation, Qin Luo leaned back against the seat, raising his arms to shield his face. His ears were burning. This was torment. Her disregard for his feelings was painful, but her affection was equally overwhelming. He felt a tingling sensation all over. From his cheeks to his neck, he muttered through gritted teeth, "Just this once, make it quick, will you? What are you doing, just groping around?" His soft, quivering voice was undeniably pleasing to the ears. The little zombie's cheeks flushed. Suyudwa froze, staring at the fluffy tail in her paws. Had she squeezed too hard? Nevertheless, she had thoroughly enjoyed herself today. Reluctantly, she placed his tail back down, but not before playfully tugging on his ear one last time, before settling back down on him. Lost in thought. However, the large dog continued to hide his face from her, prompting her to reach for his arm to pull it down, but he resisted. After a while of sitting on him, she grew bored and simply collapsed against his chest, resting her forehead against his sturdy torso, curiously discovering the strength of his heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. The little zombie, who had no heartbeat of her own, cherished this sensation deeply. She touched her own chest, recalling the heart that had long ceased to beat, pouting slightly before drifting off to sleep. After a night of fighting, she had only slept for a couple of hours and was utterly exhausted. Qin Luo waited a few minutes before finally lowering his arm, observing her perched on his lap. Separated by a considerable distance, her head nestled against his chest. It was quite an uncomfortable position, yet somehow she managed to sleep soundly. With a sigh, he lifted her gently and placed her beside him, then retrieved a blanket to wrap her snugly like a cocoon. She slept soundly without a single movement. A normal person would have their eyes flickering even in slumber, but she did not. He understood her longing to be human. He empathized with her plight, which made it difficult to withstand her pitiful demeanor. It tugged at his heartstrings. Baishu passed by and knocked on the car door, teasing, "Do you need help closing the door?" Did he have to joke every moment? Qin Luo told him to be quiet and asked if the handover was completed. Once done, they could leave. Suddenly recalling something, he added, "Let's have that dead leaves butterfly mutant accompany us." They were not delayed for long. After eliminating a few zombies and collecting some anomalous cores, they would be ready to go. There was little left in terms of resources here, with contamination levels too high to be of any use. Upon hearing the plan, Baishu became serious. It's almost time. We'll wait for Chen Xiaofei and the others to arrive. That dead leaves butterfly mutant would prefer to join them as well. Therefore, there was no need for Qin Luo to provide further instructions. They would inquire themselves, especially after acquiring 5 million points from the big tree, which was enough to purchase considerable equipment. Qin Luo replied, "All right, then we'll leave once they arrive." Chapter 74, North District of N City. As the handover of affairs concluded, everyone began to retrieve their vehicles. The survivors from the Research Institute instructed the various teams to divide and proceed with their respective vehicles. Mumei, the captain of the Rose team, made a special trip to bid farewell to Qin Luo and his team. Upon approaching, she discovered that the driver's seat was occupied by Wang Weiwa, who smiled and gestured to the back. Mumei then glanced into the rear seats, where Baishu and the mutated butterfly, Zhuasiki, were seated, while Qin Luo occupied the last row, a corpse bug lying beside him. "What is this?" she asked, perplexed. Coughing, Baishu explained, "Our team member is rather special. She tends to whimper when I leave. Qin Luo cannot depart today. Indeed, our little class leader cannot function without him," Baishu affirmed, nodding at the tablet he held. In the passenger seat, Qin Xiaofei began to chuckle softly, while Wang Weiwa awkwardly scratched his nose. Hua Siki, the mutated butterfly, looked back with curiosity, nearly tempted to retrieve her tablet to capture the scene. Mumei couldn't help but laugh, stating, "I merely came to say goodbye and to express my gratitude. Your presence ensured the mission proceeded smoothly." She was adamant that Jin Chuanqiong should not monopolize the credit, as it was well known that Team 3A had exerted the most effort. Without them, the mission's success would have been uncertain. "The zombies are remarkably resilient," she added. Qin Luo waved dismissively. "It's a minor matter. This is our duty. And everyone has worked diligently, except for that clumsy Jin Chuanqiong. Once we return to the base, I must settle the score with him. A good thrashing is in order." Mumei nodded in agreement, wishing them safe travels and generously offering several bottles of healing potions from her team's healer. Bai Shu accepted them gratefully. As the teams departed, the Leopard and Dove teams passed by Team 3A, their farewells echoing with heartfelt lamentations. "Captain Qin, we will miss you. Wang Ge, take care of yourself. Bai Shu Ge, your marksmanship is exceptional. Xiaofei Ge, you are the most dashing. Team 3A is the best. Little class leader, you are truly adorable. Let us exchange contact information next time." At the last remark, Qin Luo's expression darkened, realizing that some audacious rascal was brazenly attempting to usurp his position. Qin Xiaofei and the others erupted in laughter. Bai Shu, thoroughly amused, remarked, "Qin Ge, you ought to investigate. It seems the potion has left you with an unforeseen side effect. Don't you think you resemble a protective dog, unable to stray from the little class leader even a step?" Qin Luo was taken aback, realizing that this was indeed one of the potion's side effects. It explained his anxiety when Su Duo ignored him and why he was so reluctant to leave her side. Bai Shu, adjusting his glasses with a calm smile, added, "Oh, I was merely jesting." Qin Xiaofei burst into laughter, "Ha ha ha." Hua Siki observed the lively banter, finding the group quite entertaining, and offered a faint smile. Wang Weiwa, chuckling, drove the last vehicle out, ready to continue their journey. When Su Duo awoke once more, the sound of gunfire filled her ears, accompanied by the rush of water outside. She realized that half of the car was submerged. They were driving through water. "Quickly, finish shooting and close the windows. Activate submarine mode," Qin Xiaofei yelled. Wang Weiwa, already exasperated, called out, "Qin Ge, Bai Shu, the water is about to reach the top in 1 minute." Understanding the urgency, Qin Luo and Bai Shu positioned themselves in the middle row, firing their weapons. Su Duo noticed that Hua Siki had taken her place, anxiously watching the window as the giant beetles drew closer. With a 1-minute countdown, Qin Luo and Bai Shu swiftly closed the sunroof, and the vehicle successfully submerged. The water teemed with mutated fish, all of which appeared inedible, grotesquely misshapen, and far uglier than the Hong Kong fish, even attempting to crash against the glass. Had the vehicle not been modified, it likely would have been shattered by their force. What on earth has happened to the North District of N City? It's completely flooded. The depth must be 7 or 8 meters. Those beetles were terrifying. Each was nearly half a meter in diameter. However, they seemed to fear water. This realization led to discussions about the mutated animals and other creatures claiming territory. "We did not encounter mutated insects at the research institute. It was all zombies. Now, there are only insects here, no zombies." They quickly discussed their current situation, with Bai Shu taking the lead in writing a report. Hua Siki quietly remarked, "Due to the topography of N City, this area is prone to flooding during heavy rainfall, particularly in the North District. If it weren't for this modified vehicle's ability to function as a submarine, we would be in serious trouble." Qin Xiaofei lamented, "Thankfully, these fish are not classified. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to retrieve anything in this water." Once Qin Luo secured his firearm, he noticed that the little zombie had awakened. Feeling somewhat awkward, he turned his head away and said, "Oh, you're awake?" His discomfort was palpable, especially as Qin Xiaofei and the others continued to tease him, knowing how shy he was. After a while, Qin Xiaofei quieted down, turning to Su Duo for food. "Little class leader, I'm hungry. Sudodo, still in a daze and processing the situation, quickly retrieved several rice balls and handed them over. Gratitude erupted around her. Thank you, little class leader. Wow, rice balls. I love rice. Thanks, little class leader. You are truly wonderful. Having a little class leader is such a blessing. Finally, Suduo handed several cans of cola to Qinluo. This beverage could quickly restore energy and provide joy. A few fried snacks would have been even better. Wasiki watched in astonishment, nearly incredulous. You all are so extravagant. How many points did you spend on all this food? Do you even have time to cook at the base? U3A team is impressive. Bai Shu maintained his composure, fabricating a response. We're just too idle and enjoy eating. Otherwise, what's the point of living? He feigned a woeful expression. Qin Xiaofei nodded in agreement. Our little class leader is an excellent cook. We often gather for delicious meals. Wasiki, filled with envy, remarked. The H-City base doesn't seem as competitive as ours. The survivor base in B-City is incredibly intense, leaving no time for anything. I barely have time to contact my friends. If it weren't for this mission, I wouldn't have messaged to Qiao and inadvertently saved my own life. I'm lucky to have reliable friends. Chapter 75, Exploring New Foods. The vehicle traversed underwater for a while before emerging to a higher position, successfully breaking the surface with a splash as a cascade of water fell away. It was indeed a modified battle vehicle. Had it been an ordinary car, it would have succumbed to the water by now. Are there any survivors nearby? N-City was previously an area where your B-City survivors conducted rescue operations, correct? Qin Xiaofei inquired, turning to Zhou Siki, who nodded gently and replied, yes, it was under our B-City's responsibility, although there may have been some oversights. The number of ability users is simply too few compared to the ordinary people in need of rescue. The others had no objections. He reached out to press the broadcast button. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? H-City Survivor Base is conducting rescue operations. Please respond if you receive this. The recorded message by Qin Xiaofei played repeatedly. Perhaps the sound attracted several mutated frogs, which were similar to those seen before, massive in size, with crimson eyes and spiny tongues that scraped against their vehicle's glass, making a screeching noise. Fortunately, no damage was inflicted, though the sight was rather off-putting. Why are there so many mutated frogs here? Next time, I must suggest to the engineering department to install a flamethrower on the vehicle to eliminate these pests. Chen Xiaofei mused. Siki glanced at them and suddenly remarked, people in B-City actually eat these frogs. The expressions of Qinluo and the others were somewhat resigned. Looking at the grotesque creatures, they felt a bit overwhelmed. Surely, they used to eat bullfrogs, right? However, those who enjoyed frog dishes would find themselves fortunate. Such large specimens must be delightful to consume. And they're not even expensive, Wang Weihua added, unable to contain himself. Bai Shu checked some data and exclaimed, oh really? Qinluo surveyed the frogs outside, feeling conflicted. If they can be exchanged for money, should we collect a few? But what do they eat? Have they consumed human flesh? Zhou Siki responded gravely, when food supplies dwindle, anything edible becomes valuable. The survivor base in B-City houses even more survivors. It's densely populated now. And one can only imagine how much food is consumed daily. Eventually, there will be no room for picky eaters. Moreover, it's a blessing that these frogs do not feed on zombies. They don't consume rotten flesh, which classifies them as mutated animals rather than aberrant monsters. With some processing, they can still be edible. The conversation took a serious turn. The three major bases were receiving survivors, while countless regions across the country remained engulfed in turmoil. Su Duo pulled out a tablet to check the latest updates on the bases. The coastal areas had mostly fallen, while the central plains fared better and the highlands had witnessed the emergence of various mutated plants and animals, albeit with fewer zombies. Extreme weather conditions were now indiscriminate, seemingly chaotic. In the pre-apocalyptic era, it should have been the dead of winter, yet they mostly wore autumn attire. Hearing about food shortages, they hoped to gather some provisions later. Qinluo glanced at the latest report on edible mutated flora and fauna, noting the inclusion of these mutated frogs. Let us all take a look at this report. If we can collect some, we should turn them into the base. It will surely be of use. Previously, they had only secured one granary, but Sea City was vast, with numerous granaries scattered across various regions. Other cities also had storage facilities, with the headquarters reserving some supplies. Yet, for the survivors, it was but a drop in the bucket. There was currently no way to cultivate crops on a large scale. Eventually, they would deplete their resources. They could only begin to unearth some edible mutated plants and animals to fill the food void. At least the ability users and aberrants could consume them. If they appeared unappetizing, they could be transformed into nutritional liquids or compressed biscuits. While they earnestly absorbed the latest knowledge, they discovered that numerous edible mutated organisms existed. Su Duo observed that the edibility of mutated plants was significantly higher and more acceptable to people. In fact, vegetarianism had surged, as many individuals found it difficult to consume meat after witnessing so much brutality. Qin Luo quickly memorized the essential details and pointed out a large tree ahead. Isn't that a mutated loquat tree? Old Wang, drive over there. Qin Xiaofei compared and exclaimed, Indeed, it is. Old Wang, stop under the tree. I'll go up with the little class leader to pick some. My goodness, why is this loquat tree so enormous? Bai Shu scrutinized it closely and confirmed their luck. This type of mutated loquat tree was non-aggressive, so Chen Xiaofei could harvest as much as he could. Qin Luo couldn't help but recall the image of Chen Xiaofei previously dragging a small zombie upstairs with his claws. He turned to Su Duo and noticed the little zombie's eyes gleaming, eager to participate. Oh no, if only she had wings. Qin Luo felt displeased but remained silent. All right, just a mental complaint. We must not delay our task. I'll provide cover while you two go ahead. Qin Luo readied his weapon. Qin Xiaofei climbed from the passenger seat to the middle row, opened the sunroof, and squeezed out, flapping his arms as he took flight. Shedding a few black and white feathers, Bai Shu helplessly collected them, thinking to himself, could you be more careful? What if you encounter someone with allergies, and they end up sneezing? Had the situation allowed, the rebellious Chen Xiaofei would have used his wings to swat Bai Shu. Qin Luo extended his hand to the little zombie in the back seat, allowing her tiny claws to rest on his hand before lifting her up to the sunroof. Chen Xiaofei, ever cheerful, clutched the fabric on Su Duo's back and flapped excitedly. Hey, little class leader, look. We're flying. You're much lighter than Bai Shu. This is so much fun. Let us go collect more loquats. The mutated loquat tree was indeed large, though the fruits were small and seedless, yet incredibly sweet, divine. Truly meant for human consumption. Qin Xiaofei plucked one and began to eat, exclaiming, Heavens, this is exquisite. Thank goodness our mimicry is only partial. I still have hands. If it were full mimicry, I wouldn't be able to pick anything. Humanity remained distinctly human. After administering the nucleic dilution agent, most of their mimicry manifested as partial beast traits. For instance, Qin Luo, Wang Weiwa, and Bai Shu sprouted beast ears without affecting their human ears. Otherwise, it would look rather strange. The little zombie's eyes sparkled at the sight of the enormous loquat tree, perfectly matched with Qin Xiaofei, two food enthusiasts, their eyes shimmering with delight at the prospect of food. Qin Luo stood at the sunroof, vigilant, ready to shoot any approaching mutated frogs. The rescue broadcast had been playing for quite some time, yet there was no sign of activity in the residential area. Chapter 76. The mutated loquat tree. Chen Xiaofei was merrily picking loquats, tossing them towards Su Duo. Su Duo had opened a spatial rift, allowing Qin Xiaofei to throw the loquats into it after gathering them. One person and one corpse were stationed high above, unbothered by the possibility of Zhou Siki in the vehicle discovering the little zombie's spatial abilities. They were solely focused on collecting the fruit. Once Bai Shu completed his report, he clicked to upload it, while Wang Weiwa amplified the volume of the broadcast. The desolate city lay silent, save for the intermittent sounds of rescue announcements. It was quite disheartening. Judging by the surroundings, they appeared to be in a small town near N City, amidst a residential area. Aside from the massive loquat tree, Mutated pear and persimmon trees loomed in the distance, suggesting a bountiful harvest. Joe Siki, feeling restless, noticed that everyone was engaged in tasks and wondered if she should assist. Baishu smiled at her, insisting she should rest well, as her lack of offensive capabilities rendered her presence outside too perilous. After all, she was a respected guest of their 3A team, valued at 5 million. As a metamorphosed butterfly, Joe Siki possessed no means of defense. She could only rely on camouflage to evade enemies, making it far too risky for her to venture out. The disparity between her and Diqiao was stark. To alleviate her discomfort, Wang Weiwa cheerfully inquired, "By the way, what is Diqiao's full name?" "We seem to be unaware of it, only familiar with her alias." Upon hearing her dear friend's name mentioned, Joe Siki's lips curled into a gentle smile. Diqiao's name is Qiao Yajun, while Xiao Qiao is Qiao Weima. Their mothers are biological sisters, and they both carry their mother's surname. The twins possessed plant-based abilities, manifested as dual lotus flowers, yet their activated skills were vastly different. Diqiao wielded healing powers, whereas Xiao Qiao was inclined towards offense. Thus, they bore distinct appearances, though their shared abilities occasionally lent them similar expressions, often resulting in playful banter. Joe Siki held a close bond with Diqiao, while her familiarity with Xiao Qiao was less pronounced. Wang Weiwa and Baishu expressed their surprise, intrigued by the rarity of plant-based dual lotus abilities. "Why didn't Xiao Qiao join the combat team?" Baishu inquired curiously. Joe Siki replied softly, "Because she has a keen interest in medicine." Occasionally, Xiao Qiao feels envious of Diqiao's healing prowess, leading to their playful quarrels, yet their bond remains strong, as they share lifespans. After engaging in conversation for a while, it was evident that Joe Siki had relaxed considerably, shedding her earlier discomfort. Qin Luo, however, noticed a slight movement in the curtains at 11 o'clock and discreetly aimed in that direction. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaofei and Su Duoduo were engrossed in their fruit picking. Suddenly, a half-grown child emerged from the window, flushed and agitated, shouting at Qin Xiaofei and Su Duoduo, "What are you doing? Once you finish picking, what will we eat? You claim to be rescuers, but you're just monster thieves. This is our family's loquat tree." Qin Xiaofei, startled by the child's outburst, exclaimed, "Hey, kid. Can we talk civilly? You're scaring us. What if you frighten our little team leader?" The little zombie, cradled in his arms, blinked innocently while clutching several bunches of loquats. The child, around 10 years old, was a bundle of nerves, tears welling in his eyes as he rubbed his arm across his face, wailing. In a panic, Qin Xiaofei rushed to comfort the boy. Hey, please don't cry. We aren't bad people." Unfortunately, his reassurance only made the child cry louder. Baishu chuckled at Qin Xiaofei's predicament, finding his attempts amusingly counterproductive. Wang Weiwa, genuinely exasperated, took the initiative to speak into a megaphone. "Little one, where are your parents? Are there any adults in your home? We are survivors from H City. We can show you our identification." Had the situation been different, Qin Xiaofei would have tossed the little team leader into Qin Luo's arms and dashed over to the child, saying, "Please stop crying. We really are good people. If we were monsters, we would have devoured you already instead of letting you cry like this." This reasoning, while sound, failed to quell the child's fears. He continued to weep, leaving Qin Xiaofei to persist in soothing him. The little zombie, content with her harvest, was oblivious to the chaos around her. Qin Luo held her tightly, bemused. "You seem to be quite fond of this," he remarked. "What can I say? You've transformed. And your wolf ears are the largest and fluffiest, making them irresistible to touch." Little did the zombie realize that while she was satisfied with her bounty, having picked numerous loquats from the enormous mutated tree, she would never dream of consuming a human. In her heart, she still believed herself to be human. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaofei finally grasped the situation, asking, "So, it seems it's just you and your sister left? Are there any other survivors nearby?" The child, named Cheng Cheng, who had just turned 10, revealed, "My sister is Qing Ai, she is 3. Our parents sold vegetables, and the store was downstairs. When the incident occurred, they locked us in the apartment. They've long since turned into zombies, probably already devoured by mutated fish. He continued, that night, it rained heavily, only here. There were screams downstairs as people bit each other. My parents went down to help, but they were bitten too. Then the water came, and we couldn't escape. My parents never returned upstairs. Chung was slowly convinced by Chen Xiaofei's words. If they were truly monsters, they would have eaten him by now instead of engaging in conversation. Overwhelmed, he burst into tears, relieved yet devastated. Chapter 77. A New World. Chen Xiaofei spent a considerable amount of time soothing the two siblings before managing to bring them down, one by one. It was fortunate that their parents had the foresight to anticipate their impending misfortune, providing ample food for the children before locking them away upstairs. For nearly 2 months, the elder brother took care of his 3-year-old sister, learning to be observant and seizing opportunities to open the window and use a clothes pole to harvest loquats when mutated creatures were scarce. As their food supply dwindled, Qin Xiaofei would feel anxious whenever he and Su Duo went to gather loquats. Qin Luo placed the little zombie into the car, then helped the siblings in as well. Zhou Siki hurriedly ushered them to the back seat, clumsily attempting to comfort them. Don't cry, little ones. You've done remarkably well. At such a tender age, caring for your sister like this is truly commendable. Rest assured, once we reach the base, everything will improve. This was indeed true. The fact that the siblings had endured until this moment was a stroke of luck. Once they arrived at the base, they would find stability, as there was a dedicated nursery for children. In this post-apocalyptic world, orphanages were no longer referred to as such. Children who had lost their parents and relatives were collectively raised by the base in what was termed a nursery. Wang Weiwa joined in the comforting, saying, "Yes, your brother has done exceptionally well. Look how well he has taken care of you." Despite lacking parental care, the siblings were remarkably clean. The younger sister, being the more timid of the two, nestled quietly in her brother's arms, her innocent gaze brightening as she heard Wang Weiwa praise her brother. She chimed in, "Brother is amazing." Then she turned to her brother, expressing a desire for their parents, pointing to their house and indicating that their parents had not yet arrived. Chung tightened his embrace around his sister, assuring her, "Mom and Dad have gone ahead, but we'll see them in a few days." Upon hearing this, the little sister believed him wholeheartedly, obediently wiping her brother's tears away. Zhou Siki felt a lump in her throat, her eyes misting as she reached out to stroke the children's hair. The little zombie observed for a moment, then pulled out a box of milk candies and offered them to the siblings. Chung gulped, accepting the treat and softly murmuring, "Thank you, sister." Noticing that the 3-year-old was still gazing at their house, Qin Luo decided to take a picture with his tablet, tapping it and saying, "Look here, little friend. I've captured your home. Once we reach the base, I'll print it out as a keepsake for you. Now it's time to bid farewell to your house. Don't dwell on it once we arrive at the base. We must look forward." Chung could not hold back his tears, but wiped them away, taking a careful look at his home, silently bidding farewell to his parents before nodding in gratitude to his brother. With the immediate threat dealt with, Qin Luo signaled for Qin Xiaofei to take a break while they moved ahead, as there were still several mutated fruit trees nearby. The team agreed without hesitation. Su Duo noticed her brother looked hungry as well, so she handed him a rice ball and rummaged through her multidimensional space to find some milk powder, preparing a bottle for her sister. They had both hot and cold water readily available. Chung was astonished to see this beautiful sister conjuring items with ease. And as he devoured the food, he exclaimed, "Wow, do you both possess magic? This rice ball is delicious." Tears nearly welled in his eyes at the taste of such a normal meal after so long. His sister watched, drooling, and he happily fed her a bite. They soon realized that a 3-year-old could indeed consume ordinary food, expanding their knowledge. Su Duo then produced a small bottle of porridge, which Zhou Siki took to feed the little sister. After a flurry of activity, they finally managed to fill both children's stomachs. Bai Shu had also located a series of educational videos for children at the base, as many young ones were unaware of the calamity that had befallen the world. Thus, the base had produced animated videos to help children comprehend the situation. The unknown is truly terrifying. At 10 years old, Sheng Cheng found it easy to grasp the concepts presented in the videos. Had he not been so frightened, he likely would not have cried. Now he felt like a cool kid, quickly understanding this new world with a mix of awe and wonder, as if he were in a fantastical cartoon. Indeed, children and youth adapted more swiftly to the new reality. It was noted that various bodily functions were rejuvenating, significantly extending lifespans. However, the unfortunate news was that the reproduction rate among those with abilities was exceedingly low, while that of ordinary individuals remained relatively normal. Yet, these were matters for later consideration. The immediate focus was on rescue operations and resource collection, pondering how to sustain the numerous survivors at the base. The future would require contemplation on human continuity and the base's further development. As the vehicle came to a stop beneath a mutated pear tree, Chen Xiaofei once again immersed himself in fruit gathering alongside Su Duoduo, while Qin Luo remained vigilant against mutated frogs. Bai Shu set off to search for other survivors. After their meal, the little sister fell asleep peacefully, while the brother guided Wang Weiwa, indicating where fruit trees could be found. Explaining that a row of loquat trees lay ahead, as many in the area enjoyed planting fruit trees in front of their homes. Consequently, there were quite a few mutated fruit trees around, leaving Qin Xiaofei and Su Duoduo in a state of blissful confusion. How delightful it was that these mutated fruits tasted so exquisite. However, they dared not ponder the nature of their nutrients. In this region, mutated small animals were abundant, with few zombies present. These creatures occasionally engaged in their own brutal skirmishes. For instance, mutated frogs would feast upon mutated insects, and there were instances of mutual combat resulting in death. The remains served as nourishment for the trees. As for other matters, it was best not to delve too deeply. After harvesting the fruits in this area, Bai Shu, utilizing his flying squirrel mutation, scouted the surroundings but found no new survivors, affirming that the siblings were indeed fortunate. The rest of the team shared no objections. Chapter 78. Returning home on the journey back. We managed to rescue a small group of individuals. After contacting a nearby logistics team, we awaited the arrival of personnel from the B-City survivor base to take them in. In total, there were over 80 people, each appearing emaciated and famished. The supplies our Team 3A had gathered proved invaluable, as the survivors devoured the food ravenously, their plight truly pitiful. Wang Weiwa distributed bread and bottled water, encouraging them to take their time. Bai Shu documented their circumstances in detail. Qin Luo informed the logistics team from B-City. There are several mutated fruit trees in the town a kilometer ahead. Since your team possesses a space ability user, it would be prudent to gather them. Let not these pears and loquats go to waste. They are indeed treasures. Had those mutated trees not been so immense and outrageous, and if their storage space had not been limited, they would have undoubtedly taken some with them. The team leader's face lit up with excitement. Is that for real? Your Team 3A has had quite the fortune. While we already encounter mutated plants, the edible ones are scarce. So stumbling upon these non-aggressive fruit trees is truly a stroke of luck. Qin Luo simply nodded, urging them to proceed. The little zombie displayed a look of regret. Upon hearing this, Many Duo felt satisfied, emphasizing that while she could not collect them, she would not allow the food to rot in the fallen zone. Observing her demeanor, Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to ruffle her hair. What are you daydreaming about? Let us go. The little zombie promptly followed him, her footsteps quickening to match his long strides. As they boarded the vehicle again, preparations were made to continue their journey, swiftly reaching the toll station. The road ahead was clear. A mere act had successfully saved these 80 souls. Bai Shu couldn't help but comment, such individuals, when their backers fall, are doomed without a doubt. They continually engage in such nefarious deeds, incessantly grating on one's nerves. Qin Xiaofei perked up at once, exclaiming, "No problem. I'll take care of it." In the last row of the off-road vehicle, Jo Siki glanced at the siblings beside her, relieved that the children were sleeping soundly. The thought of them overhearing such violent discussions was unsettling. As the children sat in the back with Jo Siki, Many Duo could only sit beside Qin Luo. Seizing the moment while Qin Luo conversed with Qin Xiaofei, she stealthily reached out with her tiny paws to snag his tail. Noticing he was oblivious, she gradually pulled it closer. Eventually, she triumphantly cradled it in her arms, nuzzling her cheek against it, relishing its softness. Qin Luo felt his ears inexplicably redden, but maintained a facade of indifference. Qin Xiaofei, observing the scene, remarked, "Qinge, why are you blushing all of a sudden?" Qin Luo retorted stubbornly, "It's too cramped, it's hot." Bai Shu, witnessing the entire exchange, chuckled quietly. When Qin Luo turned to him, Bai Shu calmly adjusted his glasses, feigning deep concentration on his tablet. Just as Qin Luo exhaled a sigh of relief, Bai Shu suddenly suggested, "If it's too cramped, the little squad leader could come sit with me." Before he could finish, Qin Luo interjected fiercely, "No way." Qin Xiaofei erupted in laughter. And Bai Shu couldn't suppress his amusement either. Qin Luo's face turned a bright shade of crimson, finally burying his face in his hand in embarrassment. The atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward. The little zombie tilted her head, alternating her gaze between the two, delightedly squeezing her gray tail, until she noticed the large dog shiver suddenly. "Ahem. All right, enough playing. Hand it over. Don't think I'm unaware that you're sneaking around with my tail." Qin Luo was flustered. The little zombie, though confused, felt guilty and obediently nodded, placing her little paw back in her lap and gazing ahead. Seeing her compliance, Qin Luo felt a pang of discomfort within himself. He twisted his emotions into a knot, sighed dramatically, and ultimately offered his tail to her, saying, "Here, go ahead and touch it. Don't look so pitiful." It was hard to resist. The little zombie, being so earnest, was overjoyed to have the large tail to embrace. Qin Xiaofei and Bai Shu exchanged glances, hastily silencing themselves before their captain truly lost his temper. Life on the brink of death necessitated such mischief. What joy would there be otherwise? Though Siki envied the camaraderie among her teammates, such closeness was rare, especially in the aftermath of the apocalypse, where many teams faced losses, resulting in random reallocations of members. New companions could never compare to old comrades, and a hint of melancholy touched her expression. Siki opted not to accompany the logistics team from B City, wishing instead to see Chiao. In these times, every meeting felt precious. Upon successfully reaching the H-City survivor base, a collective sigh of relief was heard. Bai Shu appeared somewhat more relaxed, having always been on high alert outside. After disembarking, Wang Weiwa handed the vehicle over for inspection, planning to take it to the maintenance center later. Noticing Jo Siki's discomfort, he kindly offered, "Shall I contact De Chiao to come pick you up?" Siki glanced at the time, speaking softly, "No trouble. Just tell me how to get to the research center. I can find her myself." It shouldn't be time for her to leave yet. Qin Luo was busy handling the items within the exchange ring. "What else with your disdain? The B-City metamorphs claimed this is edible. It's similar to bullfrogs. They even mentioned that the B-City survivor base sells them for 80 points each. Don't you dare shortchange me." She was in the midst of a breakdown, sorting through the supplies Team 3A had submitted, lamenting, "I've already eaten mutated grasshoppers stir-fried with watermelon rind. I don't want to eat this." Chapter 79. Does your home harbor a little zombie? Qin Luo looked at his distant cousin, who was howling with a wicked sense of humor. He even kindly suggested, "You needn't dine at the cafeteria." Du Chunjiang gritted her teeth. "My monthly points won't allow me to enjoy gourmet meals every day. And why shouldn't I eat the staff meals?" She was truly distressed. The little zombie behind Qin Luo gazed at her, feeling pity for this staff member. Upon seeing Su Duo, Du Chunjiang's eyes lit up. "Hello, little darling. It's nice to see you again. Honestly, you should steer clear of someone like Team Leader Qin. Working at the base is wonderful. You get 3 meals a day and a stable monthly salary without the need for perilous adventures." Qin Luo raised his hand to tap on the table. Hey. Are you openly trying to poach my teammate? He found it puzzling how everyone was so enamored with the little zombie. However, the moment he glanced down to meet Su Duoduo's fair and lovely face, he mused, "All right, whose enchanting little zombie is this? Oh, it belongs to him." Qin Luo sighed, spreading his hands. "Alas, my good looks as a captain have inadvertently made my teammates exceptionally attractive as well, handsome, dashing, adorable. Having such captivating teammates is quite the dilemma." Du Chunjiang scoffed, "Have some shame. Little darling, you should keep your distance from him to avoid contracting the idiot virus." After saying this, she tossed the suspended supply bracelet to Qin Luo and rolled her eyes. It was simply intolerable. Qin Luo wasn't angered. He nonchalantly fastened the bracelet around his wrist, performing the action with remarkable grace. "TSK, TSK, TSK, I see you're jealous. Does your home harbor a little zombie? I think not. Is there such an adorable one? I think not." Du Chunyang was both amused and infuriated. After playfully teasing, Qin Luo contentedly departed with the little zombie. Soon after, he dashed away. Du Chunjiang was left shocked, staring at the dozen or so large white rabbit milk candies before her. Then she glanced at the little zombie happily trailing behind Qin Luo, tears streaming down her face, lamenting, "Which little zombie is so splendid?" With tears in her eyes, she devoured 5 candies, regretting her inability to care for a little zombie. "Woe is me. I can't endure this job for another day." Upon entering the base with Su Duo, Qin Luo spotted the Chung siblings standing somewhat helplessly by the entrance. "What's the matter? Is there no staff to take you to the nursery?" he inquired. Chung, upon seeing a familiar face, nodded, "Hello, big brother. The staff lady told us to wait here for a while until others come to take us." Before Qin Luo could respond, a staff member hurried over. "I apologize, but there are currently no one going to the nursery. Could you please escort these 2 children there? We just received a van full of survivors, but half of them have been infected, and we simply cannot spare any personnel." Working at the city gate was indeed challenging, requiring one to handle various emergencies. Noticing the siblings' bewildered expressions, Qin Luo readily agreed. "All right, you focus on your work, and I'll take these 2 to the nursery." The staff member sighed in relief. Thanking him profusely, "You've been a great help." Turning to the siblings, she instructed, "Listen to your brother, all right? I can't leave my post, so let him take you. Don't be afraid of anything you see on the way." The staff member, a woman in her 30s named Zhang, hurriedly fished 3 fruit candies from her pocket, giving one to each sibling and another to Su Duo. "All right, you all hurry along. The entrance to the base doesn't allow for long stays." After her hurried words, Aunt Zhang dashed off down another corridor, overwhelmed by the influx of survivors, many of whom needed to be quarantined, including several children, a true headache. Su Duo opened her mouth but made no sound, staring at the candy in her hand, wishing to convey that she really didn't need it. She had plenty in her spatial storage. Qin Luo, noticing the little zombie's dazed expression, couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh dear, they mistake you for a child." In truth, Su Duo wasn't particularly short. At 163 centimeters, she hardly resembled a child, but her pale complexion and blank expression, along with her big eyes, made her seem rather pitiable, entirely endearing. Qin Luo was merely teasing her, for she was no child, merely a little zombie. Irritated, Su Duo rejected the candy, handing it to Cheng Ai, who sweetly said, "Thank you, big sister." She nodded coolly. Qin Luo nearly laughed out loud. "Ahem. All right, follow me. Let us take you 2 to the nursery first." Thus, the trio, a big brother, 2 little siblings, and a little zombie, successfully boarded the bus. They ensured they bore no bloodstains that might frighten other passengers. The bus was quite lively. Aside from the high-speed subway, the buses were nearly always at full capacity. Chung's eyes widened at the sight of everyone's weapons, clutching his sister tightly. Before the apocalypse, he had only seen toy guns. Encountering so many real weapons on the bus was astonishing. Qin Luo glanced over. "Cool, right? Everyone in our team can handle firearms, including this sister beside you. When you grow up a bit, you can learn too." Chung Chung gazed at the various weapons in awe but shyly said, "But I don't have magic, and besides, my sister is a girl. Isn't it inappropriate for her to use a gun?" Qin Luo couldn't help raising an eyebrow at this. He promptly launched into an impromptu lesson, explaining that before the apocalypse, many ordinary people dealt with weapons daily to protect their homes and country, and it had nothing to do with supernatural abilities. Moreover, who says girls can't wield swords or guns? Everyone should learn self-defense. Those who can protect themselves are cool, and those who can protect others are even cooler. Just look at your sister Duo. She wields a chainsaw. Do you know what a chainsaw is? It roars to life, and with a swing, it can take out a horde of zombies. Absolutely awesome. Honestly, I never imagined she'd have a chainsaw. As Qin Luo continued to rave, Chung Chung transitioned from surprise to enlightenment, then to admiration, and finally to a state of numbness. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother, do you like sister Duo? Why else would you be praising her so much?" 30 minutes had passed, and he was still going on. Qin Luo was suddenly caught off guard, and the surrounding passengers erupted in suppressed laughter. His face turned visibly red, nearly steaming with embarrassment. Can we just ride the bus in peace? Why are people still so gossipy in this apocalypse? Just then, the bus announced, "Next stop, Lugon District. Passengers, please exit through the rear door." Next stop, Huaming District. Qin Luo swiftly scooped up the still-dazed little zombie in one arm and grabbed the siblings with the other. Hastily disembarking. "If we wait any longer, my face will catch fire." Chapter 80. The nursery. After disembarking, Qin Luo chastised Chung Chung throughout the journey. Although children often speak without a filter, her words were particularly harsh. Chung Chung nodded along outwardly, but inwardly she was convinced that her shy older brother harbored a fondness for the beautiful sister. Adults are often duplicitous in their sentiments. The nursery was an expansive, colorful institution, vividly reminiscent of a grand kindergarten. 2 security personnel stood at the entrance, not the elderly guards of old, but genuine superhumans, safeguarding the future of humanity. Inside the nursery, one could occasionally spot more superhumans patrolling the premises. The cacophony of children's laughter echoed from the playground as a group of little ones frolicked about during the dismissal hour. Oblivious to the concept of an apocalypse, they sensed that the present differed from the past. Yet most aspects remained unchanged, save for the absence of parents, which was compensated by the presence of many peers. Chung Chung, still a young child herself, gazed in wonder at the playground's various attractions. Cheng Ai also looked on with eager anticipation. Qin Luo approached the security personnel for a brief conversation before guiding Chung Chung and Cheng Ai to register. He cast a glance at the little zombie and, with a flick of his pen, signed her name as well. Many Duo observed the delightful scene where adorably dressed teachers engaged the children in play. Indeed, for the little ones, this place was a paradise. "Let us go." Upon completing the registration, Qin Luo beckoned to the little zombie, who promptly followed him. Unexpectedly, they encountered a familiar face. Lu Chunwei spotted Qin Luo and many Duo first and waved her hand excitedly, exclaiming, "Hey, Captain Qin." To Qin Luo's surprise, it was Lu Chunwei, the wife of Zhao Gang, whom they had rescued at the service area along with their family. "What a coincidence to see you here," she exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. "I truly cannot express how grateful we are. Our family has been allocated to the survivor base in H City." Once she began speaking, she couldn't stop. After their separation that day, they had been assigned to this area. They had hoped to find their benefactor, but the base was vast beyond imagination. Once assigned to a designated area, ordinary citizens were required to apply for permission to visit other zones, which posed considerable danger. Thus, the base instituted a zoning policy, ensuring that ordinary citizens remained within their assigned areas. Lu Chunwei's family was allocated to the Luan district, and due to their daughter's schooling needs, they fortuitously connected with this nursery. Additionally, the kitchen required staff, and both she and her husband, being skilled cooks, decided to stay and work there, preparing meals for the children. In the kitchen, most of the staff were parents of the students, and they would cook together while discussing their children's matters. making each day filled with hope. Lu Chunwei beamed, recalling how they had once toiled endlessly to afford a home, yet now they enjoyed accommodations with meals provided. They had been assigned a 2-bedroom apartment. While their points were somewhat limited, it sufficed for their needs. As schooling for the children was largely covered by the base, only toys and extracurricular books required personal expenditure. Qin Luo listened, feeling a sense of comfort. It was pleasing to know they were doing well. Both parents were kind-hearted, honest individuals, capable of thriving wherever they went. Lu Chunwei expressed her exhilaration, saying, "If it weren't for you, Captain Qin, our family might still be at the service area, unaware of what the outside world had become." Qin Luo reassured her that there was no need for gratitude, it was their duty. The family became aware of the reputation of Qin Luo's squad after arriving at the base, yet their concern for the safety of Team 3A remained unwavering. They prayed daily for their well-being. Lu Chunwei, wiping her tears, warmly invited Qin Luo and many duo to stay for a meal, suggesting they also call over the other children. While ordinary citizens could not cross districts, superhumans, provided they bore no bloodstains, were free to move about, as they were often tasked with missions. However, Qin Luo politely declined, adding, "By the way, the siblings over there have also lost their parents. If you could keep an eye on them, I would greatly appreciate it." He mentioned that the children were new and might feel anxious, but once they settled in, there would be no need for oversight. Upon hearing this, Lu Chunwei felt a pang of sympathy. In this world, surviving is a blessing. "Don't worry, Captain Qin. I will take good care of those 2 children." She assured him, "The nursery here is truly excellent. The teachers are wonderful and the children are well-behaved. There are dormitory buildings, classrooms, and activity areas, and with so many children around, they will adapt to their new lives in no time." Qin Luo smiled and agreed, then called out to the 2 children playing with a ball, "Stop playing and come over. Chung Chung, take your sister to check in with your aunt." Chung Chung, who had been enjoying herself immensely, felt her spirits dampen at the prospect of a new environment. Although Qin Luo and his team had saved them, she now bore the responsibility of caring for her sister in this unfamiliar place. She bit her lip, unable to suppress her apprehension. Qin Luo patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Stay strong, you can always seek help from the teachers. The nursery is undoubtedly one of the safest and happiest places." Chung Chung nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for rescuing me and my sister. I will never forget it." Recalling that he had yet to give the child a photograph, Qin Luo turned to the little zombie, Many Duo. "Do you have a portable photo printer?" Many Duo tilted her head in thought and nodded, producing one from her belongings. Qin Luo connected it to his wristband's Wi-Fi and printed 2 pictures of Chung Chung's home, featuring their small Western-style building with the loquat tree's branches peeking into view. He handed one to each child. "Here you go. One for you and one for your sister. Keep them safe. Your parents' loquat tree has borne fruit in exchange for your safe arrival at the base, hasn't he it?" This remark referred to the incident where Chung Chung had scolded Chun Xiaofei and Many Duo for picking loquats. Chung Chung's face lit up with joy, and upon seeing her brother smile, Chung Ai burst into giggles as well. Qin Luo felt a sense of relief and grinned mischievously. "Good, you're smiling now. The future looks bright. Just focus on caring for your sister, all right?" Chung Chung, feeling much more at ease, nodded shyly, less lost than before. When Many Duo glanced at Qin Luo again, she felt as though he radiated a brilliant light. Truly, the big dog was a good person. Chapter 81. The new era of the apocalypse. In this area inhabited by ordinary humans, one cannot help but reminisce about the world before the apocalypse. Ignoring the newly constructed high-rise buildings, the familiar streets and shops evoke a sense of nostalgia, and one might even see vendors setting up stalls near school entrances, making it easy to forget that the apocalypse ever occurred. As the little zombie wandered aimlessly, she suddenly halted, tugging at Qin Luo's clothing, startling him. "Hey, you scared me. What's wrong? Don't want to leave? Should I carry you?" Qin Luo was bewildered. The little zombie pointed towards the pedestrian street, blinking to indicate her desire to explore. Qin Luo quickly understood, resignedly agreeing, Fine, Fine, let's go. Where to? The little zombie's face lit up as she grasped his sleeve and led the way, clearly not accustomed to such outings. Initially perplexed by her enthusiasm for shopping, Qin Luo soon noticed her curious eyes darting around, her grip on his sleeve unwavering. 10 minutes later, he had an epiphany. If you wanted to go on a date, you could have just said so. Why pretend to shop? He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, murmuring, how can a young lady, even if she is a zombie, be so bold? It's quite shameless. The little zombie, confused, simply wished to shop, oblivious to his mutterings as she continued to pull him forward. The Luan district, as the living area for ordinary humans, remarkably resembles the world before the apocalypse, about 80% similar, yet with distinct differences. For instance, the once ordinary supermarkets have transformed into luxury stores, where many items have become scarce treasures. Non-perishable snacks, cosmetics, and daily necessities from the pre-apocalypse era now fetch prices several times higher. Naturally, new snacks and alternative products, researched after the apocalypse, have emerged, often at more reasonable prices, though lacking the refinement of their predecessors. Nowadays, even footwear is treated with caution. Most possess a single pair they are reluctant to replace until utterly worn out. Unlike the past when one could hoard as much as desired and dispose of anything unsatisfactory after a single use, the landscape has evolved dramatically, with some areas now featuring high-rise pedestrian streets adorned with colorful neon signs, exuding a distinct punk and fantastical vibe. Thus, while the ordinary streets below remain familiar, a mere glance upwards starkly reminds one that this is indeed a new era of the apocalypse. Once the upper city is completed, humanity will inevitably stratify into distinct classes. A vendor nearby chuckled at their conversation, saying, "You heroes who frequently embark on missions surely don't understand. I've heard that once the upper city is finished, there will be public transport, rapid buses, and subways. You'll be able to zip around as if by magic, arriving at your destination in the blink of an eye. Impressive. Isn't it?" Qin Luo was taken aback, imagining how those living on the lower levels might be subjected to the disdain of the upper-class residents. The vendor, waving his large fan, interjected, "Hey now, youngster, don't speak nonsense. The headquarters has ordered that if anyone drops objects from the upper city, they'll face imprisonment for a decade or more of hard labor." Wow, that's something, Qin Luo mused. The little zombie listened, entranced by the enchanting new world, each day presenting something different. The vendor continued his chatter, selling peculiar little goldfish that were not ordinary but rather legged creatures capable of hopping, claimed to be newly discovered low-pollution mutant animals with negligible pollution indices, marketed as toys for children. How about getting one for your girlfriend? They're quite entertaining and easy to feed. Just a few plants will do, or even some rice. Qin Luo blushed fiercely, stammering, "She's not even my girlfriend yet." I haven't officially confessed. As he spoke, he glanced down at the little zombie, who was squatting by the stall, playing with the fish. She looked up at him, her expression curious, causing his heart to race. He quickly turned away, his ears aflame. The vendor, somewhat hard of hearing, initially struggled to grasp the soft-spoken exchanges, but after a moment he burst out, "Oh dear," with such a timid demeanor. "How do you expect to pursue someone? If you like her, go for it. Don't be so shy like a young lady. You certainly aren't as bold as this girl." Qin Luo felt mortified, exclaiming, "How can you eavesdrop like that?" The vendor, now slightly irritated, retorted, "Well, when you speak, it's only natural for others to listen. Youngster, I'm sharing my wisdom with you. How can you expect to win a partner with such a thin skin? When I pursued my wife, I went from home to abroad, from student days to colleagues." Indeed, Qin Luo was quite shy. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, he couldn't help but blush at the teasing, feeling compelled to escape the vendor's scrutiny. He swiftly scooped up the little zombie and dashed away, disappearing from sight in mere seconds. The vendor, shaking his head with amusement, remarked, "What a hopeless case. With such thin skin, he is not likely to find a wife, certainly not like me. Don't you agree, my dear?" As he spoke, he pulled out an old pocket watch from his chest pocket, gently rubbing the yellowed photograph within. Professor Sue, don't you have classes today? Out here selling again? A young teacher, returning from grocery shopping, greeted him with a warm smile. Since the advent of the apocalypse, the sky had been perpetually shrouded in thick fog, casting a gray pallor so that any day the sun shone slightly was considered good weather. The young teacher, accustomed to this new reality, chuckled in response. You two have such a good relationship. The vendor beamed indeed. Our bond is strong, unlike that shy young man we just saw. In these times, such timidity will not win a partner. How pitiful. After bidding farewell to the young teacher, he resumed talking to his pocket watch, reflecting. If it weren't for the fact that this child bears a resemblance to my younger self, I wouldn't bother with him. Wouldn't you agree, my dear? He lamented softly, lost in his musings. Chapter 82. The internet-addicted little zombie Qin Luo accompanied the little zombie on a leisurely stroll, merely observing without making any purchases. They did not compete with ordinary people for resources. In this post-apocalyptic world, survival for the average individual has become exceedingly challenging. The available bases prioritize the needs of ordinary citizens, leaving those with abilities to often find themselves unable to procure the items they desire, while the common folk remain deprived of the privileges afforded to the extraordinary. It is a semblance of fairness. The human enclave operates in such a manner that those with abilities cannot linger there indefinitely, otherwise, their wristbands will emit warnings. Having escorted the little zombie to her doorstep, Qin Luo stifled a yawn, unexpectedly revealing a hint of fatigue as he squinted and entered. This place was the little zombie's favorite. From the 19th floor, one could gaze down upon the community and the streets below. The granary, previously ravaged by a powerful typhoon, had begun to thrive once more, offering a soothing sight of lushness. Muchu, having consumed a mutated core, reflected on her evolution. What once filled her stomach now only satisfied her to a mere 80% with a single star-level core. It seemed to be the essence of evolution. She pondered with her occasionally sluggish brain. After finishing the core, she dug into a bag of potato chips, able to taste around 15% of the flavor this time. A significant improvement from before, and her mood elevated steadily with delight. While munching on the chips and mutated loquats, she found herself unsatisfied and ultimately resorted to the core dilution liquid given by Professor G, strawberry-flavored and reminiscent of juice, sweet and tart. Was there truly a hint of flavor? She recalled Professor G mentioning that this concoction contained beneficial trace elements for the body. Nevertheless, it felt more like a refreshing beverage than a substantial meal, lacking the satiating effect of the core. Leaning against the cushion, Muchu slurped the diluted core liquid, pulled out her tablet, and began scrolling, fully embracing her internet addiction. Upon logging in, she discovered significant changes to the forum. Each individual's profile now featured a fan section. Previously, users could only read posts or search for keywords. The headquarters, perhaps concerned about the potential decline in morale, had revamped the forum, which had once been criticized for its archaic and simplistic design by perceptive users. In response to the rising complaints, particularly with the increasing scarcity of extraordinary individuals, the forum underwent a transformation to cater to the community's needs. Now, personal pages included a followers and following section, permitting private conversations only between mutual connections, along with a new area for posting updates. To Muchu's astonishment, she found her follower count had surpassed 10,000. The official certified personal description still read, "The only little zombie in the base," followed by an adorable emoji. Stunned, she gripped her tablet, frozen for 10 minutes. The sole update featured a highly liked photo of her wielding a chainsaw against a monstrous zombie, her expression stoic and composed. Beside her, Qin Luo showcased his wolf ears and long hair, crackling with electric energy. Qin Xiaofei appeared in a semi-mimetic form, using wind abilities to disrupt the zombie creature, while Wang Weiho demonstrated his impressive musculature with a powerful punch. At that moment, Bai Shu had just arrived to provide support as the Rose Squad retreated, taking over the task of restraining the creature. The zombies they confronted were caught in a storm of lightning, their visages twisted in agony, their bodies riddled with knives and punctured from powerful blows. The photograph, the source of much intrigue, was both terrifying and exhilarating. The post's title proclaimed, "Terrifying." The 3A squad's all-out frenzy, with the iconic image serving as the focal point. The comments section erupted with excitement. Wow, the 3A squad is unbelievably cool. Is that really the little zombie? What a fierce fighter. I adore her. She's wielding a chainsaw. Those delicate hands and that lovely dress. Incredible. Luotian's abilities must have leveled up. They fight so seamlessly. Is Luotian canine? Absolutely stunning. This is insane. That zombie creature is grotesque. Even more so than giants. Wang Ge is phenomenal. His leaps are incredible. No wonder the zombie's ribs caved in. Bai Shu must be a sharpshooter. Look at all those neatly arranged bullets in the creature's arm. Bai Shu is so impressive. I'm infatuated. Please marry me. I'm terrified of the densely packed zombies. Isn't anyone jealous of Qin Xiaofei? How does he keep conjuring those flying knives? I wish I could change my name right now. I love Qin Xiaofei. He is so cool with that buzz cut and fierce expression. The entire 3A team is extraordinary. Remarkable. Unbelievable. Ultimately, the consensus was that the 3A squad was formidable in battle, exuding confidence backed by their prowess. It was no wonder they dared to confront anyone on the forum. Each member was ready to engage anyone who dared to criticize their comrades. Their strength was matched only by their fierce loyalty. Many expressed envy, lamenting their desire to join the illustrious 3A squad. I can hardly believe it. How blissful would it be to join the 3A squad? Of course, a few snide remarks surfaced, though they were scarce. Some questioned the authenticity of Muchi wielding a chainsaw, pointing out her surprisingly clean appearance. Yet, knowledgeable individuals quickly came to her defense. Please, look at the craftsmanship of her dress. The work of this mysterious designer rivals that of the finest artisans. Such an expensive outfit must possess attributes to resist dirt. Chapter 83. The exorbitantly priced dress. Many individuals expressed curiosity and inquired about the origins of this exquisite dress, primarily due to its stunning beauty. Presently, the majority of craftsmen with supernatural abilities are firmly entrenched in their positions, reliant on government sustenance. If one seeks specialized clothing and accessories imbued with unique attributes, there are limited options. One must either diligently complete tasks to secure substantial orders that could earn them vouchers from the headquarters craftsmanship department, or resort to purchasing from the black market, or pay exorbitant prices at smaller shops. This particular individual with extraordinary abilities was evidently well-versed in such matters and began to enlighten the forum participants who were earnestly seeking information. Acquiring such attribute-laden garments is no easy feat, as private boutiques offering these items are exceedingly rare, and their prices are steep. Alchemist Shaolin's Treasure Trove is one such private establishment, located near the city center. Those interested may wish to pay a visit, but be forewarned, the proprietor is quite discerning. Gaining entry may depend on whether one piques his interest, otherwise, one could find themselves unceremoniously turned away. Upon hearing this, others were left bewildered. What a unique character for a shop owner. How impressive. The alchemist then kindly cautioned the forum participants. This eccentric alchemist harbors grudges. It would be wise not to criticize the items he crafts. The dress worn by the little zombie from Team 3A requires a staggering number of points, hundreds of thousands of them, mind you. Just consider the implications. How could a dress at such a price lack anti-stain properties? Upon reading this, the forum erupted in astonished gasps. Hundreds of thousands. For a single dress. My goodness, is this madness? I was hoping to purchase a set for myself. Is it truly necessary to be so extravagant? How could a newcomer afford such an expense? It seems Team 3A's benefits are rather generous. Is this the realm of the elite? With dresses priced so high, I can barely manage my 2,000 points for rent each month, living frugally. Is it really that bad? It is Team 3A after all. A formidable entity even before the apocalypse. Their tasks are both challenging and perilous, thus, it is unsurprising that they earn points in abundance. Fortunately, The last mutated bat's core provided them with ample resources, making a dress costing hundreds of thousands seem feasible. You can't be serious. Complaining about not being able to pay 2,000 points for rent? If you aren't accepting tasks, don't blame your financial woes. The conversation gradually veered off course, shifting towards the risks and rewards of taking on tasks. Many, after perusing the posts, slowly began to realize their newfound popularity. Their personal profiles were inundated with admirers calling them wifey and hubby, while others inquired about the experience of becoming a zombie. The little zombie was indignant. What sort of question is that? What could it possibly feel like to transform into a zombie? Certainly nothing pleasant. Her thoughts were jumbled, akin to a malfunctioning signal tower, sometimes receiving clear signals and at other times, nothing at all. Who could possibly be comfortable in such a state? With a sudden click, the door swung open, and Qin Luo along with Bai Shu entered, carrying breakfast. The tantalizing aroma of fried delicacies wafted through the air, causing the little zombie to salivate. As they exchanged pleasantries while changing shoes, these individuals seemed to revel in idle chatter on the forum, wasting valuable time that could be spent on completing tasks. Upon noticing her, Qin Luo was taken aback. Mood duo, you're up unusually early today. Bai Shu quickly pointed out that she hadn't changed out of her sleepwear. How did you even come to the conclusion that she just woke up? He noted her dazed expression as she clutched her tablet. It was evident she had been up late browsing the internet, possibly all night. He adjusted his glasses, calmly deducing the situation. Qin Xiaofei and Wang Weihu, just waking up and yawning at the door, asked, "Who stayed up late?" Qin Luo was shocked for 3 seconds before striding over to lift the little zombie. "What's this? Staying up all night? You've turned into the little team leader. How do you propose to be punished for leading such mischief? How about writing a 1,000-word reflection?" Feeling a bit guilty, Mood Duo tucked her tablet away, pretending to be oblivious. After all, she often found herself distracted. Qin Luo, however, saw right through her facade. "Ah, you think you can play dumb with me? Go take a shower. I'll let you off this time since it's your first offense. But don't let it happen again." As he ushered her into the bathroom, grabbing her under the arms as if she were a cat, he playfully shoved the sleepy little zombie inside and promptly closed the door. Wang Weihu, setting out breakfast, looked at Qin Luo with curiosity. "What's all this fuss about this early? So, what if the little leader stayed up late? She's already dead. She won't die again, right? As long as she's happy." Bai Shu disapproved. As a parent, one must not spoil the child too much. Wang Weihu was left bewildered. Qin Xiaofei, still half asleep and munching on a limited supply of fried dough sticks, innocently asked, "When did Wang Ge become a parent? Who's his child?" Bai Shu calmly replied while opening a bowl of peanut soup, "Your mother, who else?" He then adjusted his glasses, smiling as he added, "I'm your father, dear child. Call me Daddy." Qin Xiaofei froze for 3 seconds before erupting in fury, leaping up to confront Bai Shu. "You're finished, Bai Lao Shu. Let's settle this once and for all. Who's your child?" "I'm your father. Old Wang is your mother." Wang Weihu, feeling the weight of his new responsibility, glanced at the captain, who was lecturing the little zombie at the bathroom door, then at his 2 rather dim-witted teammates. He couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. What sort of teammates are these? Ultimately, he remained unfazed, ignoring the scuffle between Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei, and calmly enjoyed his noodles, relishing the new variant of mutated beef noodles, delicious, albeit pricey and hard to come by. Each person was allowed only half a fried dough stick, costing 12 points. As the 3A team finally settled down to a proper breakfast, 30 minutes had already elapsed. Qin Luo, after filling his stomach with a few bites, was wiping the little zombie's hair dry, while Mood Duo savored wontons made with mutated shrimp, slurping delightfully. Bai Shu, adjusting his broken glasses, calmly sipped on peanut soup. Qin Xiaofei, sporting a bite mark on his cheek, angrily gnawed on a fried dough stick, and Wang Weihu, ever composed, slurped his noodles. This was already his 3rd bowl. After all, those with supernatural abilities had hearty appetites. "Big Chow's points just arrived this morning. I've transferred your 100,000. Be sure to check." Bai Shu reminded them. Upon hearing about the influx of 100,000 points, everyone perked up, realizing they could procure quite a bit of equipment with that sum. Qin Luo, however, recalled an important matter. These dresses don't seem to mention possessing cleaning properties. We should pay that mysterious owner a visit before he clarifies things himself, lest Mu Duo's spatial abilities be exposed. Chapter 84. Serendipity. The matters concerning space are of utmost significance. They dared not let their guard down. Hence, after finishing breakfast, they set out together, intending to visit a quaint shop in the city center. Wasn't the proprietor said to be elusive? The last time they visited, the shop contained merely a mechanical parrot and a puppet, and they were uncertain if they could reach this enigmatic owner. As Chen Xiaofei stepped outside, he began to murmur anxiously, his demeanor reflecting considerable concern. Wang Weihua reassured him, asserting that if the owner could display such items in the shop, he must be aware of their presence. After all, the place was under constant surveillance. How could the owner sell goods without monitoring the shop? Qin Luo suggested they would address matters when they arrived, acknowledging the merit in Wang's words. Bai Shu silently adjusted his glasses, having cracked his previous pair earlier that morning due to a moment of folly. Qin Xiaofei, noticing this, scoffed coldly, deciding to sever ties with Bai Shu for 3 days. As he still felt the sting from earlier, this fellow could be more mischievous than he was. Su Duoduo, with her fluffy hair, gleefully observed her surroundings, relishing the company of her friends as they ventured out together. As the 3A team descended to the ground floor, they unexpectedly encountered familiar faces, Zhang Qi and Mu Enya, who were engaged in conversation. "Oh, it's the little zombie. Baoa, I am so glad to see you again," Mu Enya exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Su Duoduo, affectionately rubbing against her. "You smell delightful. What brand of shampoo do you use?" She vividly recalled the last time Mu Enya had unexpectedly kissed Su Duoduo on the cheek. When Mu Enya realized her beloved Bauer was being whisked away, she retorted, "What's wrong with me greeting her? Bauer enjoys being close to me too." From her space, she produced a talisman, indicating her remembrance of Mu Enya. Mu Enya's face lit up with surprise. "Ah, I knew it. You haven't forgotten me." Her excitement was palpable, nearly causing her to leap with joy. Su Duoduo smiled shyly, only to be pulled aside by Mu Enya, where the two engaged in a delightful exchange of girlish chatter. Watching his little zombie being effortlessly taken away, Qin Luo felt a pang of heartache, though he restrained his emotions. Chen Xiaofei, observing nearby, clicked his tongue, lamenting, "Oh dear. The class monitor has abandoned you." Bai Shu, maintaining his composure, adjusted his glasses and joined in the banter with a mock announcer's tone, caring for the lonely elderly. Qin Luo interjected, urging them to disperse. Wang Weihua sighed deeply, glancing at the unreliable captain and teammates. "Hello, Captain Zhang." Zhang Qi chuckled as he watched the three in playful scuffles. "Your team shares a remarkable bond." Wang Weihua felt an inexplicable embarrassment. Who would have thought that the formidable, even combative, 3A team exhibited such camaraderie behind the scenes? He offered an awkward smile. The two exchanged updates on their latest missions, sharing insights gleaned from their endeavors. Recently, I-City had also experienced turmoil, having endured another typhoon that inflicted severe damage, with seawater flooding into the urban landscape, complicating efforts to gather weapons. The headquarters had initially planned to establish a small base inland, but it now seemed likely that a full evacuation would be necessary. Upon hearing Zhang Qi discuss serious matters, Qin Luo and his companions leaned in closer to listen. Given that I-City was a coastal city, it was not surprising that it suffered greatly during typhoon conditions, especially in this apocalyptic era where weather patterns were increasingly severe. Coastal cities were indeed unsuitable for survival, and evacuation was simply a matter of time. Bai Shu calmly stated that they had initially considered going to I-City, but after much deliberation, they opted to head to C-City for supplies. In hindsight, this decision proved wise. After listening, Qin Luo remarked, "If I-City must evacuate, the pressure on our 3 major bases will intensify. The population is already growing rapidly. and incorporating the survivors from my city will cause these bases to burst at the seams. Currently, the situation nationwide was dire. The headquarters advocated for establishing survivor bases in other locations, but either the geography was unfavorable or luck was lacking, as evidenced by our city, which was overrun by mutated banyan trees. Only the three major bases, having prepared early and being strategically located, received substantial resources for their establishment, serving as solid fortresses from which to aid other cities. Yet, the current circumstances remained bleak. More cities were falling. And was humanity truly destined to confine itself within these three bases? Such a fate would be utterly stifling. Qin Xiaofei could not help but murmur. Humanity has occupied this world for so long. Is it time for a shift? Are we to be replaced by mutated animals and plants? Yet, those beings lack emotion, driven solely by the instinct to consume and evolve, leading to a world drenched in blood and chaos. The topic had taken a somber turn. Zhang Qi sighed in agreement. We can only take it one step at a time. Just focus on your own tasks. Sea City had not yet been fully reclaimed, but hope was not entirely lost. The last mission of the 3A team had involved one of the ongoing rescue operations, and the vast grain storage remained intact, not yet consumed or contaminated by monstrous entities. This realization made Qin Luo and his companions feel a mix of guilt and relief, thankful that Su Duoduo had managed to collect everything. Otherwise, it would have been lost to those creatures. Bai Shu, with a feigned look of regret, remarked, "In these apocalyptic times, any delay in gathering supplies is a loss." Zhang Qi echoed, "Indeed, who could argue otherwise?" Qin Xiaofei could not help but quietly critique Bai Shu to Qin Luo. This person is truly cunning, lying without a hint of hesitation. Qin Luo nodded, not surprised. Bai Shu was inherently shrewd, and none in their team were simple characters. Each stood out in their own right. Even Wang Weiwa, with his goofy smile, was quite clever, though he maintained a facade of simplicity. Su Duoduo, meanwhile, was absorbing much information from Mu Enya, simultaneously realizing that conditions outside were deteriorating. The resources that could be gathered near the three major bases had already been plundered multiple times, leaving only the more challenging regions. Future missions would undoubtedly grow more arduous, for no one could predict when they would next reunite. Chapter 85. Entering the store with a smile. Although Mu Enya had long desired to meet Su Duoduo and forge a friendship, the frequent missions of their combat team often hindered their encounters. This time, their reunion felt like fate. However, her intentions were misunderstood. The squad engaged in eradicating zombies consisted of old classmates who were willing to include her. Had it been any other combat team, or individuals averse to complications, she might have faced dire consequences, potentially meeting her end early in the apocalypse. She was no longer alone. Su Duoduo pondered slowly for an extended period, ultimately feeling fortunate. Whether it served as psychological comfort or a means to offer Mu Enya some positive encouragement, she was determined to impart strength to her, wishing for her swift recovery. In the apocalypse, a shattered mindset could lead to peril. She hoped for Mu Enya's well-being. Mu Enya gazed at the protective talisman that had circled from herself to the little zombie, only to have her kindness returned manifold. Who could remain unmoved by such gestures? Holding back tears, Mu Enya embraced the little zombie, exclaiming, "You are truly wonderful. Let us be friends. Once the apocalypse is over, we shall no longer undertake missions, but instead stroll around, enjoying milk tea together." Mu Enya was the first to actively seek friendship with her after her transformation into a zombie. The little zombie cared deeply for her. Planting a kiss on Su Duoduo's cheek, Mu Enya said, "I must take my leave now, dear. I hope we can share fate and meet again before our next mission." She promised to cherish the talisman, which now symbolized not only her family, but also the friendship with Su Duoduo, her little zombie companion. Su Duoduo nodded earnestly and retrieved a large bag of food from her space, stuffing it into Mu Enya's arms. Overwhelmed, Mu Enya momentarily forgot her sorrow, exclaiming, "All of this for me? You are indeed generous." In these times, food had become increasingly precious. The little zombie provided a hefty bag filled with high-calorie energy bars, snacks, and canned goods. Lacking a storage card, Mu Enya handed the items to Zhang Qi for safekeeping, exclaiming, "How can I possibly repay you? Perhaps I should offer myself in gratitude?" She said bashfully, her demeanor shy and coy. Qin Luo and Zhang Qi's expressions darkened, with one of them swiftly pulling Su Duo in front of him protectively, ever vigilant. The other scowled at Mu Enya, urging her to leave quickly and warning, "If you continue with such nonsense, all the snacks will be confiscated." Mu Enya protested, "Zhang team leader, how can you say that? I was merely joking." She winked at the little zombie as she departed. The unspoken understanding between girls was instantaneous. Su Duo suppressed a smile. She recognized Mu Enya's affection for Zhang Qi, partly in jest and partly to tease him, knowing full well that Zhang Qi was not sufficiently playful to match Mu Enya's antics. Qin Luo, however, was bewildered, still grappling with the shock of having his corner potentially undermined. Wang Weiwa, Bai Shu, and Chen Xiaofei stood in a row, observing the unfolding drama with bemused expressions, shaking their heads in disbelief. As Chen Xiaofei passed by Qin Luo, he patted his shoulder and remarked, "Brother Qin, you're done for. You've fallen in love. Just look at how she protects the little class monitor. It's unmistakable." Bai Shu adjusted his glasses and nonchalantly added, "She merely serves as a shield for my truth or dare game." Wang Weiwa scrutinized Qin Luo, hesitating to speak, before finally advising, "Sometimes, one must soften their tongue." Qin Luo was at a loss, lamenting, "Who will rescue me from these three mischievous friends? They ought to be confined." A day without their teasing seemed like a recipe for disaster. Content with their antics, Qin Xiaofei and his companions relished the sight of Qin Luo's flustered state. They felt an intoxicating joy. As for the little zombie, she seemed to grasp only fragments of the situation, glancing at the blushing big dog and pondering until her thoughts were abruptly interrupted. "What are you staring at? Stop overthinking. Let us go buy you a little dress." If he had been forthright, those three friends would have had little to tease him about. As for confessions of love, Qin Luo believed Su Duo was still in a daze. She wouldn't understand, nor could he articulate it. Such matters required both parties to be in a clear state of mind. Anything less would be absurd. Unexpectedly pure-hearted, Qin Luo maintained a steadfast belief in propriety, convinced that emotions should develop gradually. These intimate thoughts must remain concealed, otherwise Bai Shu and the others would surely mock him. Once Su Duo noticed that Qin Luo had left, she paused her contemplation and hurried to catch up with him. The 3A team boarded a bus toward the bustling Guangming Road in the city center. Upon arriving on the familiar street, they soon found themselves at the quaint little shop owned by the alchemist Xiao Lin, only to discover a cluster of people loitering at the entrance. Their expressions were dazed and pained. Wang Weiwa could not help but inquire, "What brings you here, comrades? Are you planning to enter or not?" The group at the door, looking disheartened, replied, "We can't get in." Their response was nonsensical. Qin Xiaofei observed the open for business sign prominently displayed on the door. "Isn't it open? Why not just push the door?" he asked incredulously. The question seemed to strike a nerve, and the individuals, jolted, lamented, "The owner won't let us in. He discriminates against us. I will report him to headquarters. What kind of owner chooses customers based on looks? Even capriciousness should have its limits. What kind of bizarre owner is this?" Qin Luo and the others fell silent. Was there truly a rule regarding entry based on appearances? Suddenly, Qin Luo gasped, realizing, "No wonder we felt nothing. Our team comprises individuals who are all handsome, dashing, or adorable. We entered without issue last time. Do you have no shame, boasting here? If you can't enter, don't cry later." The disheartened newcomers raised their heads in indignation, only to freeze upon seeing Qin Luo and his companions. Chapter 86. Welcome Ceremony. The allure of Team 3A is undoubtedly remarkable. Even Wang Weiwa qualifies as a dashing gentleman, albeit with a slightly goofy smile. His features are undeniably handsome, not to mention the uniquely charming Bai Shu and the sunny Chen Xiaofei, with their contrasting personas of the refined rogue and the cheerful young man. Qin Luo stands out as the epitome of beauty, his visage so striking it seems almost unreal, with deep-set eyes and a high, prominent nose, a quintessential heartthrob. A little zombie peeked from behind Qin Luo, its pale face adorned with exquisite features and picturesque eyes, truly beautiful. Today, it wore a sky-blue Lolita dress, radiating an air of elegance and luxury. A few newcomers were left utterly mesmerized. Qin Xiaofei chuckled, questioning the reliability of the shop. Surely, it couldn't be solely about appearances. Bai Shu calmly interjected, stating that they also assessed one's capabilities. The ability to gauge your worth was ultimately for your own benefit. After all, should something break inside, being unable to afford the damages could ruin one's life. Imagine toiling daily just to pay off debts. How miserable that would be. Recently, this shop had gained notoriety on forums, attracting many newcomers eager to join the fray. It was only reasonable for the owner to impose restrictions. Otherwise, a horde of people could easily cause chaos and damage. Though the truth may sound harsh, it was nonetheless valid. The newcomers realized they could not possibly gather enough points to make extravagant purchases, and thus, they nodded in acknowledgement, quickly retreating with the wisdom of listening to advice. Wang Weiwa shook his head in disappointment. There would always be naive souls. Chen Xiaofei joined him in laughter, remarking that even the shop's parrot seemed to have discerning tastes, and the owner was unlikely to be lenient. While it may seem a tad unethical and absurd, it was ultimately a private establishment where transactions require mutual consent. At this moment, Qin Luo had already pushed open the glass door, which chimed melodiously. To their surprise, a cannon erupted at the entrance, showering colorful confetti. A mechanical parrot squawked in a raspy voice, "Welcome, welcome," while bouncing about. Meanwhile, a clown puppet sprang from the counter, abandoning its previously haughty demeanor to greet them with a gentlemanly bow. "Oh, dear customers, welcome back." The group stood frozen while the little zombie was rendered speechless. "Is this sudden exuberance the F.A. Ade? What does your boss mean by this?" Qin Luo immediately questioned. The clown puppet exaggeratedly waved its hands, saying, "Oh no, no. No. Our boss wishes to express gratitude for your Team 3A's generous advertisement and has prepared this welcoming ceremony and hopes you will enjoy it." While the puppet appeared enthusiastic, its monotonous electronic tone elicited a chuckle from Chen Xiaofei, who likened it to an overworked employee coerced into performing. Wang Weiwa noticed that the shop had indeed replenished its inventory, which piqued his interest. Bai Shu boldly speculated, "How much has your boss profited from our fame?" "Surely over 10 million points? A single dress costs hundreds of thousands. It must be easy to accumulate such wealth." He adjusted his glasses, smiling. "Is this all there is to the welcome ceremony? No tangible benefits?" Clearly caught off guard by the customer's astuteness, the clown puppet faltered. The mechanical parrot squawked, "OMG! OMG!" while hiding its face with its mechanical wings, looking rather comical. Qin Xiaofei laughed. "Oh, this parrot has quite the flair." Within Team 3A, Wang Weiwa typically served as the diplomat, facilitating connections and negotiations, while Bai Shu managed finances, Qin Xiaofei explored paths, and Qin Luo was responsible for delivering output and making major decisions, each role distinctly defined. As Bai Shu conversed with the clown puppet, the others began to browse. Qin Luo and Qin Xiaofei were immediately drawn to the vibrant array of dresses, discovering a new wall adorned with accessories. "Oh look! Are these traditional-style dresses? The ink-wash design is beautiful." Qin Luo picked up a black and white modified traditional dress, knee-length with a round collar and diagonal placket, finding it quite appealing. Qin Xiaofei noticed weapons hanging on the left wall, admiring a beautiful long knife. "Hey, Qinge, that dress would pair perfectly with this knife. It looks so cool." They excitedly compared the two, finding the combination striking. "This is lovely. But what about hair accessories? What style would suit this dress? Hairpins? Hair ornaments? Headbands? Why are there so many choices? It's dazzling." Qin Luo felt overwhelmed and quickly beckoned the wandering little zombie, "Hurry and choose." Many Duo gazed at the wall of hair accessories, feeling equally bewildered, her mind momentarily blank. Qin Luo looked down in alarm. She was indecisive. How would she choose? Qin Xiaofei pointed to a large red flower, exclaiming, This one is perfect. It's eye-catching if our little squad leader wears it on her head. We'll see her from anywhere. Bai Shu, upon concluding his conversation, glanced at Chen Xiaofei's choice, his eyes widening in disbelief. What kind of taste is that? Qin Luo concurred. That red flower is quite tacky. Wang Weiwa, initially inclined to explore weapons, couldn't resist the allure and joined them. Their priority was to procure equipment for the little zombie, the team's precious gem, whose safety was paramount. Moreover, selecting items for men was straightforward. They didn't require such intricate details. Women, however, deserved a more delicate touch. In truth, it was a group of men indulging in a dress-up game. Unwilling to admit it, many duo willingly cooperated, trying on whatever they were handed. She adored the dresses and had just earned 1,000,000 points, allowing her to choose one for herself. Each time she emerged from the changing room, they would shower her with compliments, praising her figure and how splendid she looked in any dress. Qin Luo and the others felt a swell of pride. These 3 outfits are all on us. We thought your boss only dealt in trendy items, but who knew he also offered traditional styles? Qin Luo cheerfully proceeded to pay. The clown puppet, having just been taken advantage of by Bai Shu, was momentarily disheartened but remained courteous to such a significant client. After their purchases, it was time to discuss serious matters. We need to contact your boss regarding a few issues. How can we reach him? Chapter 87. The alchemist's young proprietor, the jester puppet, was likely taken aback by the inquiry about the owner, momentarily rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the mechanical parrot squawked excitedly, "Caw, caw, looking for the boss, looking for the boss." Qin Luo and his companions exchanged puzzled glances. After a brief pause, the jester puppet politely inquired, "May I ask what business you have with the owner?" Qin Luo replied, "We have a matter to discuss. If a face-to-face meeting is not possible, a phone call would suffice." Just as he finished speaking, a clattering noise emanated from behind the small door at the counter, as if something had toppled over. Wang Weiwa and Bai Shu immediately became alert. The mechanical parrot continued to shriek, "We're doomed. Little Lin is finished. Little Lin is finished." The jester puppet covered its face, exclaiming in distress, and then hopped behind the counter, opening the door with a click. A voice immediately rang out from within, "Boo, do not enter." The entire 3A team heard the youthful tone, prompting them to lean in and peep through the small door. They discovered a boy, approximately 11 or 12 years old, sprawled on the floor amidst the chaos. The jester puppet hurriedly lifted him, only to receive a light smack on the head from the boy, who chastised, "You silly thing. I told you not to open the door." The mechanical parrot continued to screech, "OMG. OMG." The boy, blushing, yelled back, "You fool, be quiet. I'll take away your electric stone." Unfortunately, the 2 mechanical attendants seemed oblivious to their boss's ire, showing no fear. Qin Luo rapped on the table, "Hello, young proprietor. Could you come out to discuss something?" Lin Xianxing, addressing his own creation, raised his voice above the others, stating, "If you wish to buy something, then what do you want to talk to me about? Your teammate Bai has already taken away my discount. What more do you want?" There was an air of a child attempting to act grown up, mustering courage to engage in conversation. Everyone couldn't help but chuckle. None expected such prowess in alchemy from a mere child. Chen Xiaofei whispered to his teammates, "This child seems socially anxious, otherwise he wouldn't have fallen inside when he heard a phone call." Despite being in the shop, he was too timid to serve customers, leaving the 2 mechanical attendants to handle the store. Wang Weiwa advised him not to speak too candidly. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses calmly, asserting, "It is my legal right to seek a discount. It is a mutual agreement." He was quite the cunning fox. Lin Xianxing scoffed, displaying disbelief, refusing to emerge. Many duo peered inside, her curiosity piqued, eager to see the layout. She felt that behind the small door lay the boy's workshop. Qin Luo rapped on the table again. "We bear no ill intent. We simply wish to make a friend. Come out so we can check if you're hurt. We have medicine." He spoke with a tone reminiscent of coaxing a child. Chen Xiaofei chimed in, "Exactly, just making a friend." Baishu added, yes, let us be friends. Many duo nodded in agreement. Wang Weiwa contemplated whether he should intervene himself, but it seemed the mention of medicine had stirred the young proprietor. He hesitantly asked, do you have medicine? In these apocalyptic times, medicine was indeed scarce. Many duo had gathered a modest supply, having raided several pharmacies. Qin Luo replied nonchalantly, yes, come out. Hiding shows a lack of sincerity. We truly mean no harm. We need your assistance with a small matter. If you require medicine, we can compensate you with it. After a moment of silence, he instructed the jester puppet, Bubu, bring me out. The small door opened once more, revealing the true visage of the shop's owner, a young boy, dressed in a finely crafted blue uniform, likely his own work, with an air of youthful exuberance. He had tousled blonde hair and striking green eyes, though oddly, one of his feet and one hand were mechanical. He eyed the 3A team warily, though his gaze lingered on their faces, particularly on Many Duo, the little zombie. Qin Luo interjected, hey, while my team members are quite handsome, try not to be so obvious. Lin Xianqing grumbled in annoyance, with such a lovely face. Why do you speak so awkwardly? Finally, he impatiently demanded, speak quickly, what do you want me to assist you with? I must clarify that I do not craft weapons. I only create small gadgets and ordinary cold weapons, and there are limits to attribute enhancements. I cannot handle your team's firearms. Now, tell me what you need. He could barely muster the courage to meet their eyes, stealing glances at their faces. Qin Luo sighed. Did your teacher never instruct you to look people in the eye when speaking? Anyway, here is the situation. There are speculations on the forum that our teammate's skirt will not stain with blood. I hope you can keep this confidential. If you agree, please tell me what medicine you need, and we can provide it on the spot. Lin Qianqing appeared somewhat surprised and replied, I need scar removal ointment for treating burns. If you have it, please deliver it to the child care center in Luan district. There's a girl named Yuan Yuan there. He was unwilling to elaborate further, maintaining his aloof demeanor, claiming he only sold goods and cared little for the customers. Qin Luo glanced at Many Duo, who nodded in affirmation. She indeed had scar ointment for burns in her spatial storage. Swiftly, she produced several boxes, placing them into a bag, along with various other medications. All right. As you can see, the medicine is packed. We will deliver it shortly. Lin Qianqing was straightforward, and so were they. With this arrangement settled, Qin Luo and his companions felt reassured, no longer needing to worry about exposing Many Duo's spatial abilities. The boy awkwardly said, thank you. Qin Xiaofei, intrigued, remarked, oh, you can express gratitude? I thought you were too proud for that. But your skills are impressive. Did you make all of these by yourself? Chapter 88. Urgent Mission. Lin Qianqing, upon hearing this, proudly puffed out his small chest, exclaiming, of course, these treasures are crafted by none other than me. Tirelessly day and night. Baishu inquired, including these little skirts? Lin Qianqing blushed and retorted, so what if I do? Is there a rule that says boys can't make little skirts? Baishu replied, that's not the case. I merely think you are quite remarkable. Wang Weiwa added, we're all artisans here. What does gender matter? There are plenty of male tailors. Lin Qianqing glanced at them with a bewildered expression before softly saying, you guys are surprisingly nice. All right, if you have no further business, please leave. I have customers waiting outside. Once you take your supplies, I can assist you with enhancing your cold weapons attributes for free next time. He emphasized that this offer was a one-time deal, his frugal demeanor eliciting a chuckle. Once the matter was settled, Lin Qianqing ushered Qin Luo and the others out, promptly retreating into the small door, leaving behind the clown puppet Bubu and the mechanical parrot at the entrance, named Dada. It was only after exiting that they noticed a customer murmuring at the door. Why can't the door open today? Has my appearance declined? Just then, the clown puppet elegantly swung open the glass door, greeting the guest with a bow welcome. The customer appeared taken aback, glancing back at Team 3A, muttering, oh, so there are customers inside? Is there a limit on patrons today? After some time inside, the customer suddenly realized, wait, was that Team 3A that just left? What a missed opportunity. Meanwhile, after completing their official duties, Qin Luo and his team felt a sense of relief and decided to deliver medicines to the orphanage. However, they had no intention of seeking out Lu Chunwei, as they felt their involvement ended with their successful rescue. As long as the survivors led a good life, they would not intrude further. Lin Qianqing's dear friend, Sun Yuan, a 10-year-old girl, bore scars from previous burns, her face marked visibly, yet her appearance was undeniably adorable, and her demeanor was delightful. She sat on the playground sketching, accompanied by another familiar girl, the one who had drawn the granary for them previously. Qin Luo did not linger, handing the medicines to the teacher before departing, leaving behind a bag of snacks for the children. Wang Weiwa and the others felt a sense of nostalgia, noting that while the children had lost their families, this was the best life they could lead under the circumstances. Indeed, the orphanage resembled a fairy tale paradise. The creators of this institution were truly talented, far surpassing the schools of their own childhood. Observing the small zombie, Qin Luo noted her increasing normalcy, occasionally feeling as if she had returned to her former self. Just as he was about to speak, their team received a notification for a new mission, and to their surprise, the location was City I, a coastal city. Initially, they had chosen City C over City I to gather food supplies, leaving the latter to be taken over by the authorities, who established a small base there. Unfortunately, frequent disasters, including torrential rains and massive typhoons, had since besieged the area, with mutated marine creatures now threatening the safety of the temporary survivor base in City I, prompting a distress signal. Upon receiving the call, headquarters immediately dispatched 20 combat teams for this mandatory mission. After reading the details, Qin Luo asserted, "This is an urgent task. We must depart at once." Wang Weiwa promptly contacted the vehicle maintenance crew to prepare for their ride. Bai Shu, glancing at the data on his tablet, frowned. Mutated marine creatures? This could be troublesome. Parts of City I were still experiencing seawater backflow, complicating any potential conflict. Furthermore, while Qin Luo's ability harnessed lightning, the combination with water could amplify the attack range and intensity, yet it also posed a risk of friendly fire, necessitating careful coordination. The variety of creatures was vast and eclectic, reportedly erupting in a sudden outbreak over just 2 days, likely migrating from a specific area rather than stemming from pollution sources. Upon arriving at City I, they learned that the temporary survivor base was now sealed off, with everyone guarding the perimeter. "I'll drive. You all wait for me at the base entrance," Wang Weiwa instructed after his discussions with the staff. Qin Xiaofei nodded in agreement. "All right. Let us regroup at the base entrance." Qin Luo beckoned the others to board the bus, quickly gathering Manuo along the way. Urgent missions indicated severe circumstances. With the mysterious and terrifying underwater creatures now surfacing, no one could predict what might emerge from the depths next. The temporary survivor base in City I housed over 200,000 individuals, and it was crucial to hold the line. Relocation could not be taken lightly, otherwise, the 3 major bases would be overwhelmed. The best course of action was to stabilize the situation before making any further plans. Even if they were to accept more survivors, it would have to wait until the 3 major bases were completed. For now, their priority was to help secure the base in City I, leaving subsequent arrangements to headquarters. Bai Shu noted that the reward for this mission exceeded 1,800,000 points, indicating it was no simple task. Qin Luo remarked, "In this apocalypse, nothing is ever easy. Let us go." Didn't Manuel mention that mutated shrimp were delicious? Xiaofei also said mutated squid tasted great. "We'll head over and secure some seafood freedom." Qin Xiaofei brightened at the thought, and Manuel, thrilled by the prospect of collecting seafood, eagerly anticipated filling her space with valuable supplies. Bai Shu reviewed the information and quickly summarized it, jotting down notes on the weaknesses of these mutated marine creatures. His memory was exceptional, almost photographic. On the bus, the other passengers had already seen the news on the forums, noticing Team 3A among the announced rescue teams. Many expressed relief at not being selected themselves. After all, everyone wished to avoid death. However, upon overhearing Qin Luo's plans to gather seafood, they couldn't help but chuckle. Envious of Team 3A's upbeat spirit, they truly exuded vitality. Chapter 89. The survivor base of City I Su duo glanced over the latest roster and recognized several familiar names. The Cheetah Squad, the Dove Squad, the Rose Squad, and the Golden Eagle Squad all were set to depart. The absence of Munia's team brought a sigh of relief to Shirshir. They had just completed a grueling mission, and it was unlikely they would be dispatched again so soon, especially since teams that had suffered casualties needed to be restructured. There was little time for contemplation. On the way, they witnessed numerous awakened individuals sprinting by, most of whom were participating in this mission. The base's announcements echoed the gravity of the situation. When one side is in peril, all sides lend support. We reiterate, we shall never bow to the apocalypse, nor abandon any of our kin. The announcement continued to list the rescue teams involved in the emergency in City I, the Silver Orchid Squad, the 3A Special Operations Squad, the Rose Special Operations Squad, the Golden Eagle Squad, the Cheetah Squad, and the Dove Squad. Why were there so many teams mobilized? What calamity had occurred? This was madness. The list seemed endless. How many squads were to be dispatched? All those with any renown were involved. It seemed there was a grave issue in City I. Could it be that the base in City I was truly to be evacuated? After all the effort in establishing a commendable base, would humanity be forced to huddle within the confines of the three main bases? The expressions of nearly everyone present were somber. During such critical broadcasts, all were required to stand in solemn salute. Public transportation ceased its operations, and while the bewildered children might not grasp the situation, the adults wept as they informed them of their fellow humans in dire peril. A group of warriors would sacrifice their flesh and blood for the safety of many and for the future of humanity. This mission was unlike any undertaken previously. Even the rescue operation in City N was confined to certain areas and did not pose such peril. The lives of over 200,000 individuals in City I were at stake, a situation of utmost severity. Wang Weiwa hastily secured a vehicle, while Qin Luo had already reviewed part of the documentation and quickly boarded, acting with remarkable efficiency. Su Duo exhibited agility as well. Qin Luo had been concerned for her. Yet she had already slipped inside, evoking a blush as he recalled the last time she had purposely drawn him into the vehicle. "Let us go. We're departing." Qin Xiaofei swiftly took the passenger seat, while Qin Luo and Baishu settled into the middle row. Su Duo had already nestled herself in the back, sitting quietly and observing the vehicles lined up at the base's entrance, all bound for City I. Behind their 3A squad was the Rose Squad's vehicle, a strikingly large golden vehicle that caught the eye. They happened to be in the area for a matter at the H City survivor base, thus fortuitously coinciding with the departure. They exchanged horn honks as a form of greeting. The base's monitoring station repeatedly announced safety protocol alerts. Welcome to the first checkpoint of the H City survivor base. Beep. All systems normal. The entire staff of the H City survivor base wishes you a safe journey. Vehicles sped through the base's gate, utilizing a green channel. The staff could not even utter their customary well wishes, merely watching them depart. Bai Shu observed the dynamics, noting that combat teams from the other two bases were also setting out. However, City I was quite distant, requiring nearly 10 hours of travel, and they could not afford delays. They hoped for a smooth journey ahead. All participating squads were in a group chat discussing their route. Bai Shu communicated with them as everyone voiced their opinions. The Rose Squad disagreed, arguing that taking the detour via the national highway would lead them through residential areas, where they would inevitably encounter zombies blocking the way, leading to further delays. The Golden Eagle Squad suggested they could clear the path with artillery, asserting that there were unlikely to be any survivors left. Stop nitpicking, Rose Squad. The Snow Mountain Squad sided with the Rose Squad, stating that the National Highway's conditions were unpredictable. No one could foresee what might happen there. The Golden Eagle Squad countered. Do you have any idea about the traffic flow on the highways? If we're stuck for several kilometers, how will we clear the way? As they traveled, the debate continued, with everyone arguing over the best route, ultimately leading to no resolution. Bai Shu, parched and frowning deeply, finally exasperated Qin Luo, who declared, "Let us split into 2 teams. Each can choose their route. We 3A squad will take the highway." He promptly ended the call, relishing the newfound silence. Su Duo silently offered cold tea to the front row, grateful that as a mere little zombie, she could avoid the arguments. She could focus on fighting without the need for verbal participation, thankful that she did not have to endure the ensuing noise that would surely have left her throat sore. Bai Shu accepted the tea with a grateful nod, his voice hoarse as he muttered, "These fools. They fuss over trivial matters endlessly, unable to articulate anything clearly. It's infuriating." Qin Xiaofei, feeling trepidation, remarked on the intensity of their bickering, fearing it might escalate into a fight. Wang Weiwa sighed, acknowledging that in such times, they had to rely on Bai Shu. While diplomacy rested on him, for disputes over interests or arguments, Bai Shu was the more astute choice. Qin Luo couldn't help but shake his head, patting Bai Shu on the shoulder. "Thanks for your hard work, buddy. It's brutal." Bai Shu appeared utterly despondent. But thankfully, the refreshing cold tea from Su Duo eased his throat. At that moment, Qin Xiaofei piped up, "I'm hungry. Little class leader, I'm starving. We need to eat well. We don't know what awaits us in city. I urgently need high-calorie sustenance." Upon hearing high-calorie, Su Duo exclaimed, "No problem. Braised pork, white rice, stir-fried tomatoes with eggs, and cold dishes, all guaranteed to fill you up." She produced disposable containers, filled with food she had prepared earlier, still warm and steaming. As the dishes were revealed, everyone expressed their delight, exclaiming, "It smells heavenly." Chapter 90. A sudden drop in temperature. The journey ahead was far from smooth. After finishing their meal, the road conditions worsened significantly, primarily due to the lack of cleared paths. The Jinping team, undeterred, decided to take the national highway, while the Rose team followed closely to keep an eye on them. Several other groups also ventured that way. The 3A team continued on the expressway, but the weather increasingly became unsettling. Wang Weiwa nodded, carefully observing the road conditions, sensing the temperature drop. Bai Shu was resting his eyes after poring over extensive materials, feeling discomfort in his eyes. Upon hearing the conversation, he promptly opened his tablet and adjusted his glasses to check the date. What month was it? Calculating the days. It seemed a minor cold wave was approaching. Qin Xiaofei lamented, "Could we be so unfortunate? We're heading to a water-laden area, and now the temperature is dropping? Surely it won't snow in the south?" Qin Luo scoffed in response, "Before the apocalypse, it wouldn't have. But now, who can say?" It posed a significant challenge for their mission. Su Yudhua, nestled in the back seat with her tablet, noted that the forum had almost instantly confirmed the arrival of the first minor cold wave of the apocalypse. It came unexpectedly and without reason. Logically, it should be the depth of winter now, yet they were all dressed in autumn attire, feeling quite warm even when engaging in physical activities. Bai Shu remarked, "Once the cold wave arrives, life will become quite arduous. The base's heating will be a significant issue, and the survival difficulties for other survivors will drastically increase." After saying this, he glanced at the date. New Year's Day was approaching, and time seemed to pass swiftly. Su Yudhua pondered the situation leisurely, flipping through her journal. The apocalypse had begun on November 2nd, and by the 6th, all medical personnel had fallen. Time indeed flew by, mainly due to the fullness of their days. With tasks to complete daily, it felt as though each moment was particularly valuable. Recently, she had felt sharper mentally. The foggy sensation in her mind had lessened considerably, although she still occasionally faced mental blocks. Wang Weiwa advised them to change into winter clothing, mentioning that the new outfits from the crafting department were quite warm. The paternal figure within him surfaced. He instructed them to layer thermal pants underneath for extra warmth. Qin Luo and the others grimaced at the thought, questioning the necessity of such unattractive attire. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses and declared, "I refuse." Wang Weiwa replied sternly, "The survival manual states that during a minor cold wave, temperatures can range from 8 degrees to -40. Are you certain you do not wish to wear them?" He insisted they put them on. citing concerns about rheumatism and cold legs. By Shu's side, aware of the data but reluctant to face the reality, they might as well wear them. Qin Luo and Qin Xiaofei displayed their discomfort, verbally agreeing but knowing that when danger approached, warmth would be paramount. Thus they decided to change into winter gear. Su Yudua sat in the back, eyeing them, her gaze often drifting toward Qin Luo's chest and abdominal muscles. Despite the combat attire, his well-defined physique was undeniable. Just as Qin Luo was about to remove his shirt, he noticed the little zombie's gaze and abruptly froze, leaning over to give her a light tap on the forehead. "What are you staring at?" he exclaimed, then retrieved a piece of cloth from his face to shield himself from view. Qin Xiaofei chuckled at the commotion, stating that swimmers wore less and they were not in a compromising position. "Why should a big man be shy?" he teased. Qin Luo dismissed him. Bai Shu interjected, "Qin Xiaofei, you truly have no shame." Wang Weihua urged them to hurry, noting that frost was beginning to form on the road ahead. "Are you all still dawdling? The temperature inside the vehicle will plummet." Upon hearing this, the three hastened to change. Wang Weihua also pulled over, quickly donning multiple layers of clothing. Su Yudua recalled she had thermal base layers in her space, so she distributed them among her companions. Qin Xiaofei remembered the outdoor clothing he had previously asked the class leader to collect. "Hey, thanks, class leader. Almost forgot. Could you bring out a few jackets? We should layer up outside." They decided to implement a 7-layer outdoor clothing strategy. Minus several degrees was no laughing matter. Su Yudua handed out the clothing, and fortunately, they all had good physiques, so the sizes matched well. As Qin Luo changed, he encouraged her to do the same, asking if she was not afraid of the cold. Bai Shu had already put on his jacket. After all, she was not like ordinary people. While she might not be very sensitive to temperature changes, being too cold could leave her frozen. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo urged her to put on thicker clothing. "Did you hear that? Su Yudua, hurry and change." She acknowledged with a sound, whistling to ensure they heard her, then busily dressed in the back seat, layering from the base layer to a white sweater, her hair frizzing due to static electricity. Suddenly, Bai Shu's bracelet beeped. He answered it, and immediately, voices from the cheetah team and the dove team came through. "Bai Go, why have you stopped? Is the vehicle too cold to start?" They could be heard gasping, clearly affected by the cold. As a new team, they lacked experience and resources, never anticipating such a sudden temperature drop. The cold wave had arrived several days earlier than expected, leaving them scrambling to layer up with thin clothing. Wang Weihua, hearing the sniffles, instructed them to pull over. "We have several thick garments. Pull over to collect them." They couldn't afford to fall ill at the onset. What would happen upon reaching City I? In the apocalypse, there was no room for reasoning. The cheetah team and the dove team obediently pulled over. Eagerly, they approached the window. "Thank you, Wang Go. Do you have enough clothing? Please, don't give us what you don't have enough of." Wang Weihua observed that their speech had become sluggish. The drop in temperature was visibly pronounced. Their breath began to fog. "Enough chit-chat, take them. In this weather, prioritize your safety and drive carefully." Chapter 91. The 7-layer dressing method. Qin Xiaofei and his companions handed over the excess cold-resistant clothing from their storage and imparted to them the 7-layer dressing technique. L1 quick-drying lightweight base layer, L2 medium-weight flannel base layer, L3 insulating fleece, L4 windproof, waterproof, and breathable outer layer, L5 softshell garments, L6 hardshell jackets, and L7 cold-resistant padded clothing. This comprehensive ensemble is undoubtedly sufficient for outdoor activities in extreme weather conditions. The new team members were merely ordinary individuals. If they had any inclination toward outdoor activities, they might possess some knowledge. However, those completely oblivious would be akin to the blind. In such frigid conditions, they could easily succumb to the cold. While the other teams comprehended this, the two newcomers remained unaware. Many generously offered them 2 large cans of ginger tea powder, which could be prepared for immediate consumption. The cheetah and dove teams expressed immense gratitude, looking at Team 3A with eyes filled with admiration akin to a child gazing at a beloved parent. After expressing their thanks with sweet words, they hurriedly stashed their supplies and made their way to their vehicle. Before Qin Luo and his team could step outside, the members of Team 3A donned their hardshell jackets. They would assess whether to put on the thick padded clothing once they exited the vehicle. After changing, Qin Luo turned to observe the little zombie. "How are you doing? Are you ready?" Many nodded, momentarily forgetting that they were unseen, and responded affirmatively. Qin Luo pulled down the cloth curtain and beheld her in a white sweater and thick pants, all snug and soft. "Oh, how utterly adorable. That brown pair of pants is the perfect touch. It looks splendid. I must relay this to Lin Qianxing for some winter attire. With the cold setting in, those autumn dresses are simply unwearable. They're far too thin." Qin Xiaofei also turned to take a look and was immediately struck by her charm. "Wow! The little class monitor looks wonderful. This outfit suits you perfectly, and you appear so obedient." Bai Shu also offered his praise, affirming her beauty. Qin Luo, enchanted by the little zombie's cuteness, couldn't resist pinching her cheek and tidying her hair. However, as the cold weather often caused static, her hair was frizzing up. "How do we remedy this? Should we tie it back?" Many nodded eagerly. She too found the frizz inconvenient. The occasional static shocks were bothersome and uncomfortable. Qin Xiaofei chimed in. "Qin Ge, you should tie it for her. It shouldn't be too difficult." Qin Luo promptly moved to the back seat, unsure of how to approach her hair. Nevertheless, he had had ample opportunity to touch it while drying it. It was so smooth and fragrant. "Let me see." Many produced a few hair ties. Many obediently retrieved a container of black hair ties, to which Qin Luo responded, "Why so dark? Choose something cuter." The little zombie, no longer a child, felt a bit challenged. Yet, seeing Qin Ji's determined expression, she resigned herself to pulling out a box of colorful hair ties. Qin Luo, pleased with her selection, chose a pink one adorned with a white fluffy bunny head and clumsily styled a loose braid for her. Upon finishing, he beamed with pride. "I must say, I am quite the genius. Look at my handiwork. It's rather impressive, isn't it?" Indeed, it possessed a certain chaotic beauty. Qin Xiaofei exclaimed, giving Qin Luo a thumbs up. "Qin Ge, you're amazing." Bai Shu nodded in agreement, affirming its appeal. Wang Weihua, however, remained focused on driving, unable to afford any distraction as the frosted plants along the highway presented a daunting sight. As fog began to envelop the vehicle, Qin Luo recalled a new function introduced by the staff. Aside from the diving and tank modes, there was also a snow mode designed for cold conditions. Wang Weihua promptly asked Qin Xiaofei for assistance in activating it. Qin Xiaofei, having studied it, successfully engaged the snow mode, significantly stabilizing the tires and alleviating the sensation of slipping. Wang Weihua sighed with relief as he checked the rearview mirror, noting that the cheetah and dove teams were still trailing behind them, ensuring they remained together. After all, they were familiar faces, a group of young individuals who were obedient and easy to guide. Every seasoned member had once been a newcomer, including their own Team 3A, who had stumbled and persevered to their current state, not without the guidance of their seniors, a tradition of passing the torch. Goodness. Do you think this drastic drop in temperature could potentially freeze the zombies to death? Qin Xiaofei suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses, advising him not to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Zombies could evolve, and soon enough, they would adapt to withstand the cold. He suggested they take advantage of the situation before any mutations occurred. Rising, he prepared to open the sunroof. The wind is about to rush in. Brace yourselves while I toss a few rounds to dispatch them. What a chilling proclamation. Qin Luo glanced at the little zombie, who instinctively wrapped herself snugly in a blanket. Captain Qin felt satisfied. Good, you're becoming more astute. This way, no one will whisk you away. Many felt bashful from the praise and buried herself deeper into the blanket. As Bai Shu opened the sunroof, a frigid gust swept into the vehicle, causing an immediate drop in temperature that sent shivers down their spines. Goodness, this is unbearably cold. Is this wind made of knives? Help! Qin Xiaofei cried out. Wang Weiwa reminded him that cold air could lead to stomach troubles, prompting Qin Xiaofei to quickly silence himself. Bai Shu hurled a few rounds, detonating the frozen zombies along the road, while Qin Xiaofei used his abilities to clear obstructive vehicles ahead. Wow! I've noticed the wind is even stronger in this weather. How exhilarating! Qin Xiaofei's powers proved invaluable, swiftly clearing their path and alleviating many potential troubles, as Wang Weiwa's earth-based abilities were too risky to deploy on the highway. The ensuing moments were filled with Bai Shu and Qin Luo alternately launching small explosive beads to clear the way of vehicles and zombies, while Qin Xiaofei utilized a whirlwind to whisk them away. Their journey continued smoothly. Suddenly, a ringing sound interrupted the atmosphere. The Rose team initiated a voice call. Team Qin. Where are you? How's out the road? Our national highway is impassable. We're turning back. Wang Weiwa sighed upon hearing this. Their delay would be detrimental. Mu Mei's voice sounded hoarse, yet she responded, understood. After hanging up, Qin Xiaofei expressed his lament that Jin Dapeng is nothing but a nuisance, so self-important. Chapter 92, Seafood Everywhere. Bai Shu instructed Qin Xiaofei to focus on himself and disregard the others. Wang Weiwa glanced at the navigation. Noting they were over 100 kilometers away, he encouraged everyone to rest if they could, as dusk was approaching. Qin Luo suggested that Wang Weiwa take the wheel, but Wang Weiwa insisted he was fine and urged Qin to rest, claiming he could handle the short distance. Having collaborated closely for such an extended period, the team felt at ease with Wang's confidence, allowing them to relax without hesitation. The interior of the vehicle was softly illuminated, and Su Duo prepared generous servings of ginger tea for everyone, to which they expressed their gratitude. Despite the light-hearted banter throughout the journey, the prolonged confinement in the vehicle had taken its toll, leaving them quite fatigued. Maintaining constant vigilance and occasionally assessing road conditions was mentally draining, and Qin Xiaofei, having exerted his abilities, found it disingenuous to claim he was not tired. As the atmosphere grew more tranquil, everyone sipped their warm ginger tea, feeling a comforting warmth envelop them as they wrapped themselves in blankets, ready for a restful slumber. After finishing his tea, Qin Luo turned to check on Su Duo, leaning into the back seat to touch her forehead, pleasantly surprised to find it cool rather than frigid. Take care to keep warm. We wouldn't want you turning into an ice sculpture. Sleep well, don't just sit there. Su Duo, feeling a bit offended by the term ice sculpture, found his demeanor amusing as beads of sweat formed on his brow. Unable to resist, she reached out to playfully poke him. Qin Luo, feeling slightly bashful, averted his gaze and remarked, "So you truly cherish my presence, don't you?" He was aware of the sweat brought on by the ginger tea, yet found her touch oddly reassuring. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and affection, Su Duo lamented her own feelings, realizing her fondness for him had grown. Qin Luo, with a playful tone, ruffled her hair, the remnants of the day's exertions still lingering on his hands. His touch was warm and dry, a stark contrast to her naturally low body temperature, and she found comfort in it. In a commanding tone befitting a leader, he urged Wang Weiwa to take responsibility, and without further protest, the team settled in for a brief respite. When the night deepened, they would switch drivers to Qin Luo. Su Duo awoke from her slumber, groggy and disoriented as she propped herself up, swaying slightly before collapsing back down. Qin Luo chuckled softly at her antics, advising her to sleep rather than fidget. As dawn approached, they finally reached the highway entrance to City I, awakening Bai Shu and the others. Qin Luo was busy coordinating with their team, relaying that the 3A Special Operations team had arrived at the toll station of City I. He reiterated this message, noting that both the Cheetah and Dove teams had successfully arrived as well, having closely followed the 3A team. All right, we will commence operations now. Everyone, exercise caution. And we shall regroup at the base in City I, he declared, opting not to join forces with others now that they had arrived. The Cheetah and Dove teams appeared reluctant to part ways, but Wang Weiwa urged them to be cautious, emphasizing the importance of self-reliance and strength in their training. After receiving their admonishment, The two teams felt a sense of shame for their previous dependence on the 3A team, reminding themselves that they were independent units and not mere extensions of 3A. "Thank you, Brother Wang, for your guidance. We will train diligently," they assured, even as they felt a pang of reluctance to separate. Wang Weiwa nodded in satisfaction, appreciating their understanding and maturity. They parted ways, with Qin Luo continuing to drive towards the base near City I, which was only 15 kilometers away. He decided to first explore the low-lying areas to assess the situation regarding the encroaching seawater, recognizing the necessity of understanding the threat rather than avoiding it. The team unanimously agreed with this approach as they steered toward the lower regions. The surroundings appeared relatively normal at first, but they soon spotted mutated crabs tussling by the roadside, alongside fish with elongated legs scuttling about. Su Duoduo and Qin Xiaofei were captivated by the sight of such enormous crabs, nearly salivating at the thought. "Goodness, I've never seen crabs this large in my life. Their claws are bigger than my head. Just think of how much crab meat there must be," Qin Xiaofei exclaimed, echoing Su Duoduo's thoughts as they leaned eagerly out of the window to catch a better view. Bai Shu and Wang Weiwa fell silent, both astounded by the surreal sight of such giant crabs crossing the roadway. As they ventured further, the salty aroma of the sea intensified, and they observed clusters of mutated starfish gnawing at buildings, leaving them riddled with holes. Qin Luo was taken aback, exclaiming, "Goodness! At least they're only consuming bricks and tiles. Imagine if they were to feast on metal, how many bites would it take for them to devour our vehicle?" Just then, a lobster stealthily scuttled by, its beady eyes locking momentarily with Qin Xiaofei's, causing him to freeze in shock before it hurried away. "What on earth was that? Qinga, did you see it? It was looking at me." Qin Xiaofei's nerves were frayed, his heart racing. Qin Luo urged him to remain calm, explaining that during the day, their vehicle was invisible from the outside. Thus, the lobster was merely admiring its reflection. "This world is utterly mad," Qin Xiaofei remarked in astonishment, gazing at the seafood scattered across the ground. Chapter 93, Urban Seashore Expedition. Due to remaining inside the vehicle, these seafood creatures did not exhibit any hostile behavior. Perhaps it was merely that these species were non-threatening, merely encroaching upon the land. As Qin Luo drove deeper into the low-lying areas, an increasing number of invasive marine organisms came into view. The sight of starfish, voraciously consuming structures, was particularly alarming as they clung to entire floors of buildings, their synchronized gnawing creating an incessant, eerie sound. Qin Xiaofei shuddered at the unsettling noise. It was intolerable. Wang Weiwa observed the streets outside, now entirely submerged, with seawater reaching 2/3 of the car windows. Were it not for the specially modified combat vehicle, it would likely be rendered inoperable. The cold water posed a significant risk of freezing, even with 7 layers of clothing. Immersion would be catastrophic, and even those with abilities could not endure for long in such conditions. Bai Shu noted the temperature had evidently dropped, estimating it to be around -5 degrees in City I, the southernmost region of the country, known for its mild winters. Should they explore the low-lying areas? The marine life there was sparse, but it could be gradually cleared. The strength of their small squad lay in their collaborative spirit. Qin Luo, though the leader, often heeded the suggestions of his teammates. As he prepared to turn the vehicle around, many duo urged him to look at the starfish outside, expressing a desire to collect them. Qin Xiaofei chimed in, recalling that headquarters had emphasized the necessity of addressing the starfish issue, lest they proliferate from City I to City H. Bai Shu leaned forward to open the window, producing a marble bomb. As the cold wind rushed in, he launched the bomb, which detonated with a resounding blast, effectively eliminating the starfish, while releasing an enticing aroma reminiscent of grilled seafood. Qin Xiaofei and many duo immediately became captivated by the delectable scent, their appetites ignited. Wang Weiwa and Bai Shu also detected the overwhelming fragrance of grilled seafood, leaving Qin Luo astonished at the scene, with many duo practically drooling. He noticed a small zombie pressed against the rear window, coveting the starfish, an endearing sight. With a resigned sigh, he permitted Chen Xiaofei and many duo to collect the starfish while they maintained vigilance from the vehicle. Wang Weihua volunteered to drive, suggesting Qin Luo, with his precise marksmanship, should take the lead. Without hesitation, Qin Luo agreed to commence the eradication of the invasive marine life, bringing the vehicle to a halt. Bai Shu readied his weapon, and they all assumed their positions. Chen Xiaofei was the first to leap out, followed closely by many duo. The two had become adept at coordinating their actions, having undergone numerous encounters with the alien core dilution agents, mastering the art of mimicry to blend seamlessly into their surroundings. "Let us go, class leader. We're about to strike it rich," Chen Xiaofei exclaimed with excitement, envisioning the freedom of seafood at their fingertips. The team remained jubilant yet composed, for to them, their leader's demeanor was irrelevant. Understanding one another was sufficient. As Chen Xiaofei maneuvered around the building, lifting the small zombie, he noticed a swarm of starfish shifting positions, continuing their relentless gnawing. "Eat away. You're devouring our homes," he scolded, wielding a crowbar to pry the starfish loose. Fortunately, these creatures lacked intelligence and detached easily. Many duo opened a portal for him, ensuring the starfish would be deposited into her multifaceted spatial realm. Once the duo had cleared the high-rise, they set to work dismantling the starfish. Bai Shu found the process oddly satisfying, a remedy for his obsessive tendencies. He took aim and dispatched several mutated birds hovering nearby, creatures that preyed upon fish and posed a threat to humans. Qin Luo eliminated a few small marine insects, which, upon sensing Chen Xiaofei and many duo's presence, became agitated and rushed toward the building. He swiftly dealt with them, confirming their bloodthirsty nature. Wang Weihua reviewed their mission, recognizing that the invasive marine organisms, particularly the starfish, posed a significant challenge. If they were allowed to consume buildings, the defense of their base would be compromised, especially given the diminutive walls of City I, which were already vulnerable. The citizens of City I trembled in fear, their combat capabilities waning as ammunition dwindled, leading them to seek assistance from headquarters. The relentless tide of creatures emerging from the ocean was overwhelming, leaving anyone in their predicament feeling despondent. However, Chen Xiaofei and many duo remained undeterred. Engrossed in their urban seashore venture, which had shifted from sandy beaches to city streets. Buildings had transformed into reefs, streets into beaches, and seafood had grown to colossal proportions. The largest starfish dwarfed even the small zombie, measuring twice its size. Many duo effortlessly captured it, following Chen Xiaofei as they gleefully scavenged for seafood, their spirits buoyed by the bounty. They delighted in discovering the myriad of seafood filling their spatial realm, a source of immense satisfaction. With the enhancement of their abilities, their appetites would inevitably expand, making the accumulation of provisions ever more crucial. Chapter 94. The mutated octopus sea stars are seldom consumed, not being a common delicacy. However, this mutated variant seems to possess a flavor far superior to its ordinary counterpart. Chen Xiaofei stumbled upon a sea star that had been charred black by Bai Shu. As he pried open one of its limbs with a crowbar, the golden yellow flesh was revealed within. Previously, he had seen videos showcasing the deep green and brown hues of the regular sea star, but now, after mutation, it appeared far more appetizing, resembling a large mass of crab meat in a vibrant yellow, though he refrained from consuming it, given the abundance of fresh options. He pondered the peculiarities of this mutated sea star. How could it grow flesh while consuming houses? The external temperature was indeed low, however. The multiple layers of clothing he wore did not hinder his movements. Although Su Yudhua could create several temperature-controlled spaces using her spatial abilities, doing so would deplete her powers too rapidly, leaving her vulnerable in times of danger. Thus, she chose not to utilize that ability. Her nose was tinged pink from the cold, yet her actions were fierce as she waved her small claws, swiftly collecting a multitude of sea stars. After clearing a large building of sea stars, she moved on to the next. It was rather amusing, while using other abilities drained energy quickly. Gathering items consumed hardly any energy at all, making her particularly adept at hoarding. Chen Xiaofei followed her, lost in the thrill of the hunt, utterly delighted. Class monitor, hurry. There's an enormous shrimp over there. Upon spotting the massive shrimp bounding towards them, Suyudwa swiftly captured it with her large shovel and immediately stored it in her spatial pocket. This was not merely a mission to exterminate mutated marine life. It was a grand expedition to gather treasures from the sea. Wang Weiwa watched in astonishment, attempting to comfort himself with the thought, we are indeed purging mutated marine creatures. We are on a mission. Repeating this mantra helped him maintain focus. The effectiveness of their efforts became apparent as the sea stars were captured, revealing the original state of the house beneath. The surfaces, now pockmarked and eroded, were likely uninhabitable. If it were to rain, the outside deluge would surely result in a downpour within, turning the home into a water curtain cave. Qin Luo and Bai Shu remained vigilant, ensuring that the pair of joyful gatherers could continue their task without concern. Fortunately, their pace was quite brisk, clearing a building in just a few minutes. Each lost in their work, growing ever more distant. Wang Weiwa could only drive alongside them. Occasionally, they encountered mutated creatures, which Qin Luo and Bai Shu dispatched with explosives. The marble bombs rewarded by headquarters during previous missions proved useful here. In such watery locales, Qin Luo's abilities were less effective, but the explosives struck true, sending a flurry of sea roaches crashing down, a rather unpleasant sight. Engaging in this extermination task was exceedingly monotonous, consisting of repetitive actions while remaining vigilant against sudden threats. Qin Luo and Bai Shu, initially fatigued, suddenly found their spirits lifted upon spotting a large head emerging from the depths. Run! Xiaofei, class monitor! As they shouted, Su Yudhua and Qin Xiaofei sensed an ominous presence as the surroundings darkened, signaling either rain or the appearance of a formidable creature. However, the frigid temperature dulled their reflexes. Goodness, this ink is corrosive. Su Yudhua urged, class monitor, we must retreat. Once Qin Xiaofei regained his composure, he quickly rushed towards Su Yudhua, lifting her away. The thought of what might happen if a person were ensnared by it was terrifying. Wang Weiwa hastily drove away, declaring, I'll lure it to a dry area. Xiaofei, keep up with the class monitor. Stay safe on the way. Qin Xiaofei promptly affirmed, understood. The class monitor and I will be fine. Qin Luo, growing impatient, muttered. This place is a hassle, with all this water. Being restricted in using his lightning powers was quite bothersome. Bai Shu maintained precise aim even while the vehicle moved, showcasing remarkable marksmanship. The leopard squad and pigeon squad found themselves pursued by mutated blue crabs, their cries echoing in panic. The newcomers struggled to utilize their abilities effectively, and the crabs' armored shells rendered their bullets ineffective. They were almost being herded like sheep. Help! Why are they so vengeful? We can't even fight back. Their shells are harder than turtles. Oh no, I'm going to be devoured by crabs. Where were Qin and the others? I think I heard the thunder. Are they nearby? Fortunately, they encountered the Rose Squad, composed entirely of plant-type ability users, all second-tier practitioners with military backgrounds, thus possessing more experience than the novice teams. They calmly subdued the crabs, binding them tightly, leaving a heap of crabs sprawled on their backs. The leopard and pigeon squads finally breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing on the ground, gasping for air. We're saved. Thank you, beautiful sisters. The children were stunned. The scene was both pitiable and humorous. The healing-type ability user from the Rose Squad chuckled softly while tending to the newcomers' injuries. Mume, displaying a wry smile, remarked, You've all been quite brave. Your abilities are indeed valuable. Make an effort to utilize them more. Headquarters wants you to participate to hone your skills. Though you are a novice team, your activated abilities are commendable. The Leopard Squad boasted feline abilities, while the Pigeon Squad specialized in avian powers, even possessing interference abilities capable of disorienting the crabs. Regrettably, the newcomers were still unaccustomed to wielding their powers and required more practice. The Leopard and Pigeon Squads found themselves chastised, unable to lift their heads in shame. Yet their most admirable trait was their thick skin, readily accepting guidance and vowing to improve next time. Mume felt a twinge of compassion. You did well. You were the ones who exterminated those sea roaches, right? It was just the encounter with the mutated crabs that threw you into a panic. She advised them to remain calm in the face of adversity, as a clear mind was essential to avoid mishaps. Chapter 95. The frugal zombie. As they exchanged a few words, a tremendous roar of thunder erupted from afar, shaking the very ground beneath them. The cheetah squad and the dove squad wore expressions of exhilaration, their eyes fixated on the source of the tempest. Surely, it was the manifestation of Team Chin's extraordinary powers. How impressive! The prowess of the 3A squad is indeed formidable. This display of abilities is simply awe-inspiring. How I envy them! How delightful it would be to possess lightning powers, wouldn't it? Chin seems to command the storm, doesn't he? Mume glanced towards the spectacle. Unable to suppress a smile, this place served as a nurturing ground for his thunderous abilities, though the abundant water also posed certain limitations. However, without any allies nearby, he could unleash his full potential without restraint. With a stern expression, Mume cautioned the newcomers to keep their distance from the 3A squad so as not to hinder their performance. The cheetah squad and the dove squad promptly nodded in compliance, not daring to entertain any contrary thoughts. Here, his powers were expended sparingly. For the three essential conditions for a thunderstorm are abundant moisture, an unstable atmosphere, and sufficient upward motion or uplift mechanisms. These three requisite elements provide the moisture, energy, and driving forces necessary for the formation of storms. When these conditions converge, the unstable energy within the atmosphere is released, resulting in a thunderstorm. In such an environment, Qin Luo's abilities enjoyed a distinct advantage, albeit also constrained by the surrounding water. His teammates needed to exercise extreme caution in his presence. Qin Xiaofei, along with many others, chose to maintain a considerable distance, while Wang Weiwa drove Bai Shu to a safe vantage point, allowing Qin Luo to unleash his powers freely. He felt utterly invigorated, exclaiming with satisfaction, "What a relief! After enduring so much, my body aches, but now I can truly let loose." They crouched beside this formidable figure. What a terrifying scene! It eerily reminded her of that time she ruthlessly slaughtered mutated monkeys, a vision too magnificent to forget. Even as she set Mo Nong aside, the small zombie tilted its head and observed for a moment, contemplating that Mo Nong could be sold to a research institute, nodding in satisfaction. Truly, she was a frugal and resourceful little zombie. There was nothing else fearsome in sight. In the end, Su Duo unearthed a striking blue 2-star core, its appearance captivating and emitting a delightful aroma reminiscent of squid strips. She swallowed hard, her desire evident. Suddenly, she was lifted by someone. Qin Luo exclaimed, "Su Duo, you're covered in blue blood. You've turned into a filthy little zombie." Sometimes, appearances can be deceiving. Qin Luo looked at the blue 2-star core clutched in her claws and remarked, "Oh, a 2-star core. No wonder it wasn't too difficult to acquire. 3-star variants are certainly more challenging." Wang Weiwa and Bai Shu approached, with Bai Shu eagerly enlisting Wang Weiwa's help to record the spectacle. This formidable creature was indeed valuable. 2-star mutated animals fetched 1,000 points per pound. Should they sell it, it would yield a substantial sum. "But I've never tasted mutated seafood," Su Duo protested. A hint of longing in her voice. Qin Luo, Bai Shu, and Wang Weiwa chuckled. "All right, save it for yourself. After all, our 3A squad isn't in need of points." As for the cores from mutated animals, it was already understood that Su Duo would keep them, while the zombie and monster cores would be reserved for team use. Goodness! How large is this one? The onlooking combat teams expressed their envy. This single specimen was worth a fortune, reinforcing the notion that the 3A squad was indeed swimming in wealth, their luck almost too good to be true. Yet, points held their own significance. As the current currency, they were incredibly important. Qin Xiaofei felt a sense of satisfaction, flaunting to them. "What do you think? Impressive, right? What? Sell it? We want to sell or hand it over to headquarters. We're keeping this for ourselves. I passed by earlier and saw a whole bunch of starfish. And now they're all gone. Did you clear them out?" So quickly? Are you even human? Incredible. Unbeatable. Wan Weiwa joined in jesting with them, preventing Qin Xiaofei from rambling foolishly. Well, this thing is vulnerable to ammunition, a single blast, and it all tumbles into the water. Bai Shu took the opportunity to enlist Qin Xiaofei to help him document the findings, taking Wang Weiwa's place. Donning gloves, he collected samples, knowing he would need to write a report and upload it to the forum. As Qin Luo hoisted the little zombie, he instructed Su Duo to change her clothes inside the vehicle, unbothered by the cold. Chapter 96. The cube space has upgraded after many Duo changed her clothes. The onlookers outside had already dispersed. Everyone still had tasks to fulfill, but upon witnessing the impressive haul of Team 3A, they were invigorated and eager to pursue the mutated seafood. The newly attired little zombie nodded and once again followed closely behind Chen Xiaofei. Chen Xiaofei stretched his limbs, exclaiming, "All right, let us keep going." Taking advantage of this opportunity, let us stockpile a plethora of seafood. I feel like we could feast for centuries, haha. Just the thought of it filled him with joy. After speaking, he lifted many Duo, saying, "Let us go. Little squad leader, we're off. I just spotted some mantis shrimp over there. Let us gather them up. Goodness, they're so large they seem rideable. I can only imagine how delightful they taste." As Chen Xiaofei took flight with her, he heard her exclaim in sheer delight. "What? Little squad leader, what did you say? Going? Dog? Go? Wow, Chinga." The little squad leader spoke. Truly, her voice is so melodious. Qin Luo, unable to contain himself, glanced up and admonished, "Watch where you're going. What if you drop many Duo?" His reaction was understandable. After all, she was always revolving around him, and it was normal for others not to hear her. Qin Luo sighed, realizing that it was inevitable. Many Duo, the little zombie, was quite fond of him. Bai Shu, passing by, couldn't he help but chime in, "Qin Ge. If you keep smiling like that, your face might split." Qin Luo immediately straightened his expression, retorting, "Mind your own business." Bai Shu turned away, chuckling, while Wang Weiwa stifled his laughter beside him, snickering quietly. The weather in City I remained dreary. The group had to delve deeper into the low-lying areas, not anticipating the retreating tide. The streets of the low-lying district gradually revealed their true form, albeit damp and littered with sand in certain corners. This truly felt like a coastal expedition. Qin Xiaofei led many Duo to a spot still kissed by the sea, where they each wielded a small shovel and a bucket, beginning to collect clams. They were indeed using their shovels, as the clams had formed heaps due to the water. Bai Shu and Qin Luo stood guard nearby, while Wang Weiwa stowed the vehicle and joined in the hunt for zombies, which were trapped on the upper floors. Rather than wait for them to evolve into monsters, it was better to eliminate them on the spot, especially since the cold weather hindered their movement, making the task swift. With little water around, there was no concern of accidentally harming teammates. Qin Luo finally felt free to use his abilities, unleashing a bolt that felled a cluster of mantis shrimp. Each time he did this, he called out to many Duo, "Come over here. Collect these." He watched as the little zombie scampered over, deftly sweeping up the fallen shrimp with her claws, efficiently clearing the ground in a manner far surpassing her usual pace with Qin Xiaofei. Yet, many Duo lingered, refusing to leave Qin Luo's side, following him closely as he zapped more shrimp. Wherever he struck, she collected, their efficiency impeccable. The seafood soon filled a multitude of compartments in their spatial cube, but suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her head. The multifaceted cube space spun rapidly in her consciousness, adding numerous faces, and this time, they were color-coded, leaving her bewildered. It felt like a legacy, and she instinctively understood the purpose of these colors. There were a total of 6 colors: red for strangulation, white for domains, blue for water, green for planting. And both orange and yellow represented the stasis of time within the storage space. The little zombie was taken aback. Just then, she spotted a small crab scuttling by. She instinctively activated the red strangulation awareness, witnessing the crab explode as if it were a mutated serpent. Embarrassed, she quickly kicked some sand over it. It seemed she would need to study the space further, for now it was too perilous outside to be distracted. Noticing she hadn't followed, Qin Luo called out, "Many duo, over here." Upon hearing his voice, she dashed toward him, her mind still catching up. Qin Luo had just slain a one-star scallop, extracting a white anomalous core. He handed it to her, saying, "These days, scallops have no pearls, only anomalous cores. Hold on to this." There seemed to be several more one-star mutated scallops around. He then bent down to open another scallop, offering it to her. Many Duo soon found herself cradling a collection of them. Nearby, Wang Weihua and Bai Shu, noticing the abundance of one-star mutated marine creatures, also stuffed anomalous cores into many Duo's arms as they passed by. The 3A team had all ascended to the third tier of their abilities, and Qin Luo appeared to have broken through to the west tier. Now, eliminating these one-star mutated seafood was a breeze. Creatures below 2 stars posed little challenge, while 3-star entities required some effort, but could still be dispatched with relative ease. It was noteworthy that at the beginning, Qin Luo had sustained injuries defeating a 1-star mutated monkey king, and their last encounter with a 3-star mutated serpent nearly led to their demise. It took a group effort to vanquish a 3-star zombie monster. Bai Shu, sensing the disparity in levels, couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder all creatures, both living and inanimate, strive to evolve. This feeling is simply exhilarating. We can effortlessly crush other beings. It's no wonder they all pursue evolution." The survivors of City I were trapped within by these mutated seafood. Were it not for their advanced abilities, they could freely navigate this perilous realm. Even if danger loomed at every turn, they possessed the means to defend themselves. In contrast, ordinary individuals and lower-tier combat teams were utterly powerless, forced to remain hidden within their bases. Wang Weihua echoed the sentiment, "It's terrifying. Isn't it? We can easily overpower 3-star mutated animals and aberrant creatures, but should we encounter beings of a higher tier, we would be utterly defenseless. Everything is relative." Bai Shu nodded in agreement, recognizing the madness of their world. Strengthening their own capabilities was their only recourse, otherwise they would be left awaiting their demise. Qin Luo, passing by, admonished them not to overthink, urging them to focus on the present and remain vigilant. Danger could strike at any moment. This was not the time for philosophical musings. No sooner had he spoken than a series of anguished cries erupted from a distance. Another team had come under attack. Chapter 97. The bliss of undeath. The 3 of them exchanged glances and immediately set off to provide support. Su Duo collected the anomalous cores into her space and deftly followed their lead, having fully adapted to the combat speed of Team 3A. Qin Luo surveyed the area, and once he confirmed that his teammates were in tow, he felt a sense of reassurance. "Xiaofei, gather at 2 o'clock. We'll head out first." From less than a kilometer away, the booming sounds echoed continuously. The buildings in their vicinity had already been ravaged by the mutated starfish and other mollusks, leaving them pockmarked. Now, they were further battered, threatening to collapse entirely. The ability of Qin Xiaofei to fly proved advantageous, as he spotted something in the distance and immediately alerted his teammates. "Holy cow! It appears to be a gigantic Australian lobster. How terrifying!" Upon hearing that it was a shelled creature, Bai Shu commented, "This is something for Qin Ge to handle. No one can dispatch it as swiftly as he can with his electric abilities, whether with firearms or melee weapons." As Wang Weihua ran, he dispatched a few small marine pests along the way, noting, "This is strange. There are an abundance of these creatures here. Everyone, stay vigilant." Su Duo, now a spry little zombie, adeptly leaped and dodged, successfully evading the nuisances posed by the sea worms. Her eyes remained unblinking, and whenever these creatures approached, they were swiftly obliterated into fragments. Qin Luo, the fastest among them, had already engaged before they arrived, his output akin to a tempest, sparks and lightning crackling all around. Upon reaching the designated spot, Wang Weihua encountered the beleaguered team. Unfamiliar faces sprawled on the ground. As Team 3A arrived, The remaining teammates sighed in relief and hurriedly began to report the situation. I told you not to provoke it. That lobster is undoubtedly a 3-star creature. Yet you refuse to listen. In plain terms, it was sheer greed. If you had fought it alone, all the spoils would be yours. But calling for assistance means sharing with others. Now, you're at the brink of losing your lives over such trivial matters. Withdraw at once. Wang Weiwa chastised them. Feeling their foolishness was unfathomable. This team, aware of their folly, recognized that their salvation today was merely a stroke of luck. Did they truly believe that every second-tier ability user could challenge a 3-star mutated beast? Baishu began to scale the building, seeking a strategic position for his firearm. Although the mutated lobster might be difficult to engage with weaponry, he could provide cover for Qin Luo. Qin Luo relished the combat in this location. The massive Australian lobster's pincers were formidable, and its speed was alarming, not to mention its ability to summon other smaller pests, which was exceedingly bothersome. However, Qin Luo's abilities were rather insidious. Neither firearms nor melee weapons were necessary. He unleashed a tempest of electrical energy, which effortlessly penetrated the lobster's hard shell, incapacitating it swiftly. Its shell turned a bright red. Su Duo, on the sidelines, engaged with the sea snails that spewed toxic substances. The little zombie found them utterly distasteful. Frequent use of her spatial abilities began to dull her reflexes, and after swiftly dispatching the creatures in her vicinity, she felt a bit weary. Thankful that the task had concluded rapidly. The combat felt akin to a tiresome will battle, with waves of marine creatures continually assaulting them. Fortunately, after nearly a day's effort, the supporting team arrived, having cleared away a third of the mutated marine life in the city, revealing much of the city's original layout. However, everyone was quite exhausted. Qin Luo instructed Su Duo to collect the lobster, then turned to the others. It's getting dark. Let us head to the survivor base in City I. The commotion here has likely drawn other teams. The Rose team, Cheetah team, and Dove team were present, witnessing the chaos and unable to suppress their admiration for Team 3A's prowess. Captain Qin, it's getting late. You should consider withdrawing, Mu Mei suggested. Qin Luo nodded, preparing to depart. Let us call it a day. The tide will rise soon. He had already noticed the water creeping closer in the distance. The Cheetah team and Dove team continued to surround Wang Weiwa, showering him with praise. Truly incredible. Brother Wang, if it weren't for my lack of strength, I would love to join your ranks. We heard Qin Go's commotion from afar. Captain Mu advised us not to interfere, and we only dared to approach after noticing the tide receding. Indeed, I could feel my hair standing on end from the electricity even from a distance. Captain Qin is formidable. Wang Weiwa found their enthusiasm amusing yet exasperating, urging them to keep their chatter to a minimum. Let us go. We need to check the situation at the City I base. It's unsafe here now that night is falling. As he finished speaking, the tide rose at an alarming rate, prompting everyone to instinctively retreat. Wang Weiwa raced to a safe distance, quickly retrieving a vehicle as everyone climbed aboard. Su Duo scrambled into the back seat, while Qin Luo and Baishu settled into the middle row, and Chen Xiaofei hopped into the passenger seat. With a slam of the door, they sped away to higher ground. The water is rising inexplicably fast. It's utterly terrifying, Chen Xiaofei exclaimed, rubbing his arms. Baishu retorted, so you just stayed up there? What if you encountered mutated birds? That would be quite the ordeal, Chen Xiaofei quickly replied. I could fight from above. It just consumes my energy faster. Speaking of which, I'm so hungry. I'm really starving. Su Duo swallowed hard, realizing that they still had over 30 kilometers to the City I base. She promptly pulled out a feast, a generous portion of fried noodles with sauce, a box of char siu, and another of braised beef shank, along with a bottle of refreshing cola. She concluded with a cool, delicious. Chen Xiaofei's face lit up with joy. Class monitor, you look so cool every time you feed us. You truly are the most beautiful and kindest little zombie in the world. Baishu, receiving the food, couldn't he help but marvel. Class monitor, you are simply unbeatable. Great cooking skills, impressive in combat, what can't you do? In this day and age, must one always offer extravagant compliments before a meal? Wang Weiwa, stifling laughter, realized he lacked the eloquence of these two and struggled to offer praise without repeating himself. Qin Luo chuckled, handing the food box to Chen Xiaofei. Old Wang is driving. You take care of the feeding. Chen Xiaofei immediately agreed. No problem. Su Duo, unexpectedly showered with compliments, felt her spirits lifted, realizing that being with them was a guarantee of happiness. Emotional value was at an all-time high. She gleefully munched on an anomalous core and savored a rice bowl. The flavors more vibrant than ever, truly bliss in undeath. However, all the supplies had been piled onto the two storage compartments, and due to the cube's upgrade, there were now many more slots, rendering it impossible to fill them completely. Chapter 98. The Strange Base in City I. 25 minutes later. Each team successfully arrived at their destination. If the base in City H was bustling with activity, then the base in City I was decidedly austere. There were walls here as well, but they were neither as grand nor as beautiful as those in City H. They were a dull yellow, seemingly constructed by earth-powered individuals rather than from rock. A checkpoint was set at the entrance, and upon learning that visitors hailed from the three major bases, the gates were immediately swung open. The personnel at the checkpoint could hardly contain their overwhelming joy, their emotions spilling over in gratitude. This way, please. Thank you all so much for coming to our aid. The resting area was located in the city center, and everyone was invited to follow. They were informed that the mayor would personally host them later. The staff guided them forward, where a line of buses awaited. All combat teams were required to travel together. However, the area behind the walls was strikingly chaotic and teeming with survivors living in tents. The sight was disheartening. The combat teams could not help but glance over, realizing that the plight of these people was far worse than they had anticipated. It felt as though the three major bases had stepped into a new era. While this place remained entrenched in the harshness of the early apocalypse, a young woman, likely in her 20s, was assigned to host Team 3A. She appeared visibly anxious, for this was their first visit to City I. Just over 2 months into the apocalypse, it was impossible for them to have explored every corner of such a vast nation. Wang Weiwa, observing the dismal encampment, could not restrain himself from voicing his concerns. Why is everything in such disarray? Is there insufficient housing for the residents within the city? The staff member, known as Xiao Lu, felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing his words. With over 200,000 people, how could they possibly find adequate shelter? The onset of the apocalypse had laid bare the previously hidden social hierarchies. The affluent resided in the city center, while the less fortunate were relegated to the fringes in tent encampments. To live comfortably, one either needed to have been exceedingly wealthy or powerful before the apocalypse, or become a supernatural being afterward. Those ordinary individuals, devoid of any means, had been reduced to the most humble existence. They fought tooth and nail for survival, yet somehow managed to endure the arduous circumstances. Bai Shu inquired, "How is this area organized? What is the daily food supply like? How many meals do you receive in a day?" Xiao Lu seemed eager to respond but fell silent upon noticing the patrolling staff nearby. Qin Luo and his companions exchanged glances, understanding that the situation at this base was likely chaotic. The headquarters could not maintain order everywhere, and human nature was such that with good existed bad. The arrival of the apocalypse truly reshuffled the world. In times of turmoil, some would inevitably seek to gain advantage or claim territory. Moreover, it was alarming that the entrance to this base did not broadcast the headquarters' core tenets regarding the apocalypse, notably the declaration of not abandoning any human being. The decrepit facilities of City I raised questions about the leadership and standards of those in charge. The combat teams were naturally hesitant to entrust their vehicles to such individuals. Qin Luo quietly remarked to the group, "This base in City I feels rather off." Bai Shu and the others nodded in agreement. Su Duo felt no objection. She had grown accustomed to Qin Luo's various gestures of camaraderie, having been carried by him during the early days of the apocalypse. However, the atmosphere within this base was undeniably peculiar, as the residents appeared listless. Even the corpses seemed to frown. The The staff were both enthusiastic yet somewhat restrained, treating the combat teams with utmost courtesy as they escorted them to the most opulent building in the base. The closer they approached the city center, the more prosperous it appeared, highlighting a stark contrast. Surprisingly, each member of their team was assigned an individual lavish room. Qin Luo felt a surge of alertness. It was odd to claim there was no space for accommodations yet provide each member with a separate room. "Please arrange a suite for our team," he insisted, rapping on the front desk, startling the staff. Some members of the combat team were excited, while others found the situation rather strange. Upon hearing Qin Luo's request, the leaders of the leopard and dove teams nodded in agreement. "We only need one large room. A place to rest is all we require." They had been on numerous missions and had slept in all sorts of places. Leaning against a wall was sufficient for a nap. In unfamiliar surroundings, no one would wish to be separated from their comrades. The front desk staff, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a uniform skirt and heavy makeup, appeared conflicted. "Sir, our superiors have instructed us to provide excellent service to all warriors. To ensure a better resting environment, we have specifically arranged luxurious rooms for you." Qin Luo firmly declined, stating, "We do not require separate accommodations. Our team prefers to stay together." His frosty demeanor intimidated those around him. The staff member appeared increasingly troubled, and the more uncomfortable she became, the more peculiar Qin Luo found the situation. Meanwhile, the Golden Falcon team had already secured their rooms and were animatedly chatting with the front desk attendant, tossing flirtatious glances her way. Upon noticing the commotion at the first service desk, Jin Chuanqiang mockingly shouted, "Have you all become addicted to hardship in Team 3A? Why not appreciate the goodwill of City Eye's leadership?" The other members of the Golden Falcon team flaunted their black and gold room keys, believed to be the most luxurious. With an air of triumph, Qin Xiaofei rolled his eyes, thinking them small-minded and boastful, unaware of the fate that awaited them. Qin Luo swiftly obtained the room key he desired, a suite with 2 bedrooms and a living room, allowing the men to share, while Su Duo would have a room of her own. "Let's go, Xiaofei." No need to waste time on them, Qin Luo pondered, uninterested in squabbling with Jin Chuanqiang. The leopard and dove teams followed suit, insisting on staying together, which nearly brought the front desk attendant to tears, but ultimately, she relented and provided them with room keys. The elevator in the building was spacious and lavish, adorned with a red carpet and filled with a fragrant aroma. Wang Weiwa uneasily remarked, "The atmosphere in this base feels quite unsettling. Something seems amiss at the top." Qin Luo, having sensed the same, decided they would assess the situation further. Bai Shu reminded everyone to be cautious, stating he would inspect their rooms first. His keen eyes could detect many things invisible to the naked eye, including the presence of surveillance. Qin Xiaofei was equally frustrated, questioning the peculiarities of City Eye. They would much prefer to engage in battles with mutated marine creatures than to contend with the scheming of officials. The oddities of City Eye left them with an unsettling feeling, and Su Duo shared her reluctance about being there. Chapter 99. Duplicity. The room of Team 3A was located on the 23rd floor, boasting a commendable view and elegant decor. Upon entering, they were greeted by a magnificent floor-to-ceiling window that showcased a stunning nightscape. Goodness, this room is so exquisitely designed. Yet they seem indifferent to the tents at the city gates? Qin Xiaofei could not help but voice his discontent upon entering. Qin Luo inserted the room card, illuminating the space instantly. It felt rather peculiar. Bai Shu took a moment to survey the room, ensuring there were no oddities such as surveillance devices or listening instruments. Everything appeared secure. Wang Weiwa glanced around, expressing his astonishment at the lavish expenditure. Clearly, the funds had been allocated to this luxury. The head of the I-City base seemed to have a different mindset compared to the other 3 major bases, which prioritized the placement of ordinary survivors and ensured that basic necessities were provided to them. Weapons and resources to enhance abilities were reserved for the awakened. Even those with peculiar mutations could find a way to survive. The focus was on coexistence, striving to restore normalcy for all. Yet here, the situation was perplexing. It was not hard to understand the inadequacies of the infrastructure, but the rationale behind their decisions appeared utterly chaotic. The staff seemed timid, often hesitating to speak, indicating they were likely silenced by the base's leadership. After wandering about, Baishu noted that the suite was indeed luxurious, with an expansive living area that could easily accommodate their group for sleeping. Qin Luo ventured into the smaller room, noting its commendable amenities. Shudwa, go take a shower. You'll stay here tonight. Don't lock the door, call us if you need anything. It's wise to remain cautious in unfamiliar surroundings. Shudwa nodded and proceeded to her room. Wang Weiwa and the others began to shed their outer garments, although the room was heated. The chill outside rendered the indoor temperature still quite low. How will those ordinary folks at the city gates manage in this weather? Wang Weiwa remarked, observing the numerous vacant buildings in the city center. Baishu, engrossed in writing a report, adjusted his glasses and replied, how else could they survive? This base is clearly designed for them to endure. Do you not perceive the stark display of class disparity here? Those with wealth and power occupy the upper echelon, while the impoverished are relegated to the bottom. In this apocalypse, the presence of abilities only exacerbates the divide. Those endowed with powers can rise to prominence, while the powerless become mere fodder. Qin Xiaofei grasped the implication, exclaiming, goodness, it seems the head of this base aspires to be a local tyrant. Has he disregarded all rules set by headquarters? Baishu cautioned him, it's not that they have completely disregarded them, rather, they practice a form of duplicity. They have accepted the survivors, but show little concern for their well-being. Qin Luo joined them, taking a seat on the sofa, suggesting that had it not been for the marine creatures coming ashore, the base leader would likely have avoided contact with headquarters altogether. After all, if headquarters sent personnel, it would be easy to uncover his ambitions of territorial dominance. Baishu had already uncovered some information. The city mayor, Wu Dehai, was merely an ordinary man, though his bodyguard possessed a formidable ability level, reportedly at the initial stage of the third tier, specializing in fire. He had recently been hospitalized due to injuries sustained while rescuing someone. This was basic information. As night fell, the outside seemed eerily quiet until a knock at the door interrupted them. It was their guide, Xiao Lu. Qin Xiaofei quickly pulled her inside, assuring her, don't be afraid, we just have a few questions. Trembling with fear, Xiao Lu pointed to her collar, indicating the presence of a listening device. Baishu examined it closely, reaching out for it. Xiao Lu hesitated but ultimately surrendered the device after switching it off. In tears, she lamented, if this breaks, I'll be dragged to the interrogation room. I'll face a horrific fate. I can't let it be off for too long if it is. They claim it's due to poor signal. Outside, various zombies, mutated creatures, and grotesque monsters roamed amidst the harsh weather. Ordinary individuals had nowhere to escape. They were condemned to live under the oppression of those in power, enduring a life of hardship day in and day out. After hastily relaying her message, Xiao Lu steadied her breath and reactivated the listening device, declaring, yes, I am Xiao Lu, the guide responsible for your reception at the iCity base. Her expression was sorrowful, yet her tone was exuberant, as if she were a lively and cheerful worker, blissfully engaged in her duties. Qin Xiaofei played along, exclaiming with feigned enthusiasm, wow, truly? Your base is so lavish? Let me take a look. Are these luxury watches and accessories really available for us? Xiao Lu continued the charade. Indeed, there are luxury cars for transport and beautiful companions to accompany you. Baishu handed her a tablet, suggesting she write her message on it to avoid the noise of pen on paper. Gratefully, Xiao Lu took the tablet and began to write. iCity is in dire need of awakened individuals. They aim to dazzle you with opulence to persuade you to remain and serve them. Many have already defected. The marine creatures pose a significant threat, yet they tend to calm at night. As long as you stay indoors, the base is relatively safe during these hours. Chapter 100. Clue acquisition. Indeed, the intention of the leader from city I was unmistakably apparent as Qin Luo exchanged glances with his companions. The report indicated that the bodyguard had been hospitalized while rescuing someone, and the mayor was portrayed as diligently uniting all superhumans to combat the mutated marine creatures. The distress signals were depicted as remarkably heroic, yet it now appeared to be a FAAD. As Xiao Lu recounted her observations while simultaneously typing, her multitasking abilities were commendable. Our mayor is quite admirable, but that bodyguard is a fearsome figure. Many directives currently emanate from him, leaving the mayor feeling rather helpless. Moreover, this bodyguard incessantly seeks other superhumans for their cores. I once stumbled upon a bracelet and briefly browsed a forum that clearly stated the cores significantly enhance abilities for superhumans. Yet, the base's leader has concealed this information and never distributes bracelets to them. Our base is exceedingly backward, lacking any means of communication with the outside world, she continued. Consequently, it remains incredibly insular, leaving many unaware of critical matters. The bodyguard, now the head of the base's superhumans, is referred to as Lord E. He has been actively recruiting ordinary superhumans, offering them ample incentives to work for him. Unfortunately, the uninformed superhumans were easily deceived by his charms. As a result, the superhumans at the base possess low levels, with many barely reaching the first tier. Teams arriving to undertake missions are similarly misled by E. Liqui, ensuring that even those who do not follow him in their tasks refrain from exposing the base's issues in City I. Xiao Lu had sought help in the past, but she found many still shackled by desire as the combat team succumbed to the various benefits E. Liqui provided: luxury cars, prestigious watches, beautiful women, fine wines and foods, status, and face. Of course, as the apocalypse had only recently commenced a little over 2 months prior, superhumans were scarce, and the headquarters combat teams were widely dispersed, with only a few teams having passed through City I. However, those few had all defected, ostensibly remaining to assist in constructing the base, while privately supporting E. Liqui in his quest to dominate City I and exploit ordinary people. Xiao Lu remarked that even the 10 area on the city's outskirts required rent, with people toiling from dawn to dusk, akin to laborers, struggling to survive. The 3A team, which she had previously seen on the forum, was remarkably reliable and the most distinctive team she had encountered thus far, as they had completely resisted temptation. Qin Xiaofei, upon hearing this, was at a loss for words. What use are luxury cars, prestigious watches, and beautiful women in this apocalypse? Strength is paramount. The core principle of their 3A team is to enhance their abilities. Nothing else matters. After all, if one dies, what remains? These material possessions are indeed superficial. Qin Xiaofei shook his head, thinking only a foolish person would allow themselves to be used as pawns. Xiao Lu shared everything she could think of, and Bai Shu ultimately responded, "We will relay this to headquarters. Thank you for your insights." Xiao Lu felt a surge of excitement, nodding vigorously, her eyes gleaming with hope, wishing she had finally found the right people. "Have you all chosen your outfits? If you are struggling to decide, I can arrange a personal stylist for you," she offered cheerfully. Bai Shu, Qin Xiaofei, and Wang Weiwa turned their attention to Captain Qin. Qin Luo was still drying the hair of the little zombie. Upon hearing their conversation, he glanced at them and replied, "No need for outfits. Where is the banquet? We will go ourselves." Xiao Lu promptly responded, "All right. It's in the banquet hall on the 18th floor at 8:30 in the evening." Bai Shu acknowledged this. "Understood. We will head there later." Xiao Lu then respectfully withdrew. Qin Xiaofei quickly closed the door, exclaiming, "Goodness, this base is utterly ridiculous. They fear we might discover something in our room, so they avoided installing surveillance and listening devices. Yet they tamper with the instructors instead. It's truly insidious." Wang Weiwa, having witnessed the entire exchange, was rendered speechless. He genuinely felt that the base was hopeless. "Qin, what do you think we should do?" Bai Shu looked to Qin Luo, while Qin Xiaofei awaited his decision eagerly. Xia Duo, feeling vexed by the base's leader, contemplated taking drastic measures against him, as it was shocking that such thoughts of territorial dominance arose so early in the apocalypse. What a heartless individual! She turned to Qin Luo. Qin Luo calmly set down the damp towel and remarked, "If someone cannot lead, then let us find someone who can." Laughter erupted among them. Qin Xiaofei instantly gave Qin Luo a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Qin, you are the best." So cool. It truly wasn't that difficult to comprehend. Since the leader harbored malicious intentions, it sufficed to have him replaced. No need for convoluted schemes. Let us simply take action. Naturally, Qin Luo and the others would not blindly trust Xiao Lu's narrative. It was evident that the foundation of this base was rotten, as anyone with clear vision could discern. However, who the true puppet master was remained uncertain. Bai Shu pondered, considering the possibility that the mayor himself could be the mastermind, using the bodyguard as a shield. Skepticism is a valuable trait. Would a villain exhibit such blatant malevolence? If the mayor claimed he lacked abilities, did he truly? It's quite possible he was feigning innocence, manipulating others to commit wrongdoings while he reaped the rewards. Ultimately, they would need to investigate independently, but reporting to headquarters was a necessity. Although the three major bases could not guarantee that every individual was virtuous, they were certainly more reliable than others, with a greater number of good people. Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Embarking on a mission was turning into a case to unravel. Bai Shu sighed in agreement. Who can deny that? We'll report to headquarters first, and then conduct our investigation. If this base leader reveals his true nature, we'll deal with him on the spot. Wang Weiwa added, we must also eliminate the mutated marine creatures, as that is our primary task. On the first day, we eradicated 1/3 of them, and our 3A team is quite formidable, ensuring no injuries. Other teams, however, have sustained some casualties. The mutated Australian dragon had knocked several superhumans back, underscoring the need for vigilance. Wang Weiwa repeatedly reminded everyone to prioritize safety, advising them to dress appropriately when venturing outside to avoid catching colds. Fatherly instincts kicking in. Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei nodded dutifully, responding with half-hearted affirmations. Once Qin Luo had dried the little zombie's hair to a satisfactory level, he retrieved a hairdryer, beckoning her over. Did you hear? Don't catch a cold. Come here for a blow-dry. Xiat Duo had already settled nearby, reviewing the data on the mayor of city that Bai Shu had mentioned earlier. Upon hearing Qin Luo call her, she quickly approached and sat down in front of him. Qin Xiaofei could hardly contain his astonishment. Qin, the little class leader listens to you so well. Qin Luo looked down at the obedient little zombie with a sense of pride. Of course, she's quite attached to me. Bai Shu and Wang Weiwa exchanged glances, unable to hide their amusement. Chapter 101. The banquet. After tidying up, they arrived downstairs promptly at 8:30 to assess the situation. Qin Luo and his companions were clad in their combat attire, eschewing any pretense of formality, for one could never predict an unforeseen circumstance that might necessitate immediate action. Meanwhile, Su Duo had donned a lovely green Lolita dress, exquisite and charming, with the ability to render her invisible at will, a most advantageous feature. The building was not particularly cold, and their attire was sufficiently warm, as they opted for simple combat gear rather than the bulkiest winter garments, which accentuated their figures remarkably. As the 3A squad entered the banquet hall, nearly every gaze turned towards them, igniting a flurry of murmurs. What an impressive team! Are they truly the striking? Indeed. They are the 3A squad. Is that one of the mutated zombies? She hardly resembles one at all. I thought the photos circulating online were enhanced. Yet she is genuinely this beautiful. Incredible. Why does their combat gear appear so distinct from ours? Rumor had it that their uniforms were a new release from the craftsman's department, rare to obtain, resistant to sweat and blood, and difficult to tear. While members from other teams in the three major bases were somewhat aware of this, the local ability users from City I were wide-eyed with curiosity, bombarding them with inquiries. Are the three major bases truly that remarkable? Is it more prosperous than our city center? Are they famous? One individual mused, I possess a fortune. Could 50 gold bars procure the company of that girl for a night? Upon hearing this, some members of the teams from the three major bases cast disdainful glances at the City I ability users. You still barter with gold bars? Over where we reside. Weavy transitioned to a point system. You think 50 gold bars could entice a member of their squad to spend a night with you? Raise your voice a bit louder, and the 3A squad might just relieve you of your head. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Who was unaware of how cherished their little zombie member was within the 3A squad? Others chimed in. Do you even know what her weapon is? You'd be lucky to survive a chainsaw strike from her. After several fierce victories, who would still dare to underestimate them, including Sue Duo, the petite zombie? Initially perceived as a mere ornament, she had proven her mettle during the recent rescue mission at the N-City Research Institute, where she had viciously dispatched zombie monsters, leaving a trail of broken limbs in her wake, garnering countless admirers. The ability users in City, I felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that their prolonged confinement had rendered them oblivious to the vibrant world beyond. The Jinping squad was equally irked. They had been trying to impress the ladies, having dressed to the nines in tailored suits, slick hairstyles, and meticulously applied makeup, believing they were at the pinnacle of their lives. Yet, when the doors to the banquet hall swung open and the 3A squad made their entrance, all attention was swiftly captivated by them. The nearby beauties erupted in awe, exclaiming how handsome they were. Jin Chuanqiang's face turned a shade of embarrassment, unattractive indeed, yet the beauties flocked to him, showering him with attention, leaving him dizzy. Qin Luo observed these individuals lost in their own reveries, buoyed by flattery, and mused that the leaders of this base certainly knew how to play their cards right. Over time, even the mightiest would succumb to such indulgences. The leopard and dove squads were similarly ensnared by a throng of alluring sisters, leaving them with nowhere to escape. Only upon spotting the 3A squad did they dash over, as if seeing their father, shouting for Wang Ge to save them. What kind of welcome banquet is this? They're terrifying, tugging at our clothes. Is this a banquet hall or a brothel? The leopard and dove squads huddled together in fear, seeking refuge with Wang Weiwa, who couldn't help but chuckle at their disheveled appearance. The two rookie squads appeared rather untidy, their combat uniforms askew. Didn't they tell us to change into formal attire? We thought this place was refined, only to be subjected to eyebrow threading and makeup. Exactly. Why should I wear makeup? I'm not here to become a star. Right. They promised us a welcome banquet. Why invite a gaggle of women? What kind of trial is this from headquarters? As the beauties attempted to approach once more, a mere glance from Qin Luo sent them retreating. The leopard and dove squads finally felt at ease, clinging to Wang Weiwa like chicks to their mother, following him wherever he went. Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei exchanged knowing glances, relishing the sight of old Wang reclaiming his father throne. Su Duo remained close to Qin Luo, her small hands gripping his arm, her eyes scanning the surroundings, acutely aware of the stark contrast in City I, outside. A group of survivors endured the bitter cold in the 10 area, while this banquet boasted an abundance of food, and the provisions were surprisingly decent. She tugged at Qin Luo's sleeve, signaling him to notice that City I evidently had resources, yet withheld them from the masses. Qin Luo nodded softly. Yes, I see it. Be patient. I will take care of it. Su Duo felt inexplicably reassured. Indeed, the big dog was reliable, a good big dog. Later in the evening, the so-called mayor made his appearance, bearing the countenance of a seemingly honest man, appearing to be around 15 years of age. He began with a series of formalities, expressing gratitude for everyone's attendance and urging them to enjoy the feast. He emphasized that the success of tomorrow's mission to eradicate the mutated marine creatures would rely on their abilities, and assured that once tranquility was restored to City I, they would express